Streaming and all right, let's see what we can do. Oh my god, need to wake up. All right, hoping people can hear me. Going to anchor now. By that I mean, call on my producer who's back. Okay, we're gonna hear ringing. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, my main man. Let me see if I can bring up a few other people online. So glad to have you back. We are live. Do remember that. And so proud of you. And gonna bring on Brandon Young in a second. Introduce the two of you. You've never met before, but I definitely want you to share your story and about what as much as you're willing to share, or maybe whatever you remember. I'm sure there were blackouts, just in terms of withdrawal symptoms and agony, and it was one of those things where we had to see the mini cam to actually understand whatever was going on, the hidden camera in his room to really comprehend the horror. So this is Brandon Young, and Brandon Young, this is Jameson Reese. Let's see if the two of you can hear each other. I want to introduce you two gentlemen formally.
Hey, this is Jameson. How do you do?
Hey, Jameson, it's Brendan. Nice to meet you. Can hear you fine.
Wonderful.
Sounds good.
Great. And the both of you can hear each other. Wonderful. So Jameson is my executive producer, and he's just returned home from he'll share with us whatever he's willing to share. And Brandon is let's just say this, he's from one of the old blue blood families of the Northeast. And he was attacked by Peter Levinda. So you might remember him. You may have heard some of the times I interviewed him in the past. Do you remember that?
Yes, yeah, that I do. And I remember, I actually remember you, Brandon, going after him with, I think, a letter opener or something.
It was a pen or something.
You were gonna cut his throat. I mean, and the world would have been would have been all the more better for it, honestly speaking.
Yes. If Brandon had carried it out, but he restrained himself. There were other forces at work to kind of impede him, but he was. Let's just put it this way: the closest thing that comes to mind was the stabbing of Mr. Martin Luther King Jr. with that's one woman stabbed him with a letter opener, and it's amazing that nobody remembers that. Very few people remember that, but he had a letter opener that had punctured his lungs, and so he had to make certain he didn't sneeze and that he didn't cough, so that he could retain the shape of his lungs to his rib cage until they got him to a hospital. And he survived that, only to be, shot later. But it was so maybe that's what came to your mind when you mentioned the letter opener. But I believe it was a pen that Brandon Young was seriously considering, at least to do Peter Levinda in with, and I don't blame him in the slightest. It was a long, hard ride, and don't forget that Brandon Young himself is the survivor of an assassination attempt. But of course, Jameson knows that. He remembers that. So Brandon, no need to go into that particular experience because I understand that that's painful. But do all a favor and kind of share with us, while I tend to some technical things here, while Jameson and you can talk freely, but we'll start off with Brandon just sharing with us what he's been investigating lately, and then I do want to Jameson to kind of respond with what he's been through lately as well. Both of you have been kind of through the ringer, but you always are. I mean, hopefully that'll stabilize at some point in our lives, but there we go. So Brandon, what is it that you've been that's caught your interest lately?
No, thanks for asking. Yeah, so recently I've been interested in a multi-city puzzle, sort of a national, one of these treasure hunt things,
right?
Which isn't really for any treasure other than for the fun of it, for me anyway. These 12 casks that were buried in 1982, I had heard nothing about this. And they have largely gone undiscovered. This publisher, Byron Priest from New York City, went around to 12 different cities burying these casks in 1981, I believe, and then the book was published in 82. And you would have to pair an image with a poem, and then from there you would find directions to where you would essentially have to dig, and find the cask, the fairy creatures or whatever it is. Well, it's interesting because a lot of the clues are historical and military history, which is very interesting. And one of the cities we've determined to be San Francisco. One of them is Boston. We found last year with a lot of, due to my help, or was it? Yeah, it was about last year. It was last year, or maybe the year before. And but one hadn't been discovered in about 30 years. The puzzles are incredibly tough, for various reasons I won't get into. But so anyway, everybody's been sort of stumped on San Francisco, New York, and Houston and other cities. But I've been looking at San Francisco, and it's really interesting. And I was hoping to get your input on this, maybe Douglas and Jameson, if you feel like it. But if you have anything to add, but there is an island called Angel. I believe it's called Angel Island.
That's correct. Angel Island is right off San Francisco. Go on.
Right, and so this was, in terms of, there's an immigration theme as well in this book. So it always has to do with different immigration groups coming over, and Angel Island would be one of these places where it might be actually apropos to untimely to talk about, because this is where, and Douglas, I'm sure you know way more than me about this, is where the station, it was the first giant step where a lot of immigrants, Chinese immigrants, Asian immigrants, I'm sure many others, were held.
That's right.
And quarantined, in fact, and probably treated and badly.
Yes.
And memorials there to it. Well, and there is actually a bell there. I believe that island, I was looking into it more, the history of, when the Spanish came, I think it was Cortez that came down there and stayed around that area and built that original fort, or whatever it would be, a Castillo. And for Angel Island, from there they have this great memorial there. They have a great a bell, and that is to signify, I believe, like a warning. Back in the day, it would be sort of like a warning bell or something like this.
You mean there's a large bell on Angel Island, is what you're saying?
Yes, this large bell, yes, and that's where I believe the treasure to be buried, for many, many reasons. But looking at Angel Island, I mean, I had never heard of this, and I had obviously, I'm not a great San Francisco historian, but there's a really interesting story about the immigration and quarantine. If you want to talk about that, I mean, what is it today? It's like a national park.
Right, that's correct.
Yeah, and so you can go and still to this day walk around this island and see the docks where, and sort of the hospitals and residencies of the people that really had a lot of their their first step into America was, well, we're going to put you on quarantine you on this island or something.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
So this is one thing I've been looking at. And anything you have to add on this?
Too much to add at once, but I thank you for asking. I may go a little bit into it tonight, but do remember, it is a painful history. It's kind of like asking a Jewish person to talk about the Holocaust or something. It's one of those things that, just so people understand briefly, Angel Island was for the West Coast. What Ellis Island has always been historically for the East Coast, but there are profound differences with on one side, and here's a little bit of national treasure for you, and I've had people actually look this up, and God help me, I don't know if I could find these on file. I filed them away somewhere, and like I say, sooner or later, many of my files get filled with porn, and then it becomes hard to look for things without getting distracted. So I try to keep some files just for maps and chronological timelines, but it's a challenge because, you know, when I catch some pornographic image I want to file, I just file it. Oftentimes it's hard to remind myself to go set it in a different file than the one that I'm currently using or something like that. So there's challenges like that, but some people actually were able to find this for me, and this is the reality is that when America was gifted by the French the Statue of Liberty, and the Statue of Liberty was established on Ellis Island as a welcome for all of the immigrants. And it was generally a welcome. Most European immigrants were white, and most Europeans went through Ellis Island. And there were, of course, name changes, etc., that were enforced on them on the spot, just to make it easier for Americans to pronounce etc. But the reality was it was generally a positive, constructive symbol. Whereas on the West Coast, in direct antithesis to the Statue of Liberty, was supposed to be a statue of justice. In other words, based on America's philosophy of liberty and justice for all. So the Statue of Justice was supposed to be applied, or built rather, constructed on Angel Island. And it represented sternness, and it represented, for one thing, the Statue of Justice was supposed to be blindfolded and with a very long sword in one hand as opposed to a torch. Whereas the Statue of Liberty bears the torch and the book, which is enlightenment. The Statue of Justice was to bear a very long sword and the scales. And the difference was, one of the things that made the concept of the statue so difficult was because they have a hard enough time reinforcing the arm of the Statue of Liberty to keep her torch up, because that's very heavy, and the arm would fall off if it were not very reinforced. Whereas having a statue of that size holding a very large sword is even more of a challenge. But these were supposed to be America's goddesses on either side of the coast, from sea to shining sea. And on the Statue of Justice's Island, there would be, just as the Statue of Liberty is a lie and there's no real liberty, there would be no justice on Ellis Island, because all of the Asians that were brought there were left there to rot for years. And in a prison setting, it was a prison that was actually maintained for Native Americans who were prisoners of war for a very long period of time, and then they made it for Asian immigrants so that they could keep them here for years and hope that they would die rather than let them into the United States. If they survived up to 10 years in captivity, then they let them on the shore. So that's the horror, just to touch the surface of Angel Island. And so it is a national park now. And I can only imagine that I've been there myself, but when I was very, very young. If I were to go there as an adult, I'm sure I would sense, well, I did go there as an adult years later, and yeah, it was a haunting experience. It was horrible. Not in terms of that something horrible happened to me, but it was like, it's like a Jewish person visiting a death camp.
Yeah.
So there you go. And
Thank you. Yes, because one of the clues that has stumped many people is in the poem. It says, "Sounds in the sky near Aces High," which I knew to be the Blue Angels in Fleetwood in San Francisco, thanks to Douglas, because he hates them so much. And
thank you.
And I was like, "Sounds in the sky? Those fuckers are loud." Excuse me, loud.
You can say fuckers. Believe me, they deserve the name. Go on.
And ace is sort of like a military term in a sense. The ace is high, correct? So near ace would be someone who I don't know if shoots out. I don't know exactly. You could tell me more, but what an ace would be. But so all these things are kind of coming together, and it's really interesting because one of the other things is education and justice for all to see. That's one of the terms. So if there was a statue of justice, that would make perfect sense.
There we are. That was certainly, the statue was intended, and the foundations were supposed to have been built, but then it was never realized. But then what happened was that someone was able to at one time find me and scanned for me a postcard of the intended statue. In other words, a statue, a postcard that said this is the statue that's being built or going to be built. And so it was definitely, everything I said was real. It's not apocryphal. Certainly I saw, working at the Presidio military base, the plans for it. But like so many other things, it was destroyed under orders of the Presidio authorities. And no doubt due to reasons like what our man Brandon Young is talking about. I have no doubt that there are things buried under what was supposed to be the base of the statue that in and of itself was likely covered up or blasted down and leveled to a degree, and whatever was underneath it they meant to hide. So probably a lot of Asian bodies, I can guarantee you that. And so by all means, Brandon, share anything else you wish, and then we'll bring Jameson on to share what's been going on with him lately, and hopefully the two of you can talk a bit. And of course at the top of the hour I'll bring Peter Moon on, and but until that period of time, let's
Douglas, we also have Amanda Ute on, so she can actually go ahead of me.
Bless you. You're so yes, because Jameson will be with us the rest of the night. Mandy, oh my God! So say hello to Brendan again. But we're all three together now. And by the way, Jameson, you may not remember this, but we're all Mandy and Brendan and I, we share so much. And Mandy, say hi. Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Oh my God.
How's it going?
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, much the better for your being with us, darling. So by all means, share with Brendan and I what's been going on with yourself lately, honey.
Well, the last several days it's been chock full of taking teenagers out and about for Halloween festivities and Hallows Eve and Dios de los Muertos and All Saints Day whatnots, and
yes,
kind of getting on a regular schedule, I guess.
and it's teenagers. You mean tweens, right? They're not teens, they're tweens, right?
No, my daughter will be 14 in December.
Oh my God! When does a person stop being a tween and become a teen? When is that? When does that magical transition occur?
Apparently 13 is when you get to be a teenager, I suppose.
Oh my God.
That's what I'm told.
Oh my God, is that true? I didn't know that. I mean, it's like I don't know these things.
They're still babies to me. I still call them my babies. So
yes, of course. Oh my God, it's like I shared with her my fear. My biggest fear, of course, is how tall her son gets, because I'm afraid if I start dating Mandy, he's gonna start beating me up. So
yeah.
So honey, how did all that go? There must be stories to share. Oh my God.
It was well, so because last year was so funky, we didn't really do the same thing that my kids at their age would have normally done. So this was the first year that they went off with their friends and just went out and did their own thing. So that was kind of weird for me. Wow. But awesome for them.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Much
better.
By the way, when she refers to Mike, of course, she's talking about her husband, Michael Myers, the guy who goes around with the inside-out William Shatner mask and kills people on Halloween. So he went out and did his thing, and there were various deaths across the country, and she took the kids trick-or-treating. That's how the marriage works, and, it's something they haven't shared with the public to this point, and I'm probably giving away too much. But, so, honey, go on.
So I just I hung it home for several hours all to myself on Halloween night, and it was nice and creepy. Yes, totally. I was in the house alone and my kids were out and about. It was good, but it was weird.
Oh my God, that is weird. Oh my God, because yeah, okay, so you didn't escort them because that they would have felt that was too imposing, that they're too big for that? Is that what?
Well, so they got to their friend's mom came and picked them up, and so they all did a carpool. I had the kids the night before, and I carpooled everybody to the school Halloween party. Okay. And I dropped them off there, and so we kind of shared nights back and forth. So they had kind of a 2-night extravaganza. And so there was a parent within distance, but we kind of dropped them off and, checked in and met up with them at different places. definitely not just let loose.
Okay.
I would not do that in Portland. Oh my God, no matter how old they are.
Right.
They're going to be 21 and I'll still be like following them around to the bars and shit.
I don't blame you. Yes. Oh my God. And I just want to ask Brandon something here, and I'm sure Mandy has much advice for you as a parent. Brandon now has a child. I keep forgetting whether it's
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah. And so Brandon, so with the child, they grow up so fast. Is this child of age to trick or treat yet, or did anything happen on Halloween?
It's funny you say that, but yes, and that was part of sort of my duties last week, was getting this Halloween costume ready, where it was this very wildly popular show, which I haven't really watched too much, but I have heard, obviously, being a middle school teacher now and stuff, hearing about this Mandalorian and Baby Yoda, like Grogu. And so I went as the Mandalorian, and she was this little Yoda for the first time, and she loved it. I mean, she's yeah, it's just like, probably the first Halloween she can remember. Because last year was a little too crazy to be going out and things like this. So yeah, it's one of those things. It's just. It's Halloween is, especially, I would say, definitely like a New England, American holiday in some senses, even though it does harken back to the old country and things like that. So yes, thank you for asking.
Wonderful.
Yep.
And I'm sorry, forgive me. You were the Mandalorian, and the child was Baby Yoda, right?
Yoda, actually reverse. No, I'm joking.
That would have been
people
fun.
always ask me, they're like, "How old is she?" I say, "Oh, she's my age." That kind of confuses
Right.
them. It's a fun thing for dads, anyway. But yeah, so no, she was the Baby Yoda, or the Grogu, I think is the actual name. I was corrected many a time, many. But that was it. We went around. We stayed pretty local in the kind of safe area here. So.
Oh my God, that's incredible. And so, honey, what about yourself? Like you said, you kind of spent it at home, and your home's always creepy anyway. So every day is fucking Halloween. But in terms of in the past, like maybe, well, last year must have been different because of COVID, but you can tell us a little bit about that, and Brandon is welcome to as well, how COVID changed both your Halloweens last year, but also the year before. I'm assuming you were still dressing up as something while you were attending with the kids, or tending to the kids, I mean to say. Was that the case?
Yeah, I always do a little something, even if it's just a witch's hat or devil horns or whatnot. But yeah, this year I was just like staying comfy. My kids dressed up as scouts for Attack on Titan, so I was busy like making their costume and sewing and throwing it all together and shit. So I didn't have time for myself, and I didn't have to take them out, and I just was driver and food delivery picker upper and teen chauffeur. So I did that.
Wonderful. And one of these days we will speak at length about Attack on Titan. And so there we have it. So, by the way, Jameson, I don't know if I have permission to relate what Jameson said, but he's dealing with some issues that are rather distressing in terms of, I mean, Jameson, do you want to give us a little one-sentence summary of that, or a little?
Yeah, she had the cat that's closest to me has a tumor in her ear that's by her jaw on the left side, and it's causes her to be very unbalanced. Mm-hmm. So I had to break to help her upstairs. I know she's on her way out because she's losing tremendous amounts of strength on the hind legs, and I've seen animals die before, and before they die, they tend to lose strength on their back legs.
Yeah.
They start to shit all over the place, and they stop eating. So,
yes. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
This is
so hard.
Yeah, It's been one of the things that I had to deal with, unfortunately, in rehab, which didn't last long because of some ugly son of a bitch who just reminded me so much of John Victor Lillier. I wanted to punch him in the face.
That's funny as
Have you
hell.
gotten the cat CBD medication for your kitty to help with transitioning?
Yeah, we have CBD. The thing is, my mom, she's the place we go to, they tend to gouge with certain things, and the problem is, like, if she were to get treatment for cancer, she's being told they would have to put her on chemo and radiation, and by the end of that, the cat would be wishing she was dead because of how
Right, right,
hard it is. So I more or less came home early because I wanted to be there when she transitions, because
right.
that's probably it's better that to witness that as the owner of the than have her like in some sterile room far away from me, being put down by someone.
I totally hear what you're saying. I got to hold both my kitties as they passed, and I know if I didn't have that, I would be wrecked. Like, just wrecked. I knew I needed help with Kronk, and like passing him over to the doctors it killed me. But I completely get what you mean about being able to be there with them.
Yeah, same.
And I do have some very, very high-end CBD specifically for senior cats, specifically chemo grade. If you need some rushed over to you, I would happily put it in the mail because my senior kitties passed. So, if that's something that there'd even be enough time to help out, I would happily.
Yes, I would definitely thank you for that, and that's
For
probably
sure.
a good idea. That would help her tremendously, I think.
That's wonderful.
Absolutely, in a heartbeat.
Oh, bless you. So,
Yeah, I've been there too.
oh, great.
Yeah.
And what's that, Brandon? Please.
Oh, I was just gonna sympathize. That I had a cat for 20 years, and like James, I did not want it going through the chemotherapy and all these medications and so on. But I did want to be there, and I was there for the transition of my cat. I almost blacked out and probably almost murdered the doctors and nurses that were there because I did not want them to, they were treating it very clinically in a sense, and this was a very beloved cat to myself, and so it took some time, but all good things and all good time, and so people understand you're not alone, Jameson.
Yeah, I understand. I can't help but think that she's more or less eaten a bullet that I was supposed to take.
Interesting. That's
It,
what I've stated before about the Chinese tradition of maintaining of the canary in the cage, so to speak, in all of their restaurants. The first thing you'll see when you enter a Chinese restaurant is the aquarium. And most people have asked me, why do the Chinese maintain aquariums in all of their restaurants? And that's meant to take the bullet for incoming evil, because you're letting everybody in that door, and they bring all sorts of entities with them. And the fish are meant to basically die in place of yourself or staff when those entities prey on what's in the restaurant. It keeps them from the other clients as well. So just something to remember when you see that. And of course, with that, honey, and Jameson, I mean, oh my God, the two of you can relate to so much because, of course, Mandy dearly loves animals, as does Jameson, and I suspect Brandon does as well, I'm sure. And the seeing them suffer is just unbearable. And yet, for a lover of animals, that's one of the things that you do see a lot of. If you truly love animals, you're going to see a lot of animals die because you'll have animals all around you, and their lifespans tend to be shorter than that of humans. I'm still. Is there anything Brandon and Jameson can do to help Mandy get over the hump here with Kronk? And she has to buy a new, very big guard dog. I want her to get some dogs as soon as possible. I know that that's difficult, of course, but her dog died after a very long time. and he's the dog that saved the life of her children, no less. And no doubt herself on some occasions. So maybe you two could help her with that, kind of adapt to, it's time to get that other dog. Is there any particular excuse you might have in a more practical sense, Mandy, as to why you haven't done that yet?
It just still hurts.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah. I mean, and all my animals are a rescue. They've always been, and kind of like how I kind of think my two kitties came back to me, and these little baby kitties that I rescued. I'm sure Crunk will come to me, or will send something to me.
Yes.
The right time. And I guess I'm kind of banking on that for a little while, because it still just feels weird, and I forget about it. I'll be at the store and I'll buy the 2 extra large things of food and whatnot for him, and do extra work at our farm that I do a meat trade for the dogs, and then I still have to recalculate because I don't need to feed a horse anymore. So it's still hard and weird, and I'm hoping he'll help that out when it's time, I suppose.
Okay. All right. And thank you for sharing that. How about, just to kind of keep us all entertained, I know this is a horrible way of looking at it, but maybe informed and educated. Maybe you can tell us, Jameson, Brandon, and Mandy, and myself, what happened to you lately. What it was like from the moment you disappeared.
All right. Well, I've also did some listening on the last episode, so it sounds like you definitely had your hands full.
Oh my God!
You had a great, but I mean, you had a great guest who was able to hold the stage when no one else was around, and I believe I wrote down a few things I needed to clarify on that, but that we'll have time to do later.
Good point. Good point. And so we'll do that
in the interest. All right. Well, in the interest of getting this hour out the way, first thing I need to do is remind you all to go to Skybooks USA and purchase Vampirology and the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. These are extremely good books. They're extremely important for our times. And specifically, the Roswell Deception and Demystification of World War II will explain to you why exactly we're in the sort of shithole conundrum that we're in with a world that worships a baby raping sub-satanic military that does nothing but siphon all of your tax dollars.
Yes.
So that I would have to get out the way. As for what I've been up to, I was in rehab for approximately 10 days. The time was cut short after 2 conflicts. One conflict was this asshole who decided to skip the line. This old fat Hispanic guy who had diabetes, who just, decided to take the seat and skip the line for people who were waiting to get their vitals and medication. And of course, I was not happy about that. So I was speaking with another gentleman who I had the privilege of befriending at that place about how I found this behavior atrocious. And the guy said, "You don't speak to me. Don't speak about that." He said, "I'm right here." And so I said, "Okay, motherfucker, I'll say it to your face. I don't appreciate what the fuck you did." And he was like, "You don't address me like that. You address me with respect." And I started to get loud, and the staff, and so the staff intervened. And the staff were saying, you don't need to scream like that. You don't need to behave like that. And they were like saying we're here because we want to help you. And I'm thinking to myself, bullshit. You motherfuckers are here because you're getting a paycheck.
Thank
to do
you.
A fucking job.
Thank you.
I'm here. I'm here because I'm working on myself to get sober so I can deal with assholes like you.
Yes.
And
Or avoid dealing with assholes like you. Yes.
Precisely.
And by the way, I like the old guy saying, give me respect. You got to respect a guy who's some old loser who's in rehab. Yeah, that you can't get, you talk about earning respect. Yeah.
Well, listen, based on his story, his own son and daughter don't respect him. Why the fuck should I respect him?
You.
If your own kids no longer have respect for you, that speaks volumes.
Yes.
And that aside, it's interesting because there's always a mix of people. But this is like the most diverse crowd I've ever had the privilege of being in rehab with, because I've been to rehab 4 times. It's obvious that it's not going to, well, I'm not going to say it's not going to work. I'm going to say it's the difficulty is letting go of that, which allows me to cope with the fact that if it weren't for the substance, I would go Taush Malek on the motherfuckers, and next thing I know, I'll be like chained up in a cell in Guantanamo Bay somewhere as some kind of test subject or some shit. So, yeah.
Oh my God. But yes, you need to see the comedy Harold and Kumar in Guantanamo Bay. It would be something of that nature. Where the guy has a bong on the plane and he's like, look at my bong, and then of course, because he's Pakistani and shit, everybody thinks he says bomb, and of course he winds up with his buddy in Guantanamo and shit. And,
man, I gotta check that out. That sounds fucking hilarious, because the one where they went to White Castle was very funny, to be honest. I loved it.
There we are, and Harold and Kumar. Yeah, go on.
So the other fellow was some old fucking shit named Russell. I can't forget his name because, in fact, chances are, in my absence, the other people in the other patients probably ripped his ass a new one when they found out that I did it, because I was like the example to follow but not follow, if you get my drift. Yes. So what this old white fuck looked like John Victor Lillier.
Who was one of my gang stalkers, who, by the way, is dead. But go on. Yeah, and
I'd be all too happy to see this one follow. So what this dude would do is, in the morning, he would he would walk up and turn on the TV, put on Fox News, and just sit around for a bit, and then he would just leave in the main TV room. Now, the main TV room is meant to be used for like YouTube and Netflix, because the rehab I was at is so good. They have YouTube and Netflix, which is pretty awesome, honestly speaking. But so he would saturate everyone with the Fox News.
Yeah, and that's a bad start already, by the way. And one of the craziest things I can't resist this, but Derek Towley, that former shithead who was an Edomite who was sent here to infiltrate Team Dietrich and just slow everything down.
Fucking meatwad.
Yeah, meatwad. No, it was perfect. Wait, you have to look this up. Jameson Reese nailed him. He nailed him that what he was the real life manifestation of Aqua Teen Hunger Force character named Meatwad. And they even had Meatwad in a Marine Corps uniform. So, I mean, it's just fucking perfect. But this son of a bitch was like, one time I had to produce using his YouTube channel. And when I went in there, it was like I had just, it's like being in someone else's head. And all I got were notifications for black this, some black news, just black-centered news. And yet this fucker on his timeline for all this bullshit of being, of identifying only and absorbing, consuming only black-centered information, the fucker kept publishing links from Fox News on his goddamn Facebook timeline, which alone showed you there was something truly wrong with the son of a bitch. Because... Anyhow,
the what do you call it? The cognitive dissonance was strong there. I mean, it's obvious that the black news stuff was to teach him how to be black.
It must have been. It was like
because remember, he's a meatwad. He's not human.
That's right. That's right. No, and we we were joking about it first, but honestly, the more we spoke about it, the more I suspect he truly was a cannibal, or is. What was it?
He is a manifestation of an anti-god that just consumes.
There we
endlessly.
are. Thank you. thank you consumes time, energy, the whole shit about, oh, I got cancer, and then, oh, I got cured of cancer, and then now I'm on dialysis and shit, but we got the footage of him that was Selena pointed it out on his timeline. He was dancing and shit at some fucking stupid initiation ceremony for him. He graduated to the next level of Edomite insanity. So
now he's an officially certified asshole now.
There we are. Yes, an officially certified agent of chaos, and so there we are. It's just we can dwell on that later for the sake of morbid entertainment. But oh my God! Well, I'm glad you survived. It seemed like you were gone longer than 10 days. So what was that about?
Well, it was probably 12 days. But what happened was I had left on Wednesday.
Okay. Of what? Do you remember the date?
I left on Wednesday.
Like you were gone. It seemed like you were gone about 20 some odd days. Is how it felt.
It was Wednesday morning on a what was it? The 22nd. It's the 21st, I believe. The 21st, I think. Yeah, and so this guy pulls up to the house and he calls. He says, "I'm outside. This is the guy who's supposed to ride." And so
that's pretty ominous, by the way. You ever see those gangster movies? Want to go for a ride?
So here's a Spanish dude who's like slightly cockeyed, and he's just like standing outside. He's literally sitting on the hood of his own car, and I'm like, okay. I step inside his vehicle, and he's got like these open, emptied bottles of stuff, and I'm wondering, is that beer? And I'm thinking, okay.
That would be fucking perfect.
So on the route there, I'm thinking, okay, I'm definitely gonna die. These Edomite sons of bitches are going to kill me with this journey, and I'm not going to make it there. So the entire ride, I'm thinking about my mortality. The dude's like literally driving with one hand, he has his other arm out the window while he's talking on his cell phone. Now, his left arm is out the window with his elbow hanging out while he's talking on his cell phone. And it's like, okay, if you were a cop, you'd see that the guy's on a cell phone. He's not even trying to hide it. When we're on the highway, he takes. There are moments where he literally has both hands off the steering wheel, and he's just talking shit to this dude in Spanish. And I'm like, oh fuck, I am done. Okay, I am going to be shish kebabbed by a fucking monstrous truck or some shit. I'm finished. So finally we get there, and I was like, okay. So here's the incident that set everything off, and here's the reason why I came home early. So this asshole Russell, Mr. Fox News, he watches Fox News. He turns on Fox News for everyone else to see. Then he leaves, and he drinks like as many cups of coffee as possible so that no one else gets it. This is his way of trying to control his environment, you know. And so on Halloween night, that's when it happened. Of
course. What other night would it be?
Now, it's interesting to note, Halloween night, we had the sort of, and Brendan Zoget would love this one, but we had the horns of the Deva of the moon. Because I saw, because the very night before, I looked out my window and I was able to see, like, the sort of moon horns. And I also have to note, I was lucky enough to get a room to myself, because I told them that I have sleep apnea. And they were like, do you use a CPAP? I'm like, yep. So if I didn't say that, I wouldn't have room to myself. So I lucked out with that. But okay, so it's nighttime, and we're watching this movie called The Girl Next Door, which is, you know, a pretty horrific movie in and of itself. About this girl who gets tortured.
Oh God! Oh wait! Oh my God!
Yeah.
That movie should not exist. How on earth? You shouldn't even be allowed to be watching that film in that environment. What the fuck what was how did that happen? I mean, this is
Well,
like going. This is
okay.
like in a prison, and they say, "Oh, what do we do with the prisoners? Let's keep them entertained. Let's show them a film." Well, they won't appreciate any art film, so let's give them some mad slasher films. Oh, all right, or a
All
film
right,
about
well,
a prison riot. How about that? I mean, that's the equivalent of. I mean, you're in rehab. This is the kind of shit
this
that would
is
drive you
all
to
right.
taking
Well,
drugs again.
this is
Uh,
partially my fault because I was like, I got tired of like people watching these bullshit shows or movies. So I was like, I want to see something with violence, So we watched the Django, and I was laughing my ass off on that because seeing all those people shot, and again, I enjoy seeing men get destroyed. Seeing a girl get destroyed by her entire neighborhood is a sort of different
No,
story.
this is horrific. For people
It's
who don't
it's
know,
it's
the
very
horror of The Girl Next Door is that it is based on a true story, and this is a family who abducts a girl. No one knows where she is. They're looking everywhere for her, and the problem is she's right next door, and they don't know it until she's dead. But the family has tortured her to death over all too long a period of time. I mean, this is
Yeah,
horrible.
I mean, the girl even tries to get the cops to intervene on her behalf, and they don't. And
Yeah,
so that
yeah.
just leads to more torture. And she has a sister. It's based on a real life story, and the real life story is the thing about the real life story is that it's more horrific than the movie.
Yeah.
Granted, in the movie they added that thing where they burnt her clitoris off with a sort of blowtorch, but
Yeah.
which is pretty horrific. But what's more horrific about what happened in real life was that the two girls, their parents did not die in a car accident. It winds up they were going out of town, and they trusted this woman who had like 5 or 6 sons to watch their daughters.
Oh my God.
And the woman was already bitter. She was already, she looked like she was 40 by the age of 20, they say. And, basically. So this woman she hated girls. And so what she did was she would, one girl would be taken care of, and the other girl would be tortured in her place. And this went on for 13 years.
Yeah.
It is the slowest torturous death
Yeah.
you could possibly
And,
imagine.
and the parents were where all that time?
They were gone, and when they came back, and
They were gone for 13 years?
they just left.
Yeah.
They
okay.
they obviously
I
did
got
not
it.
want.
I got it. So in
yeah.
other words, they abandoned her with the
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
the-
and this was like in the 50s. This was like in the 60s or 50s, 60s, 70s, around one of those fucking decades. Where they still had black and white photographs and shit. But all right, so I'm sitting there watching this horror, and I'm like, okay, part of me is watching it like, okay, I want to see someone get tortured, and the other part of me is like, damn it, this isn't. I'm not watching them. It's not like I'm watching men get their freaking kneecaps blown off or their heads blown off. So it's not fun.
which they all intrinsically deserve, but go
Exactly. Well, that's the only reason why I partake in entertaining such violence against males, because I hate them. But no offense to those of you out there who support Douglas and our males. It's just a thing that I don't know. How
they know
much
my
of this-
attitude too. It's generally the same way. It's
Yeah.
a general prejudice. It's not, don't take it personally.
Yeah, it's not personally. There are some pretty cool guys out there who are exceptions to the rule, and I hold the rule in place until someone proves they're the exception, because that's the safe way to do things. Well, anyway, this John Victor
Lullier
Frankenstein. He might as well have been John Victor Kramer. There we go. He's a cross between fucking Lillier and fucking. Oh my gosh, the Bukkake Beret.
Yes.
Um,
Oh my God.
and so this old fat shit, he even had tits. So I mean,
Yeah, like Mike Ringley. I would always point out that about Mike Ringley. Yeah.
yeah, I mean the guy probably had like he was probably like a B cup or something. I mean, so he was already going down the tubes anyway. Older fella, and so he's standing in front of the TV. And I'm like, dude, asking, can you move from in front of the TV? I can't see. He stands there as if like, because I'm sitting in the back of the room. Now, I expect people to get up and walk in front of the thing, but usually they'll be out the way in no time, and I'll still see what's going on. This fucker, he's just standing there asking someone some shit, which he should already fucking know. And I'm like, so I get angry. I'm like, get the fuck out of the way. And and so he rushes. You don't talk to me like that. And I'm like, and then all of a sudden, like, this is where something in me snaps. It's like I'm not in control anymore, and I'm like, who the fuck are you? Get the fuck out of my way! And I start, and I just start pounding the table, and I'm like, I will fucking rip you apart. And then all of a sudden, like, that's when the staff came and they separated us. And the thing is, like, it's like everyone told me after the fact, dude, what the fuck happened? It's like one moment you were one way, and then all of a sudden it sounded like a demon took over or something. But well, where things got dicey was when the guards came up, because these are armed guards.
Are they really?
Yeah,
Holy
yeah.
shit!
So these are armed guards, because if you're an armed guard, you get paid a little more than a regular guard.
Yes.
And when they come up outside of my room where I'm trying to cool off, they have their hand on their firearms. And so I'm thinking, oh, fuck, I'm really going to die now. So I'm thinking, oh, shit, I'm not safe in this rehab anymore. I got to get the fuck out of here. So the next day, and to make matters worse, there's this nurse, all right? Now, this is the same nurse who one day earlier, she had woken me up, because when the nurses aren't supposed to go in the patient's room to see if you're asleep or whatever, but that's what she did. And not only did she go into the room, it sounded like she had a paper bag and she was trying to take something from my shit. So I just popped up and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And she leaves. And I'm like, okay. I mean, the lady seemed friendly enough when she's delivering meds. But now, so now this bitch, she's like in my room giving me this moral lecture, like, well, how does this contribute to the environment? How does this contribute to the well-being? And I told her, listen, woman, miss, I don't give a fuck about the well-being of the environment. She's like, so you rather be a part of the problem than a solution to the problem? And I told her, and so I told her in the most respectful way possible, ma'am, I really don't care about this. I'm really apathetic to the greater good as you see it. I don't give a fuck. and I found it pretty arrogant that she would try to lecture me on some shit, because it's like, you're trying to lecture someone in the 30s who has, if I was like a youngster who just got there from the streets or something, okay, but no, I'm clearly someone who has his intellectual capacities intact. So the next day, they're
jaded. Your sensibilities are quite jaded, but
yeah, well, my sensibilities became more jaded with time, you would say. This is what the exposure to the human experience does. When I was in my 20s and still a lot more naive, there was still that sense of wonder and hope. Now there's a sense of what is it, Schadenfreude, which is like, okay, let's
Schadenfreude, the pleasure in others' pain. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, let's see how freaking absurd this simulation we call reality can get, and it's getting quite absurd. So they were like, well, we can't have you on the unit if you're going to behave like this. So, if you want to stay here, you can't behave like that. And I told them, I don't want to stay here. They were like, are you sure? Don't throw away you don't want to throw away everything.
Are you sure? It's so much fun.
and they were like, no, please rethink this. Please don't go. And I'm like thinking, yeah, so you can bill the insurance for the extra days and get all your fucking money. And I was thinking in the back of my head, no, fuck you. I'm out of here. Now, this is the place I've been to 3 times before. And when I was there 3 times before, it was kind of worse, because they had the pay phones outside the rooms, and everyone was always throwing their business around, and they allowed visitors and shit, which I'm glad they didn't. But still,
oh my god, they should never have done so in the first place. I guess they finally wised up to that. Holy shit!
They with new management, they changed everything. But I found out indirectly that the woman who had admitted me was pissed. So I'm like, okay, what prompted this? And so I find out that it had to do with my my sort of volatile behavior. It probably made her look bad, so she was taking it out on the staff or whatever at a meeting. So after that, they had the psychiatrist and a social worker. They were asking me, talking to me about things, and they're like, well, people are going to make you mad in the outside world, you can't let it get like this. I'm thinking to myself, well, gee, in the outside world, I'm fucking so stoned and drunk that I don't give a fuck what they do.
Not only
Whereas,
that,
right,
but the general crowd usually responds to somebody who's won't stand down in the front, so to speak. You usually
yeah,
have the whole crowd will gang up on somebody like that and just lynch them. So
not only that, there's when you're outside and out and about, you have the ability to distance yourself from the situation and create a buffer, no matter how irritating it is. When you're in an enclosed environment where you're seeing and walking past these people every fucking day, standing on the same line for meds every day with these people, you don't have that buffer anymore. So I thought it over and I was like, nope, if I stay here, those freaking security guards are gonna blow me full of holes and I'm gonna wind up in the fucking morgue downstairs.
oh my god.
That's
But by the
that
way,
is
just
exactly
curious.
what I told you.
Oh, holy shit! But by the way, that's impressive that they have armed guards. That must have was that always the case, or was that something new?
No, I never look. I never saw them armed last time when I had the times I came before, but that was 4 years ago. The last time I was there.
So it's
So
new.
they,
It's new.
yeah, it's new. It's new. Everything changed with COVID. And granted, they screened everyone for COVID. I was able to get my flu shot, luckily. So I went for that. Anti-vaxxers beware.
Yes, yes. I'm gonna try and get my flu shot as soon as possible. Hopefully, the day after tomorrow. But yes. So please, by all means. I'm so sorry, Mandy and Brandon. Are you with us? Just checking in to make sure.
I'm here.
Oh, wonderful. And Brandon? Because I know he's got children. Sometimes, fathers. You know what it's like for them. It's like you with your cats. Yeah,
I don't.
yeah. And
Sorry.
Actually, with fathers, it's worse than it is for me with my cats.
no, it's true. It's true.
Way
Oh my God, I would die.
I don't envy fatherhood.
No, 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 no. I would kill myself. And obviously, so anybody who hears me, I know what's going to happen now. This always happens when I say something like that. Then I get emails and people ask me, "But you have a son?" And it's like, okay, it's not the same. It's not like role playing, but at the same time, it's a very unique situation, and I can go through that again later. If you don't know the story by now, then it takes a while to get to get around to it. I may have to. Brandon, just checking in. Brandon, are you with us?
Hello.
Oh, there he is. Oh, okay, I could barely hear him.
I just got you guys on in the background, so I'm just.
Oh,
listening.
okay, understood. Brandon, we love you, and I just want you to know, if you stay tuned in, I promise I'll talk a little bit more about Angel Island when Peter Moon is done. Though he often lives around midnight or a little after your time, or sometimes between 11
He lives around 11:50 mostly.
yeah.
That's been his thing.
So I'll ask you, Brandon, to play it tomorrow and listen to the replay when you wake up tomorrow, and then you'll hear me talk about Angel Island around the time that we're talking about. Let me see, midnight would be like, how many hours is that into the show? About 4 hours or something? What is it? 5?
We got 3 hours
9 to 10.
until midnight because
Okay.
we're at least here on. Wait a minute, you're speaking Western time.
Right. Yes,
Okay.
I know. Not
Oh,
not
fuck.
real time, quote unquote. Yeah.
So you're 3 hours back. That'll be 7 hours for you.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah,
'Cause you're
something,
around,
something like that. Yeah.
So right now you're 5:59, right?
Yeah, yes, right. So 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. So about 4
6
hours
hours.
in. If you turn on the video tomorrow, about 4 hours in, then you'll hear me start to talk around about Angel Island around that time.
Excellent. Yeah, I look forward to it. I mean, it's a remarkable chapter. I mean, it's not in a good way,
Okay.
obviously.
Understood. Yeah, it's a lot like The Girl Next Door. Yeah.
Yeah, and I discovered these poems, and I've been in contact. And we can discuss this maybe later, but these poems that the calligraphy that the detainees and poor tortured souls would
Tell us
carve
a little
into.
bit about that. That's so important because I will start with that when I start talking about it. So tell us what you know about that right now. What little you know about it.
Yeah, not too much really. Just that while these poor people came over, like Douglas was saying, from the east, as it were, to the new lands of San Francisco, and which was the biggest port, was like sort of the New York City. This Ellis
Yes.
Island, called Angel Island, where they were detained as immediately, and in lots of cases turned back,
Yes.
and died, and all these terrible things. Well, they were kept in these horrible detention centers, and what was discovered by this one man who did some research project for his father, or it was his grandfather, who must have been, who was carving these this calligraphy from different languages. Could it be Korean and Chinese, and the different languages, as far as I know, poems that would hopefully keep them alive, essentially, and hopeful, and they're absolutely crushing to read. Knowing that they were carved by hand in some cases, and used with very little materials and so on. So, I mean, it's a devastating chapter in history. It's just, I would. So anyway, you're the expert, Douglas. I look forward to hearing more on that from you.
Bless you. I appreciate that so much. And you have a blessed evening, and feel free to stay with us as long as you want. Certainly till Peter shows up. And as a matter of fact, let's bring Peter on. As the executive producer, I trust Jameson remembers how to do that.
Yes. Let me pull these. Let me pull the cobwebs of. Honestly, between you and me, I'd be lying if I said I'm sober right now. I'm not.
No worries. Let's we'll do it at the same time and see who gets there. And Jameson got there first. I didn't even start.
It does say he's unavailable, but we'll see if it goes through anyway.
Okay, and let me try.
Oh, I had a dream where you were in it, and so was Michael Aquino.
Oh wow.
Ooh,
Tell
sorry.
us.
I'm sorry. I should be on mute. I'm sorry.
Mandy, I love you. Go on.
All right. So in this dream, like I'm for some reason I'm creating this piece of art, which is like some kind of sculpture of like a goddess that's being painted, and she's a horned goddess. And Michael Aquino is saying there's no. He's trying to convince me that it's impossible to make an egregore or a servitor. You know, in this case, it was a egregore for some reason rather than a servitor. I mean, and he was like, no, it's not possible for you to do that. It's not possible for you to do that. And I'm like, okay, I don't give a fuck. I'm just thinking like, fuck him.
Right.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
Right.
And so I finished the sculpture and whatnot, and I go outside. There's all these black helicopters that are trying to like intimidate me, and I'm like, oh, must have pissed that asshole off. So I decide to go on this weird quest through this dreamlike surreal world where I have to take a train or whatever. And the quest is, for some reason, I'm supposed to show it to you. And in the process of trying to get to where I have to go, all these things keep happening that get in the way, which is no irony whatsoever, such as the train like literally getting broken down, and all these, and then just crowds of people coming out of nowhere to sort of rush me and keep me from moving forward. It's just a very, very strange dream.
Wow. And was that the conclusion? Kind of like Last Train to Busan, but go on.
Yeah, in the conclusion, I realized that for some reason I got to piss, so I wake up and I pull myself out of this dreamlike state, because even with the CPAP machine, obviously I sleep like a cat.
Oh wow! You have CPAP?
Well, I had a CPAP machine when I was in the rehab.
Okay.
Because of the fact that I have, honestly, it's not even sleep apnea. It's narcolepsy. I mean, the neurologist I spoke to was like, it's not obstructive sleep apnea, but it's still sleep apnea. It borders on narcolepsy. The only reason why we don't call it narcolepsy is because there was just one test where it seemed like you actually did sleep. I'm like, okay, that's just fucking stupid. So it's narcolepsy, basically. I mean, and this seems to be hereditary because my mom had this problem when she was working where she would just all of a sudden feel tired. And for some reason, it happens more after meals and after eating. So that's an interesting thing. It doesn't matter how small the meal or how large, but this is the same issue with me. If I eat something, all of a sudden I just start to feel very lethargic and tired. But,
well, that happens with me quite a bit too. I mean, in a different sense, it may not be that intense, but understand that I often take naps after a meal, which, Americans should never do because then they get fat. But, my metabolism, is totally different.
Well, my metabolism, like yours, is like a fucking blast furnace because I actually lost weight after going to rehab. which never happened before because when I used to go to rehab, I used to gain like 5 or 6 pounds from the food alone.
You know why that would be? Because you're eating more than you ever would when you're home and drugging up. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's because in the past I used to ask for double portions. This time I was like single portions normal. I was not gonna let myself blow up like a fucking beluga whale.
Okay.
Because then I'd be sitting here like Derek Talley. I just got out of rehab. I don't know how far to do that fucking stupid, that annoying ass Southern drawl. I'm sorry, folks. If you're from the South, please forgive me. It's not annoying. It's annoying the way he did it.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's be specific there. I need to qualify that statement. Nothing against our comrades from the South or from the Midwest or from wherever. It's just
thank you. And
it's just
we're both going to try to call Peter again because he's ready now, and we just have to see if see if this can be done again, Peter. And there we are. He's still on the away button, but he's effectively at it, really.
Okay, here he is. It's green now.
Okay. So I want both Mandy and Brandon and Jameson, all three of you, please say hello to Peter. Peter, the three musketeers of Team Dietrich are with us. Mandy Ute, Brandon Young, and Jameson Reese are with us tonight. So all of them are going to say hello to you to welcome you aboard.
Hey, Peter.
Hello.
Hi, Jameson, you're back?
Yep.
Good, welcome back.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And, Mandy and Brandon, if you could both, again. Please.
Hello.
Hello, Brandon. Hello, Amanda.
Oh,
Hi.
that was wonderful. Aren't they cute? And so
Amanda
Peter...
doesn't have too much to say.
Yeah, he's busy. He's got a daughter. I finally found out the gender, or maybe the gender finally stuck in my head. But until they get to a certain age, they're all kind of ambisexual anyway. So aside from that, now that Peter's here, generally he and I suck up all the oxygen in the room for the next 3 hours thereafter. But all of you are welcome to stay for as long as you want and do interject when you feel it's constructive. And do me a favor, if Mandy, Brandon, the moment you take off, just leave a good night for us, okay? So we know you're going, all right? It's very important. Makes me feel better. That I
Sounds
know.
good.
Yeah, that I know what's going on. Bless you. Thank you. And we love you both dearly, in case both of you take off and we don't have a chance to vocalize that. And Jameson will, of course, echo that. And Peter, of course, I'm sure resonates with that sentiment. And so, Peter, please, by all means, proceed to catch us up on everything that's been going on with yourself. And do me a favor, just take up the stage, because I'm going to get some calories in me so I can make it through the rest of the night. And so I'll go on mute so people don't hear me chew. But by all means, if you need me to talk, just say, "Oh, what do you think, Douglas?" or whatever, and I'll go off mute gladly. So here we are, and Peter's going to tell us what's been going on, which is quite a bit in the last 48 hours or so, and Peter will explain it from there.
Well, I've been mostly focusing on largely personal stuff. The the whole churning up the energy of the Presidio book as it was churning up too much critical mass, too much negative energy.
I can understand. That's all too believable. And are you willing to share any details about that?
Well, there's not too much details to share because, the dreams turn sour, certain things turn sour, and it's like, it's like as in Qigong, where your mind goes and your energy goes. So
Yes.
one has to limit their energy with this stuff. Also, one has to remember that in presenting a book, this is what happens. You had the title of your DVD was Satan's Crusaders.
Yes.
Now, what can happen is if people get exposed to this information, they can become crusaders for anti-Satan crusaders.
You're right.
And crusading, see, there's a lot of people that do crusade against Satan. And that includes evangelicals.
Right.
And Aquino used those to his advantage.
He did. He did. Those were some of his greatest. He himself would say that those were some of his greatest servants. Go on.
Well, exactly. Yes and no. Yes and no. But certainly enough, and he used them to his advantage. They're also Montauk Crusaders. Now, out of the Montauk Crusaders, very few of them have done anything to verify or prove anything about Montauk, except to prove the mind control
aspect.
Because they end up being mind controlled.
Yeah, they manifest it. Yeah, they manifest Montauk. Go on.
Yeah, they foam at the mouth over it, and that's that's already been established. So crusading is a dubious business.
It is, and it often leads to tragedy, and this is why Peter Moon often warns people, for God's sake. Anyhow, take it from there, Peter. You know where I'm going.
I was on a personal crusade as a writer and investigator of Montauk. And even then, you see, we proved. We got the base turned into a state park.
Yes.
Literally.
Yeah. No, that's so important. Really. Yeah.
Well, it's very important, but to see the problem is they won't show that in any of the documentaries. They don't go for the jugular. They go for stupid. And they do. It's ridiculous. So it's like look at, if you're doing any investigation, any public relations agenda, it's a challenge to get an audience. If for anybody. Now, if they want to give an audience to somebody for some stupid reason, which is often the case, then that's a different matter.
Yes, the stupider.
They'll put
the
an
more
idiot up
attention.
there to further an agenda or whatnot. There's something about the media that loves an idiot.
Yes.
They love an idiot.
Their agenda is to dumb everybody down. Go.
Well, yeah. Now, not everybody who appears in the media, like as a guest or whatever, appears as an idiot. Sometimes they will be a polished idiot, like Rush Limbaugh was a polished idiot.
Good example.
Yeah. He manifested some thinking power. In fact, his thinking power exceeded most people. It did. It actually did. His thinking power, because he could, the gymnastics of his thinking.
Right.
I remember when he was, a rising star before he became the mega star that he was. And he was on his newsletter, he was selling a newsletter, his commercial on how to think. How to think. We will teach you how to think.
Interesting.
Which is just mind control. He had to withdraw it.
Interesting. Oh my God, that's fascinating. I had no idea. But
I heard the commercials, because I would tune into him for, about a mile on a certain pathway. Right. I would tune into him, to see what was going on with his commentary on the Soviet Union or something back when, communism was falling.
Right.
Because he always had a beat on that. In fact, he did when Hillary was elected president, he did a song making fun of her. It was called, sung to the tune, The Lady is a Tramp by Frank Sinatra. Right. It was called The First Lady is a Tramp.
Interesting.
And,
he had this real negative creativity.
Well, he didn't do. I'm sure he didn't make the song, but it was like he would have the song, on public corners, she urinates, and they had to take it off. They were forced to take it off.
Well, understandably. I mean, at that point, that's.
It is freedom of speech. Now, Don Imus, years earlier, not too much earlier, used to do a takeoff on Barbara Bush. Mm-hmm. Not personally. He had this woman, and they made her sound like an old battle axe.
Right.
It was hysterical. It was hysterically funny. And they threatened him. George Bush's machine threatened him, the same machine that threatened Ross Perot.
Right. And how did Imus respond? Did he blink? I'm sure he did.
No, Imus was an ass kisser. He pretended, that's right. And Howard Stern is the same.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Howard Stern doesn't kiss ass, he licks ass.
Yeah, he sucks it.
And, he pretends to be this radical person. Now he's just rich.
Yeah, that's... but by the way, in terms of...
he wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole, Douglas.
Okay. Yeah, no.
He wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole. You know what I mean? It says everything about him.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No. With all those characters, believe me, I know what you're saying. The other interesting thing about Rush Limbaugh was, of course, we are talking about someone who either was, maybe not the time you were listening to him, but within the arc of his life, he became a hardcore drug addict, and in his case, it was the painkillers. So we are talking about somebody who was heavily, I don't know, narcotized. The word would be narcotized. Obviously, I'm a drug abuser, but the difference between myself and Rush Limbaugh is, of course, the ability to metabolize the drugs or to handle.
In other words, he could afford it out of his personal bank account. That's the difference.
Yes, there we are. In other words, and not only that, and the story behind it is so sordid. Just so people understand this, just in a brief summary, just so people get the ugliness of it. What happened was that he had a illegal immigrant that he employed specifically because she was illegal. He sought her out, and her husband was also an illegal, so he had an illegal couple that he could hold by the balls, so to speak. He had the goods on them, and he was forcing her to consistently get painkillers for her husband, who was injured doing manual labor. And so she was getting these painkillers, heavy-duty painkillers for her husband by prescription, which she then sold to Mr. Limbaugh. And she was in his personal employment, but she was in a sense his slave and his forced drug runner, his drug mule. And so he was exploiting illegal immigration all the while that he was preaching against it, and taking advantage of his privilege of hiring an illegal immigrant as manual labor, etc. And it's just, it shows you the true ugliness of where he was coming from.
Well, he was from all accounts I've heard, a real disgusting human being.
Thank you.
And the show is all bravado.
Yeah. Bravado, yes.
Bravado, but that's typical with all of these media people.
Thank you.
All of them.
Yeah, and by the way, one of the things that Peter Moon is demonstrating to us is it goes to show you the reality of the oppressive nature of evil, that when he's writing about this subject of the Presidio military base, that it does begin to suppress. It becomes very oppressive, and it suppresses your finer aspects of life. It suffocates you. And so in the case of Jameson Reese, when he was in rehab, he explained it earlier, and I don't know, he may still be with us right now, but basically what happened was that at some point, either there or when he returned, he had a dream about Michael Aquino and myself, which goes to show you that the influence is reaching out. And so it's definitely just writing about this is scaring up old ghosts, and we'll let Peter take it from there.
Well, you're right. It does stir up old ghosts. So, I got into the point where we talked last Sunday, and that clarified some of the timeline. And what happened is, I had so many windows open on one screen, one tab, not one tab, one window. So many tabs on one window, and they had a bunch of your lectures, and finally the machine started to get irritated.
Right. So
finally I had to just exit everything and restart and get rid of my cookies, and so I said, you know what, this is enough is enough. I had so many screens open with so many notes and whatnot. That I said, okay, I don't need to kill myself over this stuff. Well, not kill myself, but extend myself.
Right.
And I think what it was when, you clarified. I don't even remember what we clarified, but it clarified, the case against Aquino. And then I listened to your interview with Sean Stone.
Okay.
The Sean Stone interview is a very good interview that you did.
Thank you.
He basically listens, and you give a very compelling interview, and it has a lot of details, a lot of stuff that I'd heard the interview before, but it was like really good to listen to it again. Yeah. And I was looking for the Satan's Crusaders. I couldn't find it online. I have a DVD somewhere. I don't know.
I'll just give you the link to it when I'll give it to you now in the messenger. Don't worry about that.
That's fine. Yeah. And it's good for me to listen to some of that old stuff, because then I realized I can lay out this case. I don't lay out all the details, but then it requires a soliloquy on the satanic panic, right, and the psychological operation. And the bottom line is, Aquino, is like a little kid putting the thumbs in the ears, waving their fingers and going, na, 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 na. Right. That's what he's doing with this whole appearance on Oprah. Look at here, we're doing all this satanic activity. It's all over the place. And now we're on TV and you're confronting us, and we're disarming you.
Yeah.
We're disarming you.
He's taunting. He's taunting in the same manner that Jack the Ripper would send letters to the police, or the Zodiac Killer would send letters to.
He was beside the Zodiac Killer.
Yes.
Classic case. And yeah, he's taunting, and then it's like, sort of, they have the satanic panic, and everybody goes, oh yeah, back in the satanic panic. And I'm sure he orchestrated the raid of the OTO in Berkeley, where they went in, the police went in, heavy-handed, and they found nothing. Right. Because they weren't doing anything illegal.
Right.
They were just doing their OTO Gnostic Mass, as far as I know. I mean, the person who ran the lodge has talked about it. Mm-hmm. I don't remember details, but, he's jaded on the satanic panic. I mean, because he got raided, there was nothing going on. Hmm. So, but you see, that's a classic case of, floating out some stuff and just manipulating the consciousness. And listen, this guy's, and nobody ever stops to think, oh, psychological operations, U.S. Army, duh. It's like, the point of it is, is this stuff has been going on. And then when you really look at how the U.S. government enabled him, now this stuff is all out there in articles. It's out there in your dialogues on YouTube. It's a part of our history. Yet it's a part of our history that is like ho hum, ho hum. Yeah, we know about that. We know about that. Yeah. Okay. So it just people become numb.
And worse yet, now they're like people. It's in. I noticed that the intellectual fad, the intellectual safe space for people today is to basically agree with the satanic panic thesis. But go on, yeah, which makes it even worse.
Well, I saw some guy talking. I mean, it's an old YouTube video talking about heavy metal and the satanic panic, and of course he was exposing the satanic panic as a panic because he does heavy metal, not even understanding that he's spewing shit.
Yeah. Or regurgitating the party line. That he's regurgitating the party line.
Yeah, but he thinks heavy metal is something that's good or okay. And I've said this before. I was introduced to King Crimson after, I think it was, I was introduced to King Crimson. I think it was after I did LSD. And it was called acid rock.
Yeah, that's apropos. Go on.
Yeah, heavy metal. King Crimson is heavy duty music, but it's not like the heavy metal of today. King Crimson is named after the Crimson King, the Germanic king, Frankish king. So I think it's Frederick I, I believe, if my memory serves correct. Okay. I wrote about it in the synchronicity in the seventh seal. But yeah, so there was some actual words that were intelligible, and it was heavy duty stuff, but it wasn't just spewing satanic
obscenities.
Yeah. So what you have is you have so much of the world dedicated to what you would call Edomic doctrine,
right?
Not even necessarily knowing what Edomic doctrine. My daughter, I would say, became aware rather than interested many years ago, because in the music industry, she was telling me about what is this stuff about Illuminati, Beyonce, and in other words, Beyonce and people of her ilk were flashing what they call Illuminati signs.
Right.
And
again, a form of taunting.
Well, yes, and it's like Tom Hanks leaving the gloves.
The children's shoes. I believe it's children's shoes he leaves all over railroad tracks or some shit.
Yeah. It's like, this is taunting as well. And I also thought Tom Hanks was taunting when he was the first person to come down with COVID, and he's in Australia.
Right.
Or New Zealand. It's like, this is, look at, here I am. I'm the harbinger of hell.
Yeah.
And you better not trust me. This is who I am. It's like he's telling you who he is.
It was quite sinister.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Even if, it's a sinister. Yeah, it's completely sinister. Now, if you notice on my Facebook timeline, I tried to tag you, but it wouldn't let me tag you. I don't know why. Mm-hmm. Your name wouldn't show up.
Oh yeah. That's right. The Facebook is all fucked up with the tags. But go on.
But anyway. If you look on my timeline, I have a picture of Tom Hanks, Lookalike of the Year award, because he's got a beard and glasses, and he looks just like Stanton Friedman.
Okay, let me take a look at that. And oh my God, let me scroll down. Holy shit, he does. Holy shit. The only thing, he doesn't have the genetic capacity to grow the eyebrows, but I'm sure he would if he had. Holy
Oh,
shit.
he could get butch wax or something, and or he could get something, or he could put fake eyebrows. He could go to the Addams Family makeup artist or
Right,
the
right. Oh,
Munster.
by the way, there's a young lady here who you've acknowledged. You've given her the thumbs up, and she says Laurel Watson is her name. She says Friedman has 3/4 of the Aquino eyebrows. Occasionally, he went full Aquino eyebrow with at least one of his eyebrows. Hanks grooms his eyebrows to look good, and she says that with a smirk. Loved is roles in Dragnet and The Burbs. In other words, it's kind of like Star Trek, right? You love the character Captain Kirk, but you hate the actor. It's the way it is with most people.
Well, Tom Hanks is in almost all the movies he's been in are successful.
Right.
And many, if not most, are mega successes. And does he pick the right scripts? And he is definitely a serviceable actor.
Well, people like that, they're sponsored. When it comes to individuals like that, understand this much. The one thing that is puzzling, it was almost like an experiment because you got to remember the actor's important, but nevertheless, he's got people who are shoveling him ideal roles. And Jameson is acknowledging how creepy that Tom Hanks looks, that he's even creepier now. But when it comes to the good example of that idiot who's as satanic as you can get, the New Zealander guy who was, and Mandy says, sorry, just got back. So Mandy, we're talking about Tom Hanks now, just so you know. And we're talking about how creepy he is and how sinister he is. But Peter Jackson, I believe. So Peter Jackson, so Mandy, go to Peter Moon's timeline and look up, just scroll down underneath tonight's promotional banner and you'll see Tom Hanks. And he looks just like, she says crazy. Yes, he's messed up. Yes. Yes, by the way, for those of you who don't know, Mandy Yu would service a lot of celebrities, actual Hollywood type celebrities, up where she's at, because she was like a waitress, not service them sexually. She was so Mandy saying, just told you, she was just telling someone yesterday about that. Oh, Mandy, if you could come on for a bit and tell us about some of the crazy celebrities you met as a waitress up there where you're at, how that happened, just briefly, so Peter Moon gets the idea. Mandy, there we are. See if she hears us and is able to get.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, honey, go on.
Okay, sorry.
No worries.
I ended up meeting celebrities more through the events that I would do. But as far as the servicing, it's when I was a barista doing coffee at a drive-through, and I had more of the basketball players and like executives, like Nike moguls and Portland moguls going through my drive-through, a lot of real estate, and they service a lot of celebrities, but there were a lot of celebrities around the circuit around here of the West Coast that I would meet through more of the events, my art shows and bamboo sales for making music stages and whatnot. But Tom Hanks is somebody who, oh my goodness, this is like the third person I think that you've just totally backed up about. I've heard through outside sources, people that did actually interact with them, did work with their assistants, did work with managers, celebrity, and Tom Hanks, he's like, yeah, he's bad juju. Everything's bad about him. and specifically, you can tell like the eyebrows, the eyes, something is always wrong and morphed about these guys. Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, those guys, they have the same weird thing going on with their brow eye section. And Tom Hanks, nobody believed me forever. This guy's the worst of the worst, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that profoundly. And beyond that, you'll notice how weathered they all get to look. There's kind of a weathering there. And and beyond that, however, is the what I was going to say was Peter Jackson's a good example of as satanic as you get. And he's, of course, for those of you who don't know, all you know about Peter Jackson is Lord of the Rings and King Kong and some other stuff, successful stuff like that. He started off with Gorno films. For those of you who don't know, and these were like Gorno is gore pornography, And so he started off with Gorno films that were just as sick as it gets, where some guy's keeping his mother locked up in a basement and is feeding her, forcing her to be a cannibal. This was what Peter Jackson started off with in New Zealand, where of course Stephen Outram was born. And apologies to New Zealanders, but it's like two of the bad apples right there. You wonder just how many others there are. Hopefully not too many. But when it comes to Peter Jackson, one of the things he experimented with was he did a big budget movie that had his name behind it called Mobile Fortress or Moving Cities or Mortal Engines. It was called Mortal Engines, and it was based on a children's series of novels, of course. And so he always does, like Steven Spielberg, this children's novels shit. And this is supposedly, what keeps them in touch with the kids or something. But at any rate, he tried to make that a film with an actress as the star who nobody knew. And everybody made a joke as soon as the film was released. The movie critics were saying, nice for him to give that role to that hoe over there or that bitch over there. Like, this is how they were referring to it. Nobody even remembers this chick's name. So she's put as the star, the lead role in this multi-billion-dollar film or whatever it is. It's millions and millions of dollars he lost on that shit. Of course, he can afford it. But in terms of that, it goes to show that even if you have the big name or brand behind it, pumping it out doesn't mean it's going to succeed. But that's because he took away a prime ingredient, and it was just an ego trip to see whether he could do it. Maybe he was sleeping with this chick. I mean, that'd be the only thing that fucking makes sense. But when it comes to someone like Tom Hanks, what happens is they just get handed, say, for instance, some director like Spielberg or Peter Jackson, and they'll just say, oh, we'll bring in this guy, and then the combination of the big name actor and the big name producer, and then you really can't lose. Everybody just sees it because they recognize all the names. So it's not really a thing about talent or quality. It's really just all the marketing behind it, all of the names behind it, and you've got a recipe where it's going to be purchased anyway. It's kind of like it's whatever is being handed out at the buffet. People just take it, and it's available, and it's rendered so readily available that of course it's a success. It's very seldom that something like that fails. I mean, you have to be working at it, like Marvel did with some of its really stupid multiverse shots. But with that, we turn it back to Peter. And
Elijah Wood, who played Frodo in The Lord of the Rings, he publicly complained about the pedophile culture.
Oh, did he really? Oh,
yes.
He must have gotten a lot of it because of his looks. I mean, at least when he was younger and prettier. Go on.
Well, yeah, and that he was the main actor in Peter Jackson's mega story, and it says here I've heard a lot about Peter Jackson. And it's not good. But it's also sort of typical how you get your job in Hollywood.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But you don't just, hey, this guy's got talent. He's good. It doesn't work like that.
No.
You make your bones. Like Spielberg, that's the whole story of him. He's one of the most renowned directors in Hollywood. It says he might be most famous for bringing Middle Earth to life on the big screen, but it says here, what does it say here? Movie Lovely Bones. It says he has only made one major misstep in his career, and the Lovely Bones is it. It's about a teenage girl who was lured into a weird shrine by a pedophile who couldn't look more like a pedophile with the thick-rimmed glasses and greasy hair and creepy smile.
Holy shit.
And then the teenage girl is murdered. She then wanders the earth as a lost soul, watching her family as they reel from her death. It could have been a powerful work of teary-eyed young adult coming-of-age drama in the right hands, but Jackson just didn't strike the right tone, and the movie failed. It's disgusting subject.
That's not the worst film that he made, as bad as it is. That may be the most depressing and probably in poor taste, but it's nowhere near the vulgar poor taste of you've got to look up what's his original Gorno films that he was releasing, and those are the only ones he released publicly. Let me see, Peter Jackson, and let me see the Gore film, Gore film, and let me take a look and should be able to find that. Well, there's one called Dead Alive or Brain Dead, and there's got to be. I know that's not the one I'm thinking of, but there's How Peter Jackson Made Bad Taste. There we are. A Bad Taste is one, 1988. And Meet the Feebles, Brain Dead. I mean, this is all the shit he was originally producing. So I don't know how just that how would you call it? That kind of, what you're describing sounds almost elegiac, which would mean mournful. But this other stuff is just plain shit. Gore comedy. Subgenre of gore comedy, supposedly. I mean, Your Mother Ate My Dog. I mean, oh, that's so funny. Yeah. Anyhow, so Peter Jackson, here's one for you. Peter Jackson wants to restore his early Gorno. So I can give you the link there. Oh, I like the way they described 1987. Bad Taste is one of the scrappiest films of all time. But yeah, here's the other one. I'll just give this link to our man Peter here, and it's a link to an article which is basically how Peter Jackson wants to restore his gore glory, his gore to glory. And I guess it's at that point now where he feels he's untouchable, so he can do that. And, since he lost, all reputation with mortal engines anyway, he may as well just go on to really fuck himself over because he doesn't give a shit anymore. He can afford to. By the way, the last time you were on with us, Peter, I forgot to mention publicly and announce that Halloween was also Chiang Kai-shek's birthday, the man who was the founder of the Nationalist Republic of China on Taiwan. The founder of the Republic of China itself was, of course, Sun Yat-sen, who is kind of like the root of both the communists and the nationalists, or the fascists, the blue Chinese that resettled on Taiwan. But as for Chiang Kai-shek, there you go. His birthday was on October 31st, and so not quite sure. And I had to look for something today. I had just looked it up. I was saying today I didn't know exactly what historical day this was, but of course every day is some kind of historical remembrance of something. And I found out it was the day that One World Trade Center officially opened on the site of the Twin Towers in New York City. And I personally would say, despite everything I explained about the Twin Towers in the past and some negative aspects about them, I do believe that they became an integral part of the New York skyline. And I cannot comprehend why they didn't simply rebuild them, or at least far better in terms of reinforcement, but rebuild something like the Twin Towers more to their physical reincarnation, so to speak, because that would have made everyone comfortable. It would have been a comfort. But instead, we got this one weird tower, and it doesn't make any sense to me, and it doesn't stick.
I will tell you this. The Twin Towers were not an impressive place to be in.
Okay.
They were, but the skyline was incredible.
Thank you.
They ruined the skyline when they bombed the Twin Towers. It just wasn't the same.
Thank you.
The new building, I forget what they call it, the Freedom Tower. It's a nice building, but it just doesn't add up.
Thank you. I agree. I mean, Freedom Tower is what everybody calls it, but the official name is One World Trade Center, which, again, is part of it doesn't stick. Instead of Twin Towers, you went to One World Trade Center. I mean, what the fuck is that? I mean, it looks like a giant penis. I'm sorry. It's just like, at least with the Twin Towers, as you might say, well, they're the closest architectural manifestation to a dollar sign that you've ever seen, but they were integral to the city skyline, and they made the skyline. They were the skyline, and now they've got that one big phallus sticking up in the air. It's not the same. I don't like it, and I'm sure nobody else consciously really does either. But so back to Peter, and we'll go back to talking about
It's talking about Aquino and just the flagrant, I guess what you call the 666 aspect of our culture. And, the Army is flagrantly guilty. It's just, it's institutionalized 666. An old friend of mine sent me a video because I said hi to her, and she sent me a video. I didn't watch the video, but I kind of scanned through it, and it was all about, how the same, it was tracing back all the corporations in America and how they're basically owned by the same small percentage of families. It's just the same old stuff. I mean, this is not new information. It was sort of rechurning old information in a new way.
right.
And this is just the nature of our world. It's
And to address that, to kind of reinforce that, one of the things that I want Peter to kind of speak to is the fact that the reason that this exists is because there is such a cowardly inability for so many people who witness such atrocities to speak up. And a good example is this one idiot that I had on this show twice, named Keith Johansson, that I talked about with both Crystal River and Peter Moon when they were on with myself together on the night that I got deathly sick trying to drink this stupid liquid laxative in order to take a colonoscopy the next day, which I did not take because I got violently ill on air with Peter and Crystal River holding the stage, and which they did commendably, which they did while I was dry heaving, while I was violently dry vomiting. And of course, one of the things that I had talked about before I got to that stage where I was doing that, what happened was that I was talking about Keith Johansson and why he ambushed myself on a show that I brought him on. And I told them both that this was because the man had a background in military, shall we say, how do I put this? Basically what he was he was a sergeant. And so we're talking about a non-commissioned officer, but this is what happens to so many people in the military. They are given positions of responsibility to which there is no civilian equivalent, and there's nothing in the civilian world that can ever make you feel like you're doing anything worthwhile again after that. And so in his case, he was a sergeant who was stationed in Germany, and he wound up being not promoted, but positioned. He wound up assigned to the NATO headquarters, North Atlantic Treaty Organizational headquarters, where he was basically collating documents. It's not too different from what I did at the library in certain cases, but his job was to collate reports, meaning make certain all the pages were in the right order, and then make certain that they were, referenced for who gets to see this based on security clearance coding, and then he would sign them off so that they could be read by people in positions of responsibility. And in the case of NATO, many of these reports went straight to the president. It doesn't mean the president necessarily would look at all of them, but they would be available to him for his perusal. And so one of the things he was told was, remember, you're responsible for what Richard Nixon, at that time Richard Nixon was president, they said, remember, Richard Nixon sees your signature on these documents. When you collate these documents, yours is the sign-off signature that he sees. That's the first signature he sees on the title page when he is given these documents to peruse. So remember how responsible you are and how important your responsibility is. And so, of course, when you're in a position like that, nothing thereafter in civilian life is going to offer that kind of feeling that you're doing something participatory in something greater than yourself. So what happens is a lot of times these people go crazy when they come home because they wind up flipping burgers after that, because no matter what your job was as a non-commissioned officer in the military, it doesn't translate to shit in anything that means civilian employability, not if you are non-commissioned. So that's, or even if you're commissioned to a degree, like that idiot Ed Danes. This is what I brought up with Penny Bradley the other day when she interviewed me, and I had to kind of qualify what I was saying because she thought I was attacking remote viewing, which I was not. But Ed Danes was peripherally involved with remote viewing. And then when he basically was released from his responsibilities, essentially processed out, and it was not a normal processing out. The guy had issues that they processed him out for. And when he was processed out, he just couldn't find anything in civilian life where he was employable. So he took the manual he stole, the field manual on remote viewing that was produced by the U.S. military, and he took the manual that he stole and just, started parading around, I got the secrets of remote viewing, and made a career out of that, and talking about how he was a colonel and all this secret shit. So you've got this kind of thing that happens with these people. But in the case of that idiot, Keith Johansson, what had happened was because the rest of his life, he made a lot of really poor decisions. I mean, you're talking about somebody who went to Japan, was living in Japan, a Japanese woman wanted to marry him, and he was like, oh, fuck you, bitch, I'm not going to get tied down. And he wound up this single older man doing stupid things with his money and investing in asinine things that paid off for a while, but did not translate as the world progressed into what it is today. He made like miniatures of little space fleets that for a while were selling hot because the Yamato, Space Battle Yamato, a Japanese animated series, was being shown all over the United States as Star Blazers. And while that was going on, he had free marketing. And so the miniatures he produced, which he hired a professional sculptor to produce, with the little miniatures war games rules, were selling because at that point there was no accessibility to computer games that was anywhere near what we have today. You had Pong and Atari. For those of you who don't know, it's like, it was like shit you don't even want to know. It's like pixelated boxes and shit. But then when the video games became more and more sophisticated, the idea of miniatures games just died out. Nobody does that anymore. And so he just vanished, and he was always still trying to promote the same shit. And it was like, that was his trap. He was trapped in this rut. And so he kept telling me, oh, here he was working at these stupid scut jobs, doing stupid shit that was breaking him down. And we're talking about nothing jobs, like literally gas detection. He was paid by a meter company to go around and sniff out gas, literally. And so here's this guy, he's on my show, and he had told me the most pathetic story, and I couldn't believe how ignorant he was. I couldn't understand any adult even being that ignorant. He had personally told me he had gone to the employment and development department where he was seeking jobs, and he was talking to the ladies there and said, this was after years of working for some company. It was a big company like Target or something, where he worked in the packing, and he had just been packing boxes for years until he got arthritis and his fingers couldn't work, and so they fired him. And when he went to EDD, he's telling all these girls, like, oh, I'd really love to get back into intelligence analysis. And they just looked at him like he was fucking crazy. And they said, dude, you've been loading boxes for like 20 years now. This is all we can get you, is something loading boxes. That's all you're qualified for. Whatever the fuck you did in the military has nothing to do with the civilian world. And so when he was on my show, he decided to ambush me. And I was telling Crystal and Peter why. His motivation was obviously because he knew that Aquino listened. Because I had told him that the show was always being listened to by Aquino, and all the gang stalkers were dispatched. So he felt he could impress Aquino by ambushing me. And that if he could impress Aquino by ambushing me, maybe he could get hired back into his intelligence, some kind of intelligence position where he could do analysis again. This is the kind of desperation that we're talking about. So when I bring up something like that, one of the reasons why the military, industrial, occult complex, and Hollywood, and so many of these horribly corrupt systems stand is because people like that refuse to speak about them. So people always ask me, why are you the only one who talks about this? Well, a great example is someone like Keith Johansson. Keith Johansson privately, personally told me, when I was in Panama, a bunch of these guys got bored, and they were, supposed to be practicing on the mortar range, the firing range with a mortar. And so then, of course, there were a bunch of kids who were like really far away. You could barely see them. But the kids were playing a bunch of soccer together out there in the distance. And so they were bored, so they turned the mortar around and just lobbed a mortar shell and killed all the kids. And when I said, why don't you talk about this on my show? Oh, I can't do that, because if I do that, then maybe I'll be implicated, because they'll ask me why I didn't report them then, and then I might lose my pension, his military pension. And this is why nothing gets reported. I can guarantee fucking to you, every motherfucker who's been in the military has seen something like that. And none of them will report anything for that same reason. So they're all bought off. They're all paid off. So fuck them all. And I run into this all the time. Every veteran I talk to, it's the same shit. Oh yeah, I was there when we raped somebody to death. Oh, I was there when we killed some kid when nobody was looking. And then we buried him in a shallow grave, hope nobody finds him. That kind of shit. It's everyone. And then, oh, why don't you talk about this? Oh, because, oh man, are you kidding? I'll lose my pension. So they're all bought. They're all bought and paid for it. And so they all adhere to this code of silence. So that's why all of this continues. And never stops. Jameson Reese says they all become cops in effect. Yeah. There you have that. And with that, I turn it back to Peter now that I've cathartic to that degree. But
yes, and L. Ron Hubbard wrote a whole policy letter, and he said that this society suffers from the dramatization of withholding vital information, and it runs across the gamut of everything, and even from somebody not going out of their way to tell you you're at the wrong bus stop.
Thank you.
People are usually pretty good about that sort of thing, but not always. People will misdirect you. Yes.
Yeah. And it's,
but then when there's levels of this in society, they won't tell you that. I'm kind of used to people saying, "Oh God, you can get a much better hamburger down the street for half the price." I've had good experience with word of mouth, but it becomes really sinister when the withholding the vital information concerns lives.
Thank you.
Not just hamburgers.
Thank you.
The price thereof.
Yeah, and so people understand, I'm so sorry, I need to get this in there while I remember it, because I think this is important to someone with your background. You can help put this into context. One of the things that I want people to know, and I get this question a lot, is people think that I'm incapable of holding secrets, that I'll just vomit out everything, and I do share so much, and I do want people to understand that I keep secrets to people who do not betray me. And when I've had people who have betrayed me repeatedly on this program, who were sent here and dispatched and just do what they could do to sabotage it. I mean, to the point where, you had that Paul Edward, who was like doing everything he could to sabotage the production. It was unbelievable, and yet so painfully obvious. And yet at that time, I didn't know how to produce. Of course, it's painful when you realize how easy it is to produce, comparatively speaking. It's still difficult, and that's why I have to have someone like Jameson around to make it much more bearable. You can see some of the problems I was, Jameson heard it himself. As soon as he came back, he listened to the latest episode, and he heard what went on as soon as what was going on, just as Peter was leaving, a crisis started. And so I had to deal with that in the last episode preceding tonight. And had to call this wonderful lady, Clarice Claudette, to come in. And Jameson knows what it is. I don't want to talk about it right now because I don't want to go into the story and relive the horror. But Clarice Claudette helped save my ass that night. And again, a shout out to her for that. And so in terms of one of the things that prompts me to speak as openly as I do about everything in general, I mean, most everything, I talk about my background, very open about that, things that are going on. The reason why is I was so, how would I say it? It is a reflexive behavior that is rebellious to this toxic secrecy. It's just so much that I ran into in the military that was similar to, it was identical to everything we've just discussed with Keith Johansson and the rest of these fuckers not reporting anything or opening up or talking about anything because they all think they're going to lose their pension. It's for that reason, since I don't have the concerns they have. I don't have a pension because I was dishonorably discharged. And here I am, one of the few people dishonorably discharged, because I explained before how rare it is, a very rare occurrence anyway. And so then they go all out to claim that I wasn't even there, which makes it even more offensive, of course, because I have injuries that are indisputable, and to the point where I was awarded the Social Security for them, the mechanical injuries. And then after taking care of my parents for 11 years, where I had to get off the Social Security because I was recognized as being employed as their care provider, even though I wasn't paid, then I wound up getting back on SSDI through the psychological injuries. Here we are at a level of obvious reality. And with the psychiatric injuries, understand those too are also visible in the sense that under an MRI, the altered shape of my brain, which is caused by complex post-traumatic stress disorder, it alters the frontal lobes of the brain. These are actually visible on an MRI, just as the staples holding up my lungs are visible in an X-ray. Understand that all of this is there. It's all real. All my injuries are material. They're solid. They're evident. And so at this point, not being dependent on the military pension like so many of those other pukes are, I'm so angry at this toxic secrecy that I spew out pretty much everything. Not everything, but quite a bit. And understand that to really drive the point home, it's not just what we've expressed so far, but the fact that they enforce this on the children that they rape. So often with all the children that I dealt with who were molested, it was always the same thing. They told me not to tell. That if I tell anyone, they'll kill my parents. That if I tell anyone, they'll kill daddy and mommy, is how they would express it. If I tell everyone, they'll kill my sister. And it's a terror, it's a terror. So with all of that being expressed, where these children are sworn to secrecy, suppressed into this toxic bond, this code of silence, it's among the victims, it's among the perpetrators. At that point, this is why personally I am so open about everything. And hopefully that puts that in some perspective, and we'll let Peter Moon, with his training in Scientology, take it from there and help contextualize all of this.
Well, it just, Michael, not even the Scientology stuff, but going back into the writing the Montauk Project, this was stuff that people didn't want to talk about. It was just like, you're going into, was like the cone of silence from that TV show Get Smart, the cone of silence.
Thank you.
It was a comical device, but nobody would talk. Nobody wanted to talk, and you're hitting right up against that, thou shalt not talk. And of course, you're trying to find something out. And I found out quite a bit.
Thank you.
But
and you had these individuals like Preston who were always trying to deprogram the Montauk Boys, and maybe you could put that into some context, because it's hard for me not to take that as he's just another pervert who's been conditioned into fucking young boys.
Well, see, that's what people wanted to reduce it to, and it's see, that was one of the big problems I had, is that not him, but people's reaction to him. There was a authentic research thread that went through him. It was authentic. Unfortunately, it would get mixed with what you're alluding to. But I was never interested in that. I was more interested in the time, the consciousness, the repression of consciousness.
Right.
See, I had a dream the other night, which was very instructive, very instructive. But it all came down Well, I'll share the dream,
Thank you.
but it was I was in a room and I saw L. Ron Hubbard, and he was unconscious from a stroke. And I went up to him and I thought, I could bring him out of this, but it's not my lot. It's not my job to do. Then I found myself, then I saw two guys subduing him, like he was moving like a fish out of water, fish flipping around.
Right.
And they subdued him because he was old, but he was mostly unconscious. And then I was outside of the window looking in. This means you're looking at something inside of yourself when you're outside the window looking in. And of course, this would be that part of Hubbard inside of me that is sort of attenuated, not functioning, and just whatever wisdom he had inside of me is sort of not happening. I wouldn't say that 100%, but for the most part. Then one of the guys wrestling him down in the dream is a guy named Mike Rinder. Now, Mike Rinder has achieved notoriety being Leah Remini's right-hand man on her show that she did about Scientology called The Aftermath. And Mike Rinder was, he was a top executive in Scientology, especially after I left. He was important spot when I was there. But he was, I guess what you'd say, responsible for so much of the nonsense that went on. Mostly by, standing behind David Miscavige's orders, being a yes man,
Right.
and being severely abused and beaten by him eventually. See, this is a problem. People that were yes men to him and served him, he ended up beating them physically.
So he's some kind of psychotic sadist if he's doing that.
Oh, yeah, it's just stupid because these people were supporting him to their own detriment. Now Mike has a blog, and he grew up in Scientology, and he didn't have a life ever outside of Scientology. So his parents were involved. They were not in the Sea Organization, but Mike was. And so anyway, bottom line with Mike is he appears in my dream. Now, whenever the name Mike, there's different Mikes that I know. Whenever the name Mike appears in my dream, it signifies Michael the Archangel, who is the battler of Lucifer, subduing the evil forces. But here it's a real dichotomous sort of thing. He's subduing LRH, Hubbard. He's, he was a pro-Scientology person, not doing it any good service, and now he's very much anti. And so he calls out my name, which is like a direct getting my attention to something. And he calls out my name because I witnessed what was going on. And it was such an ordeal for him to take Hubbard down. I witnessed it. So, okay, yeah, he wanted somebody to acknowledge that, wow, I witnessed this. So then he gives me a prescription. And the prescription is a pharmaceutical prescription, ostensibly to get drugs for Hubbard to calm him down. But attached to the note, to the prescription, is a Post-it note from a girl named Kelly Swanson, who I've met a few times, but not for 15 years, okay? I actually wrote to her, but she's not very active on Facebook. So Kelly, I had met years ago, many years ago, and she had I think I was talking about twins, and she had some sort of vestigial
Twin?
piece. No, vestigial. I don't remember what it was, but it was. I'm not going to say it was an extra nipple because I don't think it was.
Understood.
But it was something. I think it was on her breast. It was something that was vestigial of what I would call a magical birth, a twin birth.
Right.
Now, see, the name Kelly is very important. Now, this is my dream talking. My dream is feeding me stuff. And I will get back to where I'm going with this. But see, the name Kelly is very charged because it represents Rose Kelly, who Aleister Crowley made love to in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid, which precipitated the Book of the Law. She was the one who precipitated it, Kelly. I don't know, but I believed her to be a descendant or a collateral descendant of Edward Kelly, the man who was the necromancer with John Dee with the Enochian calls.
Yes.
So I think the name Kelly is very highly charged. It's been in my life. So there's the name Kelly. Swanson can be interpreted two ways. It can be the son of the swan, or more likely, the swan song. Now, the swan is a key element of Preston's cosmology. The Swan Lake is represented at the song Swan Lake is representative of zero time, Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake. So he would play that music to see if somebody was a time traveler. It was basically a witness to what he called zero time. This is not time as we know it. It would be sort of a primordial time. It's hard to describe it. It's time not with reference to this particular timeline. So, Swan Song, the song of a swan is the song he sings before he dies. It's the end. It represents the end. The end of time is the beginning of time. So the name Swan Song, it's very Montaukkian. Now the twin theme is really interesting because, and this gets back to what you were alluding to with the deprogramming and stuff.
Right.
Well, what she said in the note, Kelly said in the note, she says, I have special information about the Philadelphia experiment. Continue your research with this. Now, I don't really study the Philadelphia experiment. It's sort of a collateral subject that, is not my forte, although certainly I'm identified with it. And I have a lot of understanding about it. But
it's not the focus, but go on.
No, and it certainly is an interesting subject. But and I would say about the Philadelphia experiment, it's bigger than 9/11. It's just that nobody knows about it. It was a bigger event.
Right. Yes.
It's just that nobody knows about it.
I agree.
So the twin aspect. See, she represents the magical birth. Now, this is from the book Montauk Revisited, and but first I want to say, before I go into the Montauk Revisited aspect, is Preston Nichols had told me that the research at Montauk was based upon research of Joseph Mengele, where they would take male twins, because he studied twins, and stroke their meridians to induce them into a psychic trance, a hypnagogic state, where they could read information and they could perceive information. This is really what it's about. And I can tell you that with people, what that See, I think there were different ways and different techniques. I saw him just go into empathic rapport with Duncan. There was no,
Preston Nichols, you mean?
yeah, and this was in a regression session. It wasn't always by any means naked or anything like that. But he'd go into empathic rapport with people, and he would start downloading from them. So Preston was an information junkie. And, people go on the internet and get information. He'd get people into a sort of psychic state, and he'd download it. He'd get information from them. And some of these people would spit out information. They'd buy into it, and they'd start spitting out information. Now, all of this was geared towards gathering information. And Al Bielek would get interested, and they weren't just having sexual urges. They were going for information. And women were not considered good because they didn't provide information. They were considered to be baby machines. And it was not a very positive
and by the way, just so people understand what Peter is relating here, this is not at all something unique to either of those individuals, Preston Nichols and Duncan. They weren't. I believe his surname was Ophinian. Yes.
No. Duncan Cameron.
Cameron,
No,
thank you, Cameron.
Not
So sorry.
Ophinian. No,
Yeah,
he's not
Duncan Cameron. Thank you. I almost said Duncan Rhodes, which of course is a different subject entirely. But when it comes to this, I noticed very much that the pedophile crowd, which is not saying that these two men are pedophiles, but believe me, without it, I understand Peter Moon. What he's saying is the reality is that these men are, of course, products of they themselves were victimized as children, and then they have this interest in absorbing information from other men. But it's a form of intimacy, and it's kind of like something that goes, it's kind of like, shall we say, a kind of intimacy taken to the level, what they felt was the next level beyond sex, sort of. It's kind of like it's more pure in their eyes, maybe, that they're exchanging information. It's a terror, but bear in mind, I noticed.
I don't know that they considered it pure. And if you ever knew Duncan, Duncan could read. He could read stuff almost like out of the fabric of the universe. He was fascinating, very abstract. Duncan was a special case. There's nobody like Duncan.
Okay.
Nobody. He was very unique.
Okay.
And Preston was very unique. But yeah, they had intimacy issues, and they had issues.
Yeah, and just so I could.
To the best of my knowledge, they were not pedophiles. Definitely not, to the best of my knowledge.
No, I hear you. But in my experience, I was dealing with a lot of pedophiles. And just as there was all that toxic secrecy and swearing kids to secrecy, and everybody's got a secret, and they would shit all over America Online. By the way, for those of you who might remember, there was an old service, electronic internet service that was before Google, and all the rest was called America Online. And America Online was ubiquitous for its day, and it totally disappeared, for those of you who don't remember. And that's because, there we are, Jameson Reese says they used to send the free CDs. Yeah. And America Online basically died because they vowed, they made a policy of anybody trafficking in child porn on their service. They would report it immediately to the authorities, and they would turn over all the content. And for that reason, all the pedophiles stopped using it, which pretty much killed it, which shows you just how important pedophile porn is to keeping an internet engine going. And it's that ubiquitous. So when it came to these pedophiles, the one thing that they all had with this attitude towards women was it's very difficult for me to say this, but the closest real parallel was, I remember it was brought to my attention by, as far as I'm concerned, the king of pedophiles himself, the man who taught me everything I knew about mercenary work, Lionel Allen Curtis, U.S. Army Ranger sniper. And so here you have this master sergeant, and one of the books he recommended to me was The Last of the Wine. And The Last of the Wine was written by a South African authoress. And what she did was she fairly accurately, or with a great deal of accuracy, conveyed the mindset of the ancient classical Greeks. And the ancient classical Greeks were, of course, very much a homosexual or homoerotic culture. And so when it came to The Last of the Wine, there's no female characters in it. The authoress is Mary Renault, by the way. Mary Renault, surname spelled Renault. And so here you have this, what became her most important arena was ancient Greece, setting these novels in that in that setting. And so she was able to get into the mind of Athenian men fighting in the Peloponnesian War, etc. And and like Jameson Reese says, can't read a book with no ladies. Sorry. But in this book, when you enter that world, you're basically entering a gay world. And the ancient Greek perspective was that women were imperfect men. They were like what would you call it? Misfired copies or something. Like they were like men who were like missing things and just imperfect and incomplete, and therefore men had no respect for women. They were baby making machines, and that men could only have love for each other. They would, out of obligation, have sex with women as if they were having sex with an animal, only to reproduce more men. That was the mindset. And there's this play that I forget the name of it, but it was written from ancient Greece, that environment. And what happened was, in that environment, they produced this kind of satire, which was about women taking over the government and basically running the government for a while. And most women feminists will take that as an inspiration, and they'll say, look, here's this story from ancient Greece, this play in which, women are upheld and they're empowered, and they don't realize it in the context. It was put forward as a satire, like, oh, look at the crazy woman, if we let these animals take over. To them, that was Animal Farm. That was the Greek version of Animal Farm. However, there were shall we say, violent rebellions, such as on the island of Lesbos, where the woman essentially kicked all the men off. And that's where we get the term lesbian from, is from the island of Lesbos in the Aegean Sea. So you have this very horrible social environment in which the only way that women could attain some form of equality was to get rid of the men completely. And so with this kind of mentality, this was what I saw. And Jameson Reese says that's the norm to this day, is that men are like that. Yeah, pretty much men will talk to each other about sports. They have all these guy things they do with each other. And the women are very much out of the loop. And men don't really talk to women. And that's the big problem. Women go to see psychiatrists so that psychiatrists can listen to them vent. What they're paying a male psychiatrist for is what men pay a female prostitute for. Men pay a female prostitute for the sex that they cannot get from their wife. And women will pay a psychiatrist for a male ear to listen to them that they cannot get from their husbands, who just can't listen. Even when they're talking to them, the husbands aren't really listening. So hopefully that puts that into some perspective. And Preston Nichols and Duncan are just kind of like an example of an extreme, different kind of manifestation of that. And Peter says, of course, they're
not an example of that.
Okay, so what
they're very unique people.
Okay.
The other people are more of an example of what they represent.
Okay.
Because Montauk is all about patriarchal control.
Right.
And they were spawns of that patriarchal control. Okay. Montauk was the patriarchal control of the morphogenetic grid. Mm-hmm. And the Greeks would be a spawn of that, even though they're quote unquote previous in time. Right. These guys, they had very specialized knowledge, and but they had the baggage that you're alluding to.
Thank you.
But they were tied to the prime mover of Montauk when it comes to time, but they suffered from this stuff. But back to the dream. Now, see, what they were doing is this was an observation, and so Montauk told stories of people being forced out of their body, abusing people to get information. It was all about information. And you see this with Dr. John Dee and Edward Kelly. They were getting information. They used the shoe stone. They're gathering intelligence. This is what intelligence agencies do.
Thank you.
Now, Radu Sinamar, in his latest book, The Etheric Crystal, is building a chair to facilitate his own ability to visualize and see. Now, he already has devices that he can access in the inner earth, yet he's building a chair that's even supposedly better and more tailored to him for millions and millions of dollars. Now, just so that one can have a better observation post, it's intelligence gathering. And all of this basically boils down to what Hubbard called Scientology, means knowing how to know. You can know, but how do you know how to know? You got so much information, how do you process it? How do you digest it? You can't listen to everything that's out there. You have to discern and pick and choose what you're going to listen to. And of course, that requires your intuition. So what this dream was telling me was that the core of this energy using the twins came from the twin research of Joseph Mengele, and then it was expanded upon, was all about getting information.
Right.
And the one thing that I would always hit up against, I didn't really take issue with Preston about it, but the one thing I learned in Scientology, and this is like, if you talk to ex-Scientologists, they don't really seem to know this. There was one thing that was the only thing that mattered when you were counseling somebody, auditing somebody. It was you were trying to raise what was called their tone level, improve their tone level, which means their character or quality of life, to get them out of apathy, out of resentment, out of hostility, into ideally a state of enthusiasm or better. And that this is all you're trying to do with somebody, is just raise their character. You're not trying to get them out of their body. You're not trying to do anything but raise their general character and tone. In other words, make them happier.
Right.
This is the criterion. So when Preston was working with these people, which was kind of a form of therapy or opening up their psychic ability, this was not to raise their tone at all. It was to get information. It was to get information.
Oh, that makes it sound so predatory.
It is. And I had no, and I don't want that information. I don't need that information. I mean, sometimes it would correlate with what I was doing, but that was rare. I mean, I would hear a lot.
I was about to say, most of the information from them would be basically how they were fucked up the ass or sucking cock.
No. It was, but it would involve, scenarios and conspiratorial scenarios, and some of it was interesting, but
So in other words, it was too convoluted. I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
it was where I was coming from.
Right. It was too convoluted. Right. And I was trying to not only do stuff that had traction, and that I could write about and make a coherent case for.
Understood. Could you put this into context for me? Because I believe I miscommunicated or misunderstood. But the impression I got, or the stereotype I had, And the stereotype I had was based, of course, on my background and what I saw at the Presidio and mainly in other places, but obviously overwhelmingly the Presidio, was that I kind of thought of this as you said, there was one time there was this Pixius type of boy who was basically, Preston took him in and he came running to you later on because he was so upset and was talking to you about what had happened, and you kind of, talked him down, calmed him down, but it was almost as if Preston had exploited this young man. And so I was thinking they were all like that because Preston uses the term Montauk Boys, deprogramming the Montauk Boys. And it was kind of like he seemed to be fixated on that in the same way that I would see the pedophiles fixed on kids. And
Well,
I understand you.
what I would say about that young kid.
Okay.
He wasn't a pedophile. He wasn't a minor.
Okay.
Preston explained everything that he was doing. He was quite upfront with him. And then there was this other guy who was there with him, an older man. And I went off with his daughter because I wasn't gonna first off, I wasn't gonna stay up that late, nor did I want to hang around to see what they dug up out of this guy. And basically, the other guy, the adult that was there, he said, "Oh yeah, there was stuff turning on with this guy. It was psychokinetic." So what happened is the guy called the guy called me, and he wanted to know what the hell was going on. But one of the things that freaked him out was that when he got home, right after working with Preston, this black helicopter came right down over his door, directly over his house, his back door. It freaked him out. See, Preston was tied to this phenomenon. The black helicopters were coming. So it's almost like he's part of the Montauk project that he's fighting.
Right.
He couldn't get far enough away from it.
He's just trapped in the Matrix, really. He's just so embedded that
he was embedded in the Matrix, but he did play an important role. Preston, as Stuart Swerdlow once said, there were many entities inside of Preston, and I think that was very observant of Stuart. It's like a switchboard in there, and there was a part of Preston that was meant to enlighten the world and contribute what he could, but he could only go so far. And there is a very clinical side to all this stuff I'm talking to. It was very clinical, and that's a whole nother story. There was a clinical aspect to it, but the problem was the clinical aspect gets mixed with the human aspect. And Duncan even told me, he says, we fall prey to our humanity in doing this work. There's an objective thing, and it's very important not to, react to what Preston calls the titter factor. The titter factor is whenever you get deep into the sexual components of, he didn't call it magic, although he easily could have or would have. People's sexuality, when you discuss sexuality, and I was talking about this with Tantra, the subject of Tantra, it's like it's like monkeys throwing shit at you. It's like people react to sexuality. And you know this, Douglas. Right. It's like they react very poorly because they have either a very limited experience or a very jaded experience. So, it's like, it's not a subject that's easy to talk to people about because people are talking about their own issues. Right. They see it through their lens of their own issues.
Their own baggage. Yeah.
yes. Which, so it's just sort of like, it reduces things to a common denominator that is sometimes best avoided.
Right. By the way, Go on.
But then when it gets into a more clinical aspect, it gets all the more wacky. Now, Wilhelm Reich, who was very clinical, and this is stuff, Preston stuff is based upon Reich.
Mm.
And Reich was quite, I guess, what you call very active in dealing with people's armor, what he called
Right.
their armor.
That's right.
Because people have an armor. Now, this is not a lot different from what's called myofascial release,
Mhm.
because the fascia of the body will, constrict or harden in certain areas. This
Right.
is why we're supposed to massage our entire body every day ourselves with our hands, fingers. Don't use the thumb, and to just get the circulation, get the fascia moving and get it circulating, rather so it doesn't get hardened into. We're talking about furrowed eyebrows, and I'm not talking about the eyebrows themselves, but the energy that goes with that.
Right.
What makes people react and what they think. What were you going to say?
Oh, yeah. I want to address this a little bit when I come back. When I was talking about the term embedded, I certainly didn't mean to imply that Preston Nichols was consciously active on the part of the government, but rather that he simply couldn't escape in that he was.
No, you're right. He is embedded. Is a correct word. He couldn't get unembedded.
Right.
But
And by the way, I need to get something out of my eye, which is exceedingly painful. Jameson Reese, if you could make certain, I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in just a few moments. Then I'll let everybody know when I'm back. But I just want to make certain Jameson's here for us while I do that.
Yes.
You're here, right? Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I'm present.
Perfect. Okay, I'll be back in a few
so
minutes.
I'll just carry on.
Yeah,
and
please.
What I was saying was that this this process of getting information, getting people, it's very, I guess what you call self-oriented. But what it all comes down to is people trying to get information, observation. What happens? What do stock pickers in the stock market? They're trying to get observation. Warren Buffett, the great investor, said that he would get his information by knowing the people in the companies, knowing the people. He worked with a guy named Benjamin Graham, who's famous for investment, referring to book value. He'd go book value, but Warren Buffett would, which is an observation, but Warren Buffett would talk to the executives and know the executives. He began to know so many people. So his observation was through firsthand knowledge. So you have, of course, intelligence agencies, which are all dedicated to observation. And it's very, so my dream is telling me that all this is about observation. And twins represent the energy of creation. Now, what the dream also tells me, it goes back to the swastika, because what I was told point blankly from a man in an esoteric group in Romania, he told me that the swastika is the hidden symbol of Gemini. And it's Gemini because if you look at the swastika, it's like two twos superimposed on it, the Latin numeral 2. It's twos. You can also construe it as sixes. So it looks like a whirling sixes or whirling twos. And the swastika represents Gemini, and Gemini represents the two twins, Apollo and Diana. They were brother and sister in Greek mythology. But in Greek mythology, they were called Hyperboreans. They were both Hyperboreans because they came from Hyperborea. And Hyperborea meant Hyperborea. Borea is north, as in Borealis, the northern lights. But what was north of Greek was the Danube. And what was north of Danube was the land we know as Romania. But they were referring specifically to Transylvania. And that The swastika is the hidden symbol of Zalmoxes, which is their patron god, who was transcended from a man into a god. He was initiated in the inner earth. So we have, this is the ancient Dacian culture. But see, Gemini is the root word tied to the root for germinate. Gemini, germinate. They go together. So it's the twins. You have these magical twins, Apollo representing the sun, Diana representing the moon, the sun and the moon. Well, who initiated Zalmoxes? The sun and the moon, the Solamanari. Sol is sun, Mon is moon, Solamanari, which is where we get the name Solomon, King Solomon. But so you have the idea of twins gestating. And this is a very, I guess what you call inspired dream that I'm having, because it has to do with what's going inside of me. I have the Scientology experience. I have the archangel sort of talking to me, but the archangel is kind of wrestling with the Hubbard stuff, kind of subduing it, and then giving me a prescription, which is an answer. An answer, and the answer is Montauk, is the twin energy of Montauk. But the twin energy of Montauk in a more pure form, with all of this deprogramming stuff, goes back to the initiation of the gods in the inner earth, and the patron god Zalmoxes, who was initiated by the Solomonari. So this is sort of, and what is the observation? What is the observable issue at hand? We're all observers. We all have observation windows. Now we have with the book that we just did, the Roswell Deception, this fills a lot of gaps in history. It fills a lot of gaps, but it's really only the tip of the iceberg of what we don't know. Instead, you have vast histories being iterated. One thing I have found on YouTube lately, because I've had occasion to hear things on YouTube, commercials, and most of it is Gaia TV. It's about Robert Lazar and some Stephen Greer. In other words, they're peddling, and some of the come on is very compelling. It doesn't compel me, but it's compelling. It's told like ancient this, ancient that. What are these craft they're studying at Area 51? I was reverse engineering alien craft. There's a whole missing component. And it would be a shame for this stuff that we have to go on Gaia TV, because it would become co-opted and it would just become a stream. So this is what the world is feeding on, a buffet of information that they'd be better off not hearing. But it's all about titillation and interest and informing you, like making you feel like you're informed when you're not informed at all. And this is the challenge that Douglas and I are facing right now with this book. And so when we get to the Presidio book, it's about the first part is all about what happened, the scandal of what happened. The next part is about the psychological operation that basically fixes it as, okay, it happened, but so what? Nothing can be done about it. Nothing can be done about it. That's not to say nothing can be done about it, but that's kind of where it leaves. It leaves the stage saying nothing can be done about it. And then, of course, we can go into more interesting aspects because we have Douglas's real life experience We have not had anybody from the Presidio come forward in the way that he has. Of course, you can't expect the abused people to come forward in the way he has because, first off, they're not in that position of knowledge. So, this is the world we live in, and it's challenging to even. Why do we want to focus on it? Well, we have to focus on an awful lot of crap if we want to watch TV and listen to politics and listen to the Republicans fighting the Democrats and vice versa, who, particularly the Democrats, it's all about power. It's not about anything but power. It's like you see all these Democrats that wanted a wall, but then when Trump was going to put up the wall, they didn't want to give him the credit, so they became anti-wall. And then they embraced the people coming in to the United States, and because they're potential voters. And if they can bring them into the United States, the people that come in will love them and ostensibly vote for them. And if they can give them benefits, they will vote for them. This is all about power. It's not about caring for people at all. So, and there are other examples of that. It's all about maintaining power.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And
I just wanted to let people know I've returned, and I do want to remind people something that I should have brought up earlier. Understand there's a lot of people watching us right now. The numbers are high, and I do want all the people who are watching to remind them you have to put an upvote because the enemy, the agents of chaos, they did not assault us as they normally do with an overwhelming amount of downvotes. So I really didn't, but that obviously is their new strategy. In other words, they're paying a lot more for the Autobot attacks that basically stick. So we got 10 downvotes and we only got a little over, twice that number, 2.5 times that number on the upvotes, and that prevents the video from distributing, so as well as it can. So in order to appeal to the aggregate of popularity that YouTube operates on, as many upvotes as you can will help us. So and just a reminder, Jameson Reese, when he gets back into the rhythm, he's kind enough to, of course, always recommend that people buy our books. He recommends, of course, the Vampirology and the which is actually on Amazon and Kindle, I believe. And of course, you could buy that physically. That would be an order from Skybooks, and I would actually recommend that.
No, it would not be Skybooks.
Oh, it wouldn't?
The
Okay.
money will go to Skybooks, which will then go to you, but it'll go to Amazon. Amazon will put the book out.
Okay. Thank you.
That's the Vampirology. It goes. Amazon will print it and send it to you.
Okay.
The money will go to Skybooks, which will then go to you 100%.
Oh, thank you.
but yeah, Daniel mentioned that the Swanson company, which I guess does the TV dinners, is part of Tucker Carlson's heritage.
Interesting. Okay.
I don't know if that's accurate. I don't know if it's accurate. I mean, I've heard other stuff about him, but he might well be true. I'm sure Daniel didn't make it up. So
right.
The thing is that's because the girl was Kelly Swanson. But
okay.
I don't know if I mean, Tucker, I did send the books to, but they were returned. They were returned. They were never. I sent them to his home address, and they were sent back.
As a matter of fact, Peter Moon sent me 6 books so I could distribute them, and they were sent back to him as well without ever having reached myself. So that seems to be the norm.
That happened in a couple of cases. Yeah. Other people have certainly gotten the book, but.
So do order it. Yeah, so do order it from Peter. You will likely get it. The interesting thing is that when Peter sent it to myself and Tucker Carlson, who are obviously both fairly special cases for different reasons, we didn't get it. I mean, I got the second time.
There was no excuse for Douglas not getting his books. There was no explanation. It was just returned.
Right.
Because the San Francisco post office didn't feel like delivering it. Mm-hmm. But but you did get the books eventually.
Eventually, a totally separate shipment that had nothing to do with his first shipment. Just so people know, it was just weird as hell. We now have 3 times the number of the downvotes, but definitely everyone keep at it, and everyone who's viewing this, do put in your upvote, because it helps to distribute the video and make certain that we ultimately get the circulation that keeps the channel going. And of course, you can help myself, as noted on the screen, with PayPal, or mail it to my physical mailing address, which is on my website, but also you can have it at 1242 Green Street, like the color green, 1242 Green, San Francisco, California, 94109. Checks or money orders, never cash. And see, now they just put another downvote. And this is the enemy at work. And hopefully the YouTube does filter a number of those out. Usually you can see it before your eyes, and if you keep an eye on it, we'll see if that happens. And somebody just matched the downvote with an upvote, so that's appreciated. Don't want to get lost in that, but definitely we're still 3 times. We got 33 upvotes, 11 downvotes, and this is just the challenge that we deal with. One of the other things I wanted to bring up about Joseph Mengele was that Joseph Mengele, the way Peter describes it, you get the mystical half of it, or rather a kind of magical kind of half, or at least the more astral or non-physical aspect of the twins that binds them. A kind of almost, how would you call it? Almost ectoplasmic level of bond that stretches across the globe or the universe or wherever the twins are. They are united no matter how far apart they are. There's this element to them. But the other aspect was extraordinarily practical. And Dr. Joseph Mengele worked with what he called twinning, which was, of course, the early term for cloning, because twins are identical clones. This is what twins are. Unless, of course, they are twins of separate sexes, which can happen. They're still clones, but they're simply clones where one is XX and one is XY. One is the female chromosome and the other is the male chromosome. But nevertheless, they are otherwise identical. They're simply what the individual would look like if they were the opposite sex. And so when it came to Joseph Mengele, he was fascinated with all of this because, of course, this was the key to genetics and ultimately the key to immortality in aspect of it. So if you could study the twins and find out more about them, you would find out about genetics for everybody. So this is what Dr. Joseph Mengele was engaged in. And I feel when Penny Bradley brought up to me that many people referenced Michael Aquino as the Mengele of the West Coast, it's almost an insult to Mengele. Let's put it that way.
It is.
Thank you. Thank you. Bless you. Yes, it is an insult to Joseph Mengele. Whatever else Joseph Mengele was, horrific as his behavior was, and it's nothing to emulate, he was not a pedophile. And what I realized the other day, Peter, I don't think you were here when I said it, so please tell me if I'm being repetitive. Oh, yes, Aquino, as Jameson Rees says, Aquino could not generate life, whereas in his own way, Joseph Mengele did indeed create life, of course. He was playing at being God, and it's, let's just put it this way, it's a misunderstanding of his work. Not that his work is good work in any classical sense.
Well, he was also a destroyer of life, but the one thing that people should understand about Mengele, he had a reputation as a meticulous scientist.
Thank you.
He was, his methods and his means were ruthless. Yes. And he was obviously a very
heartless,
messed up personality,
or at least someone lacking human empathy. He was lacking human empathy.
Well, I think he had tremendous human empathy for his family.
No, that's an excellent point. I mean, your point's well taken, and beyond
this is the thing with the German command. They were known to be very good family people by and large.
Yes, it's true.
But then they had a completely split personality when it came to Jews or other aspects that were against their specific agenda. They had a compartmentalized way of looking at things, and this was unfortunate. I do remember in Leni Riefenstahl's autobiography, which is quite thick, and she said, first thing she said, she could only remember 3 times with Hitler, which was, of course, due to her being subject to electric shock and programming from the French, because she was received by the French after the war.
Right.
She wanted to get to the Americans, but the French got her. And she could only remember 3 times with Hitler, when she was actually with Hitler quite a bit. Mm-hmm. He adored her for her filmmaking ability.
That's
but
right.
She did say that she did recall talking to him about the Jewish question after, she was sort of like the add-on after she had her conversation with him, which was usually about art and film. And she said, talked about it, and he says, there can be absolutely no discussion on this. He was not open. He borderline nasty. Not nasty, but just absolutely, there can be no discussion on this. We'll not talk about it, which sounds like he had some compartmentalization on it, aside from his own, political misgivings about the Jews and the Treaty of Versailles and all that. Mm-hmm. It sounds like he was like, boom.
It could be also he felt he had to assume that posture with her, because she was, of course, a public figure who dealt with mass communications. So there's several things involved with that. It needs to be made known to her that he will not discuss this, because otherwise he's concerned that he himself might slip into an unguarded moment and say something about the pogroms or the like that he would regret later. So that's something to take into account. As for Josef Mengele, as compartmentalized as he was, I think the impressive story that was read by Peter Moon to all of us at one point when he was reading the experience of this Jewish woman who was a dwarf, one of a family of dwarves, that Josef Mengele was, for lack of a better word, what could we say? Abusing, exploiting. He was,
experimenting with.
To a degree. At the same time, there were times when he almost would serenade them, etc., as she mentioned, and as she said,
with his violin,
and
play classical music, and he'd cry. He loved them so much he'd cry. But then again, he'd do experiments on them.
Yes, that's right. That were exceedingly painful. You can't even imagine somebody surviving what he did to these people. And yet what she did not only survive, but had, as I said, the majority of his victims who did survive, which was certainly not all of them, and I would assume the majority died, but those that did survive had very extended lifespans in great health, and that was because of what he did with their genes that prolonged their lives. There is no argument with that. It's simply an indisputable fact. This is what I pointed out about these Holocaust survivors. You will see these people who are in their 90s and they're walking up multiple flights of stairs so that they can deliver lectures all over the world, taking long flights by themselves unescorted, etc. And nobody ever asks, well, how is it that these people demographically, statistically, are basically physical impossibilities, and your average person is like huffing and puffing going up the stairs when they're in their 50s. The only exception to that would be somebody like Peter Moon, who's incredibly disciplined with maintaining.
Oh man, I don't.
Well, maybe you avoid the stairs, but
well, no, I'm going hiking on Saturday.
Oh, cool! There you go. See, there you are.
But last time I did good, but I want to hike at least. I go up to Bear Mountain, and it's a hike. And, Paula has done it for a long time. And the last couple times I've done it with her, and I'm going to go again. And it's great exercise.
You can
so
have
good.
it.
It's so good, and it'll be, I guess it'll get easier. But it's still but yeah, I mean, climbing stairs is, ooh, I look at. I was in Bucharest, and my friend, he says, "You want to go see my office?"
By the way, that's almost like you want to enter my web, that kind of.
Well, we go to his office, and you have to walk up 4 flights of stairs.
Of course.
And he's a psychiatrist. He's a counselor. He's got a very nice space when you get up there.
If you make it up there alive,
he's got a meeting room. He's got a nice office with a nice chair for his counseling. It's a beautiful office. And then, but you got to get there. I said, people walk up. He goes, yeah. There's no elevator. He goes, no. And I go, boy, I said, if this was in New York, you'd never have any clients.
That's for fucking sure.
And then I told Paul about it. But in Romania, no, they walk up the 4 stairs, no floors. So it's no big deal. It's the way it is. They're not. I mean, sure, they have plenty of elevators, and even some old ones in buildings. Elevators are not foreign, but this building just doesn't have an elevator. Elevators are very expensive to maintain.
Comparatively, yes.
So, but no, he didn't have an elevator, and so when I think I looked out, and I know I made some comment about pulling his clients up with a crane. he laughed, but no, getting people up those 4 flights of stairs is nothing. I was kind of shocked. I mean, they have walk-ups in New York City. That's common. You have, it's a walk-up. You live on the 7th floor or the 4th floor. You got to walk up 7 flights of stairs. You got to take your groceries up there.
Oh, by the way, yeah, it was like that a lot in the Tenderloin the apartment that we lived in, the compound, because the elevators were often broken. They were dangerous anyway when they were not, for reasons I've described before. One young man was beheaded before my eyes, made the newspapers. And in terms of just to finish off the train of thought with the National Socialists, and again, try to avoid using the term Nazi simply because it's such a trigger word and nobody can go anywhere once you utter that syllable. It's a magic word. Everybody goes blank after that and reflexively goes into a frothing-mouthed rage. But when it came to Josef Mengele, one of the points that we were making about that lady dwarf, who had been one of those that he had abused but wound up with an incredibly extended, healthy lifespan. She said herself, as Peter Moon read the article, she essentially attested that if he had ever been captured and brought to trial, she herself would not have testified against him, and that shows you the incredible charisma, the incredible enigmatic power of that individual. Michael Aquino was not like that. Michael Aquino was not an intrinsically likable or charismatic. I don't know if likable would apply to Mengele. It was something about him that was created a sense of love in her, despite all of the abuse. That was there was something awe-inspiring. He was just the term awesome means that he inspired awe, or the term awful.
He was dealing with the primordial
power
aspect of life,
yes.
And it's like he was like playing as close as you could get to God.
Yes,
playing with this, and of course it's and then of course you're totally under his control, so it becomes a weird psychological
bond, a psychological
dynamic.
bond,
yeah, bond and a dynamic, and certainly really couldn't be a healthy one. But
well, not by normal definition, but of course there was a very different world and a very different time and place. The situation was dire, and it called for men that were not operating by any normal standards. And in terms of Adolf Hitler himself, the other interesting thing is what Peter mentioned about Leni Riefenstahl was that she was captured by the French, who, of course, treated her severely, horribly, barbarically. And in terms of what makes it so interesting is that Adolf Hitler's most well-known son, the man who was open about being the son of Adolf Hitler, and Jean-Marie Lauré, who was born Jean-Marie Lovejoy. He was, of course, a French citizen. And, of course, he had served as a very high-ranking French police official at the time that Adolf Hitler was alive. And then after the war was considered a collaborator. And yet the French never abused him. He was never beaten or he wound up getting married and having multiple children himself, which he alone provided Adolf Hitler with something like a very large number of grandchildren, something close to 9 or something like that. I'd have to look through my notes to actually recall the exact number. But he had a very large family, and he was demanding that the French pay him a stipend. He was saying because his career as a police official had been cut short with the fall of the Vichy government and the instatement of the Fifth Republic, then after that the Sixth Republic. And it was around the time of the Sixth Republic he probably started really demanding that he be provided some compensation for himself and his family. So we're talking about an individual who felt that he had been shafted to a degree by circumstances, but it wasn't like he was truly roundly, soundly abused. So it's interesting that the French treated him with a kind of, I don't know what you would call it. It's not necessarily, as I said, the term awesome is there. And then that same term the term awful is not a negative, by the way. So people understand this. The term awful, that's awful, meant you're full of awe. That originally was kind of like a positive, like you would say, I dedicate this to you with great and awful love. So I think that there was something awful about Adolf Hitler's son to the French people that they respectfully left him alone.
He was not a politically hot potato like Leni Riefenstahl. Leni Riefenstahl was the producer of the film Triumph of the Will, which was an award-winning film that was heralded by film critics because it portrayed Hitler's rise to power.
Yes.
It was not necessarily pro-Nazi, because that's how it was interpreted, but it wasn't. It was showing his rise to power.
It did it so well, and it was so magnetic in its portrayal that that's what made it a threat. One of the things she pointed out
was Hitler's filmmaker.
Yeah,
that was inescapable. She, claimed she was not anti-Semitic. I really think it's hard not to be anti-Semitic if you were in that culture, but she wasn't, I guess what you'd say, punishing.
Well, she certainly wasn't directly involved with any abuses.
No. She was a filmmaker, but the thing is, she was mostly in the editing room. But the thing is, she had the films she did of the Olympics and whatnot, and she was very much into the ideal Aryan archetype. So she identified with so many of the idealism of Germany.
Oh yeah,
Germanic,
yes.
Germanic culture. So she was so it's like you can't really separate her from the National Socialists because they identified so strongly with her work. Yes. Whether she was I don't think she was a member of the party, but she was inescapable by association, and she did live to over 100. Yeah, she did live to over 100. But
well, as Jameson says, the French were chauvinistic, bordering on misogyny, is what he writes in the text box here. And I think that really has something to do with it. Anybody who thinks that Jameson is just talking out of his ass, try and realize this. Women were not given the right to vote in France until after World War II. So bear this in mind. The only reason women were finally given the right to vote after World War II was because they were the backbone of La Resistance, was overwhelmingly female. in terms of its energy, dynamic power, its personnel. And sure, there were a lot of men, but there were enough women in it where it couldn't have functioned without them. And so it was at that point the women were really fighting more than anything for the right of suffrage through military service in the resistance. So they were fighting for the right to vote, and then they got it after World War II via their efforts in the resistance. So that's how fucked up the French are about females. Okay,
well, you know, France has a certain
paradoxical,
well, a romantic image.
Yes, yes,
but and that's all well and fine, and they also have pretty high level of, I guess what you'd say, technical expertise when it comes to nuclear stuff, nuclear power and whatnot, compared to other countries. But the French are notorious for, although this is not so well known, dark occultism.
Yes.
Super dark occultism in the city of Paris. And that's not necessarily stuff you're going to run by.
Oh, tell them about the Grand Guignol, the the kind of like bread and circuses in Paris where they have the gore theater, sort of.
I don't even want to talk about that. I don't know about it. It's just, that's disgusting.
Thank you.
But there are very dark occult.
Well, the catacombs! Oh my God, the catacombs! They tell you not to go down there. Jameson just brought that up, and so I had to echo that thought. They tell you not to go down there for a reason, and yet there are people called cataphiles. They're addicted to going down there, and they're loaded with, of course, the bodies of the dead who died in plagues.
It's a lot of the dead bodies is one of the preoccupations of the occult groups in France. But it's just. It's got a darkness that definitely does not, get talked about, except for maybe that catacomb show I think they did on the History Channel. I saw some of it. But all these cities have catacombs. They just don't talk about them. That's another thing. People don't talk about the catacombs. They don't talk about the underground tunnels in Manhattan. There's obviously a lot of them, and some of them are for subways, some of them are not. So it's
I like that. He ends off with a really ominous note on that one.
No, it's like I had these two guys I know that were they had snuck underneath Times Square. Like there's different subway what you call it, nexus points underneath Penn Station. You can get on all these different trains, but sort of the I'm thinking it's either Times Square or Grand Central. See, you could go north from Penn Station to Times Square, and there's all these underneath Times Square. There's all these subways, and then you can take what's called the shuttle train to Grand Central Station, where there's a whole bunch of other subways you can get on there. But I think it's the Times Square. You go underneath Times Square, and there's all these trains, and different colors with different numbers. One of them is the 7 train. It's a purple number, 7 train. It's the lowest one. You go walk down the most stairs to get to that one. It goes to Queens and I guess what used to be Shea Stadium. Now I guess it would go to Citi Field now. That you'd go, if you wanted in Manhattan and you want to go see the Mets, you take the 7 train, or to go into Queens. But the 7 train, I knew some guys that went down underneath to the bottom of the 7 train, and then when there's no train there, you can go across the tracks and go down some more tunnels. And they went down these tunnels, and they eventually ended up in a place with water and a submarine. I don't think this was the same submarine. It could have been that FDR had. FDR had a submarine that went under Manhattan. It could have been his submarine.
Holy shit.
But I don't think it is. And it was just like a lot of weird things.
Yeah. By the way, there's all kinds of tunnels that they built for rails that were never used in some of these cities, especially New York City. I know that there's some kind of special train that they built that wound up being walled off from the rest of the accessible stations. There was a science fiction story written a long time ago, and this was back in the 30s, where they were building so many tunnels under New York that eventually they created like a Mobius loop, and a dimensional portal opened where one of the trains disappeared, and they were trying to recover it from another dimension. I mean, that's how convoluted you feel when you really begin to investigate the underground. The difference, of course, with Paris and what makes it stand out is the fact that there were, of course, historic plagues during the time of the Black Plague, etc., where there was just too many people to bury in any conventional sense, so they stored them in the catacombs, where originally Christians were trying to hide from persecution. So you have this history upon history where, and there's enough of the catacombs where they've never been really thoroughly mapped, and yet it's everybody knows one thing, that the ground is so full of them that France kind of like has a building code where you cannot, you really have to consult the city government before anything new is built, simply because their fear is that eventually parts of the city are going to cave in because so much of the ground underneath is hollow. So this is why you don't see that many tall buildings in Paris. Really, the Eiffel Tower dominates Paris for that reason. It's not because, you would expect that over centuries, or over decades, generations, that buildings would go up like skyscrapers, but you'll notice there's no real skyscrapers in any American sense in Paris. So, by the way, Jameson mentions that there's 800 miles of track in New York City. By the way, I would qualify that by saying that we know of. And for some reason, however, the New Yorkers feel much more solid about construction, obviously. And he says this
is bedrock. It's bedrock down there.
There we are. Okay.
So that makes it a lot safer.
Okay. There we are. Thank you.
It's not got a lot of it doesn't have sinkholes.
Right. Yeah. Important point. Important point.
New York is an incredible place. I mean, it's just. It's incredible. It's so many people.
Yeah. No. I mean, it's obviously it's one of the world's magnetic compass points, obviously.
Well, yeah, and then you have the boroughs, which are they're still New York, but they're different. They're completely different than Manhattan. The Bronx, the Queens, and Brooklyn, each in Staten Island, they're all uniquely, very unique. I mean, they're all New York. But each one is just got it. Like, say, I go talk to a crowd in Brooklyn. It's a very different energy than talking to a crowd in Queens. Just completely different energy. They're both New Yorkers, but it's just a different energy. And then Manhattan's altogether different. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure I haven't spoken in the Bronx, spoken in Harlem, but not in Staten Island either. But it's very distinct.
Yeah.
But so much for that.
Right.
They also had that TV show, Beauty and the Beast.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Tell us a little bit about that.
The underground culture of Manhattan, the secret underground. I mean, it was alluding to that.
Right.
I never found the show very watchable, so I never really watched it. I was more interested in what they were really alluding to than what the show was about.
Right. Thank you. I mean, I tried to check it out because it sounded fascinating. And then whenever I tuned in, I just kept saying, I can't get into this. It was like a chick flick. It was a chick flick, except it was on TV. So there you have that. And but it's funny you brought that up. That's like a cult television series, but that it has its cult following. And so by all means, Peter, go on. You've been one of the things that we were speaking of course, was when we were talking about the Montauk boys and disambiguating the kind of energy that Peter and Duncan manifested as in disambiguation from all of the pedophiles I was dealing with.
Preston and Duncan.
Yeah, Preston and Duncan. Sorry.
Well, it's all about observation, and I'll go back to what I said. At Montauk, they're trying to observe. This is what they were doing with time. They were trying to send people back in time to observe. So here you have the, classic quantum observer. They're trying to observe from Montauk. Radu Sinamar is trying to observe in his project. David Anderson has some sort of observation post into time. And he says, even when you look into time, you change it. So you shouldn't do it. But why does he have a time reactor? So there's
because he can't resist.
well, it's what his work is. I think he's a guardian of time, but I really don't know.
That's what Al Bielek essentially was saying.
That's what Al Bielek says, but I'm saying, why does he even exist if he's not doing some sort of policing of time or
intervention?
What is he there for? But in any case, we have all of these functions. John D. They're trying to get information. They're trying to have, he's an intelligence agent for the Queen, and he's trying to, figure things out. He's trying to empower himself. It's all about the observer, and you can do a lot with in my book, The White Bat. I have the darkroom exercise. You can increase your own observation power by going into pure darkness. Going into pure darkness for 15 minutes a day. I've been doing this. I'm supposed to do it every day. Well, I'm getting back into it, and of course, it immediately kicks things up in a positive way. But yes,
do you ever hallucinate when you're in that darkness? Do you ever hallucinate?
Don't hallucinate. I visualize. If I think of hallucination, it's like being like watching a dream, where you're really wrapped up in the action. But I will see things like what I was doing today. I was trying to take on a mastodon. I'm talking about engaging it, overcoming a mastodon, not an elephant. And the reason I did that, for some, I thought of what my teacher had taught me when he went into the New York Public Library and read the history of mankind. It was a book from the 1800s, and it talked about how the reason man rode to the top of the food chain was because he was strong. He had a primordial mind, and he could literally take on a mastodon by himself. How he did it, I don't know. But then as he got weaker and more into his frontal lobe, it would take 5 men to take down a mastodon, and then a whole tribe. Pretty soon they couldn't mess with a mastodon at all, unless they built a trap for it. Jesus. So I was trying to take on a mastodon, and I was thinking, this is impossible. The only way I could do it is maybe, and I'm not talking about with arrows, like Legolas does in the Lord of the Rings. I'm talking about, I said, grabbing its nose, and of course it's going to flip you around, and it'll make quick work out of you. And then I realized the only way to take down a mastodon is with electromagnetic, gravitational, strong force, and weak force, all the forces of physics. You'd have to master the forces of physics. You'd have to hit it with a shield. It would require what we would call paranormal. That's what I was doing in the darkroom today. Well, don't ask me why, because I was thinking about this. I said, how in the hell would somebody take on a mastodon? Not that I plan on taking on a mastodon, but it would make it taking on a human being comparatively easy.
Right. Oh, definitely. By the way, Mandy is listening in, and for some reason, I feel compelled. Mandy, when Peter was speaking of this, what does this bring to your mind? And what Peter is speaking of is basically a form of almost degeneration, of man degenerating from this very physical peak to kind of more and more of a team working, weaker people. And so, Mandy, does this bring anything to your mind about some of what you've been investigating? By the way, we'll hear her in a moment, hopefully. Let's see if she can unmute. I know she's out there. And, I know she was listening because she was very impressed by what Peter was saying. She said, wow. So, honey, are you there? If you could talk. And if not, we'll move on.
She might be occupied. She might be occupied.
It's that, yeah, probably.
One of the things of and I would sometimes, and I don't do this all the time when I go in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
I would, but sometimes I would, do push hands with my teacher when he was still alive, and it really accelerates your ability by taking on something much bigger than you are. It strengthens you, and it strengthens you for sure. But it's not always in a physical context. It basically you're engaging your own visual cortex, yes. And it does things to your pineal gland that are not going to be done. This is why the ancients went into caves, from Tibet to Greek. You go into a cave, and then of course there's the Romanians that would go into the cave. I didn't have much cave experience until I went to Romania. I don't know if I had any cave experience at all. Right. But Romania has introduced me to, and caves always intrigued me. The only cave experience I had, I think, was at Disneyland on Tom Sawyer's Island. I loved the caves there, but they were man-made caves. Right. But they were still fun for me.
Right. But by the way, just so people understand the importance of what Peter is talking about, when it came to martial arts back when I was much younger and much more in tune with the martial arts community, to my shame and disgrace, I do not remember his name, but there was an Asian martial arts instructor. Indeed, I don't even remember his ethnicity. I don't remember whether he was Korean or Chinese or Japanese, but he was very... he would practice in a kind of virtual sense through visualization, in the same way that Peter's talking about with what Peter said about the mastodon. This man was studying the ancient legends where men had defeated tigers with their bare hands with a single gong fu blow. If a tiger was terrorizing a community, if it had turned man-eater. And so there were men that could do that in legend. So he began to visualize that if he had a tiger as a foe, how would he contend with it? And then this helped him practice perfecting his technique. So like Peter said, just the visualization of this kind of struggle. And by the way, Brandon Young is with us. He should be able to jump on the call. And like Jameson says, he wouldn't try contending with tigers in real life. But yeah, not that this man was recommending that either. He said, but he found that by dwelling on it constantly, by studying real tigers, and by dwelling on what it would be like to fight one were one to attack him, he felt that this gave him a grand appreciation for what they were capable of, what he was capable of, and therefore he was very much someone who then helped, shall we say, perfect his art and helped him realize his full potential through that level of intensive visualization. By the way, Brandon, just say hi now that you're back, and I hope everything is going well with your family.
Hi.
The book Tarzan, which I read at least the first 3 books of Edgar Rice Burroughs' Tarzan books. The character, it's not like Johnny Weissmuller, if you've seen those movies. He has great primordial strength. And one of the reasons for this is because, he's abandoned or his parents are killed. And, the apes find him, and he's growing up around apes. So he doesn't know that he's not an ape. So he has all this primordial strength that he gains from being an ape. He's treated like an ape, but they're strong. And he just has this incredible primordial strength. Right. And he can take on any animal. This is why in the Johnny Weissmuller movies, when he sounds off, the elephants do what he wants. They do his bidding. The whole jungle does it. And the reason they do his bidding, because he's dominant. He's kicked the shit out of every animal. He's had fights with them. And they after a certain point, he doesn't need to prove himself anymore. They know.
Right.
So that's the character in the book. Now, there's a very interesting book called Tarzan Alive by my favorite science fiction writer, Philip Jose Farmer. And this book is, Philip Jose Farmer is very weird. But
I like that. Yeah.
he is. He's written some really weird stuff. But Tarzan Alive he goes into the genealogy of this character, Lord Greystoke.
Yes.
And he actually goes into his, when I say etymology, I meant genetic history, genealogy.
Yes.
And he does all this digging, and there's actually a short videotape of him that's done from France, and he actually claims that he met with the character of Edgar Rice Burroughs based Tarzan on, and that he drank an elixir. He was a nobleman, and he drank an elixir which enabled him to live.
Interesting.
And that Edgar Rice Burroughs based this on a real character. And he met the character. He did such a good job that it's kind of like David Anderson out of the woodwork. He did such a good job that this guy consented to an interview for about 15 minutes. And he met with him, he says. Now, publishers had a hard time taking it seriously. I found it in the biographical section of the library. It was listed as a biography, Tarzan Alive. But the point is that the real life Tarzan, or as was the Tarzan in the book, could take on animals and beat them. And he wasn't learning martial arts. He had the art of the ape. Right. You know. By the way, there is a very I guess what you call aspect in martial arts, which you call ape back. When you make your neck and your upper back like an ape, you're much stronger. So, you know, if you're pushing hands with somebody, you go into ape back,
right?
All of a sudden you've increased your power multifold. But that's just speaking of the apes.
Right.
But
many of the martial arts emulate the animals. Yes.
Yeah. So, but it's higher form. You can emulate pure physics, and because I had seen my teacher once, first time I met him, he had a big guy. I say he was the size of a guard in college football. And he says, now he didn't know the guy. He says, now come on, run at me, full speed, from about 30 yards, and knock me over. This guy ran at him full speed, and my teacher just put up his hand, and the guy fell back like he'd run into a wall, and it was very impressive. Many years later, I brought it up, and I asked him. I said, because he was teaching us about the four forces: weak force, strong force, electromagnetic force, and gravity. I said, which one of those forces did you use on him? He says, all four. All four. Of course, he remembered it. And my teacher was somebody you didn't want to mess with. And boy, would people mess with him. They didn't mess with him physically, but they just, they didn't respect him. I say mess with him. They wouldn't do what he said. They'd do something else. And, it's you see, you're not gonna beat this guy in a fight. So you mess with his head, or try to mess with his head. They weren't very successful by, doing something stupid, not doing what he said, or, not respecting what he had to offer.
that's the ultimate insult when you see what he did have to offer. So, it's like, it's sort of their own martial art, like, hey, I'm not going to do what you say. I'm not going to do what you say. It's kind of funny.
Mhm.
I'll do the opposite. I'll do it my own way.
Usually a mistake, yeah.
That's what people will do. And, it's like, okay, go do it your own way. Don't come back. And he would disengage so many students. They never knew they were disengaged. He's basically saying, I don't want to teach you. He's not saying I don't want to teach you. He never said that.
He didn't need to.
Rare cases, he might, but he said, I don't want to, okay. Just ignore you, and then you leave the class. And he's happy.
Right.
Because he was very particular about who he taught and what he taught to them. So that was, and I was able to, and I think one of the reasons, well, and it wasn't because I was a writer. He respected what I did. And when I think I handed him one of my books early on, he says, you're going to do good. I said, why? He says, because he says, you're an artist. And he says, this is an art. Martial arts is an art. That's why it's called martial arts. In other words, you have to be creative. Now, at the same time, creative, you don't do your own thing. Ultimately, you do your own thing, but you don't ignore what you're learning. It involves creativity. But there was so much of, I guess, what I garnished a lot of, I guess, what you call respect from him, because I actually would do what he said. And I remember one time at the park, I was learning how to stand, and it was just too hard for me. It was so hard, and I was ready to quit. We were supposed to stand in a posture for 20 minutes a day.
Jesus.
Well, it's not that once you do it, but this is the thing. I didn't know that you could do it in 5-minute increments. I didn't know that. Nobody told me 5 minutes, so I was trying to do it for the full 20. And I remember I was sitting out there in the park, and we were all doing our own thing. We weren't doing anything. And he was getting a massage, and this one of these kneel down tables from one of his students out in the grass. And I'm sitting there doing the stance. I'm just standing, minding my own business, standing. And then all the other students begin to gather around me. And they start standing too. They're not doing it because, it was like I started just, they weren't following me, but in a sense they were. And I did it for I didn't even know how long it was. I looked at my watch, it was like 17 minutes. And I said, oh shit, I can do this. I can do this now. And my hands were on fire. My hands were on fire. And I said to one of the guys, he goes, oh, you got it now. I went over to the teacher and I told him, I interrupted his massage and I said, I just did this for 7. And he just like, wow. He looked at not because I did it for 17 minutes, but because I was doing what he said.
Right.
And he says, wow, that's good. That's really good. It's like, he knew I was serious. And then once I did it for 17 minutes, I could do it for 20 minutes. So you do that for 100 days. And then he gives me another stance to do for 100 days. And when you stand, it's so powerful, because all of a sudden it's very hard at the beginning, because you get tired, but you're trying to fatigue the muscles so that you're now standing up with your bones, and you want your Qing energy, which is your bone energy, and that's where the energy flows. So it's like, wow. And then I was talking about it at one of these meetings at my house that we used to have, and one of his students came by, And she says, "Oh no, this is just something he teaches. He just teaches these around. It just you're, this is just, you came in right at this cycle." And I told him what she said, and he says, "Look, she just minimized it. He says standing is the most important thing." He says, "You have to be careful with the other students. They will minimize what you learn. They will minimize you." He says, "No, standing is very important." Years later, I asked him, I said, we're talking about his teacher. I said, "Did you ever ask your teacher, how come, what did he do to overcome you?" Because he could never overcome his teacher. He said, standing. And just to get you an idea of how sick people can be, he once was in a very bad accident, and he could barely walk, but he got out of the hospital. So he's going to come back to class. And he never believed what his teacher said about standing. He just didn't accept it. He had to learn the hard way. So he comes back to teach his class. He's at the park in Kaiser Park near Coney Island, and he said that everybody showed up. I mean, students who hadn't showed up in a long time, all these people showed up. And they showed up, basically, he said, for one reason. They either wanted to kick his ass because he was vulnerable, having, been in an accident, or they wanted to watch him get his ass kicked. That's how sick people can be.
No,
So,
I totally get it. I mean, this is...
and so he and he's like, all he can do is stand. And so he's sitting there, and all of a sudden this guy charges him. He just charges him out of nowhere. He doesn't say anything. "Here I come." And he just steps out of the way, kind of pushes him, and the guy goes flying off. And he says, "Now I knew the importance of standing." And therefore he became a believer in standing. He said, "That's the only thing I could do." He wasn't able to, maneuver his body anyway, but just kind of sidestep the guy and send him on his way. But that's in other words, that's the thank you he got from so many of his students.
There you go. That is so typical, and it's just so predictable. It's what you'd expect. Honestly, it's one of the things that really is why it's so easy to lose all faith in humanity and just become a total cynic. Yeah,
and that's why he liked me, because I wasn't like that. Not that I would have even thought, I could have done that, and certainly I wouldn't have want to watch it either. I mean, I was like, God. But he did have some good students. And as they say, as I went, many of them fell by the wayside. But then again, he'd been teaching for so long, he could reach across the country and find people if he needed to. But he had, he said at one point, he says, "Okay, I'm going to start really teaching." And he says, "A lot of you are just going to fall by the wayside."
Right.
And a lot of them were women, and they stopped coming. Mm-hmm. And it was like the classes got smaller, and the smaller they got, the better the teaching quality got. And some people might say, "Well, he's not doing enough to promote his work." He didn't care. He wasn't sitting there trying to log how much money he was making. Money was important, but it wasn't that important. He was more interested in teaching. So I'm very glad that I was very lucky that I got to learn what I got to learn, and hopefully I can get my course out that got sabotaged when I lost my computer, and
let people know what had happened. I mean, basically, your computer. Honestly, this was no accident. Peter Moon was working on our book when that computer essentially crashed, which is not something computers.
It was an old computer.
That doesn't work like that. It doesn't matter that.
My real problem was that I hadn't backed it up in 6 months or more, and if I backed it up, I wouldn't have had the problem. but so be it. It is what it is. I got the book done.
Yes.
I got a new computer too. So
Yes. And
anyway, it's getting late for me.
it is, and everybody, he did speak of the book, so I must remind everybody, do purchase a copy and purchase a gift copy for others. Make certain the word gets out there. We're guerrilla marketing this. The only way we can get the word out is through yourselves, because there's no marketing effort behind this. So understand, it's The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II by Peter Moon and Douglas Dietrich. You can get that at skybooks.usa.com, and make it certain that you spread the word on it. This is so important, and someday it will be appreciated and very widely read. But the hardest part is getting the word out. As Niccolo Machiavelli said, the hardest thing in the world is the establishment of a new order, and this is a new order of thought for all too many people out there. The opening up of their eyes to the reality of history. And it's something that most people never have an opportunity to see. Brandon just shared a beautiful image and poem with us that I deeply appreciate. And hopefully Peter Moon sees that too. And I'll try and download that.
I think most people, one of the problems is people haven't figured out how they can co-opt the book yet.
There you go. That's the challenge. It is so unique compared to every other piece of bullshit that's being promulgated out there. That, as Peter says, the hardest part is how do we exploit this? What can we do to make it our own? Appropriate. The word that I was trying to think of with Marlene Dietrich the other day when I saw the American USO was basically saying how she was the greatest patriot. That was like something that was anathema to me, and I was telling Peter how offensive it was. And he used the term co-op, but I realized now the word I was looking for was that they were appropriating her and her legacy to say what a great patriot she was.
It's hard for them to appropriate this book because, it's hard. See, a lot of the work I've done is hard it's hard to make fun of. Mm-hmm. Because if you make fun of it, then you're admitting it exists. And if it exists, then it's a problem. Mm-hmm. So it's, and it's Montauk got out there a lot quicker than this one. Well, of course, everybody was disarmed by that. Right. Now they're all armored up with all the current events of what's going on. Right. And we're supposed to have a lot of upheavals this month.
That's true.
From market upheavals to secrets revealed of politicians coming out of the woodwork. Deep secrets as where the sun is in Scorpio, the moon is in Scorpio, or I think the moon is opposing Scorpio and Mercury in Scorpio. So this is a time for secrets to be revealed of things political and things powerful. It means, Joe Biden, we might find out, is really painting his son's paintings and getting the majority. Something like that. Only it would be much more deeper and interesting than that. But anyway, I'm going to say good night. Good night to Brandon and Amanda and Jameson if you're there.
Oh, by the way, if Brandon, do say good night to Peter, and by all means, and vocally.
Good night, Peter. I think Brandon's on the couch.
Good night, Peter. No, I'm here.
Okay. You're here. Here could be a couch. You could be.
Yes, and Jameson, don't forget to say good night too. Go on, Brandon. Yeah.
Good night, Peter.
No, it's just great. I was thinking the very first interview I had was a fantastic interview with myself and Peter Moon on The White Bat, The Alchemy of Writing. And I just want to thank you, honestly, and I will grab these books for doing these shows every week in and week out with Douglas and working on these books. I was thinking of my friend John, who well before me, I think when he was in high school, John Erasmus, from Santa Barbara, would do these videos on Sky Books Publishing, and he got the original, all the Montauk books, and in fact, I guess they even emailed with Preston Nichols back in the day when he was only, So anyway, long story short, I'm really great to hear you. You sound fantastic, Peter. Honestly, you really sound like you're in great health, and it's great just to listen to your wisdom of various things. So thank you.
Well, it's nice to talk to you after all this time, Brandon. But anyway, maybe you can contribute something to the show now that I'm leaving.
Right.
By the way, he doesn't mean permanently. He means for tonight. But, hopefully you can do that every night. Both of you gentlemen that we're on. And we love you dearly, Peter. Share our love with Paula. And you have a blessed night. Okay.
Okay. Good night.
Good night for now. And so what I've done is I've just fucked up and somehow lost the visual of the Skype. And I'm going to experiment. And the good news is it's totally separate from live stream. So if I wind up hanging up, I'm going to restart the call. So I'm going to call Jameson and Brandon back and Mandy, hopefully. So do me a favor, gentlemen. Jameson in particular, since he's kind of like in the executive producer position, he's more used to this. Can you write Mandy now in the text box, let her know that I'm going to hang up and restart the call if it comes to that I may have to hang up and restart the call. Once I get that going, I'm hoping Brandon and Jameson can talk for a little bit, kind of roundtable with each other, go back to what Brandon and Jameson were speaking of earlier, while I refresh myself for a few minutes. But let's see how this works out. So somebody's talking. Which one of you gentlemen is that?
I don't know. I'm not.
Oh, that was Jameson. It was Jameson.
Okay.
What were you trying to say?
Yeah. I'm all right. I'm here. Okay. Go on.
Okay.
Let's see what happens.
Okay, so let's see what I'm gonna try to do here. Just a little experiment here. It's not bringing anything up right now. This is one of those things where I just press the wrong button and then the Skype. Normally there's like two little windows on Skype. So let's see if this works. I'm going to try this out here. Shut that and then see if I can get this up again. And it's not working. So let's see if I press this, and this might hang up the call. And see if that gives me something. Let's see if this comes back up. Okay, I got the image. That's what happened. It's the image. I got to be real careful when you send me these images. So what happens is if I close these images, what happens is sometimes it winds up bizarrely closing the Skype. Got the Skype back. Okay, so the Skype is back. It's just that these images, they're tricky. They're tricky because when you click on them and make them larger, then the problem is you press the X and they shut down. And then then it shuts the screen down with it. That's the problem.
I don't mean to confuse. I just wanted it. No that worries. Is the photo in verse of the illustration of the Angel Island, and that the woman in that painting represents Angel Island. So.
She reminds me of the Empress from the Major Arcana, which is also the third card in the Major Arcana. And in the Minor Arcana, that would be the Three of Wands, which shows a man overlooking the sea from a mountain over the horizon, which could suggest an island now that you think about it.
Wow, good point. Wow, that's an interesting point.
There we are. Yeah, excellent. Excellent. And so you two gentlemen, why don't you go on about it, catch up with each other while I refresh myself. I'm going to go mute for a few moments. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes at the longest, and I'll finish up these calories, get these into myself, and start talking the rest of the night. Now, what time is it where you're at, Brandon? Are you on Central or Eastern?
Oh, I'm on Eastern.
Oh, okay. So both.
So it's approaching the midnight hour.
Oh, okay. Oh my God. So what are your normal biorhythmic hours?
I haven't thought about it.
Okay. I like it. Taking day by day. Yeah.
Sometimes the sun is out sometimes, and then it's not.
There you go. Oh my God. Talk about living on cosmic time. That's living on cosmic time instead of chronological time. Cool.
That's the zero time that Peter was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Well, welcome to being a dad, basically.
Yeah, that's right. Holy shit. No, my God.
Sleep is...
Well, that's different. Yeah. That's right. That's the dad time. Okay, fuck that. No, I don't want part of that. No. No, no, no.
No. Many do not.
No, God. And what was I can't even remember now the name of the baby Yoda. What's the name again for the baby Yoda?
I will tell you this, but I would like to. I'd rather, because of the gang stalkers and so on,
Yeah.
tell you off air.
Yeah,
But,
sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah, let
Makes
me do
sense.
that.
Yeah.
But she, you might think, I'll give you a hint, mother of something.
Okay. Cool. And
As
that's
we all know, there's a thing called mother of.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds
And
good.
what do oysters make?
Yeah. Oh, there we are. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay.
Old school name, kind of an older name, which is named after actually my grandmother,
Okay.
who came from Ireland. It was a gypsy, in fact, an Irish gypsy, one of these indigenous sort of rednecky sort of Irish witches, old school witches.
Nice.
Right.
You have a very interesting background.
Yeah.
She was interesting. Well, she was definitely very clairvoyant and all, like this kind of. She read tarot cards. I mean, she was incredible. Powerful woman. But we've talked about this before. But anyway.
Yeah, and I remember vaguely the child's name now. Actually, what I had meant was, what's the correct term for the baby Yoda from The Mandalorian is what I was actually referencing, because I forgot it already. I remember
You mean
they
the
had
cute
to
baby.
What's that?
You mean the cute baby, not
Yeah,
the ugly one, right?
Yeah, there we are.
Grogu, I believe, is the
Grogu.
actual name of this. I don't know what the species of Yoda is called,
Yeah,
but I
that's
do
right.
know there is a female Yoda. There is that female Yoda.
Well, I mean,
Uh,
it's a species, so there's supposed to be all kinds of male and female Yodas, right? Or creatures that are of that species, is my
or
understanding.
Yodai.
Yeah,
Who
or
knows?
something.
I don't know.
But I think Yoda is an individual name, so it's not really the name of their species. I don't.
Yeah,
think.
yeah. Yoda's just the name of the character.
Yeah, of a
What,
character among their species. So
do we know what is that species? Is it Dagobah? It can't be. It has to be,
let's look it up. Okay. What is this? I can't believe we're doing this. We shouldn't even be.
We're so geeking out right now.
Yeah, what is Yoda's species? There we are, and we'll see what it says here in
He
the.
is sort of a goetic demon in a way, if you think about it.
It says their true name is not recorded. Yeah, it says known in some sources simply as Yoda's species. The species of small carnivorous humanoids produced. Yeah, anyhow, then they go on to it. So the interesting thing is that they render them carnivorous as opposed to vegetarian now.
Right.
So, yeah, that's bizarre.
Why don't we just call them the ghoul?
Yeah.
There's a goetic demon.
Yes.
Because it,
yeah.
a good old Yoda.
Yeah.
Well, which goetic demon?
Yeah.
Did you know there was supposed to be 73?
So goetic demons, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's yeah. I think one wasn't recorded. Based on a source I trust. I mean, I trust the source, but I don't subscribe to his channel anymore because of the whole, I hate that satanic panic bullshit.
Thank you.
That sort of denial that anything happened, and knowing the truth, I can't, in good conscience, continue to listen to that shit.
Thank you. But yeah, go on.
And it doesn't bode well that, while I still respect the guy as a magician, he's damn good, but I mean a whole defending EA co-editing thing.
Whose YouTube, by the way, just got sliced by YouTube.
Holy shit!
His whole community falling apart. He fell apart and is now gone. Right?
Oh my god!
James?
I had a premonition that was going to happen. I remember last summer. Well, that's something I would go into at another time. It's just something weird. But what I'll say is, his fall was well overdue. Everyone who has ever had tried to speak to Michael Aquino, they crumble.
Yeah.
Once you entertain someone like because I remember Michael Aquino's last interview had EA co-editing on it.
Oh, that's right.
And he was being very what do you call it? uh, he was being very, how do we say, obsequious to Michael Aquino,
Yes, to say, yeah, of
to say the
course.
least.
Yeah.
And again, it's funny. It's just like the people in the UFO community who Michael Aquino had doing things for them. None of their lives ended well. None of their careers are really maintainable, with the exception of Java the fucking Hutt there, who still seems to have her Cthulhuoid tendrils in the UFO community.
Right. Lorien
Benton.
Benton seems to have prospered
Benton,
in her own
yeah.
way. It's bizarre. By the way, so Penny Bradley, for those of you who don't know it yet, she took off towards the contact in the desert or whatever that shit is.
Yes, she told me she would be going there, and I wished her, the best of luck dealing with those people, because they are just cringe.
Yeah, I mean,
Boy.
she can have it anyhow. So we made it here to Mesha, settling in before it starts tomorrow, and so she's over there. She put up their promotional banner, and you got to see all of the people there. Oh God, and so one of them is, top front and center is
Randy Allen Kramer.
Jimmy Church.
no, it's God, who's
Dolan.
Randy Allen Kramer, right?
No, it's the weird little kid. Come on, the kid who's like impotent and shit. The
Oh,
Jordan
Gary
Taylor?
Cole?
yeah, it should be Gary
Gary
Coleman. It's the it's the white kid. James Rank. It's James Rank.
James Rank.
He's top front and center. It's James Rank. So
Wait, who the
So we
Oh my
we
fucking
have
God.
a conference. Yeah.
yeah.
Lorien.
So by the way, we're gonna have Brandon Young is going to explain who James Rink is to Jameson Reese.
Oh,
And so, Jameson Reese, you're in for a treat, so to speak. I mean,
Oh,
kind of. I
boy.
mean, depending on what
Wow.
mood you're in. I mean, it's kind of like a Mr. Bill story. But anyhow, so Brandon Young is gonna explain this to all our listeners and Jameson Reese, just who James Rink
Yes.
is. And when I come back, I'll probably add something to that if they're still on about that, because James Rink is just so much fun to kick around. I mean, that's awful. I shouldn't say that about anyone, but James Rink is just he's unbearably, irresistibly just. It's like Mr. Bill from the old Saturday Night Live or whatever that was on.
He takes it all so well. Too, I
Yeah.
must say.
Well, he doesn't, but nobody cares. They just want to hear him scream.
No.
And so
No, it's like an Encyclopedia Brown story.
Oh my God, no! But yeah, so he's surrounded by, on one side is Penny Bradley, who's to the right of him if you're the viewer, to his left if you're part of the illustration here or the banner. I don't really recognize others, except I know one of them is a Facebook friend of mine in bottom center. And I have no idea. I had no idea this guy was kind of a celebrity in his own right. And to the right, to the left of James Rink, which I mean to his right, but the viewer's left, is somebody who might be Randy Allen Kramer. I don't know. He looks like who's that guy who played in I know. Sutherland. He looks like Donald Sutherland.
Kiefer Sutherland. Okay.
Yeah.
Donald,
So
yeah.
I don't think that's Randy Allen Kramer, because Randy Allen Kramer, you can see who he is. He actually has a Facebook timeline now. Which
Yeah. Well,
Oh, yeah.
I the reason why it came to mind, because he's one of Penny's friends, I think. So
not so much a friend as they're
well,
they're like
Facebook.
acquaintances. Yeah, they're like they met each other. They're kind of let's put it this
French.
way. They're in the same industry. Okay, it's like
It's
you know.
well, you don't control who your coworkers are. I understand. And of course, Penny knows I love her as a friend. So
that's
I mean,
right. That's right. She
There,
knows
there's
the same
nothing
thing.
ill meant of it. It's just he.
And by the way, I do
he
recognize
just-
one of these other ladies who's right beneath Penny on the right of the reviewer on this particular promotional banner of theirs, and this is a older lady who's specialized in like for lack of a better word, I don't know how to express this. Something like if I'm not mistaken, this is the older lady who specialized in like free love, free sex, and like sex is kind of like a therapy. And her lover were like at all of these conferences where I was at the time that Laurie Ann Fenton was around. Maybe Brandon recognizes her.
Well,
But
there's so many. I don't know.
yeah, like that. Yeah, you should have heard me earlier when I was trying to describe how Mandy you met all these celebrities. And I said, oh, she was servicing them. Then I realized how that sounded.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah,
had
she
to.
was all right.
Yeah, I had to
Yeah.
bring her on to talk about that. But anyhow, this older lady was there the time that Laurie and Ann Fenton went ballistic on me and tried to play dominatrix and did what she
Ooh.
did with all these other freaks. I mean, like James Rink, Laurie and Ann Fenton tries to dominate people because she's used to these super soldier victims like Max Spears. She would simply say the right word and he would go into the how would we say at the altar where he was never matured past the age of 9 or something like that, and then she would beat him. This is what I would see her do.
Ooh.
So this is the kind of person and she thought that I was like, somehow she's so used to doing that. She went ballistic on me in that sense. It's not even going to be, how would I say it? I don't need to like put up some macho front and some sort of bullshit and say, and I stood her down or so. Like, it was not important to me. I just humored her and just, went on. But it was soon after that I fired her, of course. And that, of course, had her screaming. She was screaming like a cheated whore then at that point. She's that was when it was. I did that through Laura Lee Solomon, and Laura Lee Solomon told her that Douglas Dietrich has fired you, and then of course she went into that whole spin about, oh my God, something about morals and standards or something like that. Like somehow firing some sleazy bag of shit was like somehow immoral and violating. Yeah, go on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I had one interaction with Laurie and Fenton.
Tell us about it.
So it was basically, I had reached out. I had found your work.
Right.
This is 5 years ago now, Douglas.
Dude, it must have been 10 years ago. That must have been a decade ago. Seriously.
It seems like it. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, no, it had to be. Seriously, it had to be at this point. But go on.
Wow, it must be, yeah.
Yeah.
And but I reached out because at this time she was your manageress, and I reached out and I said, and you had this show, and I sought out this station called Revolution Radio. It was kind of weird to find, and I found it because I'd heard you on the Higher Heights, what is it, the Higher Side Chat?
Fireside Chats or Higher Side, yeah, some shit, yeah, Higher Side Chat.
Which is now...
Later on they interviewed, do you remember later on I think it was them that they interviewed, it was them, they interviewed Michael Aquino and Stephen Outram.
Oh my gosh!
Oh,
really?
I didn't know that.
No. Who was it? Those guys who wound up like it was Brandon Young who brought that to my attention, because Brandon Young, said that Stephen Outram. What was that show on which Stephen Outram brought that tape? He had spliced together all these moments of myself screaming at a high pitch or something, so it would sound totally maniacal. Where he just had like 10 minutes of Douglas Dietrich going, blah, 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 and something, it's just. And so he was playing that, and the guy kept saying, I've had him on the show, I've had him on the show, Wasn't that the Higher Side Chats? That was Higher Side Chats.
Sounds like it. It must have been. It must have been, because it's either that or it's the Sam Tripoli sort of conspiracy show that he has.
Right. Because they were on what was called what was it called? Hillbilly Pirates or some shit like that.
Oh my
Hillbilly Patriots. Hillbilly Patriots radio station.
Where are they now?
What's that?
Where are they now, by the way?
Who knows? Who cares? It was like I said. What had Michael Aquino sunk to that he was taking an interview with a bunch of hillbilly militia men? I mean, fucking
yeah. Well, let's be fair. That is what Revolution Radio means.
Oh yeah, there we are.
Basically, it was.
Yes, that's right. I mean, Revolution Radio is no different. It's just another shithole with Mike
Run
Ringley.
by hillbillies.
Yeah. Oh fuck. Yeah, and Mike really
For
thought
the
that,
most part.
Mike Ringley thought of himself as a rocker, but he was nothing more
No,
than
he was Ozzy Osbourne. What are you talking about,
Oh
Douglas?
shit.
He was
Oh god,
in-
yeah, Ozzy Osbourne if he had like gotten the fat gene and shit and they injected him full of silicon until he blimped out and shit. I mean,
Yeah, and
oh my-
ivermectin.
yes. Oh my god.
Anyway,
So when you reached out to Lorraine Ann Fenton and she was
yes.
yeah.
Thank you. Well, so I reached out to Lorian and I said, hey, Douglas told me to say, I reached out to him directly. He said, please contact sounds very interesting. I'd like to hear more about, your question. Because I had called in because you were taking calls at this time, very cautiously, I believe. And I said, well, I know I had this, I forget exactly the question, but I believe it was on some kind of historical thing that I was interested in. And you say, well, we don't have that much time right now, but please get in touch with my manager, and then next week we'll talk. And I said, okay, great. So I emailed Lorian, and she emailed me back like 2 days, like a day later or whatever. And I read it, and it was the craziest email you'd ever read. And she said, like, immediately insulted me and said, like, who are you? What's your problem? Do you have a problem with Douglas Dietrich? What is it? Like, who are you? Like, I don't. What do you mean by your question? Like, she was super, just like rude.
And you know what she was doing? She was attempting to create an enemy where there was none, with every malevolent intention. Yeah, because that was her job, was to make everybody an enemy of myself. Right? Go on.
But it's so weird because she's not like you. I've heard. In the ensuing years, a YouTuber by the name of CW Chanter has had her on because he met her supposedly at, what is this, midnight in the desert? No,
yeah, they're all out there at these like desert orgies out in the middle of midnight. Yeah,
exactly. Midnight. Laura Eisenhower getting gangbang, anyway. But
by the way, that's horrible. Yeah, horrible. We know.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
Yes.
Wait, what happened?
Oh, well,
I heard gangbang, and I'm just like, whoa.
Oh no, Jimmy Church by all his fans.
Yeah.
And,
gosh, I don't think anyone wants to get banged by him.
No.
No,
not voluntarily. No.
No.
But poor Laura Eisenhower. I mean, she's one of these like she's like the sweetest person you'd ever meet, and crazy people pick on her. But in terms of it sounds exactly like what they would say about her. But hopefully that didn't happen. It's one of those things where
No, I'm joking.
No, understood.
I'm joking.
Understood. But you know what? She's so. How would I say it? I've seen her victimized, so it's like it's not out of the realm of possibility as far as I'm concerned from what I saw. But in terms of so here was Lorian Ann Fenton, and she was just totally being a cunt, and then but somehow you and I wound up communicating anyway. Thank God.
Yeah,
it was,
because you dropped her immediate, like very soon thereafter.
Right.
And then you had, I believe, Laura Lee Solomon,
right,
as sort of an interim manager.
A transition, because she had her own issues, and oh my God, what would you say, Brandon? What would you say was the most outstanding issue with Laura Lee Solomon?
In terms of
just anything that strikes, I mean, like quirk,
she was interesting, quirky in the sense of, I felt at that time like I had just come into a whole lot of new information about my own family that I just discovered, and you helped me discover that and figure out what was going on in my life with Laura and people in the background, for sure, a little bit. So she was a help and a consolation, but we often butted heads.
Right.
You
Right.
know, like there was a time when I was like, Laura, I'm blocking you. I am not talking to you for 6 months, you
I
know?
don't blame
And
you.
then, yeah,
Yeah, she definitely was bitter. She was bitter about life.
yes.
She was embittered. And who was the other person that brings to mind now? We were talking about her, and we were talking about Lori Ann Fenton, Laura Lee Solomon, and what did that bring to my mind from that whole like background? It was obviously Brandon Young and I, we knew each other at the time that there was a lot going on. There was just a
Yeah.
lot going on at that time, and it's really hard to recall all of it. But I'll remember it later, and if I don't remember it tonight, we'll definitely get to it the next time we call Brandon, which will hopefully be on Sunday. But we'll keep bringing him on and to join us. In the meantime, so I'll leave you two gentlemen to talk while I refresh myself. I'll be back in a matter of about 5 to 10 minutes. And my thanks to everyone who is with us tonight. Again, need to reemphasize, in order to get the episode distributed with as wide a distribution as possible, do hit those upvotes. The Agents of Chaos have, of course, paid a far higher amount for their bots, and their bots downvotes are sticking at this point. So it's the only way to counter that is to provide more upvotes, and that will help our episode get distributed. Why they felt tonight was going to be such a challenge, hard to say. But they, of course, have certain nights which they feel that I'm going to really lay into something that they have to block. And
Oh,
yeah.
yes, that brings something to mind that I really, because the more provocative, the better. I mean, why not stick it to them? The fucking Edomites and Moonanites.
Yeah.
Notice I added the Moonanites because the cult of what's his name of the Moon dynasty.
Yes.
They sound actually worse than the Edomites, in my opinion. Because in all honesty, they seem more likely to rip United States apart than the Edomites do.
Thank you. Oh, so you did catch what I was saying about the.
Yes,
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 okay.
and I honestly find them more menacing than even the kings of Edom and the cult of the anti-gods, because the cult of the anti-gods, without a monstrosity like Aquino to lead the show, or at least provide us, some order,
Right.
they're just I don't see them, destroying Harp to bring about the incursion, or something. But as for the cult of the moon, now they have the money, they have the people, they probably got the down low on everybody in politics in America. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yes.
they could literally crush the country at any moment they see fit, and there'd be not a goddamn thing we could do about it.
Yeah, no, that's it's truly frightening and appalling. It is appalling. By the way, so Brandon Young understands. We were talking about how George Bush Sr. had been converted to the Reverend Sun Myung Moon Church, and how essentially much of his agenda was that of Reverend Moon's. If this were a Dungeons and Dragons game, you would essentially say that Aquino's cult of the kings of Edom that he was affiliated with would be chaotic evil, whereas Reverend Sun Myung Moon would be what you would call lawful evil.
Lawful evil
Thank
and
you.
lawful.
Fascinating.
And
Because
yeah,
Bush had this sort of vanilla exterior,
yeah,
or tried to anyway.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, he was like, yeah, he had that, he was so vanilla that you would
I'm
just,
from Maine,
yeah,
small
yeah,
town.
yes. Then he would pretend he was from Texas, so he had different origin points. That's
Right,
like he was,
right.
yeah, by location or something. And by the way, Deep Space Pilot, who is actually Ronald Stroine, the lead bandsman of the Deep Space Pilots, an acid rock band, no less. As Peter Moon was saying later, after I tried acid, I was introduced to Crimson King. Yeah. So Deep Space Pilots has been around just as long. And so Ronald Stroine of the greater Chicagoland area is a practicing attorney. So do look up Ronald Stroine's law practice, and then he's got the Deep Space Pilots band. He says, yeah, for Brandon Young, what Brandon Young was talking about when he encountered Lorian Ann Fenton via email, Deep Space Pilot is saying, yeah, it's been more than 5 years, but I can guarantee you it's been 10. It's been 10 years because that happened 10 years ago. I remember that very distinctly because what Lorian Ann Fenton told me, because she was trying to get me revolted and not speaking to you, she basically said, for some reason, she was trying to prevent us from contact. And which goes to show you that we had to contact each other because that's exactly what the Edomites did not want. Right. And so it was basically, she told me that, oh, this is some gay guy who has a crush on you, is what she said. Some gay guy.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, so you remember that, and that was 10 years ago. That was at the time. We're talking about the 2012. She was starting that 2012 conference and everything. And yeah, God knows where she's getting her money from these days because, all of the money that she did all of those conferences with, that was my money. That was my money. So after I fired her, what kind of income did she have? I mean, the only person that she's got now, as Brandon Young will explain to James and Reese, the only person that she really had that she took under her wing, because she had to have somebody because she's a handler. So she became the handler of James Rink. Yeah. And she had first been assigned to myself. And then she, when I dumped her, then she reached for James Rink. And James Rink, by the way, is, oh God, she would tell me about him. She would say that he would talk to her for hours because he had no woman in his life. So she was like always serving as his surrogate sex figure, kind of like virtual sex, where he would talk to her on the phone and pretend she was thin and svelte or something. And,
that's repulsive.
Oh,
Holy
yeah, so sad.
shit.
Just so sad. Just so sad. And so she would basically, he'd be telling her about how lonely he is and everything, and he had no girls and all this stuff. And, it's just, awful. And then she would...
what is the shame in spending money for sex?
Well, he didn't have any. So, I mean, yeah. So then, so she would tell him, you've got to basically, present yourself as if you're experienced, because, the last thing women want is some virgin. There's women who go for that, but apparently he couldn't find them. Anyhow, it just went on and on. But she was telling me that this was just something that she was doing because, and I was asking her, well, why do you do this? I mean, why do you talk to him for hours and hours on end? I mean, it's like, and then, well, it turns out, of course, she was obligated. She was obligated because she's a handler. So it's not like she had a choice. So that was it. Yeah. Yeah. And
how much does that job position pay?
She must be getting a lot because her rent was $3,000 a month at least. Her rent was $3,000 a month.
Shit.
So she had to be getting enough to pay that because she never ever moved. Even though the landlord was constantly threatening her, she never ever moved. I know this for a fact because I paid her rent. I paid her rent for a period of time. And then I got someone else to pay her rent for a period of time. And then she moved on to, she's always got somebody that it can't be James Rink. So
until they unfortunately or fortunately die. And,
something. Yeah.
I don't know if anyone has seen, perhaps the change came. Yeah. This is just speculation. Because I just became aware of this. Is this death certificate of Aquino, where he killed himself, supposedly, according to the California death certificate I have.
Interesting.
Or that's been circulating around, I should say, for the past, I don't know, months or two around the internet. It does say as cause of death, gunshot wound. Does not say it's specified to the head, but one would imagine something like that. And so, in that sense, I mean, you know more about this than me, Douglas, and I'm sure Jameson as well. Who the beneficiary of what would be in that
theoretically, legally, if you kill yourself, there is no beneficiary. Insurance doesn't pay off for suicides. And otherwise, everybody who is a decent bloke and totally irresponsible and feeling guilty about never having raised their kids or something would bring out an insurance policy and blow themselves away because, men to this. Men do that. There are some men who just say, I'm in so much pain, I'm worn out, I can't work. And so what happens is that they will attempt suicide and try to fake the death so it looks like somebody broke in, a home invasion, and they were murdered, so their family can get the benefits. But the insurance companies pay for private detectives to go in along with the police. They don't trust the police for this. They'll hire private detectives to go in case the joint and prove that the man killed himself, so they don't have to pay out any benefits. There's no benefits for suicides. So as for Michael Aquino, it's, I'll tell you the truth. Personally, it's hard for me to imagine him killing himself unless he was in extreme physical pain and then just said, I can't deal with this, I'm going to kill myself just to not suffer the physical pain. That might be the only thing I could think of where he would do.
I'm sorry, it's hard for me to imagine him killing himself even if he was in extreme physical pain.
Thank you, because there's so many drugs out there he could access, really.
Not only that, the guy borders on not human, so
Yes,
I mean,
true.
shit.
That's true. No,
so
I
it's
mean,
ritualistic.
Yeah. Yeah, thank
Right.
you. I mean, it strikes me that it's just hard to believe. You never
Yeah,
know. But
It feels like a smokescreen.
yeah.
I will send along the death certificate, but
Thank you.
it is on the internet. Let's just say that.
Right.
So it could be a fake.
And you said this was a California death certificate, or what was it?
Yes, California certificate of death, or yeah.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
interesting
Yep.
in and of itself, because
Lilith is mentioned as well in
Interesting.
the death certificate, and I guess her name is Lilith Butch.
I
that
thought it was Lilith Sinclair.
I was about to say it's more along different lines. That's unless there's like she had a real name and that was an alien. I don't know. It all sounds fishy to me.
No,
does sound
it's
fishy.
super
It did,
fishy
yeah.
because
Yeah.
her name is her legal name is Lilith Sinclair.
Right. And
Interesting.
so, by the way, I want to respond to two people in the chat room. Brando is obviously our man, Brandon.
That's me.
and
Yep.
and so then we have Nathan Brooks. Shout out to he. A man named Me says the family sold it to the Campbells, and then the Real Tech Geek says I always upvote for you, Douglas. Thank you, sir. Jimmy Trabert says I would say control and power for the Democrats. Of course, this is someone. Okay, just stop listening to Fox News is what I'll tell Jimmy Trabert.
Yeah. Well, we only excuse Peter Moon for Fox News.
Yeah, that's
He's
right.
the only one.
Yeah.
He's the only one we'll let get away with it.
Yes, yeah. We tolerate it with him. It's like, what can you do? He's older, he's white, he's male. Yeah, it's like three factors. It's kind of like
He's in a
genetics.
retirement community at this point.
Yeah, kind of.
No, I'm joking.
Yeah.
Peter.
And then he was talking about, oh yeah, Paula loves hiking, and I'm like thinking, dude, she's younger than your biological fucking daughter. Of course she can handle fucking hiking. Jesus Christ, right? Anyhow, yeah. Then there's LTK. LTK says, you're the best fire horse. You saw everything years ago. I love you, Douglas. Bless you. Let me know what gender you are so I know whether to blow a kiss or simply give you hugs. And Veronica Barrera. Buenas noches, Douglas. Ay a todos. Mwah. Buenas noches a todos. Senora Veronica. Love you dearly. And with that, I'm going to refresh myself. I'll be checking in about 10 minutes or so. Both of these gentlemen will hold the stage. God bless them. And thank the gods of my ancestors for them. If Mandy wanders back, of course, let her back on. And that was weird. She wrote wow when, Peter Moon was talking about, grabbing the mastodon by the trunk. A bit funny. And, yeah,
something else comes to mind.
yes, that's not
Agent Dr.
Snuffleupagus'
Freud.
trunk. Yeah, what was that, Brandon? Yes,
That's not a trunk.
yes. Yes, in the dark. Yes, he's in the dark. It's hard to tell which body part. Yeah, it's there, it's hanging. Yeah, and So, Brandon
I'm
and
Like
just
the
gonna.
elephant game, you
yeah,
know.
that's right, the elephant game. Yes, which part is this? And
Yes, right.
oh my God, that was that
I'm
one
just,
poor
I'm
bastard who
just
was
gonna say use a nuke.
there. There.
Just go Stanton Friedman on the thing.
Yes, yes, that's right. And
I
for the
always got the tooth.
yes, there we are. The trunk, the trunks. Yes. Oh, and by the way, elephants to avoid being poached are evolving faster and faster without trunks. They're being born without trunks
Wow.
now. I mean, not trunks. Excuse me, tusks. Tusks. I meant
Oh,
to say
wow, yeah,
tusks.
okay.
Holy shit.
Why
Oh,
do
I
you
can't
need
get
to
it out.
grow 'em, you know?
Yeah, and all right, gentlemen. Be back, and all my love. Thank you so much for
Bless
what you
you.
do.
Thank
Bless
you,
you.
Douglas.
All
Take
right.
over.
Yeah, I wanted to know. So please run me through your assassination attempt on. Oh my gosh, Lavenda. That sounds.
Mine on him?
Yes, yes.
All right, so let's see. It must have been 2 years ago. I mean, well, yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if I'd call it assassination attempt or really, but so the whole drama happened, but with me realizing that in one of his books he has a shout out or reference to a family member of mine, you know, and it's obscure and it's stupid, and I shouldn't even noticed it, but I did. And I was like, well, what's up with this? You know, so I like, kind of wrote him about it. Then just so happened that like I got in a really bad car accident that had nothing to do with any other car. In fact, it had to do with my brakes being cut, and that's a fact anyway. But anyway, and my ignition was sort of messed with. And it's a long story, but I went out to I think it's like 2 years ago. I was in California, and where my baby was being born, you know, and so I went out there to see the birth and everything, you know,
Yeah.
and anyway, so down in Encinitas, a town called Encinitas, which is like about 30 minutes north of San Diego. I don't know if you're familiar with that area at all.
No, I'm from New York.
You're from New York, so like,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm from the East Coast too. I'm from Boston, so I know New York pretty well. I love New York, but yeah. So this is out in California, L.A. You can imagine it. It's no big
Yeah.
deal, you know. And so anyway, San Diego. Just imagine Comic-Con or something like that, and but on the beach. And then so about 40 minutes north of there, super nice neighborhood and everything, you know. And I forget exactly how it came about. Oh, I remember. So I was staying at my brother's home, and which is like a nice little pad, you know.
Yeah.
And it's right on the beach. It's like like 500 feet from the freaking beach, man. And it's like there's a Yogananda retreat up the street. There's people on the streets playing guitar and just like a surfer culture, you know, completely. And I mean, I've been going out there for years, okay? But I'm out there now. I'm just kind of like figuring out, okay, what's the next step? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And anyway, so I'm just kind of I'm figuring it out. And someone tells me, this girl I met tells me, I'm like, well, I'm kind of, I mean, I follow the UFO. Some of my friends follow the UFO stuff and conspiracy kind of occult things and whatever. And they're like, well, you know, Tom DeLonge has his store in your town. What do you mean? What are you talking about? He's like, oh, yeah, To the Stars Academy. I'm like, yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah. They're like, yeah, he has a storefront out in Encinitas, downtown Encinitas. I'm like, where? You know, because I know it very well. It's a super small place. So, and somebody who Tom DeLonge, the one person who Tom DeLonge chose as his author, to write like many of the books. And there are other authors as well, and there are other books and stuff. You can go on like, I don't know, the To the Stars Academy merch section or whatever. It's not. I'm not saying it's legit. But anyway, but he hired Peter Levenda to write like a book called sequence of books called the Secret Machines, Volume 1, 2, and 3, kind of like Sinister Forces was.
Oh yes, I'm familiar with those.
Yeah. So like, but these I read much of the first book, a little bit of the second book, maybe about halfway, and they're divided into 3 different sections. So like the first section is called God, Man, and War, or I think maybe it's vice versa: War, God, Man, something like that. And basically it talks about like, okay, these are 3 fundamental forces of human history: like war, God, this invisible world, and these what does that all mean and stuff. And it's kind of bizarre, because I don't, it's whatever. And so anyway, but he was having a book signing, and so I thought it would be funny to go down there and sort of like, go down there and just be like, have him sign my copy of the Necronomicon, because he wrote the Simon Necronomicon.
Yeah.
He wrote that stuff, and he wrote that. And he denies it, and he actually went on coast to coast being like, I am not Ravenda, I am not, like with an accent, like a Borat, like before there was Borat. So I was like, it would be funny. Everyone's there like, yeah, I love you, Tom DeLonge, you're so rad, dude. Let me skateboard and guitar out of here. Oh yeah, bro. And it was so that scene. And I'm an East Coast guy like you. So I'm going there like, like I would go there at like 2 in the morning, because it was also like his recording studio in the back. And he also had like a little cafe that he owned, a little used car place that he had with like super nice cars. There was all this like money laundering little thing he had going on down there, but it was legit business, I guess. Whatever. Anyway,
Yes.
I guess, but I would go down there, man. I would just be like, oh yeah, I don't know, hey, what's going on? But then, like, dude, like the day of the signing happened, and there were 2 bookstores in that town, and one is about the next 2 blocks over, and it's a tiny bookstore, but I've been going there since I was like a kid, and like this is before this To the Stars Academy bullshit came out, and Peter Levenda and everything, and the line when I went down there, and I went down there like around, early, kind of. The line was ridiculous. It was like an hour wait just to get a book signed by Peter Levenda. So I was like, no thanks. But I did think like a cool assassination attempt would be to have like a pen filled with some kind of poison, and as he's signing it, just be like, Mr. Lavenda, thank you very much, and then like wink at him as he like goes to sign the next book, and it's like he just kind of chokes up and like foams at the mouth, and that's it. And but I was like, it's not worth my time, man. I don't really want to sit here in line just for that. You know what I mean? Just to meet. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, he's not. I mean, he's not that important.
It's not that important to me, honestly. Like, I'd rather go on the beach with some babes. You know what I'm saying? Like, sorry, I got a Tinder date, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, sorry. Gotta go get some buffalo wings, and I'm gonna have 3 Guinnesses. I'm gonna meet some weird chick who's gonna tell me all about whatever, and throw her in the beach. That's it. Anyway, no, but that's how it went down. Basically, nothing happened.
Okay, yeah. I don't know why I got the impression that you had King went at him with like a letter opener or some shit.
Yeah, I don't know where that happened. I don't know where that came from.
I think
That definitely never happened. That'd be cool. We should do a comic book on that. That'd be freaking or something. That'd be fun. Do like a story where I did that, but no, that didn't happen. A letter opener. That'd be funny. Or like a fire poker or something from like a hot stove, or fire or whatever. Yeah.
I thought I heard that from Douglas, but I'm not now that I think about it, I'm half. I tend to be half here most of the time, so it's like,
Hey,
okay.
So do I. Don't we all? I mean, I don't even know if I'm a third here. I don't know. I think I'm more than a half not here. Some days, but
Yeah,
anyway, yeah. So I don't think the letter opener thing happened. But
You still have a copy of the Necronomicon, or you?
I have different. It depends on what you mean. I have like the Simon Necronomicon, which is there's that one, right? And then there's the one that H.P. Lovecraft kind of like wrote about and stuff like that, and that's in like a lot of his different stories and things like this. And then there is like people who use the Necronomicon in their stories after Lovecraft, and so like it's in their books and stuff like that. So there's like, I don't know. Yeah, I have a few, I guess, but not like it's a real book or anything. Yeah.
Well, technically, honestly speaking, I think if one were to look at the Egyptian Amduat, which were the funerary papyri that they buried with the dead elite, those could probably technically be considered the first Necronomicon, because they were like spells that were meant to ward off the any evil that the dead and departed would encounter. So they were literally like small books of the dead.
Books of the dead. That's a brilliant point. That is, I don't know if I've ever heard that. That's actually brilliant. Yeah, so like Tibetan Book of the Dead and Living, and the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and the Anduat. Wow, yeah, that is a Necronomicon technically. And yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and it's interesting, but I started to wonder if like some of the what do you call it, the sort of Hebrew system with the with the Sephirot and the Klipot, if like the 22 pathways, and I've actually came to learn that there are 26 pathways instead of 22. There are supposedly 4 that are hidden with the tunnels of Set.
Right.
But at first I was thinking, what if this is really based on the Amduat, because you're going through different stages, different hours,
Exactly.
But then I came to realize that it's actually based on the alphabet, because the Hebrew alphabet has 22 characters.
Sure.
And so the fact that it has 26 pathways now means that it sort of brings to mind what John Dee had discovered about English being the new language. It wasn't Dee, was it Crowley? It was Crowley, right. Is Crowley. He had gotten some kind of message where I guess the language for use in magic now would be English.
English, right.
Or so that's what I read from Alan Greenfield.
Dee as well, yeah. Yep.
And he's quite a character himself.
Alan Greenfield's great. Yeah, good resource. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, his occult stuff is legit. I mean, I grasp Peter Moon doesn't like him too much, but
oh really? I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But as far as a resource, though, and in the very least, he cuts through the bullshit on the ufological subject, and gets straight to the point by saying these are interdimensional incursions.
Yes.
And to back this up, there is a spirit. I think it's I'm not certain. I'm just pulling this off the top of my head, but I think it's an anonym of the tunnels of Set, which can allow the sorcerer to cause strange phenomenon. So who's to put it past a lot of these things happening as being, some magician playing around and just going like, yeah, I want to make something strange happen today. Get people riled up.
Yeah. So the question's more of what is it like? You're seeing magicians as more of like, I'm just trying to more chaotic.
Yeah. I mean, people who just want to stir shit up, decide rather. And they work with an entity, and you see like fleets of UFOs and all types of weird shit going on. Right.
Well, that definitely happened in New York, right? When Crowley was in New York or whatever. But
really? That I did.
You ever hear about that?
No,
there's a whole book about this where Crowley became. I think it's called Crowley in America. Crowley. I don't know how you say it. Whatever. But he was in New York for quite a time. And he was writing a newspaper at the time. And in fact, he was doing like magical warfare, supposedly, in that area.
By the way, that's no shock.
Hey.
How would I say it? That's just got back and I heard you talking about Crowley in New York, and it's no surprise he would be engaging in magical warfare. It was like that was the norm wherever he was. I mean, he was it's just constantly, at war with the world, really, But definitely, thank you for bringing that up. By all means, continue. By all means, please. I'm going to finish eating here while you two gentlemen continue talking. You're both doing well.
Well, thank you. So that was interesting. But remember John Evans, who used to be on this show a little bit, and he'll come back, I'm sure, at some point. He's just in the midst.
Are you talking about the blind bard?
The blind bard himself.
Yes.
Who has become quite popular, I should add.
Yes, no doubt. Nothing like a black guy expressing blind guy. Nothing like a blind guy expressing how horny he is. You can see the Freudian slip and why I said black. But the blind bard, John, I forget his surname. But and it's not to diss him, but I remember when he was on my show, he was like saying, "Yes, I may be blind, but I enjoy the company of beautiful women," and basically letting people know he was available and he was horny. And I was like thinking to myself, I guess you're sensitive with touch and whatnot, but it's like, how do you get to the point where you get a woman comfortable enough? You just say, "Oh, I'm blind. Let me feel you up." I mean, is it kind of like
Yeah, I don't ask the details with John. Kind of keep it specific in certain areas, but we have discussed this romantic issue, and it's one of those things. I said, John, I can teach you. We can talk all day long about Beowulf. We can talk all day long about Aramaic and the Greek translation of Ecclesia and all this stuff. But I will never be able to teach you about women,
Right.
You're gonna have to learn that on your own, and it's been hard seeing him learn it, as it were, especially as a blind person, But let's just say he's doing well for himself, and he's fine.
We are, And so in terms of what I had asked him to do was I asked him to come on the anniversary of the victory of the fascists during the Spanish Civil War, which of course reestablished in a very real sense the rule of the church to a great degree on the Iberian Peninsula. And I said, could you come on with myself for this day to talk about how, because he had offered to come on. He says, I can talk about this or this or this, but I asked him to come on to speak about why the victory of the fascists was important in Spain in the 1930s, because the godless communists, if they had won, would have dismantled the church and everything else. So he did not, after that, he didn't, he just totally, how would I say it? Never heard from him again.
Yeah.
And my thought
is typical.
Yeah, and my thought was, well, like, you have to stand up for something or you'll fall for anything. And he did say he was a Catholic. So
Right.
he may not say, oh, well, I will not, stand by fascism or something like that. But, in that
No.
situation, that is one of those existential moments in history where if you didn't stand by the fascists, you weren't going to stand at all. It was either that or the communists, and the communists were going to take the church down. It was that simple.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well,
And
Orwell wrote about it, what, an homage to Catalonia, which is probably my
thank you.
favorite Orwell book about the Spanish Civil War. And the Franco government at the time wasn't, yeah, you're right. But he could have very well, I just don't think he knew much about the topic at hand, and he had his own sort of agenda. So he started his own YouTube channel, is doing his own thing, has been very busy with that. I do talk to him from time to time, but I do allow him to figure his own life out at this point. There's not much I can teach him, at some point. But
just so people know, like I said, it's not coming down on John. I mean, he's one of the most intelligent people out there, as Brandon will tell you. And like I said, at the same time, I'm still trying to puzzle through that just for the sake of like, oh my God, I would never want to lose my eyesight. And it is important to remember he was not born blind. I mean, John actually was
Right.
born. Yeah, he came into blindness about what age? What age was he?
I think it was it 10 years old?
Holy shit.
So rather late, actually, considering that by 10 years old, you know what color is and you know what, visual things are. So he does have a sense of the physical world in a different way than someone, let's say, who was born blind or without sight would be. Like, his experience is completely different. In a very real sense, almost like Ray Charles, who, the musician, American musician who went blind, I believe around the age of 10, around the same time. So,
And so, I mean, that of course belies the joke, and the joke was, you know why Ray Charles is always smiling? Because he doesn't know he's black. Yeah, and
yeah.
so
Oh my
it's
gosh.
yeah, and but obviously, our man John, he's what he is. I always had the feeling he'd do well. He just he's very good at how would I say it? Communicating. So he's got
Yeah.
I'll just say it bluntly. He's good at marketing himself, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's so much marketing. I think it's very tough to market yourself when you're blind. You're always on the dependence of others, and so he is very simple in a lot of ways. He's very monkish. He's extremely devout, much more of a devout than I ever am. But I mean, yes, he has had girlfriends and so on, and he readily admitted that he's not. He wants to be cut out for the priesthood, but he just can't get over this stupid sex thing, right?
There you go.
Which they used to allow, and he's trying to get around. And I'm like, well, hey, listen, it's okay. It's not for everybody. Some of us, the first law of God was to procreate, right?
Oh, I remember now what he said. He said he was willing to become a priest if they would allow priests to marry. I remember now. That's right.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's always going back and forth between this. And I said, don't worry about it. Like, some people are called to do other stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to be a saint. It's nice for you to have lofty goals like that and stuff, but that can lead to pride, and that can lead to a certain degree of not having humility, which you need.
Right.
But I mean, he's constantly reminded of humility with his eyesight and so on. So anyway, it's I wish him the best.
Right.
But we'll get him back on. We'll
Sounds
have
good.
a good talk with him. Yeah.
Sounds good. And so aside from that, what I'll do is I'll finish up. There's not too much left on this tray. Let me finish this up, leave you two gentlemen to talk there. And honestly, you're both doing so well. Please continue.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Jameson, you still there?
Yeah. I just had to take some antacid pills because
Oh,
the stomach is just
What was
yeah.
it? What was it that did it to you this time? What were you doing now?
no. Well, I decided it would be great to have some sesame chicken, so I
Okay.
got
Ooh.
like this whole thing of sesame chicken and rice and gobbled it down quite fast, I'd say. This is on top of other things that I should not be doing.
Right,
Because,
right. I figured there was a story
yeah,
behind this.
yeah,
Okay.
you kind of figured it would happen again. I
Yeah.
mean, at this point, I feel it's not that some people are too old to get it. It's just that, like, why bother?
I hear you. I
You know,
hear you. Yeah, go on. Go on.
and there's always this puritanical optimism of, that they seem to indoctrinate people with in, rehab with the steps and like
Mhm.
you turn your life over to a higher power. And I'm thinking, dude, I never trusted higher power at all. And I don't think I ever will, because it's just not like my personality type. I can't, there are
Right.
too many things that, I'm like, in the true sense of a word, like Lucifer, a rebel of sorts, in the, if one goes by the traditional um Christian idea of it. So I really can't do the, I have my faith in something outside of myself. That doesn't gel well
Right.
at all.
By the way, I'm sorry. I talked to our man Peter earlier. I don't know if Brandon heard this, but I was like saying it's with people. Oftentimes they'll tell me something, and I'll keep it a secret for a long period of time. But you know how I feel about toxic secrecy in terms of like all those pedos I was dealing with and all the children who were victimized by them. I don't know if you caught what I was saying about all that, Brandon. Did you hear
I
me in the
did
background?
a
Okay,
little bit.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's along it's along those lines. I can't resist. I'm sorry. John may hate me forever, and he may never come on again. But I'll tell the truth here. He was asking Keith Call for some help because he was dealing with some supernatural phenomenon that was basically haunting him, and it traced back to there was what we would call a cairn, Cairn. A cairn is like it's like an artificial construct of bones, human or animal or both.
Right.
Yeah, he came upon a cairn, and it wasn't like he just came upon. It wasn't stumbled upon. He and his friend they knew about this place that was of
Yeah.
ill repute, and so here they say let's go there and take it on. And they went there, and
Oh.
all I could think of, this is my image that came to mind when he described this story. I'm not even going to go in depth to it. I mean, basically they deconstructed the cairn, and of course after that he paid the price with a lot of supernatural haunting and
Strife.
yeah,
Yeah.
and so
That's
and,
the way it works.
yeah,
And I
yeah,
told
and
him
all I
that.
could think of was, okay, hey, look at
You
that
idiot.
warehouse. Hey, that warehouse is rumored to have all kinds of explosives. Yeah, let's go. And then they go inside there, and there's
That's
all these signs,
exactly
no smoking. There's all these signs, no smoking, high explosives, etc. Shit like that. And they go, let's light up. Yeah, and it's like, boom, and there's this, oh man, what happened and shit. And
Yeah,
oh,
exactly.
this is... What the fuck? Okay, so we're talking about how intelligent he is, and okay, intelligence obviously has nothing to do with common sense, and obviously intelligent people can be the stupidest people in the world. It's just like
Yes.
thank you. It's just I'm sorry, just had to share that. It's one of those things.
Well,
Where,
emotionally and intellect is something else, quite different.
thank you. Yeah.
Maturity, and he's very mature,
Yeah.
but
Thank
not
you.
in this sense, not in the emotional sense.
Thank
not
you.
in-
Thank you. And
not-
that's where that
and
came from. That's where that came from when he was on my show. And I wasn't, by the way, understand, I'm not revolted by this. This was nothing offensive to me. It was just kind of like when he said that, like, it's kind of like, you know who it reminded me of, though? In no way are these two people alike at all. No way are these two people alike at all. But you had what's his name, Stephen Outram, and Stephen Outram.
Oh, jeez.
Oh yeah. Oh God. So Brandon Young knows all about Stephen Outram. No need for explanation. But that fucker, he like went on national television. It was the Australian version of Who Wants to Marry a Millionaire. and he was on that, and nobody took him. Nobody took him for Who Wants to Marry a Millionaire. It's true. It's a true story. And so it's like he was like, and so whenever you hear Stephen Outram and he's on media, like an interview with someone, he'll bring up, hey, I'm single and I'm a multi-millionaire. Hey, ladies, you know, he ultimately did get married. By the way, he found somebody who was willing to, and I'm sure she ultimately divorced him, just like his original live-in girlfriend, with all of the suffering that she had to deal with. And it's not even so much beating, because that would take energy. It was literally his stench and his.
Oh,
you know,
that's right.
Yeah, all that shit.
That's true.
Yeah.
This is all documented, folks. This isn't Douglas just saying, "Oh, it was a stench." This is in the actual newspaper.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons she sued him for compensation. Was
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she said he never bathed. And now of course our man John is nothing like that. That's nothing like that. But when he was
No.
yeah, there was kind of an
Oh no.
how
Let's
would I
make
say?
it clear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's totally the opposite. But we're talking about somebody
He's a
who's-
young man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He's you know, humble and all that stuff. But when he was on, he brought up, yeah, I'm a single young man and I love beautiful women and all that stuff. And it was kind of that sense of yeah, like, hey, somebody out there, you know, help me. Yeah, help me lose this.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think he's always sort of like, you know, he's at that young age where he's looking to get married and settle down and some sort of figure out what's going on.
Well, he wanted some action. He wanted some action.
And that too, probably.
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
what I
he
mean?
wanted
And
that
God
first.
bless him.
Yeah.
He always says, you know, I'm more like a Saint Augustine than anything else, you know. Like,
I think he's more like Friar Tuck. How about like Friar Tuck? It's step instead of alcohol, it's sex. It would be like Friar Tuck if he was horny, as opposed to.
I don't know if he's that bad, but he's he doesn't make it that big too big of a deal.
Yeah,
and he's always very committed to one girl or the next, and so good for him.
Yeah. You know, when he's hooked up with a girl, he's committed to her until he finds the next one. Yeah, I know, I get it. Yeah, it's kind of.
Well, I mean, hey,
yeah.
it's tough to be a blind pimp these days.
Yes,
and so as John is a blind pimp bard.
There we are. Now we're getting the guy who walks into the explosives hardware storage facility and lights up, you know, just in defiance of the signs. It's like, come on now. The Cairn is reputed to be an evil place. There are sacrifices that are known to have happened here. Let's dismantle it. Yeah. And it's like, that's the right thing to do. Yeah. And
Hey,
he took it apart.
that
and
was
after-
not on my advice. That was not on my advice. I said, what are you doing?
Thank you.
Stay
Were you
away
there
from
with
that.
him, or was there someone else with him? With that?
No. This is I was not there with him.
You would have stopped him. You would have stopped him.
We would not have gone close to that place.
Thank you.
No.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Of course.
Thank you. Yeah.
I said, what were you doing? How dare you? And I said, you need to repent of this and just never go there again.
When he
And then
told you about this, did you not have the feeling of, oh my fucking God?
Yes,
It's like,
yes.
you know, he's smoking while loading up the car with gasoline, you know.
But also, it's like one of those things where you're like, well, my student has to suffer the consequences of what they did.
Thank you.
You know, so John, like, you're gonna get something back at some point. Don't be too surprised if some sort of strife comes along. You have to overcome this. You know, like, forgive.
It was manifesting electronically. He was getting a lot of voices through the machines and whatnot.
Right.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about what you remember. I'm going to go mute because I'm chewing.
Oh, so I remember just that around that time, John would say, you know, he would just be walking in the woods and just hear voices. And you gotta remember, John is blind, so I mean, it's different from you or I walking in the woods or something like that.
By the way,
So-
I'm sorry, this is so horrible, but I can't help but think of comedy material from this, some comedy gold, where, of course, the demons come to him. I'm a beautiful woman. Oh, yeah, let me feel you. Ah! Yeah. What is that?
My name's Albert. I'm a beautiful woman. I like your pretty mouth. How are you tonight, John? Whoops,
Feel
get
that?
away from me. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. So,
Outside, this is awful.
but
We're gonna burn in
no,
hell.
so
Go on.
you know, I mean, no, but he did have like these sort of like auditory. I wasn't there, so I have no idea. But he, according to him, and I don't think he's a liar at all.
No, I know what he said is true.
Yeah,
I mean,
but it's
I heard that
just-
shit too. There's times when I've heard that shit at various times under certain circumstances that I can contextualize. But it was basically, I know exactly what he was experiencing. Believe me, I think everybody should understand this. The demons and the dead, the spirits of those that are departed, they can communicate through the electrical currents. It is you'll hear them out of the machines when they're around, and they're either trying to reach out, or they're, in the case of the more negative entities, they're trying to fuck with you. So
I
he
think,
got
well,
that.
there's something about electricity.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what it is.
It's
but,
the element of fire. The element of fire and water are very good for conjuring spirits, evocations, invocations. So rather than burning a candle, just turn on all your lights and electronics and have an open glass or a bottle of water, and you can evoke whatever the hell you want.
Or
That's-
if you're John,
Wow,
or if you're
thank
John,
you.
you'll stick your
Wow.
dick in the socket like he did essentially with the parent, and say,
You're gonna scare him
"Oh!"
away.
And it's just, why? Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, what's that tingling sensation?
So, these young kids have to, figure out their own
Yes.
bad thing. As much as they touch the stove and touch it again, touch it again. There's only so much you can do, really.
Yeah.
I can only push them out of the way if a truck is coming,
Yes,
or something
thank
like
you.
that.
Thank you.
So,
The horror here is that, as we said, this man is blind, and you'd think that life would be hard enough. Like, life is
Right.
hard enough, right? No, I hear this place is
I'm going to
crazy.
become an exorcist.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Hold
Got
on,
nothing
hold
better
on,
to
hold
do.
on.
Yeah.
So wait, whose idea was it to mess with the current anyway?
From my
It
understanding,
was his?
from my
Probably
understanding,
is or his friend. Yeah.
my understanding, I got the impression it was his. I got the impression
Yeah.
it was like his friend was equally up to it, but it was John who said, let's go back. Because he went back twice. After they dismantled it, they went back. So,
Ooh.
okay, so
Correct.
yeah.
There is some degree of masochism there.
Thank you.
And pride.
Yeah, pride, masochism, Darwinian
Whatever you
selection. Yeah.
Sadism, whatever, all of it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was not good.
Tell us, Brandon, there must be some other details you remember, like some of what the voices said or what the electronic phenomenon.
Well, one of the voices said to him, John, take off all your clothes. And so he immediately agreed.
So it was like that. So it was that way. The demons
It
came
was
up.
that way.
I'm a beautiful woman. Yeah.
And,
Touch this. Yeah.
but remember, he can't see a thing, so he doesn't know if it's a bone or a person. Who knows?
Oh my
So
God.
he's hearing, take off your clothes. He takes off all his clothes, whatever
He actually
does.
did it. He actually did it.
He strips down.
Oh my God. This is like, oh, come on. It's like, oh my
It's
God.
embarrassing. I shouldn't really speak
Oh
for
my
him.
God. It's like, come
So
on.
I don't know if this is some kind of initiation or kind of. I didn't want to tell him, but it's probably some kind of bully ritual or something like this. And then basically it's like, well, you weren't really communicating with something. So your friend's probably playing a prank at this point,
Maybe, but it's hard to believe. I mean, something like that you would think would appear on the internet, the footage, right? Here's John the Blind.
Oh,
Bar.
right.
You would think that would wind up there.
Yeah, Pornhub.
Yeah, that's
what he
right.
wants.
Yes, at least, or Jackass, or
Yeah,
someplace
Jackass,
like
sure.
that. It's of course nobody would. People would jump all over the people who did it, but nevertheless, it would be horribly funny. Go to the blind guy. I keep saying black guy, blind guy, and take off your clothes, and then he does it. No, that doesn't make sense to me, though. I believe you. Here's the point. I knew enough
I'm
about him
revealing
where I
details
believe
that
you when
probably
you say
should-
that, but I
Yeah.
just can't imagine. And I believe it, and yet at the same time, I'm just aghast. It's like, if I heard a voice, take your clothes off, and, anyhow, I can see, and of course it wouldn't work on me, I guess, but it's like, so was this a feminine voice? Did he say it was, it must have been feminine.
Yes, it was a feminine voice, yes.
Okay, there we go.
As far as I recall, that's right.
But still, it's just too good to be true. I mean, didn't the thought not go through his head?
Of course. Well, listen, I wasn't there. I'm not there to answer for him. Let's
Okay,
make
good
this
point.
one thing clear, okay?
Touche, yes.
You know, I'm not here to answer for John. But I'm just here to say what he said.
Yeah.
You know, but I wasn't there. And after, when he did tell me this story, which happened a few years ago, I guess at this point, I said, what were you thinking? You know, like, what do you, don't stop, you know? But there's only so much you can do with people. You know, they're going to do their own thing. And so he had to learn, I think, his lessons the hard way. Whatever he did.
Okay, right now I just want people to know I'm chewing, but at the same time I'm choking because of the laughter. I mean, I'm sorry, this is just awful. I shouldn't even be laughing at this, but this is hideously funny, and I swear to God, I couldn't help it. If it were on film, I would watch. It's just, I'm sorry, it's just too funny.
It might be still on film somewhere, who knows?
That's implying that it
this was captured by some kind of cameras, or
it could have been. I don't know. Who knows? You know, I'm not.
No,
I wouldn't go looking for it.
I'm not saying Peter Moon was there or not. Yeah, I wouldn't go looking for it. Yeah, exactly.
No, I personally think it was supernatural. It was a supernatural experience, and there probably was no camera. It's just the normal computers and whatnot he had that might have helped expedite the communication. But it was a female voice, and he probably felt it was near him, and he must have been. It's just not in his right mind. Not in his right mind. And
no.
But he had been. Aside from that, there were other incidents that were just basically mostly audio. Some hauntings, paranormal experiences, probably in the sense of brushing up against things or something. But it was this is like something that he never should have like messed with this site. This
site.
Of sacrifice, the sacrificial site, and for him to have known the reputation of it, decided we're going to cleanse this place. That was the thought that this man had, was we're going to take this on and we're going to cleanse it, because as a young blind man, I don't have enough problems in life.
Yeah, exactly.
Not enough challenges. Yeah, so
exactly.
I'm sorry. I'm choking. I'm fucking choking. I have to keep going mute
hilarious.
Because it's going up my nose.
Exactly right.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. It's just, this is like Jackass or, just Darwinian selection. It's Darwin Award materials. It's just, I'm sorry.
He just means well. He really means well, you guys. He really means well. He's just a young, prideful fool. And he's learning, like he's learning here and there. And he'll learn. He learned with that experience for sure. I mean, whether it was, I think he was coming home with a pair of Timberlands, the Timberland boots, and sort of a pink thong and a sort of a cane, one of those walking canes you have. And,
you mean the blind people have? You mean a blind man's stick?
Yes.
Oh, red tip and everything.
Not a thong, underwear. And so he came, I don't know if it was a thong or not. You don't know. It could have been. Anyway, he gets on this bus and he has to go home like that. I mean, no one wants to.
I'm sorry. How did that happen? How did he wind up in that again?
No one wants to take a 3-hour bus ride back through upstate New York, whatever it was. You know what I mean?
Holy shit! In New York? Oh my God!
Yeah, it's upstate New York. It's upstate, which is worse than the city in some ways. I mean,
it's worse than the city in a lot of ways. The crime rate, the crime rate upstate is just astronomically orders of magnitude worse than the city.
More than that, it's all like it's the toxic chemical version of what you saw happen with radiation in The Hills Have Eyes. Okay, that's what it is. Except it's all Kodak chemicals, but it's the same result kind of, except they're chemical monstrosities, and they're all morbidly inbred, and they're all rapists. And so so here he comes on in a pink G-string on the bus with his blind man's cane and shit. And
right.
Yes. Oh my fucking! How did that happen again? What was the backstory behind that? How did he wind up in that? What was that?
Well, apparently a voice from this site a disembodied voice. He says.
Okay, somehow
was
put him
not-
in that situation. Are you sure? Maybe he's an alcoholic or something, and he just wakes
Oh,
up
he
like
was
this.
drinking. He was definitely drinking at the time too. So this is all.
Okay, so he probably, drinking lowers your inhibitions,
Who
and it also
knows?
lowers your defenses from spiritual manipulation.
That's right.
Which is why we magicians, I
Love
don't
a
love.
drunk. Yeah.
Well, I don't love to do that, folks.
Well, a lot of mediums will drink rum, even in Santeria and Haitian Houdon, right?
Yeah.
So they're
That's
always
why they
getting
call it spirits.
spirits, right? So.
Yeah.
But anyway, at this point, yeah, John really had a bad night, and or a good night.
By the way, Sammy Romero gives us a big all uppercase LMAO, laughing my ass off. The roasting of the wine bar is too much.
Oh, we love it. Yeah.
Okay. Oh my god. Yes, it's
Good times.
I'm sorry. I know this is like I'm gonna pay for this. I'm gonna go to hell.
Oh well, your purgatory at least.
Yes.
Enjoy. It will be John that gets us out of all this.
I say, why not go all the way to Gahanum, into go to the transclepothic abysses, man.
Ooh.
That's where I want to go.
Yeah.
Well, that's where we are now, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, I know.
No.
It's like
not-
honestly,
we're not-
this is so much worse than hell in so many ways. It's
Yeah, it is. Now you understand the appeal of going to hell in the transclepothic abyss, because it's absolutely nothingness, which is a hell of a lot better than existing.
well,
Okay,
you're sounding like a Kino now. Just so I know you're not coming from that direction, but just
No. This is just it's like some people want to become one with God, some people want to cease existing. But you still have to go through the same pathways to get to the end point. That's whether it's the Sephiroth or the Klepoth. After you hit Ein Sof, or what is it, Ein Sofor, or Kemetael, after you get past those two, that's it. You're in that abyss, that void, and the choice is yours. What was that?
it wasn't me. For once, it wasn't with my
Okay.
favorite.
Well, here we go. There we go. We're getting feedback from the transclepothic.
It's John. It's John. He's fucking with us because he's so angry. I don't blame him. I'd be angry too. I'm so sorry. I wouldn't want people to
John,
know
I'm
about.
so sorry.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Yes, I know. He's calling on all those demons. They all made him his pet, and they're all protecting him now because how cute he looks in that pink thong and shit. And so they.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's true. All 73 of them are coming.
Well, I was going to say at that point, having done that, he might as well, just go into being he might as well go into magic and being a magician.
That's exactly what he's doing. Yeah, he's sort of doing that.
Oh,
Did he really? You're kidding, right? Are you serious?
Well, I mean, mysticism is mysticism, I think. And he's sort of taken sort of the esoteric way of Christianity, whatever you want to talk about. He's very conversant in the occult in some ways, which is surprising, because every time he talks to me, he wants to. It's like, okay, we have to discuss the Trinity, but first we both have to take off our clothes. Doesn't make sense, And I tell him, I say, we have to. This time, John, we'll leave the clothes on.
Oh god, this is awful. Okay.
Sorry, John. No, he's a good boy. He's a good guy. He's fine. It's fine.
All my fault. It's all my fault.
It's all our fault.
Yes. And but yeah, the next time that you hear about some awful place where they're making human sacrifices, just leave them alone.
Yeah.
That's right. I think he's learned that. Yeah.
And by the way, in the horror that was exposed by this, when he approached Keith Call for some help in this regard, Keith Call was pointing out the fact that he personally knew someone who was a devout Christian who had left his children, only in this case, this was more like a babysitting kind of situation where he left his children with people he thought were fellow Christians because they had been part of the Christian community. We're talking about like an evangelical Christian community for quite some time.
Sure.
Yeah, and then they wound up essentially raping his children and damaging them, scarring them for life, and so psychologically at least. And
And
so this
physically,
was, yeah.
arguably.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Yeah, probably physically as well.
Okay, yeah, yeah, and it may well have been. So in terms of this that situation, that individual might have been of some help to John. It would be interesting if that were the case. You know, honestly, like this, one of the reasons I would bring up something like that is because I do feel that. By the way, what the fuck is that? Is that
Oh,
that breathing?
I swear that that's neither of us. I think that that's literally like the goetic demons
There
from
we
the other
are.
side trying
Holy
to say hello
shit!
to me.
Holy shit!
And so what I'll say to them is hello, well met. It's been a while.
There we are. There we are. It's there you go, people. I mean, here we are. And at any rate, in terms of our man John, what Keith Call was saying was that this particular Christian might be able to help because after that he began to study this very seriously for obvious reasons. He had been personally struck by this kind of negative subculture or anti-culture. And so, with that in mind, my understanding is that from what Brandon has shared with us, John seems to have stabilized. Would you say that, or would you say that he's kind of like become more experimental and edgy, or just not the John you recognize? Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone emo.
Emo.
And,
Oh, has he really? How do you look in the
No,
mirror and kind of
no.
like, oh, my makeup, I want to make up, I mean, I know
Right.
blind people can do this, but I don't know how they do it. But like, how
No,
does he cultivate
yeah.
the look? I mean, how does he even know what emo looks
Well-
like? Holy fucking shit! How do you know what emo looks like when you're blind?
Well, it's so strange because he'll go and see films like Sir Gawain and the Green Knight and things like this, and you'll never know that he was blind. You know, he'll say, "Oh, this scene when this happens," or Merlin did this, or anything.
Holy shit!
So he can see, like, because he lost his sight when he was 10, he can see a little bit. He can't see like 100%, but it's.
Are you sure it's just not that he's putting all the things together he hears and he can?
Oh, I think it's that too. I think you're right. Yes, it's that as well, 100%. And he's very good at that as well. But he sees a little bit of outlines and things, according to him anyway. I don't know exactly, but this is what he tells me. And he's moderated himself. He's become much more humble since the brain tumor surgery, becoming the valedictorian, to going and starting his own little podcast that had no subscribers for many years, by the way, and then finally getting like thousands of views on certain of his videos, and
that's
some
what
of
the
them,
stripping is about. There we are.
yeah, no. Well, the stripping, you can contact me and we can work out an arrangement, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what got the hits. There.
So no, yeah, that's it. So unfortunately, him dancing to "Happy" by what is it? Who sings that? Will I Am or something?
Oh, that's right. The Romanian song. There's that Romanian song
Happy.
too. Yeah, everyone's
Happy. You know, like, so that one has about 1,000 views.
Oh shit! You're kidding me. He really did that.
No, I'm just saying. So then, his other view, they're getting up there. So he's doing a good job. He's keeping his head low. He is just figuring the thing he needs to figure out. And I wish, and hopefully we can all tell him, but no matter how much you tell him and how much advice you give him, he has to learn himself love, unfortunately, John. And like, I love you, John, but you know this. You got to figure out love yourself. And it's not me to decide for you if you like women, You like men. You like, some cases, animals. I don't know what the laws are in New York, but Richard Dolan told me recently that the cows can, if they're past 10 years old, can consent to anything you want. And
you're kidding, right?
No, yeah, of course.
I mean, I'm thinking Richard Dolan would know, though.
No, he would. He definitely would. I think he is from upstate New York as well, too. And so, anyway, that's it.
Oh man, the shout and throd is very strong tonight.
Yes, that's right. It is, isn't it? Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm still chewing. I'm almost done, but I choked halfway
What's
through.
for dinner tonight, by the way? Douglas, if you don't mind me asking.
It was these were 2 trays of home delivered meals from Meals on Wheels. I'm sorry. I'm trying to talk with this in my mouth. I'm just about finished.
Oh, we can wait.
Yeah. So one of them was cheese, eggs, something with some kind of sausage. I never know whether these sausages are real meat or some kind of vegetable sausage. But the other one was real meat. It was pork. It was pork something. It was just basically some pork and eggs and cheese. It went together well. So I usually combine 2 trays at a time because their trays are very small, comparatively speaking.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, that's good. That sounds good. I know friends that said that they had the cull. It's the season of the cull.
Of the what?
Culling.
The cull. We have a
CULL, right? Like
yes.
purge? Yes. So
like
culling,
purge or some sort, but of horses. And so what they did with the meat is they gave it to all the shelters and sort of the people who would. But I wouldn't think that these they would use that meat for meals or anything like that. For the most part, it has not been my experience. For prisons, they apparently have used some of the ground up mutton, as they call it, and so on. But it's really interesting.
You mean like when they're killing down cows, or are we talking about like hunting with an overpopulation of deer and they're culling deer? Or are you talking about like
deer.
All these cows have? Oh, okay. I thought you meant like all these cows have the cow disease, the mad cow disease. So we'll call them and give it to.
You do know that deer. I don't know. You do know that the deer these days are carrying a prion disease as well.
That's true. They can also carry prion. And as a matter of fact, you can look this up. There is footage of deer in the wild. There was some human body that was decaying, and the deer was caught munching on the human bones, and they were caught munching on other animal bones. So now these prion-infected deer are gnawing at bones, meaning they're chewing off what's left of the meat for the flavor. Like dogs do. So deers have been spotted doing that now. So just so people understand how serious the situation is.
Oh wow. There's a video here of zombie deer infecting humans. Nice. All right. we are speaking Megadeth. Nice.
Okay, let me finish this up. Both of you gentlemen carry on talking. I'll be done in a few moments, and then I'll, do a quick brush of my teeth, come back to start sucking all the oxygen out of the room, as I tend to do.
Oh my gosh, this looks awful. I literally had to look at the diseased deer. It's like I need to visually entertain these things for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Just like when you and Peter were talking about gore earlier, and I just had to go looking at some gore and people doing.
Jesus Christ, who is that?
What the heck was that?
Oh damn, that's whatever it is. It's not myself. So I do want people to. Yeah, it's
the fire hydrant. It's got to be that freaking fire hydrant.
No, it's John's goetic demons. The fire hydrant would just knock you off. It's fucking the blind bard. He can hear us. He knows we're talking about him. His ears are
Oh
burning.
boy.
His ears are burning. He's naked and he's stripped down and he's he's burning the wax candles. And he's Christian, of course. He's actually Catholic, so it would be the kind that you find in those Latin American shops, the ones that have pictures of Jesus on them. It's those glass candles with Jesus on them. He's burning those, and he's
Oh, we have those.
there. We are. he's getting at us. Oh my god.
Holy crap! I'm looking at a video with like a deer with its like eye hanging off, and whoa, it's got like holes in its skin and crap. This is probably from the prion disease.
Doubtless.
They're probably munching on each other and shit.
Oh my god. Yes, so this is frightening. And so if they're culling them and giving that to charities and shit.
And the people who are like videotaping this, they're not wearing any protective equipment. Oh, I love humans.
No, it's amazing how people just don't.
You do keep me so amused.
Yeah. Well, then again, we were just talking about a young man who was dismantling a cairn, a sacred site to various demons and shit. So, I mean, it's kind of like, then winds up stripping to invisible voices. It's kind of like there's a price to pay for everything. Okay. All right.
And now they tranquilize this thing. What the hell is it? This deer has like all kind of bulbous things popping out of it. Looks like something
it's
from
kind of like a
Chernobyl or
fungus.
some shit.
Yeah, it's kind of like some fungus or something that develops on them, or cysts, or those might be insect burrows. I know that there's certain insects that burrow into the flesh of the deer. It might be fly blown or maggot ridden or something like that. I remember that they used to say that with certain cases of an injury, that where you had the dead necrotic flesh that could get infected, one of the organic treatments that they used was, of course, applying maggots. And then again, of course, there's certain cases where people wind up infected and the maggots actually burrow in and begin to kind of thrive. And that normally would not happen classically with the treatment of wounds with maggots. But then I forgot what condition it was. I'd have to look it up. But that's what leads to I think it began with an. I'd have to look it up, but it's literally the maggots start, thriving and populating almost like a colony. It's awful. So there you have that. Yeah. At any rate,
now I want to look that up now.
King Henry VIII.
Oh God, were they mentioning that in the Shakespeare play?
Well, no, King Henry VIII. Which all the Anglicans are the Church of Henry's hormones.
Right, that's right. Yes, you're right. His church, so that he could get divorces, where the Pope told him to go fuck himself. And oh my God, it's there we have it. And what you described about John reminded me a lot about James Rink in his talking to Laurie and Ann Fenton. Constantly about the lovelorn. The lovelorn. That's what we got. They're not lovelorn. They're lustlorn. The lustlorn. They're just not getting enough friction. And
well, that's what occultism is for. I guarantee you, if you decide to start, practicing the occult regularly, all that lust will go away. It'll be put to good use.
Well, we know that certainly whoever approached him with that disembodied, whoever approached him with that disembodied feminine voice certainly put it to good use. Yeah,
his name definitely wasn't Brandon. Let's just say that. Or Peter Moon. I'm just joking.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason that prostitutes use the name John when they're referring to clientele. Yeah, we now know why. Yes, that's right. Have you seen John? Yeah, but he can't see me. Yes, there we are. That's. I'm sorry. That's awful.
We're
awful.
So bad. We are going straight to hell. There's no doubt about it.
Yes.
Nice. I'll have company.
We are the unholy trinity tonight.
Yes, we're awful. Okay, I'm going to go mute. I'm going to do a quick brush of my teeth, come back to do some speaking, and in the meantime, both of these gentlemen will, they'll up the game. They'll take us back to out of the gutter. We'll come back out of the gutter from zombie deer.
The gutter's kind of fun, actually.
You like the gutter? Yeah, I don't mind. I can stick around wherever.
Yeah, it was pretty fun tonight. It's definitely
It's better. It's better than the time you had on Halloween.
Yes. Yes.
I
Well,
take
I
it.
don't know about that. I mean, certainly when I was, I think what you mean is, yeah, once I
Well,
got
I mean,
back,
as far
once I
as
got back, and
as
once
far
I was,
yeah,
yeah,
once you
transmitting. Oh
got
my
back,
God.
I mean, I'm fairly certain Halloween you enjoyed
Yeah. Until,
the
thank you.
delights of Earth that men like me can only envy, which is why we bury our heads in books and say fuck sex, fuck everything.
Oh, well, I do want you to know you deserve better. You deserve better, and I'm sure
Yeah,
it
people
will.
people tell me that, but what the heck was that?
Yeah. What is that? I mean, I swear to God, it's not me.
You know
It's
what? It
just,
might be you guys. I'm
yeah.
sorry. I apologize. It might be me. It might be the static electricity
No, no, no.
because
It's somebody dragging their friend's body across the floor. Holy shit! No, it's not no static electricity. I can guarantee.
well, the
Yeah.
body doesn't make much noise. So
Ah, ah.
That's the process. What we're hearing is the process of Derek Talley dismantling a
Yeah.
poor blonde lady. She's chopping her to bits,
Yes, he's making a carny.
and
He's making a carny out of her, like
yeah,
like Pac One said.
I smoked that brisket for
Y-
5
Yes.
months.
Yeah, yes, yes. By the way, in case you
Uh,
don't know, Brandon, there was this albino escort that my son found for me, and I showed the picture to Brandon Young and to, excuse me, Brendan Zoget, even Brendan Zoget and Jameson Reese and Derek Talley. And okay, and of all the responses, Jameson's was the most normal. With Brendan Zoget, the first response is his typical pathology: "Is she a vegetarian?" And I'm like, "Oh God,
Oh,
oh Jesus,
jeez.
yeah, there's something wrong with that lad." And then with
That
Derek
lad.
Talley, it was, "What does she taste like?" And it's like,
Oh, my
how the
God.
fuck do you
Of
answer
course.
that? What, like, if I were to deign to respond to that, how do you answer that question? But then the more we heard from him with his crazy shit, like, "I made an all white dinner. It was all white noodles with white pasta, and he used the
Oh.
white turkey and chicken poultry meat to make white meatballs, and so it says it was all
Yeah.
white." And I was like thinking to myself, what inspires
So,
someone? What inspires a black man to say, "I'm going to make an all-white spaghetti and meatball dish with white sauce"? That's what he said. And then,
uh,
where does that come from? What the fuck is that?
You do know that
Scientology.
Yeah.
you do know that all black what all black men know is that everything white will kill you. So the very fact that he decided to do that means that he had to research. His research of how to be a black man was incomplete.
Something like that. Yeah, it's absolutely bizarre. It was just,
Goddamn masochist.
He's
yeah.
like
That's
a
what he
bog.
is.
He's like a bog monster that just crept out of a swamp and
Yes.
decided, "I'm gonna
Yes.
pretend to be human now."
Yeah. Oh my God. It was just there you have that. And well, I'll be back in a few minutes. Let me go mute. And before I think I've gotten myself into
Freshen
enough
up.
trouble. Yeah, we'll probably all be sued by John pretty soon. They'll
Oh, yeah.
come after.
And I'll be representing. So.
There we
Well,
are.
at least we don't have to worry about him interviewing Michael Aquino.
There we are.
That's for
right.
sure.
Yes. Oh, by the way, Brandon, tell Jameson Reese about. By the way, honestly, this is one of the few people who I would forgive, and I just feel so bad about her, and that's the oh my God, what's her name again? The Solaris Blue Raven. I do feel bad
yeah.
about her, and I just honestly I would prostrate myself before her if she were willing to come on the show and apologize to her for what I would explain why I did what I did. But she had a book titled, or DVD titled, "I Am a Remote," and she wanted that to be kind of like her trademark, her identity. And I helped Christine Joanne Hart to kind of rip that off, where she was using the remote thing as well. But my intents were that if you want this to become known, you can't have it to be terminally unique. It's like it would be like saying I was a internee, and if you were like an internee, if your experience is terminally unique, it doesn't apply to anyone, and therefore no one will relate. So if you say I was one among many internees, it becomes kind of like a community a crisis, a community experience where other people can relate to it and think, oh my God, I could be an internee. Like that could happen to me. It would be like if you were the only person on Earth who was an alien abductee and you were terminally unique, why would anyone care? So, but if
That's a good point.
yeah,
But maybe
thank you.
they might be interested in the novelty of the situation.
It could be, but you know, you get my point. Is that it's more applicable, like when Whitley Strieber did it and said, "Oh, communion, we're all being humped and fucked by the aliens, the Greys. They're coming for all of us." Then everybody
He made himself terminally unique
unique and
with
different.
that.
Yeah, there we go.
Because ain't nobody was talking about getting their asses probed. He's
That-
the only one that's happened to.
Yeah, but then everybody took it, right? Everybody ran with it, and so a bunch of people did at least. So
I mean, there were all right. Granted, we did have like the experiments with the genitalia in the front, but nobody was taking it up the back with until Strieber popped up.
yeah, and then when Strieber popped up, he popularized that, and so with,
South Park did a good job on him.
Good. I mean, if anyone deserves it, it's him. And I'd like to see that.
I remember listening to him. He's like, South Park took it, and it hurt my feelings to say that the aliens come just to shove things up our asses. I'm like, no.
Good. I hope
think
it
it's
hurt his
myself.
feelings. Hope it
I don't
killed.
think
You
it's
know,
to
that's
myself.
what I was
It's
thinking.
not-
All the while, Derek Talley was coming up with, you know, now I'm on dialysis and shit, and all this shit he was saying. You know, really, the only thing you want to say to some son of a bitch like that is ultimately, you know, why don't you just die
Die.
quietly? Yeah, die quietly and stop bothering us. It's like after, you know, it's so full of shit. And anyhow, do come off mute there, Brandon. And I almost said Brendan at that point. That's okay. So, Brandon, you know,
Yep.
I'll be back, and both of you gentlemen, you know, do hold the stage, and thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. So in reference to the electricity thing, now, I did a spell last year where I was working with an entity from the Theurgia, Goetia, Amina Dael. And you know, I have like these boombox speakers, and so I'm in the middle of the ritual, and all of a sudden, like there's nothing connected to, you know, the speakers are usually connected to the computer, but the computer is off. All of a sudden, the speakers go like, poof, and I'm like, whoa, okay, how's it going? So it's quite interesting what you can do with electricity.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, I am a newcomer to experimenting with electronic devices, but I have a friend, John, not the one we were talking about, but another one, who lives out in California, and he took me out to Santa Barbara, up in the middle of nowhere, man, where no electricity was, in the middle of this no vineyard mill that he says is haunted or whatever, you know. So, okay, I'll go check it out with you, you know, and he brought this equipment, and all it was like simple 3D printed static meter, you know, it would pick up if there was static electricity somehow in the air, or EMF or whatever. And we had it on tape and stuff, and it consistently went off. And not only that, but I don't know if you ever like have been around when a spirit enters a room or something like that.
Oh yeah, it gets cold, and you get that static on the back.
Yes. Well, the whole doesn't the whole atmosphere just change? And it's almost like it sits still, not still, but it's a weird. I don't know exactly how to describe it. But something comes over.
It's like sort of like it's like a giant aura. Just the pressure, the pressure shifts.
Yes, that's a good way. Yeah, the pressure, something like that.
I'm gonna be right back, real fast.
All right, yeah, sure.
Because you know, I have to help my mother out with my father.
Oh, take your time. Yeah, I don't know. I'll just carry on talking about whatever. All right. So we're here. I think we're still live on YouTube. I'm going to go check and see right now. I hope this doesn't kick me off the call. Let's see. If you're liking the show, why don't you give it a thumbs up? That'd be good. Might be a good idea. Let's see. What's on your mind tonight, dear listener? What are you thinking about? Let's see. Oh, well, here we go. Oh, we have, let's see. I'm going to start out. Oh, there's me. Mastodon. Yeah, it's more than 5 years. Says Deep Space Pilot. You're the best fire horse. I saw everything years ago. Love you, Douglas. Veronica Barrera says Buenas noches, Douglas. Y todos. That dude says Doug kind of like Blue Gentile with the hauntings. I have no idea what that is. Sarah Thomas says Pink Thong and Timberland's burned into my brain, as it should be. And then Jameson Reef is laughing. Okay, so that's it. But I'm going to carry on. Let's see. It's not a good thing to keep dead air. So, what can I talk about here? What do I want to talk about? Let's think here for a second, guys. Well, music. There's always a good thing about music, you know. I'm not really a fan of music. Didn't really like it. I rather hate it. I fucking hate the fucking thing. And, you know, funny thing about music is that when you go to America, they all speak fucking English. And so we've all been on tour for many years. We're going back on tour this year as the Rolling Stones, and we've come to test it out. And I think I'm all alone right now. I think I'm going to test. Anyway, if anyone has any questions at all, I will just, let's see. I'll tell you, let me read some dreams to you. I'll do that. How about that? I've been writing down my dreams. And, let's see. Oh, Pumpkin Poem. You might like this one, you guys. Well, that was for someone else. Dream. Justin and family on vacation. The David Letterman show. Ethan throwing photos. Peninsula of a Lambeth limo. Justin laughing from a Black Pill, New York City, a 3-level comedy. Owen, little or not, or someone very sick, almost like Mr. Albanese or Jimmy Pagano. And David working there, and said something completely triggered him into crying about his aunt crying. That is the most recent entry from my dream journal. And that was a few days ago. So, let's see. Anybody out there? There's nobody out there. I hate hearing my own voice, you know. But I'm in charge right now while Douglas finishes up. Let's see. I'll talk about The Secret. The Secret. Well, Byron Price died in 2004, unfortunately. And so The Secret went with him. So to this day, we do not know exactly where these little treasures, these little casks, which contain keys that are made of ceramic and plexiglass, they're dug within, they say 3 to 6 feet in a certain place. Now, having just looked at Angel Island many, many, many times in China Cove, there is a bell there. There's a certain bell that they used since 1910. It was actually memorialized in 1910, but I believe it was maybe made or used before that. As the Asian immigrants came off their respective boats, they would walk down this sort of long plank, this sort of long, I don't know what you call it, and they would come down this walkway, and as they did, this bell would ring, ding, 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 to signify that a new group of immigrants were there to be quote unquote processed. And what's interesting is that, yes, there is justice. If there was indeed a lady justice, that is very interesting, because if you go to Golden Gate Park, right around, I believe it's called, if you look in the painting, you see like the lady in the painting is doing a cross. And I believe there is a road called the Cross, or something like that. And then there's the Ghirardelli Square, if you see the G and the H underneath there. Many, many, many things pointing, in my opinion, to Angel Island, including the bell, but also the lantern that is lit and has been there since 1910. And if they were going to put Justice up there, I believe that Justice statue was moved to Golden Gate Park on top of what is called the Francis Scott Key statue. And but I have various dig sites. I don't know exactly where. I have a few different ones. One would be there are different. There's a Shakespeare part of the Golden Gate Park, which is this very vast park in the middle of San Francisco that goes pretty far. Douglas would probably know way more about it than I do. But it goes quite a ways. And I believe the Ghirardelli Square is situated around Golden Gate Park, somewhere close by. So the air smells sweet. That would indicate that chocolate is being built. And in fact, a lot of people say that, yes. When you go to Ghirardelli Square, you smell the chocolate. It smells sweet. The air will smell sweet. And then you go further along. And one of the things I figured out. There is a clue. And it says something like the object of Twain's attention. No. In Jules' direction. Because the point is to dig up this cask with a key that will give you a jewel. And there's 12 of them for 12 cities. And only, like I say, Chicago was first to be found in 1983. Shortly, 94, I believe it was. No, 2004, sorry. Not until 2004, Cleveland was found. And then last year, Boston, or 2 years ago, technically. Boston was found, and I helped found that, and I just came on to this this puzzle. So now I've been looking at New York and San Francisco a little bit more, and everything for me is pointing to Angel Island, you guys. Not too many people, and I think a lot of the people who have discovered the casks, as they're called, ceramic casks with these keys and jewels are kept, tell me might be on the right track. Angel Island, if you go there and you look around, you will see a place called China Cove, where they welcomed these immigrants. Oh, excuse me, 1 second, guys.
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to let you know that I'm back.
Oh, welcome. Yeah. I think I tried to hold it down.
Oh my gosh. So I'm back now. So what did oh my god, what happened?
I had to cut out for a moment because I had to help my mother with my father.
Oh, understood. Understood. So, Brendan, what did you talk about during that time?
I talked a little bit about the sort of the context of this so-called treasure hunt.
Oh, okay. Yes. Go.
Which included references to Angel Island, and I talked
Right.
about how.
And that bell you were speaking of, what is your impression of this bell? Because the first thing that comes to my mind when you speak of anything in California that has to do with bells, just so people understand this, there used to be a romance about the bell in California due to the old Mexican admiralty days. In other words, what they would call them were captaincies. And these captaincies were like the colonies of España, the Iberian Peninsula, Spain. And they ultimately became Mexico and all the other Latin American nations outside of Brazil. And in terms of these captaincies, and that became, in the main, the nations that we know of today, like Ecuador and Mexico, etc. One of them would have been California had it not been so thoroughly conquered by the Anglos, invading from the east. But in the days that Lewis and Clark conducted their expedition, the Spanish conquistadors had been given orders to intercept them. And I don't know how much combat took place, but you were still dealing at that point in history with conquistadors in armor in California. And it is through that culture that we have this romance of the California Bell. And hence, this is why you get the brand name Taco Bell. It's supposed to be like, tacos and then bells that was put together. It's the perfect Mexican kind of stereotype. It's really just a stereotype because they're tacos for Anglos, because Taco Bell tacos are crunchy tacos, which I have to admit, I hang my head in shame and disgrace. I actually prefer them to real Mexican tacos that are actually soft. So in terms of the Taco Bell taco, there was also the Mission Bell. There was a Mission Bell franchise of road maps where you could tour California on a Mission Bell tour to see all of the bells set up by the old Catholic churches. Now, all of this has changed now because our consciousness and our awareness of the horror of the Mission Bell system has come to light under the enlightenment provided us. I'm sorry, go on. Mm-hmm. I thought Brandon said something. Did he say
Nope.
something? Oh, okay. Anyhow, there you go, the voices. And, so what it turns out is that the horror that the indigenous people taught us, the surviving Native Americans of today, is that to them the Mission Bell system is very much associated with genocide. And this has to do with the communication systems. The bells were set up so that the churches could communicate with each other from a distance by the bell ringing, so that they could ring out a kind of code to each other that was one means of long distance communication before there was anything such as wireless or telephonic technology. But they also used it to communicate various genocidal orders against the Native Americans. So I'm not quite sure what the details are, and I'll have to look into it much more, but anybody can look this up themselves and look up Mission Bell genocide affiliation. You'll find just Mission Bell genocide, you'll probably get the connections. And so we no longer look at the bell with that kind of romance. So when our man Brandon brings up this national treasure hunt and he says something about a bell on Angel Island, I get this horrible vision of this kind of Liberty Bell with a crack in it that kind of is somehow affiliated with mass murder.
Yes, very much. Well, I mean, the whole island has this
horrible history. I'll go into it. Yeah. And I'll go into it, not necessarily exhaustively, because there's no way to exhaustively cover any of these things, but I'll certainly at least cover it briefly and try and do it what justice I can. Talk a bit about the poems, read some of the poems to our listeners that were written by some of the people on Angel Island, because I wrote them down when I was with my son. By the way, Jameson Reese says he's with us, but he's eating while listening. And so I'll certainly need him later to break me after I've gone through the general news and kind of like Angel Island and whatnot. But in terms of So that's one of the things that brought to mind was that image when you were speaking of that national treasure type thing. And what else can you bring up about the national treasure bit that, yeah, whatever else you want to bring up
Well,
about that.
there are 9 more cities in the United States and North America. I think Montreal is for sure one of them. We've been confirmed that Houston is another. New Orleans is another. Boston, like I said, was found. Charleston, I believe, is another. New York is another. And where else? We saw Cleveland, and so on. So, but they all have the same thing, where a poem is matched to a photo, as like sort of the photo I tried to send you, where the details of these beautiful photos contain clues within them. So if you notice on the woman's dress, the snake or the dragon rather, looks like maybe Lombard Street in San Francisco.
Interesting. Okay. And so Jameson Reese is saying, what's the source of those poems, the poems involved with the treasure hunt? Would you happen to know what this is? It simply the man wrote it?
The man wrote it. It was a team of people. It was a team of artists. And I always often wonder if Peter Moon actually knew this publisher named Byron Priest, who died in 2004 from a car accident. So we don't know where these treasures are, right? So he took them to the grave.
Wow. Oh.
So anyway, it's just.
I'm sure Peter Moon knows of him. It sounds like somebody Peter Moon might even actually know for all the reasons that we know, right? I mean, with all the other.
Well, New York sort of publisher, of children's books.
Yeah, that brings back to my mind. By the way, and Jameson Reese is asking, well, you can read what he says in the text and feel free to respond to that. The potential is there. Most people are participating in this treasure hunt, I would assume, mostly for the fun of it more than anything else, rather than expecting anything, but some kind of ultimate result. But
it's definitely not a joke. That's what Jameson, I think I just read. Yeah. It's not a joke. There was a book published called The Secret. It's been covered on about 3 or 4 television shows by now, and Discovery Network and so on, especially when the Boston treasure was found and stuff. And there are communities that have been dedicated since it came out to discovering where these things, and people are looking at all arcane sort of clues, very much like it took inspiration from a book called Masquerade, and by Kit Williams, who was an artist in England who wrote this thing and became sort of a national in England, as sort of a phenomenon. And people searched all over for this treasure, and they finally found it. But it included, atomic numbers, references to atomic numbers, and all these arcane sort of things, and pictures that would solve, and riddles that you would have to solve, and so on. So Byron Priest thought, well, what if I went to 12 different cities around North America, made it about each immigration group, where the fairy folk from the old countries.
By the way, I'm sorry. The only reason I'm laughing is because the Dat Dude 873210 says Doug kind of like Lou Gentili with the hauntings, and I don't know if you remember Lou Gentili. Does that name ring a bell with you?
No, I read that comment, but I was saying, who is that guy?
Okay. Just so people understand, he's saying that John had a somewhat parallel experience, albeit nowhere near as bad as Lou Gentili, but in a very real sense. I'm almost surprised it didn't get that bad, because it's one of those things where Lou Gentili was, just so people know this, just briefly, Lou Gentili was he was this obviously Italian guy, and he basically could have been Art Bell, and he was always very bitter that he was not, because he was the man who did everything before Art Bell. And here's what was his trade secret. His trade secret was, just so people understand this, when the Japanese first came up with digital camera technology, they had to dumb it down. In other words, they had to tone down the technology sensitivity, because the first cameras they produced were so hypersensitive that they picked up all kinds of what people would call ephemeral clutter, or quote unquote interference, or whatever, that the people thought it was, how would they say, they thought it was bad technology. They thought that the technology was somehow, so Jameson, if you're done eating, do come back on with us. And so my point is that the Japanese produced technology that was so advanced for its time that it was recording what human beings could not see around them. And in other words, people were not paying attention to their surroundings. And so, say for instance, like you had that idiot, what was that Hispanic guy's name, who he went off later on Revolution Radio one time and just showed how crazy he really was. But there was a Spanish guy who used to do the things on rods. They called them rods. And these were like little things that would appear in the air that are kind... I'm sorry?
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, whoever it was. But I met him personally.
Oh, you're talking about those flying rods, right?
Yeah, that's right.
That everyone were seeing, that they thought they were creatures or something.
Yeah, that's right. Though I feel that they are, in a sense, kind of like a kind of amoeba type creature that's we don't normally see or run into. He produced some stupid documentary at one point called Roswell Rods. But the Roswell Rods, and let's see if we can find his name through here. I'm not coming up with anything. But anyhow, there we are. Roswell Rods, a new species or a technical glitch, and see if we can find the guy's name on here. But my point with bringing him up, and who knows, I might veer all over the place. But these rods, if you look up Roswell rods, you'll probably find ultimately on Pinterest, you'll see a picture of one. So these are kind of like creatures that you don't catch normally with the human eye, because these are very ethereal, and they're very much what I had spoken of in terms of like the Crawfordsville monster. These are like almost ectoplasmic creatures. And so this one Mexican guy became very fascinated with them, and then became Jose Escamilla. And just so people know, Jose Escamilla was one time on Revolution Radio, and he was being interviewed, and he just went off. He just he was off his meds or something, and he just suddenly flipped. He was like on record and on bandwidth, and he just kept going, and they wouldn't shut him up, because they were like, this is the kind of piece of shit that Mike Ringley is. He wanted to get it all on record so he could blackmail him later. I'm not kidding you. Because he figured he was having like some kind of psychotic break because he was off his drugs, and that later on he would pay Mike Ringley money to, keep that under wraps as much as possible.
So Ringley was trying to extort him.
Yeah.
Blackmail him.
Yeah. He just saw it as an opportunity, and he decided to roll with it. And it wasn't like he planned it, but no one could plan that, because Jose Escamilla just spontaneously, erupted. And when he erupted, he just said, "Fucking niggers and chinks and gooks." I mean, keep in mind, this guy's Latin American, right? I mean,
this is the math teacher, correct?
What was that? What was that?
Is math teacher?
Math teacher?
Yeah, he's a math teacher, correct?
I don't know about that. I would doubt that. Okay. Jose Escamilla is, as any kind of academic, I find that hard to even imagine. No, he was just this Mexican guy who found his niche in the paranormal. And one of the scams I saw him up to was later on he had pictures of the moon that he just splashed with all kinds of color. So you could take the moon landscape and you splash it with all kinds of color, and it looks unearthly, right? It looks beautiful and shit. And so he would splash you with all this color and say, this is how the moon really looks, because it's got atmosphere and shit. That's what he was saying. And, so it all looked like, this Pop Rocks cluster and shit, and everybody's going, wow, and shit. And then, anyhow, but what the fuck he did on Revolution Radio when he exploded, he started, fucking niggers and gooks and chinks and faggots and wops and, just everybody. I mean, it's just everybody. It was just, kick all your asses, that kind of shit. Just, yeah, you all motherfuckers got nothing on me and shit, and just went on and on. And, but anyhow, so that's Jose Escamilla, and the point I'm bringing up, though, is the rods. Jose Escamilla was actually doing what Lou Gentili was doing to a degree, except he was focused on these rods, and he would get them on film to a degree. And if somebody took the work seriously and somebody who was sane worked with it, we might get something out of it. In Lou Gentili's case, that was his source of income, was the fact that he took this advanced Japanese digital technology, and it was catching all kinds of things the normal human eye wouldn't glimpse, so he used it for paranormal phenomena. After the Japanese dumbed down the technology so they could filter out all this shit the human eye doesn't see, so that we just see what humans see, then they put all their technology back on the market, and everybody's been using it ever since. But there is a grade of Japanese technology the Japanese do not sell for these normal civilian pursuits. And that was originally released, we're talking about very early, comparatively speaking, 1980s, something like that. So it was around the 1980s that Lou Gentili, was really coming into his own, so to speak. And what he did was he went all over to these haunted places that were just full of dark energy. The insane asylums, military bases, prisons, that were known not just to be haunted, but demon infested. And so he would go in there. And by the way, for those of you who really want to see what it's like to take the name of the Lord in vain, when they say do not take the name of the Lord in vain, they don't mean swearing. Obviously, nobody's going to go to hell just because they say, God damn it. Taking the name of the Lord in vain would be what Lou Gentili would do. He would go inside these places and he would just stir the forces up. He would just say, and this is what reminded the individual in chat of John and what he did, basically because he's provoking. What John did was he provoked, and it's like totally unnecessary. You don't need to do this. You don't want to do this. And what Lou Gentili was doing it for was simply to get it on film so that he could sell it in a sense. Yeah, I'll get to that in a moment. But basically, he'd go inside these places and say, in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, I rebuke you. Just basically stir these forces up. And of course, literally, there is footage of this. He'd get lifted off the ground and flung against the wall. He'd get all these voices would erupt. Dark forms start to appear. Just all this, everything. It's spectacularly cinematic, and none of it is special effects. So he would just keep these things and not release them to the public. He would have them for showing at $1,000. He would show it to you. And so what would happen is that rich people, specifically wealthy people, would gather all their friends in their private theaters, and Lou Gentili would show them all of this shit. And so they would in turn hire academics, literally academics who were like engineering experts, technicians, to say, is this film false? Is this man producing this himself? Is it special effects? And the engineers would say, no, that's impossible. This is not special effects. Academics would say, I recognize that language. That language is ancient Syriac or Aramaic. And they would say, what is the person saying, or what is the voice saying? And they would say, it's simply repeating itself, that you are damned, or we are damned, or there is nothing. There's, things like that, and the normal kind of demonic messages. And so when we're talking about these showings, these private showings where the rich would come, we're talking about they're contracting engineers for what has to be a high sum. They're contracting academics for what has to be a high sum. So everybody who was going to these theaters to view a Lou Gentili showing, they were paying about $1,000 a ticket. So we're talking about several hundred people would be coming in. They'd be paying at least $1,000 each. So this was how he made his money. And so when he was engaging in all of this, of course, these are very powerful forces. You don't fuck with them. This is not something you do. This is taking the name of the Lord in vain. You're stirring up these forces for no reason. And beyond that, you're exploiting them. So he paid a price for it. I mean, first off, all kinds of bad things began to happen to him. I mean, he like literally was on one floor and it collapsed beneath him. And he wound up breaking his spine. Becoming totally paralyzed. He wound up with his daughter, a mad dog, a ravenous, mad, rabid dog ran up to her and ripped her face off, and she had to have major surgery to give her a new face. This kind of shit. We're not talking about anything that anyone would ever want to happen to him. I mean, this is just two things. And then ultimately he died of cancer, an extremely fast-acting cancer that suddenly manifested and just raged throughout his body. And one of the things that he was quoted as saying, of course, by the way, this is the reason why I can tell you there's that, who is that group of idiots? By the way, Bizarre HD, which is our man George Knight, says, much love onto you, Douglas. Thank you, sir. Much love in return to you and your family. And Sarah Thomas, of course, says, pink thong and Timberlands burned into my brain. There we are. Yes. Yes. See what happens when you dismantle a cairn. Yes. Leave the bones in place, people. It's honestly, so when it comes to Lou Gentili, here's all these horrible things happening to him, and one of the things he pointed out was that what was the name of those two idiots? I keep thinking Betty and Barney Hill. Let me turn around see if I can find those stupid.
Ed and Lorraine Warren.
Yes, thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Yes, Ed and what was her name? The Warrens. What was her name?
Lorraine.
Ed and Lorraine Warren. Ed and Lorraine Warren were these two diabolic fuckers who just went around telling everybody, get your machines, go out and record the dead, have fun, the dead can't hurt you, all this bullshit, and they always went to prisons and cemeteries and shit and recorded all the voices of the dead and all that shit, and they're telling everybody to do that, how much fun it is. It's like Lou Gentili said, he said, they say the dead can't hurt you. That's not true. I mean, that was one of his last words. And they say the dead can't hurt you. That's not true. That's one of his final statements before he passed out of this world. But definitely, this was a man whose life was destroyed by these forces. Of course, we're not just dealing with the dead at this point. I mean, this idiot went around to truly take on fell entities and just provoke them for the sake of being hurled around the room so he could catch it all on film. And so all of those electronic DVDs, they weren't cassettes. They were like, this was before we had DVDs. This was like whatever these little discs the Japanese had produced for people to record this on. All of this is in his estate, and his daughter is in charge of them. She no one's ever seen them ever since his death. I forgot how it came to me, but somebody offered me the opportunity to review them, and I talked to Keith Call about it, and Keith Call just said, by the way, for those of you who don't know, Keith Call is a archivist at Wheaton College. He runs the library that's named after who's the big Christian televangelist kind of guy that funded Wheaton College. He's one of its graduates there.
Bob.
The library after him.
Bob something.
Bob something. Let me see. Wheaton College Library. Let me look that up. College Library. This is just to provide some background. Let me see. They got Buswell, Madeline Clark. That's not it. Which one is that? Named after evangelist. I think it was this. God, who is that guy? It's not the Rapture guy, is it? Not Redmond. No, it's actually funny. It was funny because this is like a guy, Billy Graham.
Bob Jones.
Billy Graham. Yeah.
Oh, Billy Graham.
Yeah, right. Billy Graham. So, in terms of So our man Keith Call works at the Billy Graham Library, where they have, you might remember, John was very excited about this, where they have much of the correspondence between J.R.R. Dr. Tolkien, Dr. J.R.R. Tolkien, I can never get that out, and the Christian guy who wrote the Narnia Chronicles. What was his name? Fuck.
C.S. Lewis.
C.S. Lewis, thank you. Just so everybody knows with that, if you ever look at a map of the, what is it that Dr. Tolkien had? Mordor or whatever the fuck it was? What's the...
Oh,
Middle Earth. Yeah, Middle Earth is all to the west, whereas C.S. Lewis's map of Narnia is all to the east. What they agreed on as writers was that C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien, they're writing on the same continent. It's the same planet, but they're one supercontinent, kind of like the Pangaea, or the singular continent of that planet. Everything in the west was to be Dr. Tolkien's, and everything to the east was to be Dr. Lewis's, C.S. Lewis's. So if anybody ever wondered why there's no real east, there's an easterly, but there's no real east or anything beyond the east in Middle Earth, and there's no real anything beyond the west. Everything's in the east in Narnia. That was the deal they made. So anyhow, that's why they had such a correspondence, and they were personal friends. And I think all of C.S. Lewis's stuff, the majority of it, is over there at the Billy Graham Center in or college in Billy Graham Library in Wheaton College. So what Keith Call was emphasizing was the point that he said, I'm an archivist and my entire job is to preserve information and knowledge. But he said that if he had access, if he were ever given access to Lou Gentili's records of all of the infernal entities that he provoked, he would simply destroy it. He would burn it, he said. And he's an archivist, and he would do that. He said there's nothing productive that will ever come from exposing yourself to that. That there's, though, of course, when I spoke to others, many have felt that I could listen to it and wouldn't go insane, or wouldn't basically be somehow corrupted by the contents of those, for lack of a better word, we'll call them DVDs, but that's not what they were. Kind of like some kind of primitive or early form of digital recording gimmick. But there you have that. And so I didn't take advantage of the offer. But in terms of what happened to Lou Gentili, his life is an object lesson. By the way, he hated Art Bell because Art Bell never did anything he did. He was absolutely, for lack of a better word, risking his life, his very soul, and is probably damned in some way, suffering for at least several eternities until he cycles through that. But that idiot, for provoking forces that no one in their right mind would provoke. This is an individual who serves as an object lesson and nothing else, but he basically was someone, if you look him up on YouTube, you'll find his daughter maybe put together some videos just respecting him, and it was just a few minutes. They're only a few minutes long with some photographs of him. And it's more than anything depressing and sad. But he, because Art Bell, who did nothing but sit down all day and shoot the shit, became the national icon affiliated with the paranormal, Lou Gentili would rave about him for hours on his website. So his website was nothing but this anti-Art Bell, anti-George Norrie, anti-Coast to Coast AM shit. And then finally he got invited on Coast to Coast AM to briefly talk about something that wasn't even his specialty, just to talk about some generic bullshit about something else that had nothing to do with his paranormal investigations. And that's when you saw all the anti-Coast to Coast AM stuff just disappear off his website. But it disappeared, the moment he was invited. And it was shortly after he was invited, he died. So it was like, his whole life was just like nothing. It was just saying, you've never heard of him. Of course, I bring it up with Brandon, and Brandon says, I never heard of him. There you go. I mean, that's the horror of that man's life. So what was all that for? It's like just an example of, our man John is just lucky he wound up with the Timberlands and the pink thong. I mean, thank God it was only that. Instead of maybe all the entities just felt, well, fuck, the guy's blind. We'll just have some fun with him, make him strip, do stupid things, and otherwise leave him alone. But I mean, come on, when you see a cairn of human and animal bones, and they're obviously the result of various sacrifices from the past that have been stacked to the ever-growing edifice. Don't go around and dismantle it.
Yeah.
Oh, so there you have that. That was Lou Gentili, and in terms of Ed and Lorraine Warren, what makes them so despicable is they considered themselves to be exorcists. So here you go with another pair of idiots, stirring up these forces and then going around quote unquote purging them or cleansing them or rebuking them when they're the ones responsible for basically, shall we say, unleashing them. I mean, it's like those two. Those are truly evil people. That couple is just, if you ever hear them, really. So how did you know about them? I mean, other than the obvious. I mean, what did you know about them, Brandon? Or did you,
Well, there's the Conjuring films, which came out fairly recently, that were very popular. Fact, I don't know if they're in the third or fourth incarnation at this point, but they are based on loosely on the lives of Ed and Lorraine Warren.
Wow. So I'll leave you two gentlemen to talk while I refresh
thank
myself
you.
up. That's the video kicked in. That's our own audio. Our own audio is feedback looping. I'm responsible for that. Go on.
Oh, of course. And so, but I also then read the books.
So you read The Daemonologist. Their book is The Daemonologist.
Yeah, I read that, and then I read. They had various. They were all pretty much the same. Sort of books.
And they were claiming that they were faced with demons and shit, but by calling on the name of Jesus Christ, they always got out of these situations.
Well, and always too, there was always like this air of scientific, like, oh, we're doing this from a clinical perspective.
Oh man, what bullshit!
Yeah, I mean, it's like, well, and then, but they always made it seem like in the very beginning of the introduction that they were Vatican sanctioned.
Yeah, Lou Gentili said the same thing. Lou Gentili said that he claimed he was the only civilian, in other words, not ordained as a priest, who was allowed to perform exorcisms.
Right.
Well, like the church is going to really do that, right? And so Ed and Lorraine Warren were essentially claiming the same thing Lou Gentili was claiming. This, to me, is kind of a pathology. It's indicative of some kind of pathology that someone would say. It's like someone pretending to be a doctor, okay? Yeah, thank you. So go on.
Well, what about, do you remember, Douglas, a guy named Bob Larson?
Oh, God, yeah. He wrote Bob Larson's Book of Cults. Yeah.
He's still around. He's still doing exorcisms with his, 13 daughters or whatever he has,
Jesus Christ.
And he's selling crucifixes, and he sells that you too can be an exorcist. Just you can.
Oh, no, you can't. Go on.
But if you recall, what did Larson do? What was he kind of made famous for?
I'm trying to remember.
Interviewing Nicholas Schreck and Zena LaVey a few times. And in fact, so I think when you mentioned sort of these puppets of Aquino and so on, that are exorcists or in the evangelical movement, I think he would be one of them. He would be a candidate, Bob Larson.
Thank you. That makes perfect sense. Now, please.
He seems so satanic.
Right. I mean, what your voice sometimes is very soft, and sometimes I just don't catch it. He was hanging out with Shrek and Zena LaVey?
Yes, he has a video from the 80s or 90s, early 90s. You can still find it on YouTube, with I think it's called the Showdown with Satan or something like this. I mean, this is before he did the whole "I'm going to put on a priest collar and call myself an exorcist" thing. And he just does an interview. I think it's about 2 hours long with Nicholas Schreck and Zena LaVey.
Mhm. Yeah.
In front of a whole Christian audience, by the way, which is interesting.
Yeah, and how do they respond to that? How does the Christian audience respond to that?
It's interesting. They listen, I think. I don't know.
Probably because, they are fascinated by it. It's fascinating to many Christians that these people on the dark side, etc. And so, honestly, I'm just, yeah, you've got it right. It's just these people are really not what they say they are. They're on the other side. And
yeah, Larson for sure. And I got that sense from him very early on. And if you look at a lot of his so-called exorcisms, they're obviously people that are acting. It's so obvious. I mean, people calling themselves the bees. Who are you? I'm the bees. Jezebel, I know you're in there. It's so stupid, and it's all on camera. I mean,
it's all offensive.
The rite of exorcism is an ancient rite that goes back to Christ when he called. That's one of the things that the apostles said that they could actually do. In the name of Christ was to call out demons.
Yes.
Things like that.
Yeah. And to see it abused, to see the rite of exorcism abused by a bunch of pukes, going out there who think that you can just call on the name of Jesus and that it's that easy. That like these entities, true actual entities, are going to give a shit. They're extraordinarily powerful.
They pretend to.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just like so having heard all this about Lou Gentili and Bob Larson, Jameson, I'm going to I just finished drinking this Coke. I'll come back and pretty much take over the transmission at that point. When and by the way, it must be very late where both of you are at. You're both on East Coast time, so it must be what, 2 a.m? What time?
Yeah, it's 2:30.
2:30 a.m. Holy shit. So I'll be right back, and in the meantime, why don't Jameson, I'd like to hear, and I can always replay this and listen later. Tell us, what's your impressions of all this when you hear like what Lou Gentili did and what happened to him, and you hear about Bob Larson and all this stuff, and you kind of compare that
Honestly,
to the much.
Gentili, I'm glad he got what he got, because it's a sacrilege against the spirit realm. I take that realm as kind of sacred, being a practicing warlock, I guess, arcanist, whatever you want to call him.
Well, basically, he's insulting everybody at every end of the spectrum.
It's a big insult, and he got what he deserved. It's a shame his daughter got her face ripped off, and I've seen the results of that. Oh, it's quite gruesome. When someone is missing a face, it's how do they even? Well, I can say whatever they repair it with, it usually looks like this sort of. It looks uglier than looking at the gored up thing, but that aside, it seems to me these people are just. This is a sad example of the mass marketing of spirituality and all this other bullshit, which is something. Which is one of the critiques I had against what they were doing with the Become a Living God platform. That had that asshole E.A. Coetting. They're trying. It's the American spiritualism movement. The snake oil salesman. Buy my shit and you can be shooting thunderbolts from your hands. It's like, oh, come fuck on. I've learned not to be taken by these people. Or shall I say, it's become clearer to me who is what they say they are and who isn't. It's become equally clear to me how those who are what they are, who are actually what they say they are doing what they're doing. And I don't know why I know how they're doing it, but I just do. And so it's really in poor taste. I mean, now granted, if I saw that video in the archives, rather than burning it, I would keep it archived personally, because it's sort of like an old grimoire. The energy of that video itself, without even being watched, would have its uses in the hands of a competent arcanist.
I agree. I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying that I would exploit that energy, but I understand exactly what you're saying. In other words, that record itself becomes a supernatural relic.
It's an artifact. Yeah,
An artifact.
It's a relic.
Yeah, and by the way, what I would like Brandon to do is the EA co-wedding reminds me a lot of, was it Sethicus the Bozo, or was it, there was somebody who claimed they helped Max Spears. They said when Max Spears died, they said, oh, he was hanging in purgatory and I helped him, relieve, what was it, liberate his spirit. His spirit was trapped. That person reminds me of this EA co-wedding guy, and maybe you could tell James and Reese about this character. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm going to go mute, but Brandon will tell us about this guy.
Yeah, this guy Sethicus Bozo. Bozo. So he left. He brought Max to the gates, And so when I said, this is when Max Spears died, this guy, and I said to Douglas, I'm like, well, which gates? Gates of hell, or gates of who knows?
Well, there are many gates.
Well, that's the point, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's my gosh. I mean, probably hundreds of thousands of those things. So I mean, yeah, that definitely is a very good observation.
Yeah. So I'm just like, well, what does that mean? That's all. All I said. But this guy was basically, he had this sort. How EA had this, like, I'm not gonna say, I don't know what you call the fashion, but goth, kind of like,
oh yeah,
alternative goth, sort of like long hair, makeup, but like also like, I don't know I don't even have no idea what you'd call that fashion or whatever.
His fashion was all, having watched his videos for a while before coming to my senses, I'd say his fashion was all over the fucking place.
Yeah. Well,
it's like if he was trying at it, it was like, I'd simply look and be like, what the fuck was he smoking? Of course, we all know he was smoking meth, but I mean, that's beside.
I'm really interested because last thing I saw with EA, and I remember seeing my friend talk about EA. So I knew about him. I was never a big fan, but my friend said it's like watching a train wreck,
Yes.
Right, you was totally right.
I saw the entire thing collapsing when he started doing all these videos about love spells, and this cycle of love spells lasted for weeks, months, and I'm like, okay, he's done. His platform's dead.
Really? Wow, that's fascinating.
Yeah, it's like as soon as he stopped like talking about the entities, the demons and whatnot, the first disappointment is that he never gets past the 72 goetic demons when he's doing his talks. He never goes outside, and people from the Order of the Nine Angles have more knowledge than that. If you read his grimoire, he has a shitload of spirits who aren't goetic demons. So he clearly is underselling. He's clearly underselling his his audience. At least when it comes to the videos, it's and again, it's because they expect everyone to buy everything. They want to make money just to give you a few names and a few descriptions of spirits. You know what I can do is just get a list of those spirits for free. I'll do the work myself and get the information about them. I mean, seriously.
I know, yeah.
But it's this whole. what it does is it makes it so that it feels like it's tainting something that should be left sacred, and
Yep.
it's extremely offensive.
Yep, and it's offensive. I think it was offensive, and to not just you or me or people I know, but like a lot of other people, like like from around the world looking at the sky, like okay, and then but then, like you say, like you look at like the trajectory of where he was going. And at first he started with these kind of publishing books and stuff, and then he found out, yeah, he got arrested for drugs and stuff. He's really into drugs, but you could just see this sort of train wreck.
Yeah, and you could see it debilitate you could see it debilitate as his image became more haggard and sort of more almost sagging skin, and he just did not look healthy at all.
Yeah, he didn't look healthy. He just looked like it was. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to explain, but
yeah, I mean, honestly, he with what he had earlier on was, I will honestly say, what I was impressed by was a sort of, do it yourself kind of, use whatever you have around, that sort of creative ingenuity. But he did not use his base as well as he could have when it came to videos. When it came to YouTube, I mean, granted, he wrote a wealth of books with a wealth of spirits. So in that area, he did well. But with the YouTube stuff, I'm fairly certain at some point he knew it was coming to an end.
Yeah, and the other thing is like he collaborated with so many different people who I don't know what the story is. Maybe I don't. I wasn't on the Bog forums and all that.
Yeah. I had left the Baug forums behind for a while and started to just follow the writings of V.K. Jehanam, who who has the same, if not more, knowledge base of Order of the Nine Angles. So it's basically the same entities that they're working with, but he does it different. To his credit, he decries the Order of the Nine Angles. But my disappointment with him came when he felt a need to defend EA co-editing through a video, and it was at that point that something clicked in me, and I was like, all right, yeah, the guy did a lot of good work for me, but I got to leave this behind. It's time I just work by myself when it comes to occult stuff, because if I can't figure it out on my own, I probably did need what I got before, but if I can't figure it out on my own by now, I have a problem.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm always finding that I need to ask somebody some kind of question that I don't know.
Well, yeah, but well, what I mean by that is, to put it into context, is I'm not saying that I know all, but what I mean is if I can't, sort of grasp, because my main focus is on enchanting, and enchanting, you don't necessarily have to evoke anything. You don't necessarily have to invoke anything. You don't necessarily have to work with any spirits whatsoever to enchant a place, an object, or bring an event into the physical realm. Although it helps, they can help a hell of a lot, without a doubt. But when it comes to enchanting, like that much I can do. A lot of the things they talk about with like people levitating and stuff like that, I'm sure it happens, but I'm sure your average, practitioner is not going to be doing that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, the friend of Brandon Young, named Rasmus, is the man who did some exposure videos on a number of frauds and charlatans that have been out there. Shout out to Tammy Miller, if she's still with us, and Rick Brewer. Hello to them both. And of course, Marcus Griggs. God bless him. I didn't get a chance to address him earlier. James Forsyth was with us, of course, and hopefully everyone out there is doing well. And in the chat room, one of the things that I got was an email. And people were asking me about the electronic audio phenomenon that I encountered and why would I be plagued by it. So what had happened was...
Why wouldn't you be plagued by it?
Well,
My
actually,
God.
it was actually an anomaly, and I'll explain where it sourced from. Basically, what had happened was there was a convergence of two factors. One of them was, multiple factors, but two major ones stand out in my head. I guess the third one would be myself coming out as a public informant. So in order to come out as a public informant, when my parents my father was dead at that point, and my mother was dying. So even though, like I said, it took half a decade, so she died about 5 years after my dad. And so, like I said before, they both died at the exact same age, 87, but 5 years apart. Excuse me for a second here. And they both died in the month of March, which was my late sister's birth month. So they died 5 years apart in the same month, my sister's birth month, and they both died at the age of 87. So obviously something is going on there. There are other factors that took place that I don't need to go into right now.
Whoa. Did you say 87?
87, yeah. They were both 87 years of age when they died.
You know, 87 is a number of occult significance, or so I'm told.
Yes, go on.
When it comes to it relates heavily to the left side of, or as we would say, the sort of antithesis of God, or it goes by many names: Chabajoth, El Atcher, or more commonly Azerate. And that's the infernal side, these are the failed creations of God that those of us on the left seem to look towards, and they're always trying to work against the sort of God of light of this universe, because originally all these things were all one, and in the Hebrew cosmology, what happened was when there was a separation, we literally have basically like two gods that are operating as one entity, so to speak. Oh shit! What was I talking about again? Oh, no, right.
Yeah. I mean, you're
going
doing
into yeah. It's just that for a moment I just fell into a trance and everything just blanked.
Well, understandably, you're covering a subject where one it invites that to happen. The very subject. Yeah, you were speaking of the.
But occult, yes, the number 87. The number 87, right? 8 and 7 gives you 15, and 1 plus 5 is 6, and 6 is of course the number of man, the number of the beast. That's supposed to be, I honestly. I can understand why they would say the number 87 has significance, but I personally have always found 83 to be more significant. Personally, I don't know why, because 8 and 3 equal 11, and 11 is supposed to be the number of heads on the dragon of Azerate. So why 87?
No, I mean,
yeah.
It's one of those things. I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at you. Put up this picture of one of those nose monkeys and said it's Vladimir Putin's profile, and it does favor him. Yes, I must.
It looks exactly like him.
Yes, I mean, I can see the Vladimir Putin in it. Yes, most certainly. In the interim, my what was the point I was making about my parents? Oh yes, so it was after my father's death. And I think my mother was not yet dead, but at that time, she would be dead very soon, and that much was obvious. But I was doing all I could to keep her alive for as long as possible. So what had happened was that I came out as a public informant, though, however, knowing that I had to transfer into a different career after her death. And so that was what prompted me to ask a so-called computer expert about what kind of computer to get, and I knew nothing about the computers at the time. Now, this piece of shit, I had found out about this computer expert who had worked on the bookstore that's still in San Francisco, which is, I think it's Borderlands Books. They may have moved from where they were before. But Borderlands Books was one of those niche science fiction bookstores, because no general or generic or general subjects bookstore could stay open with all of the changes in everything and everything going online. And this was well before COVID. So with Borderlands Books, they sold specifically science fiction and fantasy and horror. And of course, anyone like myself would seek escapism when dealing with the subject of my parents. So every once in a while, I would take my mother over to the store so she could sit down and we could let her play with the cats while I went around to do some shopping among the books. So when I asked what kind of computer expert might be able to help me, they said, well, this one person helped, and it turned out he was just a piece of shit. I can't even remember the guy's. Jay Cornell was the motherfucker's name. And so this fucker says, and I found out later on it was all just the opposite I should have done. He said, oh, get a used Apple. Okay, specifically, first off, it turns out Apple, of course, is not a real computer.
No, it's not.
And aside from that, the idea of getting a used Apple was beyond preposterous, and so he was obviously fucking with me. So we're talking about somebody who's just another diabolic, Edomite shill. And but this fucker, by the way, he was this older white guy whose hair was picture perfect. It was like he paid somebody to perm it every time he went out or something. So I don't know how he maintained that, but his hair was like, picture perfect. It was like kind of, how do I describe it? Just kind of, it wasn't naturally, it was like kind of permed, kind of, it's I can't describe it. It's not feathered. We're not talking about something like some 70s thing. It was what you would call business oriented. It was what you would wear but it was like a male model's hair. It was like he himself wasn't he was fortunate in that he looked decent. He was like basically what people would call a handsome man with glasses. As a matter of fact, he looked somewhat similar to my father, whose picture can be seen, the man who raised and guided me, whose picture can be seen just the episode before last, I believe. If people look at our YouTube channel, so it would be like if you take a look at not episode before last, a week ago. It was on my father's birthday, the 23rd. October 23rd. So if you go take a look at the October 23rd, let me turn this on. Hopefully the voice is going to come on. Give me a second here. Turn that off. It was the October 24th episode of, so on this channel, if you look up October 24th, Sunday, October 24th episode, you'll see my father's picture on it. He looks somewhat like that, except the hair was much more thick and permed and kind of forward. So anyhow, so this Jay Cornell fucker wound up saying, get this used Apple computer, any used Apple, and he said for some reason the used was supposed to be the super advantage to get used because everybody, and anyhow, of course it wasn't any great advantage. You're either going to get something that's loaded with viruses or you're going to get something that's scrubbed or whatever. Now, whoever had the computer before me, I'm going to assume that it must have been loaded with child porn or something of that nature because they had scrubbed it. I mean, they'd scrubbed all the programs off of it. They scrubbed everything out of it so it was non-functional. And then, and I understood later, this is what I was told later, that this was very common with Apple computers. Every time I entered something into it, it would chew it up and spit it out as just senseless syllables. Total diabolic gobbledygook, non-sequitorial word salads. So if you can imagine that happening every time you enter something, it gets very disconcerting. And after a while, it's just, of course, it was useless. So we're talking about a computer that was not only scrubbed and had nothing in it and could not operate, it was actually diabolically, what would you call it? Hostile. It was diabolically hostile to everything that I was entering into it and spitting it out as in a different form that was unintelligible. So at this point, it's like I wound up with this, for all intents and purposes, it might as well have been a possessed computer, but that's not the source of anything that was disconcerting on any metaphysical sense until I started working with those idiots, Clyde Lewis and Olaf Phillips. So Olaf Phillips and Clyde Lewis are gay lovers. They're both married. Their wives are simply beards, as the gay community calls it. And they're a gay couple who cannot afford to let the world know they're gay because Clyde Lewis is trying to present himself as a macho man, whereas Olaf Phillips is trying to present himself as a solid family man who's producing kids, grandkids for his parents, so he stays on the will. So that, so he inherits the will. Because without giving him grandparents...
You talk about living a lie.
Yeah. And he hates his kids, hates his wife, and loves Clyde Lewis. So these two faggots, nothing against the gay community, of course. Obviously, people should know that about me. I have nothing against the gay community, but these are a couple of faggots. So basically, with Clyde Lewis does shit like he'll get on the transmission and do the Ouija board, and him and Tracy Twyman, just so people know this is why my opinion of Tracy Twyman was quite low. And this is what's interesting to me, is that when I would talk about, and by the way, for those of you who want to hear the details on Tracy Twyman, you just look up the episodes where I'm talking with our lady Crystal River. So when Crystal River was a guest of mine and we were talking about Tracy Twyman, I went into great detail, and so did Crystal River. And for those of you who don't get just where Tracy Twyman was coming from, I mean, it would take too long to explain, but she was doing shit like she had a son, and she said they were after her, meaning the people she investigated, who were all these diabolical, pedophile, elite cultists. And so here she is supposedly exposing the elite that winds up persecuting her and her son and all this good shit. And she's working with Clyde Lewis, and they're doing shit like they're getting on transmission and they're doing Ouija board shit, and they're calling up Baphomet and Beelzebub and Balrog and just, everything from just every negative thing you can imagine.
Well,
and
there you go. I mean, she was diabolical.
Thank you. Thank you. So here you have this woman, and then the last book she wrote, and when you hear me talking with Tracy Twyman, you'll hear us speaking about this in depth. The last book she wrote is all about this child rape, child porn, going into grisly detail about taking petrified, mummified horses' cocks and, strapping them on like a dildo. Yeah, fucking kids up the ass and shit.
Plus ultra thing.
I'm sorry, what's that?
The whole plus ultra thing with Boyd Rice too.
Okay. Yeah, that was all that. Yeah, thank you. That's right. So, our man
heavily involved with the Church of Satan.
Yes. Brandon knows what he's talking about. And by the way, I personally knew Boyd Rice, somewhat. He was an acquaintance, not a friend, but I knew him to a degree. I can't say I knew him like in depth, but I never had a problem with him. He was always all right to me. Just so people know, I never thought of him as anything other than a decent guy. I mean, towards me at least, just so people understand this. But just so people know, he was involved with, of course, the Anton LaVey's Church of Satan through Xena. And so Xena's an attractive girl. So you have to take into account that it's kind of like I would have been involved with Xena. If I had an opportunity, I wouldn't have said no. So in terms of... But Boyd Rice, he was a handsome guy, but he was full of himself, of course. I don't mean like full of shit, but he was full of himself. Really, was very egomaniacal. Very, very, that much else, inescapable fact. And so he was like one of these people who was also a product of the American eugenics program. Just so people know that. And the American eugenics program was not in some lab. This is where they gave people golden awards that said, yea, I am of goodly heritage, if they were deemed by the United States government to have bred well, to have bred true, to breed out crime and what they considered defects, etc. So it's the United States that started the eugenics program. You can look that up, but you're going to also find a lot of shit where they conflate it and confuse it with abortion and various other things. So, the problem is, just understand you've got to have discernment, and the only thing you need to confirm, and you could do that easily with private research, is that the eugenics program started in America. He was a product of those programs. Yeah. And his parents got that golden award. So he was, he thought he was hot shit. But all that being,
War Against the Weak is a very good book. It was written by the guy that wrote IBM and the Holocaust.
okay.
And it talks about the psychiatric institutes and prisons that were experimented on with eugenics. And it started in America, and Hitler took it on. And the head of the American Psychiatric Association at the time said, Hitler is beating us at our own game. And Alexander Graham Bell, Margaret Sanger, many different people were eugenicists.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So in terms of, very important, thank you, Brandon. And I can take it from there to add details and nuance, but that's general framework. It's good enough for, working with right now. And so a product of that was Boyd Rice. And when it comes to he was a boyfriend of Tracy Twyman. That's where the connection comes in for a while. And then they split up because, Boyd Rice was really in love with himself, right? And, so when it comes to the whole thing that went down with Tracy Twyman, just before she died, and all the eerie last moments were known, for lack of a better word, I would say almost intimately, by Crystal River. It was like Crystal River was probably one of the last few people to have contact with Tracy Twyman. And the killers, or the people who killed Tracy Twyman, left Crystal River a message. It was just all very, shall we say, terrorism. It was, which has been a common thread to a degree through Our Lady Crystal River's life. I'm not going to go into any more detail than that. But when it comes to Tracy Twyman writing this pornographic novel about, raping children with the way I described it, these occult kind of items, etc. And then when she dies, her son basically disappears, so far as we know. And Crystal River could add much more context to that. And maybe someone will come out there and say, oh, I know her son is in safe hands or whatever. Whatever happened is going to be highly suspect anyway, because she dies and, who took her son? Obviously the man that she didn't want to have him was the father, because she said the father was, quote unquote, or whoever her boyfriend was all kinds of satanic trash negative. So it's like you have this woman it's just another Lou Gentili object lesson, except it's worse. Because you've got this son that disappears, really, and kind of nobody knows where he went after she died. And she writes this book about child porn and describes all these horrible things happening to children. And I remember when I was laughing about it, because what are you going to do, right? You're going to it's kind of like what I was laughing about when we talk about, John. It's horrible, but at the same time, it's like Real Saturday Night Funny. It's like, here's this woman writing all this shit. And I said, she's basically writing to tell the cult what to do with her son. That's basically what it was kind of like a manual of, take him, strap him up, and fuck him with a mummified, petrified horsecock. I mean, it's like, this is like I said, I bet all that, was happening to her son. And it's amazing how there were a couple of idiots out there who took that and ran with it and said, oh, Douglas Teacher's laughing at this kid getting raped by horsecock and shit. And I'm like, whatever, fuck you. It's like, the people are always going to be out there like that. Listen to how he maniacally laughs when he talks about it and shit. You got to admit there's something hideously funny about this. I'm sorry, I'm going to use the word bitch. I know Crystal River likes this person, okay? I mean, they were friends, so, I'm sorry, but, it's like, I'm not going to diss her in front of Crystal River, but, between me and the rest of the world, I mean, I've got no reason to like her. She obviously did not take good care of her son, right? It didn't seem
she does not sound like a likable person by any standards.
Yeah, thank you. And so, anyhow, my point is that here you had all this Ouija crap going on with Clyde Lewis and all this shit. So here's Clyde Lewis, and what he was doing was, I'm going to summon the underworld and all this shit, and he was going into one of these stupid things. And then I had the laptop open, and so here's the laptop's open, and I had the stupid Clyde Lewis thing on, and then something that was not him, something that had nothing to do with his transmission, And believe me, the human ear can discern audially what's coming from the transmission and what's not. Then all this diabolic noise starts emerging from the computer at the time that he was doing his shit. And it's just all of these scratching demonic voices, just, incoherent ravings. And the most important thing was the impression of scratching. It, like something was inside the screen and trying to get out. This kind of like scratching at the screen. And at that point, I just shut the laptop and said, it's time to go to bed. And just went to bed. Which I've done in various kinds of, when something like that happens, it's usually I just say, it's time to go to bed, and I'll just, crawl off and go to sleep. So that's what I did at that point. But that's an example of something like that happening. So it was one of those things where obviously at that time, I think my mother was probably in one of the care facilities transitionally, where I would put her in when I was simply overwhelmed. I would put her in there for weeks at a time and visit her every day and take care of, because they don't take care of you in those facilities anywhere near the way they should, or, they simply can't. And I would go in and care for her in the day, and that night I would come home and be able to sleep knowing that theoretically she had people to watch over her in case she went into some kind of life-threatening condition or something like that. But, then just trying to relax and catch up on that idiot Clyde Lewis so that I could know what to talk about the next time I saw him because he was interviewing me regularly at that time to get his show started. And that's how he got nationally syndicated, after which, of course, then he severed all ties with myself. And this is what they do. This is like what happened with John B. Wells. John B. Wells, of course, was someone who he himself credited myself with his getting more ratings than much higher ratings than George Norrie, which made George Norrie fire him. But at that point, he had accumulated enough of an audience, thanks to his dozen interviews with myself, that he started his own Midnight Caravan, after which he severed all ties with me. So this is what they do, and with Clyde Lewis, he got nationally syndicated because of his interviews with myself, and his ratings went much higher than Rush Limbaugh's. By the way, he himself said that. And it was, so anyone could possibly check the records of this sort of thing, compare the times when he was interviewing myself, whatever the ratings were compared to Rush Limbaugh's. But obviously they were higher than Rush Limbaugh's because they got rid of Rush Limbaugh and they replaced him with Clyde Lewis, after which he severed all ties with me. So I've started these multiple careers. It wasn't just Clyde Lewis and John B. Wells, but others. And once they, get started, then they sever all ties with myself. So this is the pattern, and it's one of those things where it's successful suppression. People have heard of me, and then they don't hear of me again, and then so the detractors can run up and scream, "Well, that's because he was discredited." They can just say that, and then this is what they were saying about the Richard Dolan attack. When the Richard Dolan attack took place, and I shot him flaming down. Which, of course, the video is put up quite a bit by our friend Daniel Arola. Anyone can look at it on I believe it's on the Maggot channel. But John Warrington, if he doesn't have it there, he definitely has it on the Odyssey.com channel, ODYSEE.com. And that was the whole interview where the Richard Dolan attack is part of that, or rather the whole video of the speakers panel for that particular conspiracy conference, which Richard Dolan is a part of, where he attacks me. And when you see that and you see my dismantling him in front of the camera, as soon as that was done, of course, a whole bunch of people got online and said, "Oh, Richard Dolan shot this fraud flaming down, this fraud out there," and so it doesn't matter whether you win, they're going to report it all over the internet, something that wasn't even true. They're going to say just the opposite. And of course I survived all of that, but it's not that I was, how would I say it, discredited, but I was successfully suppressed. So I'm successfully suppressed in that no one hears of me and no one knows of me in the general public. So it's up to all of you who are listening. It's your war. You've got to fight it. It's up to you. it's not my war, it's yours, and it's your world, not mine, really. I'm here, and I do hope humanity survives to the extent where civilization can maintain my blood boys, because I much prefer them as food than, the home delivered meals that I just finished tonight. but yeah, in terms of the rest of you out there, your children are going to grow up in hell on earth with all the climate change and everything else. So the only way that you're going to stop it is by taking my advisements as your Vulcan intervention, as I've said. So you're not going to get anything done otherwise or accomplished. So there we have that. In the interim, one of the things that I can say is that I thank you for the question. And yes, that brought up something to relate on that. And as a purely morbid entertainment angle, yeah, there was another time I thought something was coming through an electronic medium. And what had happened was, again, I'm a creature of the 20th century. You're talking about somebody, it's like, come on, it's like the comedy of that horrible individual. Was that Johnny Depp who did that total butchery of Dark Shadows, where he played Barnabas the vampire, and it was just, they took the soap opera and they turned it into a comedy. It's kind of like that. Anyhow, so my medical cosmetologist V gave me a cell phone, and this was, of course, a long time ago. We're talking about, God, at this point, yeah, we're talking about 12 years ago at least. So she gave me a cell phone, and then anyhow, strange noises started happening in my home, and I thought, oh, it's like that electronic medium is being used by some supernal entity to try and communicate. And first I thought the batteries might be going down in the fire alarms, and so I was checking all the batteries, but it wasn't them, and then I, because one time we used to have crickets that we used to feed to the various fish and reptiles and amphibians that I kept for my parents, so they could have animals in the house to remind them of nature. So we had these little aquariums and terrariums and stuff, so crickets would get loose. And, they could breed and reproduce and conceivably become serious pests and wind up chewing through soft walls and shit, if there's enough of them around. But every once in a while, a cricket would get loose and you'd hear crickets. And for the longest time, we thought we had crickets loose when it turned out one of the fire alarm batteries was dying. So I was checking them. It wasn't them. And then I began to get really freaked out and just thought that maybe it was, oh, my mother had recently died. That's right. And so I thought it might be something. Anyhow, I just didn't know what to make of it. And then when I was talking to V about it, then she said, "Oh, you fucking geek, where did they grow you?" And she said, "Your fucking cell phone battery is dying." And that's when, oh yeah, oh, that's right. And so there you have it. There's a stupid morbid entertainment story for you in terms of misinterpreting electronic noises that I thought were, the noises kept getting more frequent as the battery kept nearing more and more the end of its life. So it was like something that was just like, getting more and more urgent sounding, which was then, then of course I found out why. So
that was a cell phone's battery saying, "Help me!"
Yeah, yes, that's right. And I had never had a cell phone before, so that was the first time in life I had one. And so, is Brandon still with us, or did he? I mean, he is a father. Fuck, I expect him to just crap
I
out.
am still here.
Oh shit, you're still here! Holy shit!
All right,
But I must bid you adieu.
Yes, we love you. We love you, Brandon.
And I love you both very much.
Yeah.
And we'll talk again soon. I had a great time. Thank you, Douglas.
Oh, bless you.
Thank you, Jameson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. It's
Yeah,
been great.
Yeah, it's been
All
great.
right, cool.
We
We'll
appreciate
talk
your being here.
soon.
Thank you. Look forward to it. And don't forget to replay the remainder of the show later. And I should cover Angel Island a little bit. Okay.
Only if you want. Okay, take care.
Thank you. Bye. And so there we have that. And he says only if I want. So maybe I won't cover Angel Island tonight. We'll see how I feel. I might just dive into it.
Of course, I have to say, don't forget the solicitation.
Oh shit! Thank you. Holy shit. Let's do that first and get that shit out of the way. Thank you. Otherwise, I'll have to add that crap later. Thank you so much. Otherwise, I'd have to add that crap just before I went. Okay, let me get that up there, and I'll say that now. And then what I'll do is, after that, our man Jameson will break me for just a few moments, and I'll be back after I do solicitation. So let me dig that up, roll down. And, oh my god. So, in the meantime, with our man Jameson, I swear to God, it felt like you were gone the full 24 days. Maybe
No, no, not even. Maybe your perception was that way because of how difficult of a time you
yeah.
had.
Oh, you saw what I was going through. It was like,
Yeah, it was like they were like crickets, and you're like, anyone come on,
yeah, yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. You heard that. It was awful. And the fire, was just what it was.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, there was an interesting synchronicity that happened that day, but I'll cover that, I guess, well, when I'm gonna break you.
Sounds good, and that'll be any moment. So, anyhow, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See, that didn't come out right. An aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, where you can review excerpts from the yet-to-be-published book of that very same title, The Unfinished Man, and review scenes from his cinematic documentaries, the Baron Ben's cinematic documentaries, currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. All of that coming out poorly, but you get the message. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson is spelled like Tucson, Tucson. I have to think about that. You would, of course, add, what would you add? Oh, you put the word "the" in front of it. The TucsonMurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Okay, with that, I'll take a short break, be back in a matter of minutes, and our man Jameson Reese will hold the stage with his usual professional aplomb and save me, as usual, from calling out into the night for anybody out there.
All right, that's what I love to do.
Bless you.
All right, so folks, it has been very well, as you all know, very fun being in Actually, God, I miss being home. I'm not even gonna bullshit. Although I did get a lot of spell work done, because you have a lot of time to write spells and cast them, and so far I seem to still be able to hit my mark, which is always good to know. So in the interim, I did write down a lot of interesting observations I wanted to go over, and they happened to be in my pant pockets, which I did not take out of my pockets. So I'm going to have to run. Oh, right. It was the whole Ubermensch idea I wanted to go into that Nishi had put forth. But before I go into that, I'd rather actually write it down and see how accurate it is. Of course, as far as events plaguing our world, La Palma is still doing its thing. And, La Palma is just going. I don't think anything's going to come of it, but if it does, honestly, at this point, hey, it will be an opportunity for the human race to evolve faster or die, which is the way nature works. It's cold, it's impersonal, and there's the impermanence of life, which I have started to take peace in and adopt a sort of Buddhistic perspective on things, where I can just accept it. So, in the meantime, let's see what's happening with the news. We have, and see, let me get you guys some interesting news. Okay, so this is what caused the death of the platform of EA co-editing. So there's this guy named Daniel Hussein who I guess this guy was a killer. He had killed 2 women. Campaigners renewed to call a ban on the UK-based Nazi occultist group following the Satanist murders of Biba Henry and Nicole Smallman. Killer Danielle Hussein, 19, was jailed for life on Thursday for the murder of the sisters as part of a twisted demonic pact to win the lottery. Okay, if you're stupid enough to think you have to kill someone to win the lottery, chances are he is where he belongs, behind bars. Hussein is believed to have been influenced by a black magic practitioner called E.A. Coetting, whose real name is Matthew Lawrence, I think, who promotes his work on more than 80,000 followers on YouTube. Since his Old Bailey trial, it has emerged that Hussein was an active member of the online forum Become a Living God, set up by Coetting. I have been on that forum, and that was where I had encountered that woman who looked awfully like Nicole Frolic, who I actually started to suspect was actually Nicole Frolic. But that aside, the American author has associated himself with a group called the Order of the Nine Angles and its U.S. branch, Temple of Blood, which has been linked to a string of recent terrorism cases in Britain. As Hussein was jailed for life for the sisters' murders, Nick Lowles, executive chief of the anti-fascism campaign group Hope Not Hate, said, I don't know what fascism has to do with any of this. I mean, your guess is as good as mine, but Daniel Hussein was influenced by a man associated with the Order of the Nine Angles before he launched his attack. Okay, well, I don't know what influence has to do with anything. I mean, if the guy can't make his own fucking decisions, we've got a problem. As Hussein was jailed for life for the sisters' murders, oh, right, I just said that. This is yet another reason why the government must move to ban this Nazi occultist group. Biba Henry and Nicole Smallman had their lives stolen by this murderer and the ideology which propelled him. Their families' lives have been devastated. I would be fucking pissed if anyone I knew was... Well, let's just go past that. The Order of the Nine Angles appearance in the story of these horrendous murders is shocking, but it shouldn't be surprising.
Is this new? I just got back and I was hearing this. Is there a new murder by the Order of the Nine Angles that's happened?
No. What's happening is in Britain they want to ban the group because they've had they have a fucking they have a whole track list of attacks and terroristic activities anyway, being a sort of neo-Nazi occult group. And it's the Order of the Nine Angles whom E.A. Coetting was a part of before he founded the Become a Living God platform.
Before he went totally out of it and just went on his own.
Honestly, he probably would have been better off if he stayed. I mean, at least he would still be a sort of oh gosh, well, if you can understand anything he even says, at least he'd still be to some degree decipherable.
When Brandon talked about that Sethicus the Bozo guy, did that sound similar? Like he was on a similar trip, or what?
Sethicus the Bozo? Not really. I'm not. Wait, I'm trying to remember, dude. 3 more pills just kicked in. I mean,
don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. When you're ready, I can take over from this point forward through the rest of the transmission. Maybe something will come up later where I might need you to spell me, but things should be okay.
All right. And what I'll do is, while you do that, I'll shift myself because I'm going to have to wake up early to see. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just stay up and guzzle energy drinks.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh my God. There is this video, and by the way, you know this, of course, and our dear medical cosmetologist, the little sicko, she shared a story with me once, of course. We all know the horror stories. Energy drinks are very dangerous. You want to be careful with them. They're not innocuous. And in her case, she knew a couple of gym rats, people who were like really into bodybuilding. And one of them drank a bunch of energy drinks early in the morning before he started all of his workout. And he couldn't move. He wound up, sitting down in the chair, unable to move, and had to wait until other people came in, opened up the gym, and could rescue him, so to speak. I don't know what the ultimate rest of that.
He got rhabdomyolysis, and all his muscles probably locked up because his muscle enzymes were so high.
Yeah.
It is a very fucked up state to be in, and I can assure you, not moving is the least of your worries when you're in that state. The burning, searing pain feels like you're in a microwave oven.
Jesus.
Literally, it feels like the body is being cooked from the inside.
Right. Let me see if I can find this on YouTube. I shouldn't tell you about these things because I know you'll go looking for them. But let's see now. Drank energy drinks in seconds. And there's this guy. He's this Asian guy. And all he does are these kind of medical videos. So,
Chubby Emu, right? I
himself from emptying his stomach onto her shoes.
So here we are. So Chubby Emu is talking about a gamer drank 12 energy drinks in 10 minutes. This is what happened to his organs. So what this guy does, this Chubby Moo guy, Chub Yemu. I presume he's got a real name. Anyhow.
I've been following his work for years. It's always very fascinating listening to his medical analysis.
Yeah, so what he does is he basically will tell you all these guys and how they, and girls, and how they fuck themselves over by doing stupid things. So, yeah.
Oh, but the worst stories are the ones where people decide to eat gas station food.
Mm-hmm.
Those are my gas station sushi.
Oh my God! So is that? Does he actually have a tale about that? He actually has a case about that, or is that?
Yeah, he has a case about that where someone.
Would they get salmonella or what?
Oh man, they got really sick. They got something. I can't remember exactly. That was like years ago. I listened to that one too. Uh-huh. I think that was around the time that COVID had just started to roll out.
Okay. And by the way, give me a second here. I'm going to go to my YouTube channel. Apparently, I got somebody who entered a comment on the episode before tonight's, and I'm not quite sure if I can make the comment out or make sense of it. Hermie Corpus, 21 minutes ago, wrote, I like this show's substance, but it would be more if the time is cut back into several parts, like part A and so on. Thanks.
Dude,
oh my God, I will restructure my entire life for you. Thank you. Oh my God, I had never thought of that. But now that Hermie Corpus told me that his life would be made easier if I just cut my transmissions down to reasonable bites, then of course, for you. Yes, for you. I'll restructure it.
I mean, Well, I mean, the guy works 18 hours in a coal mine and
Poor guy.
and lives off of a bowl of rice a day. So I mean, yeah, we have to make his life easier.
Yeah, there we are. I'm just gonna give him a heart, just so that just because it's harmless, right? I mean, what he says is
Yeah,
pretty harmless, but
I mean, look, just listen to it in parts, dude.
yeah, really,
I mean,
really.
that's what I do when I catch up. I'm not going to sit there for a full 12 hours, but I'll spend like 3 hours listening while playing Magic the Gathering,
Well, I
come
think for
back, do
some,
something else, and then I'll go finish listening again, and
right. Well, for
just
some
spurts.
people, it's perfect because I'm assuming for some people it's just background throughout the night shift, right, or something like that. I would
Yeah,
think,
yeah, yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, if I was working nights and I had access to YouTube, that's what I would do. I would just listen and just be like, cool.
Thank you. Yeah, and but I understand what people are saying. Where to a degree. I mean, I had one woman write, oh, I can't listen to this. I'm a working girl. By the way, which could be taken a number of different ways. I could interpret
Well,
that to
I
mean
mean,
she's but
yeah, well, I mean, it's whose cell phone are you on while you're doing your work?
yeah. Thank you. I mean, when
I
she's
mean, who's okay? I really want to go there.
yeah,
Like,
it's just silly. I
what
mean, it's
John's cell phone are you using?
yes, yes. But when she says, "Oh, I can't listen to this for 12 hours. I'm a working girl." It's like, well, fuck, bitch. Just, fuck. I'm only on twice a week, to listen to it in parts. Holy shit. And fast forward past certain parts. There's kind of a pattern we have now, kind of a rhythm. People, could fast forward to my monologue. Maybe my monologue is not what you want to listen to. Maybe you want to listen to Peter Moon, which would be like kind of like whatever. I mean, to each their own. It's like Pete does his thing and I kind of do mine.
Yeah,
And
I rather listen to you. I mean, no offense to Big P, but
Pete, Pete the Moon Man,
I,
yes.
I don't understand. I don't care to hear about the political landscape.
Yes, there we are.
At least,
Of
I mean,
Well, his is more like what is Pete? He's a lot into exercise. So I did have one
yeah.
woman write. The Christine McGarger wrote how Pete's breathing helped her a lot, and touchingly she wrote about Judith and her meditation. So I'm obligated now to photocopy that and send that to Judith Ager. Of course, I don't have Judith Ager's address, so hopefully the post office will forward it from her old address. It's been a while now, so at some point I presume they're going to stop doing that. But there you have it. We'll see if it reaches her. And
well, Peter's information is invaluable. It's one of the reasons why I started to look into the Enochian and started to investigate people like Johannes Trithemius.
So we can blame Peter for your corruption. There we have it. Peter took this young man and corrupted him, and there you go. And so aside from that, I love you dearly, Jameson. If you want to go to sleep, go ahead and drop off. I should be okay. I should be fine. I should be fine for the rest of the night at this point.
So, yeah, I'm going to
Stay up for as long as you want, but
yeah. Well, I do got to finish up the spell before I head to bed.
Sounds good.
Writing aspect of it, at least. Writing it takes a while, but and I think that's a good thing.
Okay, yeah, and let me see. It's a Thursday at this point. It is now the 4th. And Veterans Day will be 1 week from now, if you can believe it. And it's not a holiday that I'm happy about, and I dislike it at this point in my life. I find it completely repulsive. But just to remind ourselves, and Brandon was kind enough to say, go into Angel Island if you want to. It is rather painful for me, so I probably will not go into it. So what we'll do is we'll kind of just start with what time we have remaining. Let's see where I want to start on this thing. And so we've got a number of people watching. We're maintaining pretty steady numbers. Live stream says we've got how many hours left? I would say about 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. So we've got 4.5 hours. If we have 4.5 hours, let me try and figure out exactly what I could cover in about 4.5 hours. So give me a while to think about that and try and get my head together. We definitely had some things that were going on recently that truly got my attention. And obviously we had we had some. I think you're aware of this, Jameson. We had that thing going on in Virginia with the elections. You're familiar with that, of course. And what was your impression? What was your impression of that?
My impression is, there are so many more important things in this world.
That's probably healthy. That's probably.
I kid you not, because the first time my folks were watching it on the news and I saw it, and it seemed like they had the Republicans won, and then like a bazillion hours later, we're still counting, the Democrats won. It's like, okay, this is going to take another 5 weeks until we figure out who the fuck is doing what.
Yeah. It certainly feels like that when they're going through the count, because we're in the age of instant gratification.
Yeah, and that's the most annoying part. Why not just finish it? Just finish it. It's like their addiction, the media addiction, is holding people in a state of perpetual suspense. Mm-hmm. And I can understand. I don't understand why they do that. I guess they figure people have such short attention spans that you have to keep saying, look, Spot. Here's the light. Follow the light. Follow the light, Spot. Look, here's this. I mean, like they're a bunch of stupid dogs or something. It's one of the reasons that, coupled with a healthy dose of cynicism, have caused me to really take what goes on less and less seriously.
I understand. And for one thing, it's really hard. It's hard to be emotionally invested because it gets so painful with everything that's going on. But in terms of just the most generic American domestic news in 3 sentences, basically, one, we had 2 big northeastern cities who got new mayors yesterday. The day before yesterday at this point, Eric Adams will lead New York and Michelle Wu will lead Boston. Second, Senate Republicans blocked another voting rights bill. And that takes us into territory that's just heart-rendering. Not going to go there tonight. 3, the Fed plans to taper off the emergency bond purchasing. It started in March of yesteryear. And there's, aside from those, good news for Trumpism, bad news for Trump. The Democrats are in trouble. If this year's governor's races are really the bellwethers, they're made out to be. The flock's headed right to the right. Virginia went red last night, or the night before by now, and typically blue-leaning New Jersey was too close to call at that time. I think the incumbent Democrat, Phil Murphy, managed a narrow win late today. Just how bad of a sign is that for the governing party going into the 2022 midterms? Pretty bad. Glenn Youngkin's win is spectacular for Republicans, and less so for Donald Trump himself. The Virginia race was a test of what Trumpism could look like in a post-Trump Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgency. Youngkin pulled it off in a winning, he pulled it off in winning while keeping Trump at arm's length. Youngkin also showed the possibility of a party that isn't Trump's any longer. Then if the Democrats can lose in Virginia, they can lose almost anywhere. That's another factor to be observed in this case. Of course, it's alarming. For Democrats outside Virginia, the results also provide grim confirmation of what polls have shown in recent months, that Joe Biden is no longer a popular president, and independent voters in particular have, for now, deserted his party. And the third factor to be taken from that is that schools were a top issue in the state. A lot of suburban parents lost faith in Virginia's public schools over this past year. And as a result, they're more open to conservative, rather reactionary narratives about problems in public schools. But school issues still aren't any surefire winner for either party. The real point out of all of this is that, let's put it this way. I look at it through the opening filter of Mel Brooks's prophetic warning, which foresaw that the January 6th siege of the U.S. Capitol was neither a spontaneous act nor an isolated event. Let me try and put that into some context. In the 1986 movie entitled The Fly, Gina Davis's character said, "Be afraid. Be very afraid." And that chilling line came, oddly enough, from the comedy impresario Mel Brooks. It was his company that produced that film, which echoes the dreadful narrative of the classic novella, The Metamorphosis. That was by Franz Kafka, a fellow Jewish male whom Mel Brooks could likely relate to. And Franz Kafka's story begins with the line, "As Gregor Samsa awoke one morning from uneasy dreams, he found himself transformed in his bed into a gigantic insect. This Hallowtide, rather All Hallowtide in its full name, people had more than dreams and giant insects to be uneasy about. But Yester Septimania, last week, a man stood up at a right-wing youth activity rally to ask, in effect, whether it's time to shoot the winners when Republicans lose elections. And a U.S. senator defended a man who gave a Nazi salute, and I should say neo-Nazi because this has nothing to do with the real Reich, as a protest at a school board meeting. And a Republican member of Congress tried to justify the January 6th Capitol insurrection as a case of people opposing tyranny. So as the Washington Post reported, last winter, members of former President Donald Trump's team set up a command center in Washington's Willard Hotel to push the false election fraud narrative that dozens of judges around the country had already rejected, and to encourage then Vice President Mike Pence to refuse to certify Joe Biden's victory as the law required him to do. In fact, it was Dean Obadiah of the WAPO, or the Washington Post, who wrote, "This is what an attempted coup looks like. Coups are not just tanks rolling in the streets. It's an illegal attempt to overturn the will of the people to retain political power. And if the organizers of the failed coup are not punished, what's to stop them from attempting another in the future?" It was at a Turning Point USA event at Boise State University Monday that a member of the audience asked organizer Charlie Kirk, "How many elections are they going to steal before we kill these people?" Now, American television host, political commentator, and writer Sarah Elizabeth Cupp wrote what I will read now. Now, to his credit, Kirk denounced the idea of, killing people because you don't like election results, not because it's wrong, but because, quote, they want that. Imagine how low we've sunk as a country, how deranged, how conspiratorial and vicious we've become when this is an actual idea floated publicly out in the open for anyone to hear. And another bizarre moment came in a U.S. Senate hearing room. The World Affairs columnist and analyst Frida Gittis wrote of it, and what she said, well, I'll just read it. "You have to hand it to Senator Ted Cruz. His timing was impeccable. On the anniversary of the deadliest attack on Jews in U.S. history, Cruz raised his voice in the Senate to defend an American's right to brandish the Nazi salute. My God!" he exclaimed as he slammed his desk, railing at Attorney General Merrick Garland during a hearing Wednesday over the Justice Department's attempt to address harassment and threats of violence at public school board meetings. A parent did a Nazi salute at a school board because they thought the policies were oppressive. Then he asked Garland, "Is doing a Nazi salute protected by the First Amendment?" Garland responded calmly, "Yes, it is." But free speech isn't the real issue here. The issue is whether Americans and their political leaders will act on the basis of a higher principle than political point scoring, and ultimately be able to douse the flames of hatred and division that are weakening the country. Ted Cruz, it seems, doesn't get it. That was Frida Gittes, and it is all about confronting fear. Stoking division in America has long been the aim of right-wing extremists who peddle white replacement theory. Only now some on the right are trying to mainstream the idea. Indeed, the entire radicalized right is doing so. And to quotist Michael D'Antonio and James Cohen, who have written on the subject of late, they wrote, "With the midterm elections on the horizon, influential talkers on Fox News and some of Trump's more prominent surrogates are pushing the replacement theory. Tucker Carlson has even gone so far as to declare the Democrats are implementing an actual plan to change the nation's racial makeup for some malign purpose." And so, ahead of yesterday's election for governor of Virginia, the Republican candidate, Glenn Youngkin, released an ad starring an activist, Laura Murphy, who campaigned against the teaching of Toni Morrison's Pulitzer Prize-winning novel entitled Beloved, on the grounds that the story's grueling depiction of racial violence gave her son, then a high school senior, mind you, nightmares. Oh, the poor babe. Anyhow, Peniel E. Joseph then wrote a response, from whose column I'll read the following paragraph, whereon he wrote that the Nobel laureate Laura Murphy's work calls upon all Americans, but especially our young people, to interrogate the past to create a better democratic future. Censoring the American past does not make white students less vulnerable to feelings of despair about the challenges of racial inequity, discrimination, and violence we face as a nation. Now, before I go into the attack itself, I'm going to invite Jameson Reese on to say goodnight. So, Jameson, do come on just to say goodnight to our listeners if you wish.
All right, folks, good night. And if I happen to wake up from this nap, I'll probably check in. But if not, it's definitely been great to be back.
Bless you.
and not have you speaking to the crickets.
Thank you so much. Believe me, you have no idea what a relief it is to have you back. And I
really did miss, actually being on broadcast while I was there, because it was like, oh, this sucks.
Did you ever get a chance to talk to anybody about the fact that you kind of work in this kind of broadcasting? Tell people what you were doing on the digital bandwidth, so to speak?
No, I didn't get that level of closeness.
Okay.
Like I just spoke peripherally, I would listen to what other people's lives were like, but a lot of times I scarcely spoke about myself. More so, I spoke about the drug of choice, which, well, is not surprising.
That's the environment for it, bizarre enough. And but I'm definitely glad your parents took you back in.
With some of the contacts I made, I figure, I'm definitely going to text them. I know they'll be getting out a little later anyway, because they're probably going to stay the full 21 days. But I'll definitely share about this broadcast, and there's one guy I know who will appreciate it, because he seems like a smart type. Because there's always a few people who are of above average intelligence, and everyone else is like way below.
Right. Well,
it's always how it is.
Oh yeah, no, it's unfortunately that's the way it is, and we've spoken of this before. Of course, we're not recommending an intellectual elitism. Anybody who's listened to me knows that far from it. Honestly, there's plenty of intellectuals, quote unquote, who are just plain assholes.
There are some who you wish were dumber because they're just fucking mad.
Yes, Thank you. But what I will ask of you, Jameson, is, are you going to listen while you're kind of lying down and fall asleep with it on, or what? Are you just going to turn it off and play it back tomorrow from this point forward? Just curious.
I'm probably going to bring the laptop over with me, and I'll probably listen lying down.
Okay.
If I start to feel really tired, I might just let the headphones speak and keep everything running. I mean, I'm definitely going to keep everything running.
Okay. That's appreciated. So that way the phone is on and it maintains like a tether. It's having the call on helps myself psychologically, because it's like that anchor there.
Yeah,
And,
no doubt. We'll run it like we usually run it.
Okay, sounds good then. So I'm going to go into the January 6th attack now to explain to people some aspects of it. I want people to understand. And you can go lie down, Jameson. Bless you. Love you dearly. Have a blessed day. And as for the attack itself, January 6th was not a riot. It was war. Understand that. President Donald Trump's assault on American democracy began in the spring of 2020, when he issued a flurry of preemptive attacks on the integrity of our country's voting systems. And all the doubts he cultivated ultimately led to a rampage inside the United States Capitol on the 6th day of January, when a pro-Trump mob came within seconds of encountering Vice President Mike Pence, trapped lawmakers, and vandalized the home of Congress in the worst I would call it a desecration of the complex since British forces gave the order to the men of the Canadian Dominion to burn it down in 1814. Now, 5 people died immediately in that January 6th attack, or in the immediate aftermath, and no less than 140 police officers were assaulted. The consequences of that day are still coming into focus, but what is already clear is that the insurrection was not a spontaneous act, nor an isolated event. It was a battle in a broader war over the truth and over the future of American democracy itself. And since then, the forces behind the attack remain potent and growing. Trump emerged emboldened, fortifying his hold on the Republican Party, sustaining his election fraud lie, and driving demands for more restrictive voting laws and investigations of the 2020 results, even though they have been repeatedly affirmed by ballot reviews and the courts. A deep distrust of the voting process has spread across this country, shaking the foundations on which the very American experiment was built. The shared belief that the nation's leaders are freely and fairly elected. Now, one of the things that happened over this holiday weekend was I was reviewing the new HBO documentary with my son. He brought it to my attention, and it's entitled 4 Hours at the Capitol. Now, 4 Hours at the Capitol is a vivid and terrifying picture of violent insurrection. In the days and weeks after the storming of our U.S. Capitol on the 6th of January this year, commentators and media outlets have grappled with the question of what to call that event. Language is sticky. It clarifies and obfuscates the truth depending on who's welding it. January 6th was described as, or likened to, a riot, a tourist visit, an insurrection, a peaceful protest, and a coup d'etat attempt. And yet, watching this documentary entitled 4 Hours at the Capitol, the producer thereof, Jamie Roberts' tight, unsettling new HBO documentary about that day, another word seemed the only appropriate one to myself, one that most of the participants interviewed in the film agree on. More than anything else, January 6th was war. There have been a number of incisive breakdowns of that day, including Day of Rage, The New York Times' 40-minute film detailing how the attack was strategized and executed, and how former President Donald Trump and his allies fomented mass anger and certainly encouraged the violence with every malevolent intent to overthrow the legally elected government. Now, 4 Hours at the Capitol isn't as analytical or as thorough in its parsing of all the information that's emerged, but its immersiveness offers something else. With his rigidly chronological framing and his interviews with people who were present at the Capitol that day, the Mr. Jamie Roberts captures the extent to which both sides were engaging in combat. And this dynamic emerges over and over again throughout different accounts and video clips. One clash between police officers and pro-Trump extremists is referred to by a participant as the battle for the tunnel. Different interviewees describe fighting on the front line, engaging in hand-to-hand combat, and in the case of one police officer, the strangeness of walking through his own colleagues' blood. In a scene that seems ripped out of a Bruce Willis movie, a police commander shouts, "We are not losing the U.S. Capitol today! Do you hear me?" Now, like most people, I myself watched January 6th unfold from my couch, where the cognitive dissonance of seeing men in full tactical gear and Confederate Army cosplayers traipsing through the Capitol's hallways was undercut by a genuine horror about what might happen next. TV news showed how easily the small number of Capitol police officers present that day were overwhelmed. Matter-of-factly, 4 Hours at the Capitol documents how fiercely they fought to keep the insurrectionists from overwhelming the building and reaching members of Congress to annihilate our government. Jamie Roberts sweeps viewers quickly into the day, starting with an assembly of Proud Boys on the National Mall, who seemed disturbingly primed for violence even at 10:35 in the morning. Around noon, after their man Trump declares, "If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore," his followers start heading to the Capitol, a makeshift army equipped with flags, weapons, even a hangman's platform. 4 Hours lets its subjects speak without interjection or correction, a decision that seems to respect its audience's ability to reason out the logical gaps. Most of the people interviewed who stormed the Capitol that day seem either savvy enough to avoid self-incrimination or steeped in self-delusion. Jamie Roberts occasionally editorializes, following up a scene in which a Georgia car dealer recalls how proud he was that day to see the American spirit that was on display, with footage of people smashing the windows of the Capitol with body shields stolen from fallen cops. But there is something striking in seeing people on two sides of a very recent conflict discuss the opposing roles they played therein. To quotist Michael Fanone, an officer who was dragged away from his colleagues by a crowd, beaten and tasered, to the point resulting in a heart attack and a brain injury. "They were trying to kill us. There was no doubt in my mind. There was a lot of fighting between patriotic people and Capitol police," is how the Proud Boy Bobby Pickles puts it, likening January 6th to 1776. Because it reminds us of revolting against our government. The breadth of people 4 Hours adds emotional texture to its presentation of events. Jamie Roberts interviews both Democratic and Republican members of Congress, as well as the aides who hid themselves in dark rooms, knowing they were going to be killed. Representative Ruben Gallego of Arizona describes the violent plan he made if he had to fight to survive, while Connecticut's Rosa DeLauro recalls phoning her husband to tell him that she loved him in case she didn't make it out alive. Representative Buddy Carter of Georgia enthusiastically recalls needing to fight the certification of Joe Biden's electoral victory, but seems frustrated that others took his words too literally. He's exasperately going on record to say, "How could y'all be so stupid? Guys, we were winning. We were winning the moral wars." What's clear, watching the documentary, is how much worse things could have been. What might have happened if the hordes screaming Nancy Pelosi's name had gotten to her? How bloody the day might have become had more police officers used their weapons? How many more cops and rioters might have died? As it was, one officer died the very next day after suffering 2 strokes, while 4 died by suicide in the weeks after the battle. One pro-Trump extremist was fatally shot in the Capitol. 1 died of an amphetamine overdose, and 2 died of medical events related to heart conditions. The wife of Jeffrey Smith, a District of Columbia police officer who took his own life with his service weapon 9 days after the attack, says that her husband was a completely different person when he arrived home that evening. There was obviously something that happened that changed him, and he was never coming back. Understand that Capitol police officers are equipped to deal with violence and threats to their lives, but they're not trained for warfare, which is what must have made January 6th and their task of defending the U.S. Capitol seem so surreal. The last time a mass of insurrectionists forced their way into the building was in 1814 when Canadian forces acting under British dominion set fire to our Capitol, the White House, and the United States Treasury. Never before 2021 had the Confederate battle flag ever been paraded through the seat of the United States government. Even now, pro-Trump factions are trying to redefine January 6th as a mythic symbol, a new lost cause. But what 4 hours at the Capitol captures as a documentary is impossible to deny. Pro-Trump forces went to war against the American officers charged with defending democracy. And then all this manifest in the superhero fantasies of Trump's mob. Those insurrectionists had been sold a fiction, and their costumes warped the works that inspired them. They thought they were heroes. That much is obvious. The animal furs and war paint, the banners and utility vests, the slogan slinging and wall climbing. The opening attack on our Capitol felt like fiction to watch, and doubtless many pro-Trump insurrectionists had Hollywood on their mind as they pillaged and took selfies. Some participants wore the logo of the Punisher, the Marvel Comics character who stabs muggers in Central Park. Others flaunted shirts that said Civil War in a font recalling the Avengers sequel of the same name. Those shirts were printed with the date January 6th, 2021, which helps clear up whether the chaos was spontaneous, when it most certainly was not. You had t-shirts printed up to memorialize it before the dirty deed was done. But wait, isn't the Avengers saga about a fight to stop a big-chinned narcissist from consolidating unchecked power and disintegrating a great civilization? Isn't smashing up the Capitol a long-standing monument to human compromise? Total Thanos behavior? If the Trump mob contained cosplayers inspired by popular entertainment, They seem to have missed some key thematic points of that entertainment. Earlier in that day, at the rally that sent Trump supporters raging toward our Capitol, Rudy Giuliani called for trial by combat to settle election disputes. Trial by combat is a term used not only throughout the Black Panther movie, but throughout the Game of Thrones, that famous fantasy series about the horrors of a pre-democratic society in which might makes right. In the rioters' world, of course, right and wrong have custom definitions. Their insurrection was against reality itself. Every day, the Stop the Steal cause became more far-fetched. State and national legislators, courts at every level, foreign observers, media watchdogs, and Donald Trump's own Justice Department all determined that Joe Biden won the presidency by millions of votes. Many of those who lost coped via costumes for the most banal of reasons. Sometimes the truth hurts so much that it can disorient and unmoor a person. Denial is a part of grief. Fiction, fantasy, and what-ifs are part of coping. Escapism is seductive even in the best of times. Trump's bellowing about a rigged election provided comforting make-believe in the manner of any hack evangelist or entertainer. Trump has also been peddling an attractive idea at the heart of American myths. You're very special! That's what he said in his video addressing the rioters while they rioted. Very special. What a funny, kiddo sort of phrase. But insisting on one's specialness, the sense of standing apart and above, is exactly what underlies vigilantism. It's what powers superhero stories. It's also what runs through nationalism and white supremacy, ideologies based on a hope that all humans are not, in fact, equal. The special we're talking about here is not achieved, but conferred, whether through a radioactive spider bite, or divine anointing, or circumstances of birth. One invader, his face covered in a Watchmen-evoking gaiter, told a journalist in the Capitol, "This is our country! This is our house!" He didn't need to explain why he thought his "our" trumped the constituencies whose congressional representatives were about to certify Biden's election. Some people, seeing the Comic-Con aesthetics of January's opening debacle, might be tempted to blame superhero culture for inspiring seditionists. But don't we live in an era of self-aware, morally sophisticated fantasy? The Trump mob's most obvious touchstones, Christopher Nolan's flinty Batman films, the loyalty-switching drama of Marvel's Civil War, the dense plotting of Game of Thrones are acclaimed for interrogating the vigilante impulse. Inevitably, though, they end up making the things they critique also look quite cool. The director Francois Truffaut once argued that there's no such thing as a true anti-war film. No matter how ethically complex a script, no matter how well a director emphasizes the hell of violence, bloody conflict is so theatrical that it glorifies itself in every case. When would-be totalitarians worship the Death Star and take cues from the Matrix, they show action cinema's disturbing capaciousness. Really, though, the insurrectionists envision a world even simpler than the ones depicted by the movies they seem to be fans of. Trump has spoken, spracketh of a singular they working against he, which is amorphous enough to include anyone who steps 1 foot off his path, as Vice President Mike Pence has learned. The attempted coup d'etat's narrative can be rewritten at any point, as is now happening with the incoherent assertions that Antifa actually invaded the Capitol, instead of the radicalized Russo collaborationist right. And I use the term Russo collaborationist. I'll tell you why. It's actually sinophiliac, or the lovers of the commune Chinese, that have brought this down upon us. Of course, both those agents of chaos, as supranational entities, are the core members of the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, the partnership on which everything else is meant to rotate about in their geosynchronous orbit. And Trump's storytelling on their behalf about the election has been so crude that it rejects internal consistency. His mob's role-playing is more reminiscent of children playing with action figures than of Robert Downey Jr. getting suited up to shoot a scene. Though any comparison to toys feels ghastly when real deaths, destruction, and erosion of democracy are involved. At any rate, there was a Colette Arand, whose Twitter is at Colette Arand, who on the 7th day of January this year tweeted out, "It gets more play when it's the Punisher logo, but there's something to be said about the MAGA Civil War shirt being a crude take on a Marvel movie." Now, given the context of fake news and conspiracy theory mania, the almost literal weaponization of Hollywood's fictions is just a symptom of a broader crisis with truth itself. People who yearn to step into another world will do so with little prodding, and the particular outfits they wear may not matter all that much. Pulling such people back into the real world, when prominent figures and online grifters are offering them fake ones, is one of the great tasks of our age. The difficulty of it was made plain as the gears of government began grinding again the night after the insurrection. When Congress resumed, lawmakers' corny, repetitive speeches on both sides of the aisle recalled but another brand of fiction. The gaseousness of Aaron Sorkin and other political dramaturges who imagine that special figures with special rhetoric can thwart incrementalist structures and historic forces. The politicians' remarks were decoration on the essential and boring process of a legislative body enacting the will of the people. That dull work wore on into early the morning thereafter, as TVs winked out across America. Our country awoke not only to the certification of the president we had elected, it awoke to an accounting with reality itself. Later that day, Trump, blacked out from social media and under threat of removal from office, rebuked the crowd that had taken up arms in his name as heinous. Following Trump's video message acknowledging an imminent transition of power, many of his followers expressed sheer confusion. One poster on Reddit's pro-Trump forum wrote, "Weird and really sad." Well, the cognitive dissonance only worsened as the president's fans processed that half a dozen people died amid a misuse of imagination. Humankind's one actual superpower. Understand that after, there was the contagion, with menacing threats and disinformation spreading across the country in the wake of the Capitol siege, shaking the underpinnings of American democracy. When you consider extremist ideology as a complex contagion, the spread of the far-right radicalization in these United States between the years 2005 and 2017 suddenly becomes clear in context of epidemiology, the study of disease. In abstract, I would say that increasing levels of far-right extremist violence have generated public concern about the spread of radicalization in these United States. Now, previous research suggests that radicalized individuals are destabilized by various environmental, what students of epidemiology would call endemic factors, exposed to extremist ideology and subsequently reinforced by members of their community. As such, the spread of radicalization may proceed through a social contagion process, in which extremist ideologies behave like complex contagions that require multiple exposures for adoption. A man named Mason Youngblood applied an epidemiological method called two-component spatio-temporal intensity modeling to data from 416 far-right extremists exposed in these United States between 2005 through 2017. His results indicated that patterns of far-right radicalization in these United States are consistent with a complex contagion process, in which reinforcement is required for transmission. Constant exposure of yourself to the carriers. Both social media usage and group membership enhance the spread, as in disease, of extremist ideology, proving that online and physical organizing remain primary recruitment tools for the far-right movement. In addition, Mason Youngblood identified several endemic factors, such as poverty, that increase the probability of radicalization in particular regions. So future research should investigate how specific interventions, such as online counter-narratives to battle propaganda, may be effectively implemented to mitigate the spread of far-right extremism in these United States. See, this far-right movement, which includes white supremacists, neo-Nazis, and sovereign citizens, is the oldest and most deadly form of domestic extremism in these United States. Despite some ideological diversity, members of the far right often advocate for the use of violence to bring about an idealized future favoring a particular group, whether this group identity is racial, pseudo-national, or characterized by individualistic traits. As a matter of fact, I believe that's the formal definition from START. That's S-T-A-R-T, all uppercase letters, an acronym for the National Consortium for START, the Study of Terrorism and Responses to Terrorism. S-T-A-R-T, Study of Terrorism and Responses to Terrorism. Now, over the last decade, the far-right movement was responsible for 73.3% of all extremist murders in these United States. In 2018, under Donald Trump, this statistic rose to 98%, according to the Anti-Defamation League Center on Extremism, who presented this data circa 2019. The increasing severity of far-right extremist violence, as well as the associated rhetoric on social media, has generated public concern about the spread of radicalization in these United States. Former extremists have referred to, well, they've confessed that it should be referred to as a public health issue. By that, they're admitting they were sick. And that's an idea advocated by any coherent policy expert. Most certainly myself. In fact, I would go so far as to say that there be little evidence that radicalization is primarily driven by psychopathology, which has always been the claim. Rather, radicalization, by all evidence, be a process in which individuals are destabilized by various environmental factors, exposed to extremist ideology, and subsequently reinforced by members of their community. Even lone wolves or solo actors always interact with extremist communities online. As such, radicalization spreads through a social contagion process in which extremist ideologies behave like complex contagions that require multiple exposures for adoption, which has been observed for political movements more broadly. Previous research proves that extremist propaganda, hate crimes, intergroup conflict, and terrorism exhibit similar dynamics. The environmental factors favoring radicalization, referred to for the purposes of the disease parallel as endemic factors, include variables like poverty rate that may influence an individual's risk of adoption in particular regions. As such, endemic factors have the potential to enhance or constrain the spread of contagions through populations across geographic space. Although significant research has been done on how endemic factors predict radicalization and the resulting violence, few studies have ever been investigated or have investigated into how these factors interact with contagion processes. So, when it came to the Mr. Youngblood, who I cited earlier, the aim of his study was to determine whether patterns of far-right radicalization in the United States are consistent with a contagion process and to assess the influence of critical endemic factors. And after controlling for population density, he assessed that endemic factors were implicated, endemic factors that were implicated in previous research on radicalization, extremism, and mass shootings were indeed relevant. It asked factors like poverty rate, unemployment rate, income inequality, education levels, non-white population size, violent crime rate, gun ownership, hate groups per capita, and ultimately, Republican voting. And Mr. Youngblood determined that these individual level variables beyond that, such as social media use, serve to enhance the spread of far-right radicalization over space and time. Social media platforms increasingly play a role in radicalization, both as formal recruitment tools and spaces for extremist communities to interact. If social media platforms augment physical organizing, then they also enhance the spread of radicalization. Although social media platforms relax geographic constraints on communication, all evidence suggests that social media networks still exhibit what a socio-epidemiologist, a researcher into social disease, and that would be disambiguated from sexually transmitted diseases. These are not social diseases, but very definitely they are social only in the sense that people have to socially perform intercourse socially before they get to the sexual intercourse. But rather, this is a form of orgiastic participation in which people are, they're orgies of hatred, which people then begin to, how would we say it?
She's smart. She's fair.
Where are we going here? There we are. We've got how would I say this? It's amazing that even when I'm not looking around online, then every once in a while, a video suddenly turns on as if somebody pressed a button, and I see that my cursor has been moved when I haven't touched the touchpad. What we have here is someone hijacking my computer, and so what I'm going to do is, shutting down my touchpad isn't going to help. Let's see what I can do here. Something recommended by my 3D graphics modeler once. Let me try that. So, when I talked about spatial clustering on social media networks, exempli gratiae, the majority of an individual's Facebook friends live within 100 miles of them. The probability of information diffusion on social media decays with increasing distance, and online echo chambers map onto particular locations. Since complex contagions require reinforcement, and the majority of online friendship ties are within a close radius, the diffusion of extremist ideologies online thus still exhibits some level of geographic bias. This thesis is supported by evidence that social media enhances physical organizing among extremists. And all case studies of self-radicalized individuals using social media to contact other extremists in their area, well, that closes the case. So, that brings us to the case of Facebook itself. We've got a flood of news reports that have painted a devastating portrait of Facebook's failure to control the rampant spread of misinformation that has had real and all too chronically harmful effects, consequences around the world. Documents provided by former Facebook product manager Frances Haugen, or Haugen, portrayed the company as one so eager for profits that its platform was engineered to amplify anger. So Jill Filipovich asked a fundamental question. As damning information about Facebook leaves the company increasingly besieged by evidence that it does nothing to prevent misinformation, radicalization, human trafficking, girls' low self-esteem, hate speech, and ultimately physical violence, I'm asking myself the same question a lot of people are. Why am I still on this platform? Now, he's a columnist, and it begs the question for all of us. Why am I still on Facebook? Because, of course, it's one of the few platforms that I have where I can promote what you're listening to now. We are, of course, stuck with what we have. So, in dealing with what we're stuck with, Facebook's chief executive, Mark Zuckerberg, whom the General Hospital is named after in San Francisco because he married a Chinese doctoress, he made clear that he has his sights on other things. He's unveiled a new corporate name, Meta, for the company owning Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, and has invited us into his new metaverse. Well, that's Facebook's proprietary new virtual world of worlds where we are supposed to do our working, playing, and socializing forevermore. Well, it's a striking, I'd say it's the scariest vision I've ever seen on Halloween. Instead of making human facial expressions, our avatars can make iconic thumbs-up gestures. Instead of sharing air and space together, we can collaborate on a digital document. We learn to downgrade our experience of being together with another human being to seeing their projection overlaid into the room like an augmented reality Pokemon figure. The less like humans and more like robots we can be, the more at home in the metaverse we feel. Hey, it's time for social networks to take a close look in the mirror and see how empty their holograms really are. All right. Enough of that for now. I think that it's one of those deals where I can't be too much of a hypocrite. After all, I use that shit. So it brings us back to what ultimately was organized therefrom, the attack on our capital. Now, before the attack, law enforcement officials did not respond with urgency to a cascade of warnings about violence on January 6th. Alerts were raised by local officials, FBI informants, social media companies, former national security officials, researchers, lawmakers, and tipsters. The FBI received numerous warnings about January 6th, but felt many of the threatening statements were aspirational and could not be pursued. In one tip on December 20th, a caller told the Bureau that Trump cultists were making plans online for violence against lawmakers in Washington, including a threat against Senator Mitt Romney, a Republican from Utah, because he was too much of a rhino, a Republican in name only. And the agency concluded the information did not merit further investigation and closed the case within 48 hours. One of the biggest efforts to come out of September 11th of 2001, a national network of multi-agency intelligence centers spotted a flood of January 6th warnings, but federal agencies did not show any interest in its information. The FBI limited its own understanding of how extremists were mobilizing when it switched its social media monitoring service on the last weekend of 2020. Now, Pentagon leaders had acute fears about widespread violence, and some knew Trump would misuse the National Guard to remain in power. The Army Secretary, Ryan McCarthy, was left rattled by Trump's firing of senior Pentagon officials just after the election and sought to put guardrails on deployment of the National Guard. And then acting Defense Secretary Christopher C. Miller did not believe that Trump would misuse the military, but worried that far-right extremists would bait soldiers into a Boston Massacre type situation, to cosplay reenact the American Revolution into reenactment. Their fears contributed to a fateful decision to keep soldiers away from the Capitol on January 6th and left the war to the police. Kind of like how China fell in the Opium Wars because the only force left was my relation, Commissioner Lin's police forces, to battle the invading enemy. Now, those Capitol Police were disorganized and unprepared in this case. I'm talking about America's, not ancient China's. The U.S. Capitol Police had been tracking threatening social media posts for weeks, but they were hampered by poor communication and planning. Now, the department's new head of intelligence concluded on January 3rd that Trump cultists had grown desperate to overturn the election and Congress itself would be the target. But then Chief Stephen Sund did not have that information when he initiated a last-minute request to bring in National Guard soldiers, one that was immediately rejected. Now, Trump's election lies radicalized his supporters in real time. As the president exerted pressure on state officials, the Justice Department, and his vice president to overturn the results, his public attacks on the vote mobilized his cultists to immediately plot violent acts, discussions that researchers watched unfold online. And during the attack itself, when they carried out that conspiracy, all the escalating danger signs were in full view hours before the Capitol attack, but still did not trigger a stepped-up security response. Hundreds of Trump cultists clashed with police at the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial on the morning of January 6th, some with shields and gas masks presaging the violence to come. The D.C. Homeland Security employees spotted piles of backpacks left by rally-goers outside the area where the president would speak, a phenomenon the agency had warned a week earlier would be a sure sign of concealed weapons. Now, Trump himself had direct warnings of the risks, but stood by for 187 minutes before telling his supporters to go home. For more than 3 hours, the president resisted all entreaties from House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, other Republican lawmakers, and numerous White House advisors to urge the mob to disperse, a delay that contributed to harrowing acts of violence and deaths. His allies pressured Pence to reject the election results even after the Capitol siege. John C. Eastman, an attorney advising Trump, emailed Pence's attorney as a shaken Congress was reconvening to argue that the vice president should still reject electors from Arizona and other states. Earlier that day, while the vice president, his family, and aides were hiding from the rioters for their very lives, Eastman emailed Pence's attorney to blame the violence on Pence's refusal to block certification of Biden's victory. Meanwhile, the FBI was forced to improvise a plan to help take back control of our capital. After the breach, the Bureau deployed 3 tactical teams that were positioned nearby, but they were small, specialized teams and did not bring any overwhelming manpower. As the war escalated. Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen scrambled to keep up with the deluge of calls from senior government officials and desperate lawmakers. Senior Justice Department officials were so uncertain of what was occurring based on chaotic television images that Rosen's top deputy, Richard Donahue, went to the Capitol in person to coordinate with lawmakers and law enforcement agencies. After the attack, Republican efforts to undermine the 2020 election restarted immediately. 8 days after the violence, state Republicans privately discussed their intention to force a review of ballots cast in Maricopa County, Arizona, setting in motion a chaotic process that further sowed doubt in the results and a wave of similar partisan investigations in other states. False election claims by Trump himself that spurred the Capitol attack have become a driving force in the Republican Party. Nearly a third of the 390 Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgent candidates around the country who have expressed interest in running for statewide office this cycle have publicly supported a partisan audit of the 2020 vote, downplayed the January 6th attack, and directly questioned Biden's victory. They include 10 candidates running for Secretary of State, a position with sway over elections in many states. And Trump's own attacks have led to escalating threats of violence. Election officials in at least 17 states have collectively received hundreds of death threats, threats to their personal safety or the lives of their loved ones since January 6th. With a concentration in the 6 states where Trump has focused his attacks on the election results. Ominous emails and calls have spiked immediately after the former president and his allies raised new claims. And all the first responders are still struggling with deep trauma. Those who tried to protect our capital are contending with serious physical injuries, nightmares, and intense anxiety. One Capitol Police commander has simply said, "Normal is gone." So bear all this in mind, because now I am going to be quietly emphatic here. Forever bear in mind all the aforecited, and never forget any of it for even a moment, while considering that it all be going down even while the revisionist Sino-Slavic synaxis of communist China and revanchist Russia are waging a shadow war against these United States, and we're not even fighting back. The communist Chinese empire is trying to surpass these United States as a world superpower, and they're not shy about it. It's something they've made clear in both public speeches as well as in national security documents. The CNN anchor and national security expert correspondent Jim Skiotos, his surname spelled Sciutto, he's written a book a few years back, but I finally got around to reading it. It's entitled The Shadow War, and subtitled Inside Russia's and China's Secret Operations to Defeat America. And it highlights tactics he proves both countries use to attack these United States and our allies, but fall below the threshold of starting a shooting war. Now, as far back as 2019, the year before yesteryear, Scioto told CBS This Morning that the U.S. isn't doing enough about it, whereas FBI Director Christopher Wray told CBS This Morning co-host Norah O'Donnell the year before that, circa 2018, that his own agency's top counterintelligence priority is Communist China, namely stopping red Chinese spies in America from committing economic espionage. The Commu Chinese are stealing information on everything, from seed and medical technology to artificial intelligence. Most crucially, however, they're spying on these United States national security technology. The author, Scioto, concluded his own interview the year thereafter by highlighting a new great game playing out under the waves with submarines to conclude his forewarning. And I'll read the transcript of that forewarning to you now. To quote Scioto, at length and verbatim, they want to achieve what they view as their rightful place on top of the world. And almost invariably, national security folks will say China is the bigger of the two threats, but Russia a very big threat. Theirs is a more of a zero-sum game. Any opportunity to stick their finger in the eye of the United States, they view as a win. It's a war they're waging. Russia and China are waging on the U.S., and we're not fighting back. I only recently came to terms with it. I think Americans are aware of some of the fronts of the war, certainly election interference, which continues, but they're not aware of others. Thousands of Chinese spies are here. I spoke to the FBI's former head of counterintelligence, and tens of thousands in China. He talked about it in terms of they have almost a national service program for smart young people there to hack their way into U.S. public and private sector secrets, and they do it with enormous success. Over the course of 4 years, before they were detected, a small team of 4 people stole secrets about the F-35, the C-17, and the F-22. Today, China is flying planes that look remarkably like those planes. Russia and China have both put weapons in space. Lasers, kamikaze satellites, kidnapper satellites. China has developed a satellite that can grab other satellites out of orbit. These are satellites we depend on for the way we live every day of our lives, GPS, etc. But also the military does, crucially. Submarines are quieter. They're getting closer to U.S. shores. That's a way to project nuclear power without warning right up to the U.S. homeland. Multi-front war. And the right-wing populism? Did you know it all has Chinese characteristics? Consider identity, otherness, and global imaginaries in debating world politics online. Well, Red China has a vast influence machine, and you don't even know it. Amid all the hoopla about revanchist Russia's covert attempts to manipulate the 2016 American election and the one thereafter, one state had been conspicuously quiet throughout those last 8 years of ours, well, 6 or 7. Yet its leaders, those of Communist China, are actually sneering at the revanchist Russians' heavy hand. Since the project mastermind from Moscow largely relied on social media in these United States, American techies were bound to find out about it soon enough. Likewise with the bald-faced poisoning of an ex-Russian spy and his daughter in Britannia, which had also been directly pegged to Moscow. Too crude, too traceable. Those operations could only generate a backlash. The Russians would say, well, that's what they wanted. They wanted the West to know what they could do. Well, Red China too can be a bully, especially with Asian governments in its immediate sphere of influence. Imposing economic sanctions on South Korea for deploying defensive missiles, or orchestrating the abduction of book publishers from Hong Kong and Thailand. But it doesn't usually set out to openly hurt or antagonize stronger opponents like the American Empire. Instead, it tries to quietly gain an edge for the long haul. Rather than coercing, Communist China manipulates, preferring to act in moral and legal gray areas. It masks its political motives behind laudable human interest or cultural projects, blurring the battle line with its adversaries. When the job is done, the other side may not even realize it was gamed, or that a strategic game was even going on. If this sounds like the stuff of conspiracy theories, it's all because there is a conspiracy afoot, and it isn't theoretical. The Confucius Institutes, so-called. Confucianism is the state religion of my homeland and heartland of the decidedly anti-communist, the definitively anti-totalitarian Taiwan. And so the Confucius Institutes, where he's rebranded as a revolutionary, are anathema to us. But they're the very mask to the rest of the world. Well, to the rest of the world of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party red cells being established on campuses outside China. And those Confucius Institutes worldwide, which are but red cells of mainland China, are but a few dots to connect in this picture. When the whole lot are properly connected, they outline a vast, smooth-running machine that taps Chinese people throughout the world to spread mainland China's totalitarian influence and harvest intelligence in service of the Communist Chinese state. Take the story of Chen-Ning Yang, a Nobel laureate in physics. Mr. Yang left Red China in the mid-1940s and then studied under Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb. After he was awarded the Nobel Prize circa 1957, the Communist Chinese authorities dispatched emissaries, including his own father, to secretly meet him in Geneva, Switzerland, and entreat him to return home. Mr. Yang repeatedly refused and became an American citizen circa 1964. But when Red China began opening up in the 1970s, he returned home to help modernize Communist Chinese physics research. Now, Beijing, well aware of the importance of physics for Communist China's development as a weaponized ultra-power, as well as the possible demonstration effect of Mr. Yang's newfound patriotism on other Chinese scientists defecting overseas, practically made him a national hero on the mainland. And more. In late 2004, just over a year after his wife had died, Mr. Yang married the very young Chinese graduate student whom the authorities had assigned to be his personal assistant at a major conference. In February of 2017, when he was 94 years old, it was announced that he, as well as another returnee, the Turing Award winner Andrew Chi Yao, had renounced his American citizenship. Prudish media scorned the marriage because of the couple's vast age difference. His wife was far younger than any of his biological daughters. But serious critics pointed out that pairing a high-value target with a very young wife was an established practice of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. There is even a stock phrase for receiving such attentions from the centralized state. It's called coming under the warm concern of the party. Now it would be considered the warm concern of the premier himself, as Xi Jinping is the party. A young spouse was also the reward for Li Zhongren, a former top general and acting president of the Republican government that the communists overthrew circa 1949. After he defected to Communist China from my own Taiwan in the mid-1960s, taking all military secrets that he had with him. Zhou Enlai, then Communist China's premier, ever their gentleman hatchetman, is said to have personally overseen General Li's case. I know of no official record proving that the Chinese leadership masterminded Mr. Yang's remarriage, but there is ample circumstantial evidence, including statements by the father of Mr. Yang's young wife, who said that his daughter's sacrifice had been a virtue and a glory. News of Mr. Yang's reversion to communist citizenship reverberated across the Chinese-American community, especially among scientists and engineers. The CCP gained much-needed respectability, having just poached a major human capital asset of these United States, and one who had received the majority of his training here. In fact, ever since the California Institute of Technology aerodynamics and missile expert Sen Xian returned to communist China circa 1955 and became instrumental in building Red China's missile industry, the FBI has been well aware of the danger of this peculiar kind of reverse brain drain and what it poses for these United States. Dan A. Kimball, the Secretary of the Navy, in 1951, while we were still at war with the Empire of Japan, through 1953, with the closing of the war in terms of proactive prosecution of hostilities on the Korean Peninsula, once said on record of Mr. Xian Sui Shen, who was written of by the woman Irish Chang, who authored The Rape of Nanking. She wrote a book about him entitled The Trail of the Silkworm because he developed the Silkworm missile system, a first ship killer of its kind in the human inventory. That's why the Secretary of the Navy, Dan A. Kimball, did say, "I'd rather see him shot than let him go. He's worth 3 to 5 divisions any place." Well, hundreds of Chinese scientists overseas went back to communist China in the 1950s. Mr. Yang's renunciation of his United States citizenship may have had an even greater effect, if only because there are many more Chinese Americans in these United States today than there were some 6 decades agone. Certainly, his return to Red China in the 1970s was a great source of patriotic inspiration among, well, either my generation or the generation before mine, depending on how you look at it, but either generation of Chinese studying and working in high technology in the United States back then, making the world you live in today. Again and again, such homecoming stories have served to repair the Communist Chinese Party's tarnished image after it lost the support of all intellectuals. What with its disastrous anti-rightist campaign of 1957, the Cultural Revolution of 1966 through 76, starting the year I was born and lasting until my 10th year on this world, or again after the brutal Tiananmen Square massacre and crackdown circa 1989. Longtime Dragon Watchers, the China observers, readily recognize in Mr. Yang's trajectory the handiwork of the CCP, specifically the painstaking orchestrations of its well-masked machine of influence. Foreign academic and intelligence circles, however, are only just beginning to appreciate China's method and how it differs from, say, Russia's, and to take the full measure of its effectiveness. China's ploys are difficult to discern, and its plants are difficult to dislodge, especially when they take root in unsuspecting open societies like these United States, New Zealand, or Australia. The Communist Chinese influence machine has nebulous outer layers, partly because connections between its members, be they individuals or organizations, are often imperceptible. But at its core is a well-defined, battle-tested structure first deployed by Mao Zedong himself in the 1930s. Mao famously identified it as one of his 3 magic weapons, as he called them, against the Republican government of Chiang Kai-shek, whose birthday was Halloween. Alongside a Leninist party and the Red Army, he gave it a respectable name, the United Front. That organization assumed its current form circa 1946. 3 years later, Mao's communists won the Civil War and credited the United Front in part for their victory. The United Front comprises 2 organs, which are often poorly understood outside China itself because there be no equivalents for them in the West. One is the enigmatic United Front Work Department. The other is the high-profile CPPCC, the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. The United Front Work Department is a nimble and tightly led party organ headed by the chief of the Secretariat of the Chinese Communist Party's Central Committee itself. It oversees no less than a dozen organizations that do political networking through both persuasion and infiltration. One of those is the European and American Alumni Association, the EAAA, which keeps close tabs over the ever larger number of Chinese students and academics training or residing in the West and enjoins them to conduct people diplomacy, in effect turning all those scholars into foot soldiers for the United Front. The CPPCC, on the other hand, is a sort of vast invitation-only club led by a member of the Standing Committee of the party's Politburo, its political bureau, working primarily through personal networks. During its annual meeting, it is one harmonious gabfest of 2,150-odd participants. About 40% of them are Chinese Communist Party members. The rest are people of renown from China, even my Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau, carefully selected for their wealth, popularity, and political playability, like movie stars, religious leaders, business tycoons, and university presidents. At least that goest for the CPPCC at the national level. Lesser patriots start by joining provincial or lower-level offshoots and work their way up. The CPPCC members, well, nominally they're political consultants to the CCP itself. In fact, they must toe the party line, and their real job begins when the shop talk ends. It mainly consists of influencing other important people in their respective walks of life and eventually drawing them into Beijing's orbit with money, women, often underage girls, the promise of fame, or simply by tapping their patriotism. Any recruits are given good opportunities in communist China to perform, proselytize, invest, or make a lot of money. In some ways, the CPPCC operates as a mafia. It is secretive, relies on close personal ties, and stands ever ready to break any law. It is also something of a political Ponzi scheme. Its members are rewarded when they entice others to become initiates, only then to come under more pressure to do even more. Patrick Ho Chi Ping, a former Home Affairs Secretary of Hong Kong and the head of an energy nonprofit, now finds himself embroiled in a criminal case in these United States, accused of bribing African heads of state to secure oil contracts for communist Chinese energy interests controlled by the central state on the mainland. A veteran of the CPPCC, he, by all evidence, has been done in by those very connections. And yet, Red China's influence machine purrs on. Early on in 2018, the Communist Chinese authorities in Beijing allocated to Hong Kong a record 200-plus seats in the current CPPCC, about 10% of the entire membership, even though the city's population, that of territorial Hong Kong, is the equivalent of only about 0.5% of Red China's total. So in abstract, the past few years have seen an emerging discourse on Chinese social media that combines the claims, vocabulary, and style of right-wing populisms in Europe and North America with previous forms of communationalism and Sino-racism in Chinese cyberspace. In other words, it provokes a similar hostility towards immigrants, Muslims, feminism, the so-called liberal elites, and progressive values in general. Now, this episode tonight, I will exploit to tangentially examine how, in debating global political events such as the European refugee crisis and the American presidential election, well-educated and well-informed Red Chinese internet users appropriate the rhetoric of Western-style right-wing populism to paradoxically criticize Western hegemony and discursively construct Red China's ethno-racial and political identities. Now, through my own qualitative analyses of 1,038 postings retrieved from a popular social media website, my research has proven that by criticizing Western liberal elites, the discourse constructs Red China's own ethno-racial identity against the inferior, non-Western other, exemplified by non-white immigrants and Muslims, with racial nationalism on the one hand, and formulates Communist China's political identity against the declining Western other, with realist authoritarianism on the other hand that they wave to distract you while the hand behind their back prepares to knife you. The popular narratives of global order protest against Western hegemony, while reinforcing a state-centric, what would properly be called statocentric, meaning centered on the state, and hierarchical imaginary of global racial and civilizational order, we can only conclude by all evidence that the discourse embodies the logics of anti-Western Eurocentrism and anti-hegemonic hegemonies. If ever there were a paradox, well, in that regard, tonight's arc of narrative then, collaterally, well, first provides critical insights into the changing ways in which self-other relations are imagined in Chinese popular geopolitical discourse, sheds light secondarily on the global circulation of extremist discourses facilitated by the internet, and tertiarily contributes to the ongoing debate on right-wing populism and the crisis of the liberal world order. Now, more immediately, I can tell you the dark side of powerful China, its repression, can benefit us, these United States, the U.S. in the uppercase. The year before yesteryear's successful landing of the Chang'e 4 spacecraft on the dark side of the moon was a remarkable achievement for Red China, but even then negated by the suppression and imprisonment of mass members of the Chinese Uyghur minority of Caucasian Muslims in Xinjiang of northwest China, properly Eastern Turkestan. This white, as in Caucasoid, Muslim Uyghur detainment in concentration camps demonstrates with brick, mortar, and barbed wire the return of bad ideas to international politics. As communist China becometh ever more dominant, the world should expect increasing incidents of the China paradox. Spectacular scientific achievement forever twinned with wholesale repression of its white Muslim and ethno-Tibetan minorities and its odious hyper-nationalist beliefs. Red China's treatment of its minorities is a product of a pernicious hyper-nationalistic ideology, Han-centrism, the centeredness on the Han Chinese, the yellow Chinese race, which asserts that the dominant ethnic group in China, the Han, are culturally and racially superior to all other groups within the Communist Chinese Empire and outside of it. Han-centrism is a form of racialized Chinese nationalism and advances ideas, beliefs, and policies that will allow the country, the empire of Red China, to reclaim the dominant position mainland China occupied before the century of humiliation. Such is usually delineated by the start of the First Opium War, circa 1839, when my own relation, Commissioner Lin, basically, he militarized all police forces to try and hold off the foreign invasion of the Greater British Empire, and was defeated with what little force he could bring to bear against the enemy, until the communist victory in 1949, all throughout that century of humiliation when the country was too weak to protect itself from European, American, and Japanese colonial depredations. Now, Han-centrists perceive many enemies, foreign and domestic, and have been supportive of Red China's aggressive posture in the East and South China Seas. And equally worrisome, this movement supports a fundamentally new international system. A Red China committed to changing all the rules, norms, and practices of the established international order to suit mainland China alone. This is the movement which actively seeks to replace the United States as the dominant state in international politics. The rest of the world has a problem with this aggressive nationalism. Too little attention has been paid to group identification, historical memory, and the racial discourses associated with such aggressive ethno-nationalist sentiment, which can be found throughout the Commu-Chinese blogosphere and during protests against the Empire of Japan and these United States, or purportedly recalcitrant minority groups within the country, such as the Tibetans and the White Uyghurs. In a competition with Red China, the United States must explore all of its advantages and all of Beijing's weaknesses in the war of ideas, or political warfare, in this multi-front war currently waged against us, that has already started between Beijing and Washington and will only end with the death of one system or the other. Consider then the nigh half a dozen strategic consequences of Chinese Han-centrism that I myself can think of and educate yourselves about. First, it provides empirical evidence of how Beijing will treat all other international actors. A key insight into Commu-Chinese future behavior is its behavior when it was the hegemon of Asia, the known world as far as China was concerned. For the Han centrists, mainland China is the center of the universe, and other states and peoples are inferior, with varying degrees of inferiority. Because such an ethnocentric and solipsistic belief is not an attractive model to win allies and influence, it provides a significant advantage for these United States in its diplomacy to counter Red China's influence. It allows the United States to undermine mainland China throughout the global South. You see, Red China portrays itself as an apolitical rising superpower that does bring business in your country, pays a fair price for your commodities, and invests and builds your infrastructure with no strings attached. The reality is far from this, as the negative debt trap experiences of Sri Lanka, formerly Ceylon, and Pakistan so caution. These United States can counter the expansion of Commu-Chinese influence by illuminating the costs of engagement with Red China, including the important point that there be no culture of anti-racism in China itself, and so there is little hope for change in communized Chinese attitudes. It permits a positive image of these United States in contrast to the communist Chinese empire. The stark fact is, when compared with a hyper-nationalistic Red China, it is rather straightforward to convey to the rest of the world the message that these United States is open and inclusive, whereas Red China is not. This is because such openness is in accord with the principles of these United States and its history, and especially so since the civil rights movement of the 1960s, the decade into which I myself entered this vale of tears. There is no chance Red China will go through a civil rights movement. It all strengthens political and ideological alliances of these United States. Political alliances, particularly with the developing world, are an obvious benefit. Equally important are the ideological alliances that these United States may augment. Intellectual circles in Europe, Canada, and these United States value multiracial, multicultural societies. Journalists and media opinion makers frequently share such vision of their societies as well. Yet, thus far, they have not treated the problem of Han-centrism with the attention it deserves, given Red China's power. It is a cohesive force for the communized Chinese government itself. Because while Han-centrism does benefit the Chinese Communist Party, still yet it also gives these United States an advantage. The failure of the Red Chinese government to self-reflect on the outgrowth of hypernationalism means there is little to no motivation to address it at all. Accordingly, a powerful message is that Red China will not change because it has no desire to do so. Han-centrism is complex, and it contains many risks for the communized Chinese government and people, while also yielding advantages. For these United States, it is a major asymmetry to exploit with key allies. Countries in strategic regions such as Africa, as well as with important opinion makers in international politics. Those who have a vested interest in the present order, especially advocates of racial equality and human rights, need to consider the implications of the rise of a hyper-nationalistic communist China for their political ideals, principles, and values. What the Red China paradox means for the world is this. What is good about Red China's great power status, the technological advances and wealth, are all offset by the negative the suppression of minorities, and the return of an aggressive hypernationalism. Still, 7 decades agone, Mao Zedong's United Front was instrumental in catapulting the Chinese communists to power. Since then, Red China's influence machine has become infinitely more resourceful and far more global. And their multi-frontal conflict has but one singular objective on part the enemy. That, as the most dangerous place on earth, a Taiwan crisis marks the end of the American empire. The late American novelist, essayist, short story writer, and screenwriter Francis Scott Key Fitzgerald wrote that the test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposing ideas in mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. For decades, just such an exercise of high-caliber ambiguity has kept the peace between the American and Communist Chinese empires over my native Taiwan, an island of 24 million people, 100 miles, or 160 kilometers, off mainland China's coast. Leaders in Beijing, they claim there be only one China, which they run, and that my Taiwan is but a rebellious part thereof. The American empire nods to the one China idea, but has spent 70 years ensuring there be two. Today, however, this strategic ambiguity is breaking down. These United States are coming to fear that they may no longer be able to deter Red China from seizing my Taiwan by force. Admiral Phil Davidson, who heads the Indo-Pacific Command, told Congress in March that he worried about Red China attacking my Taiwan as soon as 2027. War would be a catastrophe. And not only because of the bloodshed in my Taiwan and the risk of escalation between two nuclear powers. One reason is economic. My island lies at the heart of the semiconductor industry. Semiconductors are essential to our world's computer, smartphone, and medical equipment industries. TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, the world's most valuable chip maker, etches 84% of all the world's most advanced chips. In fact, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company's chips are everywhere, though most consumers don't even know it. Yet Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company's dominance poses risks to the global economy amid geopolitical tensions and a major chip shortage. You see, chips are difficult to make, and it's even harder during a supply crunch because all the world relies on one single chip maker in Taiwan, leaving everyone vulnerable. That company makes almost all of our world's most sophisticated chips, and many of the simpler ones too. They're in billions of products with built-in electronics, including iPhones, personal computers, and automobiles, all without any obvious sign they even sourced from TSMC, which does the manufacturing for better-known companies that designed them, like Apple Incorporated and Qualcomm Incorporated. Were production at TSMC to stop, so would the global electronics industry, at incalculable cost. The firm's technology and know-how are indisputably a decade ahead of its rivals, and it will take just many years of work before either America or China can even hope to catch up. The less evident reason is that Taiwan is an arena for the superpower rivalry between the American and Communist Chinese empires. Although these United States are not treaty bound to defend my Taiwan, a Commu-Chinese assault would be a test of America's military might and its diplomatic and political resolve. If the Seventh Fleet failed to turn up, Red China would overnight become the dominant power in Asia. America's allies round the world would know that they could not count upon us. Pax Americana, the peace of America, would collapse. To understand how to avoid conflict in the Taiwan Strait, start with the contradictions that have kept the peace during the past few decades. The government in Beijing insists it has a duty to bring about unification, even as a last resort by means of invasion. The Taiwanese, who used to agree that their island was part of China, albeit a non-communist one, historically have taken to electing governments that stress our separateness, while stopping short of declaring independence. And America has protected Taiwan from Commu-Chinese aggression, even though it recognizes the government in Beijing. These opposing ideas are bundled into what Fitzgerald's diplomatic inheritors blithely call the status quo. In fact, it is a roiling, seething source of neurosis and doubt. What has changed of late is America's perception of a tipping point in Red China's cross-strait military buildup, a quarter of a century in the making. The Commu-Chinese Navy has launched 90 major ships and submarines in the past 5 years, 4 to 5 times as many as America has in the Western Pacific. Red China builds over 100 advanced fighter planes per annum. Each and every year, it has deployed space weapons and is bristling with precision missiles that can hit my Taiwan. U.S. Navy vessels and American bases in the Empire of Japan, the Republic of South Korea, and on the island of Guam. In the war games that simulate a Chinese attack on Taiwan, America has started to lose. Some American analysts conclude that military superiority will sooner or later tempt Red China into deploying force against my Taiwan, not as a last resort, but because it can. Red China has talked itself into believing that America wants to keep the Taiwan crisis boiling and may even want a war to contain Red China's rise. It has trampled the idea that Hong Kong has a separate system of government, devaluing a similar offer designed to win over the people of Taiwan to peaceful unification. In the South China Sea, it has been converting barren reefs into military bases. Although mainland China has clearly become as ever more authoritarian and ethno-nationalistic, this analysis is too pessimistic, perhaps because hostility to communist China on the mainland is becoming the default in America. Xi Jinping, communist China's dictator for life, has not even begun to prepare his people for a war likely to inflict mass casualties and economic pain on all sides. In its 100th year, its centennial, the Communist Party is building its claim to power on prosperity, stability, and Red China's status in its region and growing role in the world. All that would be jeopardized by an attack whose result, whatever the U.S. Navy says, cometh with lots of uncertainty attached, not least over how to govern a rebellious, occupied Taiwan. Why would Mr. Xi risk it all now, when Red China could wait until the odds are even better? Yet that brings only some small comfort. Nobody in America can really know what Mr. Xi intends today, let alone what he or his successor may want in the future. Red China's impatience is likely only to grow. Mr. Xi's appetite for risk may sharpen, especially if he wants unification with Taiwan to crown his legacy. If they are to ensure that war remains too much of a gamble for Communist China. America and my Taiwan need to think ahead. Work to reestablish an equilibrium across the Taiwan Strait will take years. My Taiwan must start to devote fewer resources to big, expensive weapon systems that are vulnerable to Chinese missiles and more to tactics and technologies that would frustrate an invasion. America requires weapons to deter Red China from launching an amphibious invasion. It must prepare its allies, including the Empire of Japan and South Korea, and it needs to communicate to Red China that its battle plans are credible. This will be a tricky balance to strike. Deterrence usually strives to be crystal clear about retaliation. The message here is more subtle. Red China must be discouraged from trying to change my Taiwan status by force, even as it is reassured that America will not support a dash for formal independence by my Taiwan. The risk of a superpower arms race is high. Be under no illusions how hard it is to sustain ambiguity. Hawks in Washington and Beijing will always be able to portray it as a weakness. And yet, seemingly useful shows of support for my Taiwan, such as American warships making port calls on my island, could be misread as a dangerous shift in intentions. Most disputes are best put to rest. Those that can be resolved only in war can often be put off and, as Red China's late leader Deng Xiaoping said, left to wiser generations. Nowhere presents such a test of statesmanship as the most dangerous place on earth, where America is a diplomatic fox, while Beijing is a hedgehog fixated on the big idea of reunification. In a famous essay, the philosopher Isaiah Berlin borrowed a distinction from the ancient Greek poet Archilochus. The fox knowest many things, but the hedgehog knowest one big thing. Isaiah Berlin wrote that there exists a great chasm between those on one side who relate everything to a single universal organizing principle in terms of which alone all that they are and say has significance, the hedgehogs. And on the other side, those who pursue many ends, often unrelated and even contradictory, the foxes. But Isaiah Berlin was talking about writers. Yet the same distinction can be drawn in the realm of great power politics. Today there be two superpowers in this world, these United States and the Communist Chinese Empire. The former is a fox. American foreign policy is, to borrow Isaiah Berlin's terms, scattered or diffused, moving on many levels. Red China, by contrast, is a hedgehog. It relates everything to one unchanging, all-embracing, sometimes self-contradictory and incomplete, at times fanatical, unitary inner vision. Now, 500 years agone, this July of this year, the arch-fox of American diplomacy, the most evil man, or one of the most evil men in the history of this earth, of the species of humanity, Henry Kissinger, flew to Beijing on a secret mission that would fundamentally alter the global balance of power. The strategic backdrop was the administration of Richard Mulhouse Nixon's struggle to extricate these United States from the Vietnam War with its honor and credibility so far as possible intact. The domestic context was dissension more profound and violent than anything we have seen in these past few years. In March of 1971, Lieutenant William Calley was found guilty of no less than 22 murders in the My Lai massacre in which hundreds died. In April, spurred by that atrocity, 500,000 people marched through Washington to protest against the war in Vietnam. In June that year, the New York Times began publishing the Pentagon Papers. As my book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, presents you the Pentagon Papers of World War II. Make certain to purchase it from Skybooks USA. Visit www.skybooks.usa.com and make your order immediately. And we need you to market that book online and in person. Buy copies for your friends and relations. This is the most important education you can provide to anyone on earth within their lifetime. The knowledge that America lost the Second World War. But back in 1971, America lost Vietnam. And to make certain they retreated in orderly manner, Kissinger's meetings with Zhou Enlai, the Communist Chinese premier, were perhaps the most momentous of his career. As a fox, the U.S. National Security Advisor had multiple objectives. The principal goal was to secure a public Red Chinese invitation for his puppet-strung boss, Richard Nixon, to visit Beijing the following year. But Kissinger was also seeking Chinese help in getting America out of Vietnam, as well as hoping to exploit the Sino-Soviet split in a manner that would put pressure on the Soviet Union, America's principal Cold War adversary, to slow down the nuclear arms race. In his opening remarks, Henry Kissinger listed no fewer than half a dozen issues for discussion, including the raging conflict in South Asia that would culminate in the independence of Bangladesh, the nation in which my present manageress, Selina Khan, was born. Zhou Enlai's response was that of a hedgehog. He had but one issue: my Taiwan. At the outset, he told Kissinger, "If this crucial question is not solved, then the whole question of Sino-American relations will be difficult to resolve." To an extent that is striking to the postmodern day listener of this digitized transmission, upon any exposure you might have to the transcripts of Henry Kissinger and Zhou Enlai and all their subsequent meetings, Zhou's principal goal was to persuade Kissinger to agree to recognize the People's Republic of China as the sole legitimate government in China and Taiwan province as an inalienable part of Chinese territory which must be restored to the motherland, from which the U.S. must withdraw all its armed forces and dismantle all its military installations. Because since the Communists' triumph in the Chinese Civil War circa 1949, the island of My Taiwan had been the last outpost of the nationalist Kuomintang, and since the Korean War, the United States had defended our autonomy. Well, with his eyes on so many prizes, Henry Kissinger was prepared to make the key concessions the Communist Chinese sought. He told Zhou Enlai, "We are not advocating the two-China solution or a one China, one Taiwan solution. As a student of history, one's prediction would have to be that the political evolution is likely to be in the direction which the Prime Minister indicated to me. Moreover, we can settle the major part of the military question within this term of the President
if the war in Southeast Asia, it is Vietnam, is ended. Asked by Zhao Enlai for his view of the Taiwanese independence movement, Henry Kissinger dismissed it out of hand. No matter what other issues Kissinger raised, Vietnam, Korea, the Soviets, Zhao Enlai steered the conversation back to my Taiwan. What he called the only question between us two. Would the United States recognize the People's Republic as the sole government of China and normalize diplomatic relations? From Kissinger, yes, after the 1972 election. And that's when Zhao Enlai would ask yet another question of him. He would ask, of course, question after question, but all coming back via the same thematic which would lead to but one objective: the American abandonment of a nation which had been the first to fight the Axis powers, the first among allies, my Republic of China, the first founding member state aside from the United States of the United Nations. All this Henry Kissinger was willing to abandon to the communists. Would Taiwan be expelled from the United Nations and its seat on the Security Council given to Beijing? Again from Henry Kissinger, yes. Fast forward half 100 years, and the same issue, my Taiwan, still remains Beijing's #1 priority. History has not evolved in quite the way Henry Kissinger had foreseen. True, Nixon went to China as planned. My Taiwan was expelled out of the United Nations. And under President Jimmy Carter, James Earl Carter, the United States abrogated its 1954 Mutual Defense Treaty with my Taiwan. But the pro-Taiwan lobby in Congress was able to throw Taipei, the capital of Taiwan in which I was born, a lifeline circa 1979, the Taiwan Relations Act. That act states that the United States will consider any effort to determine the future of Taiwan by other than peaceful means, including by boycotts or embargoes, a threat to the peace and security of the Western Pacific area and of grave concern to these United States. It also commits this U.S. government to make us available to Taiwan such defense articles and services in such quantity as may be necessary to enable Taiwan to maintain a sufficient self-defense capacity, as well as to maintain the capacity of these United States to resist any resort to force or other forms of coercion that would jeopardize the security or the social or economic system of the people on Taiwan. For the Chinese hedgehog, this ambiguity, whereby the United States does not recognize my Taiwan as an independent state, but at the same time underwrites our security and de facto autonomy, remains an intolerable state of affairs. Yet the balance of power has been transformed since 1971, and much more profoundly than Henry Kissinger could ever have foreseen. Communist China, half 100 years agone, was dirt poor, despite its enormous population. Its economy was but a tiny fraction of the U.S. gross domestic product. This year, the International Monetary Fund projects that, in current dollar terms, Communist Chinese GDP will be 3/4 or 75% of U.S. GDP. On a purchasing power parity basis, Red China overtook these United States as top performer back circa 2017. In the same time frame, my Taiwan too has prospered. Not only have we emerged as one of Asia's most advanced economies, with Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, the world's top chip manufacturer. My Taiwan has also become living proof that an ethnically Chinese people can thrive under democracy. The authoritarian regime that ran Taipei in the 1970s is a distant memory. Today, we are a shining example of how a free society can use technology to empower our citizens, which explains why our response to the COVID-19 pandemic, bioengineered by Communist China, was by any measure the most successful in the world. The total number of deaths suffered on Taiwan all this time has been 10 people. If that. Shout out to Gabriel Ruth, by the way, who says, "Hi, Douglas. Hey, honey." And kiss to Sarah Thomas Lyons, who I didn't get a chance to say hello to earlier. Of course, I did mention, what she said about the pink thong and the Timberlands burning into her brain. There we are. Now, as Harvard University's Graham Allison argued in his all too enormously influential book entitled Destined for War and subtitled Can America and China Escape Thucydides' Trap? Red China's economic rise, which was at first welcomed by American policymakers, was bound eventually to look like a threat to the United States. Conflicts between incumbent powers and rising powers have been a feature of world politics since 431 BC, when, per Thucydides, it was the growth of the power of Athens and the alarm which this inspired in Sparta that led to war. The only surprising thing was that it took President Donald John Trump, of all people, to waken Americans up to the threat posed by the growth in the power of the Communist Chinese People's Republic. Trump campaigned against Red China as a threat mainly to U.S. manufacturing jobs. Once in the White House, he took his time before acting, but in 2018 began imposing tariffs on Red Chinese imports. Yet he could not prevent his preferred trade war from escalating rapidly into something more like Cold War II, a contest that was at once technological, ideological, and geopolitical. The foreign policy blob then picked up the xenophobic, anti-China ball and ran with it. The public cheered them on, Americans being naturally racist, with anti-Semitic, anti-Chinese sentiment surging among both Republicans and Democrats. Trump himself may have been a hedgehog with a one-track mind. Tariffs! But under Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, U.S. policy soon reverted to its foxy form, or foxy norm. Pompeo threw every imaginable issue at Beijing, from the reliance of Huawei Technologies Company on imported semiconductors to the suppression of the pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong to the murky origins of COVID-19 within the Wuhan labs, in which it was bred, originally as a weapon for deployment against the world. Inevitably, my Taiwan was added to the list, but the increased arms sales and diplomatic contacts were not given top billing. When Richard Haas, the Grand Panjandram, the Panjandram of the Council on Foreign Relations, argued, but yesteryear, for ending strategic ambiguity and wholeheartedly committing these United States to upholding my Taiwan's autonomy, no one in the Trump administration said, "Great idea." Yet when Pompeo met the director of the Communist Chinese Party Office of Foreign Affairs, Yang Jiechi, in Hawaii last June, guess what the Communist Chinese said? Guess what the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, began with? There is only one China in the world, and Taiwan is an inalienable part of China. The One China principle is the political foundation of Sino-American relations. So successful was Trump in leading elite and popular opinion to a more Sinophobic, it asked anti-China stance, that President Joseph Biden had no alternative but to fall in line last year. The somewhat surprising outcome is that he is now leading an administration that is, in many ways, more hawkish than its predecessor. You see, Trump was no cold warrior. According to the former National Security Advisor John Bolton's memoir, the former president liked to point to the tip of one of his Sharpies and say, "This is Taiwan." Then point to the resolute desk in the Oval Office and say, "This is China. Taiwan is like 2 feet away from China." That's what Trump told one Republican senator. Well, he told this Republican senator, "We are 8,000 miles away. If they invade, there isn't a fucking thing we can do about it." Such was his expert analysis, eh? The Biden administration, by contrast, means what it says on such issues. In every statement since taking over as Secretary of State, Antony Blinken has referred to Red China not only as a strategic rival, but also as a violator of human rights. In January, he called Red China's treatment of the Uyghurs an effort to commit genocide, and pledged to continue Pompeo's policy of increasing American engagement with My Taiwan. In February, he gave Yang an earful on Hong Kong, Xinjiang, Tibet, and even Myanmar, formerly Burma, where Red China backs the recent military coup d'etat. Earlier this month, the administration imposed sanctions on Chinese officials it holds responsible for sweeping away Hong Kong's autonomy. The Biden administration, by contrast to Donald Trump's, means what it says on such issues. In every statement since taking over as Secretary of State, as I said, you had Antony Blinken, well, putting it in the face of the enemy that America is back in town or on the high seas of the Pacific. By the way, WTF in the chat room says, much love, Douglas and crew. Much love in return and hugs, Mr. What the Fuck. Now, in his last Foreign Affairs magazine article, before joining the Biden administration as its Asia czar, Kirk Campbell argued for, and here I quote his T, a conscious effort to deter Chinese adventurism. This means investing in long-range conventional cruise and ballistic missiles, unmanned carrier-based strike aerocraft and underwater vehicles, guided missile submarines, and high-speed strike weapons. Washington needs to work with other states to disperse U.S. forces across Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean and to reshore sensitive industries and pursue a managed decoupling from Red China. Now, in many respects, this continuity with the Trump-China strategy is startling. The trade war has not been ended, nor the tech war. Aside from actually meaning the human rights stuff, the only other big difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump is the former's far stronger emphasis on the importance of allies in this process of deterring mainland China, in particular the so-called Quad. These United States have formed with Australia, India, and the Empire of Japan. As Blinken said in a keynote speech on the 3rd of March for the United States, to engage China from a position of strength requires working with allies and partners because our combined weight is much harder for Red China to ignore. That argument took concrete form midweek the month of March, when Campbell told the Sydney Morning Herald that the United States was not going to leave Australia alone on the field if Beijing continued its current economic squeeze on Canberra, the capital of Australia, in retaliation for the Australian government's call for an independent inquiry into the origins of China's pandemic. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has been singing from much the same hymn sheet. Biden himself hosted a virtual summit for the Quad's heads of state on the 12th day in March this year. That's what brings us to the damaging dictatorship of Xi Jinping. Amidst all this, the Chinese Communist Party and its leader want to stay in power forever. The party celebrated its centennial anniversary this year under the slogan, "Follow the party forever!" And Xi Jinping plans to be dictator for life. This is unhappy news for the Chinese people and for the world. Dictatorships are oppressive and inefficient at home and aggressive abroad. And personal dictatorships are particularly bad. All communist parties have ruled as dictatorships. They initially excused it as a temporary necessity because they came to power through national convulsions. In Soviet Russia, Red China, and United Vietnam through civil war, in Eastern Europe through the Soviet occupation after World War II, and in Cuba through a military coup d'etat. But they never, ever evolved towards democracy. No ruling communist party has ever tolerated competing political parties, free elections, an independent judiciary, a free media, or non-political military and police. Dissidents lose their jobs, are imprisoned, and more often simply killed, sometimes in large-scale terror campaigns. At the pinnacle of these dictatorships sits the head of the Communist Party, who is always the object of a leadership cult. Once he takes power, he usually keeps it for decades, never leaves willingly, and is very rarely toppled. The Soviet Union's Joseph Stalin, Leonid Brezhnev, Yuri Andropov, and Chernenko all died in office. Same for Red China's Mao Zedong, Vietnam's Ho Chi Minh, Romania's Nicolae Ceausescu, and North Korea's Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il, Bulgaria's Zhivkov, and East Germany's Honecker were only ousted when communism fell in 1989. Their country's economic life is in the tight grip of communist rulers as well. Private enterprise is either forbidden or, as in Red China, centrally controlled. Red China's people are ill-served by this. Communism interferes with free markets and has always produced significantly less prosperity than capitalism or fascism. At times, gravely misguided economic policies resulted in mass starvation. Millions died during Stalin's brutal collectivization of agriculture in the 1930s and during Kim Jong-il's botched economic reforms in the 1990s. Also, 100 million died during Mao Zedong's Great Leap Forward in the late 1950s. Mao Zedong ruled in this tradition for 30 years, and the effects were disastrous. When he finally died, circa 1976, mainland China was impoverished, backward, and closed to all the world. The following 30 years were marked by Deng Xiaoping's dramatic reforms. He introduced capitalism in parts of the Chinese economy and opened that country to the world. Importantly, he instituted collective leadership at the top of the Communist Party and term limits for its senior leaders. And China flourished. And there was hope that Red China would become a democracy and a responsible participant in international relations. But Xi Jinping, the ultimate ruler of Red China today, suffers from several internal inconsistencies which greatly reduce the cohesion and effectiveness of his own leadership. There is a conflict between his beliefs and his actions, and between his public declarations of wanting to make East China a superpower and his behavior as a domestic ruler. These internal contradictions have revealed themselves in the context of the growing conflict between these United States and the Communist Chinese Empire. At the heart of this conflict is the reality that the two empires represent systems of governance that are diametrically opposed. These United States stand for a democratic, open society in which the role of the government is to protect the freedom of the individual. Mr. Xi believes Mao Zedong invented a superior form of organization, which he himself is carrying on, a totalitarian, closed society in which the individual is subordinated to the one-party state. It is superior in this view because it is more disciplined, stronger, and therefore bound to prevail in a contest. Ergo, Xi Jinping has devoted his life to undoing Deng Xiaoping's influence on the development of Red China. In his quest for personal power, he has rejected Deng's economic reform path, and Xi's dictatorship now threatens the Chinese state itself. Xi Jinping has been reversing Deng Xiaoping's reforms ever since he took power circa 2012. He did away with term limits and collective leadership and brought back the leader cult. He is restricting free market capitalism in Red China and increasing the role of the Communist Party in economic enterprises. And mainland China's dealings with other countries are increasingly confrontational. Xi Jinping's personal dictatorship is suffering from the same ills that have plagued dictatorships everywhere and at all times. His personal animosity towards Deng Xiaoping played a large part in his turning the Communist Party into an assemblage of yes-men. Red China's war on words proves Xi Jinping be naught but dictator for life. The first and most consequential casualties of any dictatorship are truth and freedom of expression. Since the February 25th announcement circa 2018 by the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, that the President of China would no longer be limited to 2 5-year terms in office, as had been the case since the days when Chairman Mao Zedong ruled, there has been much turmoil and trepidation among China watchers, the sinologists, and the Chinese citizens themselves. Essentially, it meant that Xi Jinping had become dictator for life, which is not what people had been hoping for since Richard Mulhouse Nixon went to China 100 years and 8 months agone. What everyone had expected was that Red China would 改革开放, reform and open up, which became its official policy as of December 1978. Instead, all indications from the first 5 years of Xi's regime and the newly announced policy changes regarding Xi Jinping thought and governance are that Red China has jumped right back to the 1950s in terms of policies and procedures. Naturally, many people were deeply dismayed by this unwelcome turn of events. Indeed, for as long as I've been studying Red China and observing communized Chinese affairs, I've never witnessed so much opposition to the CCP as what I was seeing and hearing during either the first few months of Xi's effective coup d'etat or the first few months of the COVID-19 outbreak his own labs wrought upon his empire of oppression, except for the months leading up to the Tiananmen massacre of June 4th, 1989. The difference between 2018 through 2019 and 1989, however, was that now people had the internet through which to express their discontent. Although the internet in Red China is heavily censored and blocked, determined and clever netizens can always come up with ingenious ways to criticize the government and its representative. The readers of Language Log are thoroughly familiar with the elaborate use of puns, satire, irony, and indirection to deplore and denounce the actions of the authorities, since, well, they have so often documented. No sooner had the CCP made public its intention to eliminate the two-term limit on the presidency, then the internet was flooded with complaints against it. Naturally, the censors took quick, drastic action against direct disapproval and overt references, so they immediately blocked all such posts on social media. The evidence implicit in contemporary Chinese headlines bracketh beyond volumes. China bans users from saying disagree on social media. China defends plan to remove Xi Jinping's term limits. And China's Xi could remain president indefinitely. Equally naturally, the netizens were prepared for the heavy-handed deletions of the internet police and immediately shifted gears to more subtle but even more effective means to counter the Red government's proposed changes. Exempli gratiae, since the Roman alphabet is part of the Commu-Chinese writing system, it's only fair for letters to be subject to censorship the way sinographs are. Comments like a Twitter thread showing the letter N being censored on Weibo, which is a microblogging website that is one of the most popular social media platforms in China, and the Americans will call any Chinese person or a lover of Chinese culture a Weibo. This is probably out of fear, the censorship of the letter N, fear on the part of the government that N equals N terms in office, where possibly N is greater than 2, as in Lian Ren N Jie, N successive terms in office, which would be forbidden anyway because of the Lian Ren continue in office part. Another interesting case of an expression that was swiftly blocked circa 2018 was Dengji, or board a plane, because it is perfectly homophonous with Dengji, different characters sounding exactly the same, referring to ascend the throne. This ties in with the words for migration, immigration, and immigration, since everybody always seems to be talking about getting out of Red China as fast as possible, which would surely lead to mass panic. So the censors have blocked those words in an effort to squelch talk of fleeing the People's Republic. Winnie the Pooh is blocked because netizens use that appellation for Xi Jinping in as much as he is often compared to that adorable pudgy Bruin. Nor is it permissible to talk about Biaoji, steamed stuffed pork buns, or pork stuffed buns, since Xi is also often associated with them because he looks like a fucking walking pork stuffed bun. Until the censors catch on, the netizens might refer to their president / secretary general / chairman / core leader as Xizar, Xizar, or second emperor of China, spelled China, Qina. as referencing the original China named after the Emperor Qin, where the very term China comes from, the first emperor's name. But it starts with a Q, so it does blend into the entire Q phenomenon. Now, is Xi emperor for life? Xi's ascent was not surprising in light of Red China's traditional norm of imperial rule, which effectively carried over into communism. China now faces all the downsides of dictatorship. China's nearly 30-year experiment with time-limited government officially came to an end. The Chinese Communist Party amended China's constitution to allow President Xi Jinping to serve more than 2 5-year terms. Considering that the party rules the country and Xi rules the party, that meant two things. The constitution would be amended, and Xi was going to be president for life, much like Mao Zedong or even Deng Xiaoping. From the standpoint of communism, this result isn't terribly surprising. From Lenin to Stalin to Khrushchev, Brezhnev, and Andropov, the Soviet Union was never out of the hands of a dictator-like ruler until Mikhail Gorbachev presided over its collapse. Nor is Xi's ascent surprising in the light of China's traditional norm of imperial rule as a dynastic culture, which, as I said, carried over into communism. What's remarkable, rather, is that from the time Deng Xiaoping retired in 1989 until Xi Jinping, Red China seriously experimented with a term-limited presidency. Jiang Zemin stepped down after 2 terms, although he retained some influence thereafter, and Hu Jintao went him one better, actually giving up power circa 2012 when dictator Xi came in. This matters because the period of Red China's limited presidency corresponded almost exactly to one of the fastest periods of economic growth in human history, comparable to Great Britain in the age of industrialization and these United States in the years after the American Civil War between the states. If scale is taken into account in addition to rate, it isn't an exaggeration to call Red China's period of growth the greatest in human history. To be sure, the growth had already begun under Deng Xiaoping, but Deng himself set the groundwork for the model of limited presidency. He was old by the time the reforms began, and understood that he would not live or rule forever. He resigned from some senior posts in order to signal that he wanted power eventually to be spread among a group of leaders, not consolidated in his person. To Deng and his immediate followers, then, China's experiment with markets went hand in hand with an experiment in governance. The basic idea was for power to be shared among the elite, senior members of the Chinese Communist Party. The most important decisions were to be made by consensus. This limited presidency was both evidence of that consensus and an institutional mechanism designed to ensure its continued existence. Not only the president, but also the members of the Central Committee rotated every 10 years. Such was intended to allow younger generations to rise to power, avoiding the pathology of a hidebound empire run by one old man or even several. Reasonable people can debate whether the governance experiment helped bring about China's economic miracle. Indeed, that debate can be expected to go on for many years. But there be every reason to conclude that term-limited government and rough consensus among senior party members helped create the conditions for risk-taking and openness. Power that is mildly diffused meant that no one official would accrue all the benefits of economic improvement, and the dangers of the whole experiment would be spread among the leadership. Instead of trying to displace each other, as much of the party leadership had done before, another relative of mine, the High General of the Communist Army, Lin Biao, attempted to take Mao down and replace him with himself. During and after the Cultural Revolution, there were other examples of such, as the party leadership tried to make the empire grow and to advance within the hierarchy they had collectively created. There was, admittedly, one major flaw in the system of consensus leadership. It bred corruption. If leaders were not constantly trying to displace each other, many were trying to make themselves rich. So as the party legitimacy grew because of economic gains felt by the entire society, it was very tempting for senior party members to enrich themselves. And no one in the party leadership had as much, nobody had much incentive to blow the whistle. The shame of corruption would have been spread among the entire elite, just like the credit for growth. Much easier, safer, and more profitable to stay silent about corruption and to try to get a piece of the action. Thus, Xi Jinping was ultimately able to exploit the structural problem of corruption to facilitate his rise and the destruction of the consensus system. First, he drew attention to the public dissatisfaction with rising corruption. Then he focused that frustration and even rage on particular party leaders whom he investigated, charged, tried, and jailed. The brilliance of Xi's anti-corruption campaign was that all the people targeted really were corrupt, because essentially the entire party was. They were also all Xi's opponents, or those he feared might become his opponents. It is effectively the rest of the party. That was secondary from the standpoint of public relations, but primary from the view of those in the party leadership who feared they, too, might be targeted by the aspiring dictatorial Xi Jinping. There was no one in a position to stand up to the anti-corruption campaign, in large part because there was no one really senior who was free of the taint of corruption. They were all corrupted to the core. The best argument in favor of Xi's ascent to the status of dictator is that only a dictator would have the leverage to solve the corruption problem. And that might even be true. In many dictatorships, the only real corruption comes in the form of the dictator's own theft. Sometimes everyone else is simply too scared to steal, at least in any big way. But the downsides of dictatorship be well known. And mainland China now faces them all. Dictators are bad at hearing diversity of opinion, and a single-party line is particularly dangerous when an elite is trying to run an economy in a delicate world environment. Dictators are prone to believing their own propaganda. That breeds overconfidence, overreach, and poor decision-making. Dictators have to spend a good deal of their time assuring that they remain in power. That gives them the incentive to marginalize or jail or kill the most talented young, all the talented young politicians in their orbit. In contrast, the last several decades, Red China has been able to draw on an extraordinary talent pool. Most important of all, dictatorships are terrible at transition. Political stability is absolutely crucial to investment, both from within Red China and from the outside. Red China's decades of political stability have made the investment climate in the country highly attractive. That it cannot continue indefinitely, especially not for anyone who worries about what will happen after Xi Jinping. The experimental system of time-limited government was not perfect, but it created unprecedented stability in the midst of unprecedented economic growth. It might still be reasonable to bet on Red China in the short term, but in the long run, wagers on its stability and growth must be revised downward. Dictatorship does not have a good track record, historically speaking. Dictators reject any challenges to their flawed doctrines and punish dissenters. The resulting uniformity of thought makes it harder to solve the challenges of the day and chart the best course for tomorrow. Even worse, people in a dictatorship have to fake enthusiasm for the party line, which leads to cynicism towards truth itself throughout society. In such an environment, a servile bureaucracy and media report embellished good news and hide all the bad news. Hence, dictators end up with bad data for their decision-making. There be no institutional breaks in a dictatorship. Through fear, dictators have absolute control over the government, legislature, repression apparatus, judiciary, and media. Their bad decisions cannot be discussed, appealed, or stopped. Entrepreneurship and innovation, the key drivers of economic growth, wilt in such an environment. Job creators need freedom of thought and action, predictable laws, and an independent judiciary. All dictators view the outside world with suspicion. They resent foreign support for democracy in their country and bristle at foreign condemnations of their oppression. They also tend to create conflicts abroad to whip up nationalist support at home. Past dictatorships did not lead to stability, prosperity, and peace in the long run. Neither will Xi Jinping's communist dictatorship. It will slow Red China down, increase social conflict, and lead to international tensions. And through it all, the Commu-Chinese approach remains that of the hedgehog. Several years ago, one of Xi Jinping's own economic advisors testified that bringing my Taiwan back under the mainland's control was his president's most cherished objective. And the reason Xi Jinping had secured an end to the informal rule that had confined previous Chinese presidents to but 2 terms in office. It is for this reason, above all others, that Xi Jinping has presided over an enormous expansion of Red China's land, sea, and aerial forces, including the land-based DF-21D missiles that could sink American aircraft carriers. In point of fact, his Chinese Navy may be the first to get ballistic missiles. A U.S. Department of Defense report suggests that the Red Chinese Navy, formerly known as the PLAN, the People's Liberation Army Navy, may emplace ASBMs, anti-ship ballistic missiles, on its new cruisers. These are the weapons dubbed aircraft carrier killers because of their massive hitting power. It would be the first time any Navy afloat has put this category of weapon on a warship. Red Chinese Navy cruisers would then be arguably the most heavily armed surface combatants in the world. The 2020 China Military Power Report to Congress said that the new Type 055 Renhai class cruiser will likely be able to launch ASBMs, anti-ship ballistic missiles, and LACMs, land attack cruise missiles, once these weapons are available. These LACMs, LACMs, referring to those aforecited land attack cruise missiles. The report commenced in both classified and unclassified form, so you can find it yourself. In the unclassified version, we are not presented with the evidence behind the assertion I'm relating to you now, but it would be a logical development and would set Red Chinese warships apart from all others in the world. The first Renhai-class cruiser was only commissioned in January of this year, but already the 8th ship has been launched on the 30th of August. At over 10,000 tons, the Renhai-class cruisers are already impressive warships. They are equipped with very large phased array radars, similar to the United States Navy's Aegis system. And for those of you who don't know, Aegis is an acronym. It's not just the name of some company that produces such things. Basically, the Aegis, in its classical form, is, well, as stated in the Iliad, a device carried by Athena and Zeus, variously interpreted as an animal skin or a shield, and sometimes featuring the head of a gorgon. Of course, this was used to paralyze one's enemies, indeed, turn them to fucking stone. So, you can imagine what kind of powerful weapon we are talking about when we speak of such a system. So, in terms of the Aegis combat system as an acronym and what that stands for, it's basically an ACS, a Aegis Combat System, which is an Advanced Command and Control or Command and Decision, or C&D in Aegis parlance, and WCS, a Weapons Control System that employs powerful computers and radars to track and guide weapons to destroy enemy targets. So understand it as essential to the deployment of other weapons. So aside from that, the Chinese system is actually newer in terms of some key technologies. It uses AESA, AESA, or active electronically scanned arrays, while the Spy-1 on American ships, which of course is a system for weapons deployment that, of course, most of you are not going to be familiar with. So basically, I'll tell you, it's a 3D radar system manufactured by Lockheed Martin. And it's simply, well, you know, what can I tell you about it other than, of course, it's obviously very important. It's a naval phased array radar, and I can't remember exactly what the SPY stands for, to tell you the truth. But definitely, it's, you know, it's a necessity in waging modern war. And on American ships, that Spy-1 system uses what's called PESA, P-E-S-A, or Passive Electronically Scanned Array. Now, no data is available on the performances and combat effectiveness of these overall systems that make enough sense to myself that I can relay them to the public in any coherent manner. Rather, when it comes to the Chinese ships, I can tell you that they are armed with 112 launch cells for missiles. That's what's called a VLS, a vertical launch system. These are rocket ships. They've got more than the U.S. Navy's Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, but fewer than the Ticonderoga-class cruisers. It should also be noted that smaller missiles can be multi-loaded on the U.S. warships. So we can bulk up and up our game. Whereas China's anti-ship ballistic missile is the CSS-5 Mod 5, better known as the DF-21D. This is a 35-foot-long missile that has a MARV, M-A-R-V, a maneuverable reentry vehicle, which allows it to adjust its course to hit its target ship. It has a range of over 900 miles and is specifically intended to threaten aerocraft carriers. The longer-ranged DF-26 missile is also believed to be capable of targeting warships. Now, currently, these missiles are all shore-based, deploying upon mobile truck launchers as their weapons-basing platform. But arming cruisers with an equivalent weapon could be a game changer, extending their reach further into the Pacific. According to Captain Chris Carlson, a former senior U.S. intelligence officer and technical intelligence expert, it will likely be a newly developed weapon. The DF-21D is too large to fit inside the existing VLS, or vertical launch system, aboard the Renhai class. So either a modified VLS or a new weapon. Captain Chris Carlson suspects the latter. There is currently no evidence that a new ASBM, or anti-ship ballistic missile, has been tested, however, so this may be some years off. The current armament of the Renhai class includes HQ-9 surface-to-air missiles, or SAMs, SAMs. Surface-to-air missiles are, in the broadest sense, equivalent to the U.S. Navy's RIM-66 standard family of missiles. They have a maximum range of nearly 200 miles against aerocraft. The CHICOM, or Chinese Communist System, however, appears to lack the ABM, or anti-ballistic missile capabilities, of the American system. Also in the VLS, our vertical launch system, are YJ-18A Eagle Strike anti-ship missiles, meant to take down American Eagles. Get it? These have a reported range of 330 miles and hit their targets at supersonic speeds. Not hypersonic, but supersonic, which is, well, sonic enough. The ASBM will greatly increase this anti-ship firepower. Possibly in the future, DH-10 land attack cruise missiles, LACMs, land attack cruise missiles, will be added. These will likely already fit inside the existing VLS, our vertical launch system. Anti-ship ballistic missiles, ASBMs, are not the only cutting-edge weapons which the Communist-Chinese Navy is pioneering. They already have a ship with a railgun. This first ship is likely to be a test bed, and railguns have not been seen on the Renhai class. The publicly available version of the Department of Defense report does not mention railguns at all. So possibly this will only ever be an experiment, though of course eventually some navy will ultimately float them. The Chinese Navy is massively expanding its capabilities. Of that there can be no doubt. The anti-ship ballistic missiles are but a prime example of this, as is the Renhai class cruiser, which would be their platform. Marrying the two appears to be a natural step, and one which will mark the PLAN, the People's Liberation Army Navy, out as an innovative navy. While America's multitasking foxes have been adding to their laundry list of grievances, the Communist-Chinese hedgehog has steadily been building its capacity to take over Taiwan. The words of Tanner Greer, a journalist who purports himself to write knowledgeably on Taiwanese security, claims that the People's Liberation Army has parity on just about every system the Taiwanese can field or buy from us in the future. And for some systems, they simply outclass the Taiwanese altogether. More importantly, the United States Navy itself is facing growing asymmetric threats, not least of which is from Red China, and more specifically, its A2AD, or Anti-Access Area Denial strategy. Red China's missile and space technology has indeed created what's known as a difficult-to-penetrate defensive anti-access area denial bubble to keep U.S. forces away from my Taiwan. As Lonnie Henley of George Washington University pointed out in congressional testimony delivered in February this year, if we cannot disable Red China's integrated air defense system, we can win militarily. Well, what she said was, if we can disable Red China's integrated air defense system, we can win militarily. If not, we probably cannot. Well, let me try and put these naysayers, these Taiwan skeptics, the people who are skeptical about the future of my island nation, island China itself, let me put what they've got to say in context. Because these folks are basing much of their information off, well, the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency's, the DIA's, annual guides. Historically, between 1981 and 1991, the United States DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, produced an annual guide to the Soviet military and printed tens of thousands of copies for everyday Americans so that the American taxpayer, the tax-paying electorate, could know why the military needed all their money to defend them from the ever more sophisticated Soviet threat. So Soviet military power was lavishly illustrated, easy to read, and brimming with dire warnings about Moscow's overwhelming military might, and it was always unbeatable. And it was all naked propaganda, chock full of inaccurate or misleading data, unfair comparisons, and outright lies to feed you fear so that you would pay up, empty your pockets, and say, "Protect me from the Russian bear!" Why, my Golden Gate at San Francisco's own popular mechanics journalist of Japanese ethnicity, Kyle Mizukami, has explained that it painted the knowable in the most aggressive manner and the unknowable as unknowable, but unknowable in the worst possible way. These days, the Pentagon's annual report on Red China's military strength from the year before yesteryear describes the A2AD strategy as a means to dissuade, deter, or, if required, defeat third-party intervention against a large-scale, theater-wide campaign as mounted by China's People's Liberation Army, or PLA. In short, it appears Beijing's aim is to prevent American and allied military forces from operating freely in the A2AD airspace and maritime bubble round Red China's coastline, enveloping my Taiwan in their bubble, the cone of silence. Red China has, in recent years, worked to extend the range of this bubble beyond the so-called First Island chain and into the Western Pacific to overwhelm Guam. The key to this effort is not just longer-range missiles, but also a growing number of space-based sensors. The U.S.-based Union of Concerned Scientists reported that as of 2016, Red China had 192 satellites in orbit, a number that has since increased, with nearly all of those belonging to organizations or companies with close ties to the central government and having dual roles for civilian and military use. Some of China's satellites include several payloads that are almost certainly for military purposes, such as electro-optical sensors, synthetic aperture radar, and electronic intelligence technology. The Communist Chinese Empire also deploys a constellation, as they call it, or a number of satellites in orbit on a line or coordinated orbits of Naval Ocean Surveillance System satellites, or NOSS, NOSSS really, Naval Oceanic Surveillance System satellites, providing persistent coverage of all the waters surrounding Red China. These capabilities can also support targeting for Red China's anti-ship ballistic missiles, and with sufficient numbers and integration, they could provide real-time target triangulation data to build up a robust picture of a target's location to ultimately generate a targeting approach. That's where we meet the DF-21D. That long-range, conventionally armed ballistic missile, the DF-21D, is meant for attacking moving ships at sea, most notably the U.S. Navy's showpiece nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. The theory behind their creation is that a missile speeding down to sea level on a ballistic trajectory at speeds of Mach 5, 5 times the speed of sound or higher, would prove extremely difficult to counter. The road-mobile anti-ship ballistic missile system is normally mounted on a wheeled transporter erector launcher to improve survivability against enemy counterstrikes by its mobility, its ability to keep changing place. Said to have a range of about 780 nautical miles, the DF-21D is a version of the DF-21 family of two-stage, solid-fueled, single-warhead, conventional or nuclear medium-range ballistic missiles in use by the PLA, or People's Liberation Army, Rocket Force. The U.S. Defense Department suggests that the DF-21D reached initial operating capability with the PLA circa 2010, with the system thought to employ maneuverable re-entry vehicles with a terminal guidance system assisted by Red China's own network of satellites, such as the Jianbing 5, Yaogan 1, and Jianbing 6, Yaogan 2, that provide targeting data in the form of radar and visual imaging, respectively. There are, however, questions about the missile's effectiveness. Red China has reportedly tested the DF-21D against fixed land targets, but it's unknown whether it was tested against a moving target. This makes it difficult to accurately assess the capability of said weapon, particularly from a maturity and efficacy standpoint. It also brings into question whether Red China's sensor technology can generate the kind of real-time, highly precise data required to enable the DF-21D to accurately target an aircraft carrier maneuvering at 30 knots, even if it is the size of a micro-city. But the missile and its sensor net could be used to keep watch on and provide deterrence at maritime choke points among the first island chain, specifically the Miyako Strait between Okinawa, Japan, and my Taiwan, as well as the Bashi Channel between my Taiwan and the Philippines. This would theoretically reduce the demand on a less than mature sensor net and kill chain to limited geographic areas through which potential targets would have to sail. Now, considering the limited combat radius of carrier-borne aerocraft without large-scale support from aerial refueling tankers, the ability to keep an American carrier battle group at arm's length may be all that China's A2AD system, their capability, requires. An attack with an anti-ship ballistic missiles, attacks with ASBMs can be used in conjunction with other anti-ship missiles and timed to simultaneously arrive at a target. Such an attack could be mounted from longer-range anti-ship missiles like the YJ-12 and YJ-18. Both are Red Chinese improvements on revanchist Russian designs derived from the KH-31 air-to-surface missiles, ASMs, and the 3M-54 Club cruise missiles, respectively. Both are capable of supersonic speeds, with the anti-ship YJ-18A variant attaining its maximum speed of about Mach 2, twice the speed of sound, in its terminal attack phase following subsonic cruise. The YJ-12 can fly at speeds of between Mach 2 and Mach 4, depending on launch and cruise altitudes. Both can also reach long ranges. The YJ-12 is widely believed to have a range of between 108 and 216 nautical miles, whilst the YJ-18 is believed to possess a range of 290 nautical miles, really. The YJ-12 can be launched from wheeled transporter erector launchers, as well as from vertical launch cells on ships like the Type O-52D or Type 55 destroyers. The YJ-12 can also be launched from aerocraft like the Xi'an H-6 bomber, the JH-7 fighter bomber, and possibly the Shenyang J-11, 15, or 16 Chinese derivatives of the Russian Sukhoi Flanker family of fighter jet. So is a new long-range air-to-air, or AAM, air-to-air missile on its way. China's indigenous flanker derivatives are also expected to be the primary carrier platform for a new long-range air-to-air missile reportedly in development, which is expected to be used to target an adversary's high-value aeroborne assets, such as, aeroborne early warning and control systems, like the AWACS of the United States, and tanker aircraft. The missile has been given the temporary designation PLXX. Observers believing the eventual in-service designation will be PL-20. Hence the XX being the placeholders for the series number. This new missile was first observed circa 2016, carried by a Shenyang J-16 multi-role fighter jet. However, it almost certainly was an inner mock-up, a fake missile, a dummy missile, a dummy warhead. It was seen earlier this year on a Xi'an JH-7 fighter bomber. By comparing the known sizes of the parent aerocraft and its hardpoints, it's been estimated the missile is about 5.8 meters or 20 feet long and about 300 millimeters or 1 foot in diameter, which is significantly larger than typical medium-range air-to-air missiles like the American AIM or AIM-120. 4 rear-mounted fins bestow maneuverability and control for the missile. There is very little verifiable information about the new missile's performance. However, a public schematic of how Red China would use the weapon shows the ramjet or solid fuel-powered missile can attain a straight-line range of 300 kilometers. That'd be about 188 miles. After launch, most likely with preliminary targeting data provided by a friendly aeroborne early warning and control aircraft, Chinese AWACS, the missile would fly a parabolic trajectory en route to its target, attaining an altitude of approximately 100,000 feet from a launch altitude of 50,000 feet before plunging towards the target. A mixture of GPS or geosynchronous positioning, satellite, inertial navigation systems, and space-based radars, radio detection and ranging devices are expected to provide launch and mid-course guidance before an active electronically scanned array radar takes over at the terminal phase. What we know at this point is that if Red China succeeds in putting such a weapon into service, the PLA Air Force or the PLAF, the PLAAF, will then be able to compel an adversary's vital force multiplier aerocraft to operate farther away or risk being shot down. This would reduce their effectiveness and that of the tactical aerocraft they are supporting in the event of a conflict. But guess what's missing from the Pentagon's China report? My Taiwan's missiles. Soviet military power as a publication went the way of the Soviet Union, but the Pentagon's propaganda campaign continues. The U.S. Defense Department's annual Chinese military power report risks taking on the mantle Soviet military power once wore. It's today's glossy book of American military hyperbole. Perhaps most egregiously, the China report ignores my Taiwan's missile inventory, capacity, and capabilities completely. The 2020 edition of Chinese Military Power Report mostly portrays Red China as a seemingly unbeatable martial monolith with limitless resources and ambitions and few viable rivals. Nowhere in the report is this more painfully obvious than in the several sections the report's authors devote to my Taiwan. Now, Beijing considers my Taiwan a breakaway province. It's the maniacally monofocal central tenet of the Chinese Communist Party's foreign policy that Red China eventually and somehow should fully unify my island country with the mainland. Given Taiwan's 7 decades as a self-governing state and our rapid development as a liberal representative democracy, peaceful unification with authoritarian Red China seems quite unlikely. That leaves but only one single option for Beijing: war. Mainland China has 1.2 billion people. My Taiwan has but 24 million. Beijing spends 15 times as much on its armed forces as my Taiwan does on our own military. The People's Liberation Army has 2 million active troops. My Taiwan has just over 200,000. Beijing is buying modern ships, planes, vehicles, and rockets at a fast clip. My Taiwan struggles to import new weapons. My Taiwan aims to sink half of any Chinese invasion fleet, but it could take years to buy enough missiles. To defeat a Chinese invasion fleet, the Taiwanese military would need to sink half of the attacking ships. But sinking potentially hundreds of vessels would require an arsenal of no fewer than 1,200 anti-ship missiles. Those were the conclusions of a deep analysis the Taiwanese government itself conducted last summer under the auspices of the so-called Joint Theater Level Simulation System, something the Dietrich Ardelect allowed them to game out via computer simulations are war games in the virtual battle space. But new delays mean it could take us years for Taipei, the capital of my Taiwan, to acquire all the missiles we need. Last spring, Deputy Defense Minister Zhang Jieping said Taiwan's current stockpile of anti-ship missiles would leave afloat too many Red Chinese ships to prevent a takeover by Beijing. So in May, Taipei announced it would spend $2.4 billion United States dollars buying ground-launched 100-mile range Harpoon missiles from American defense firm Boeing, which trades on the stock market, I believe, is BA, and their stock is up or down a little bit last time I checked. Anyhow, the 400 Harpoons, fired by 100 truck-mounted quad launchers, supported by 250 mobile radars, would grow the Taiwanese anti-ship missile arsenal by half to 1,200 rounds. Locally made Swing-Feng 2 and Swing-Feng 3 missiles and older Harpoon models would make up the balance. Assuming each missile has between a 50% and 70% chance of hitting its target, and also assuming Red Chinese bombardment destroys or suppresses a significant number of launchers, those 1,200 missiles should be sufficient to sink hundreds of Red Chinese ships and stop any invasion attempt cold, if Taipei's calculations are sound. The math is debatable, of course, and in any event, it could be 2025 before Taiwan finally gets its new Harpoon trucks. and 2026 or later before we get enough missiles to fully arm each truck, each platform, each truck bed of which would carry a quad of 4 missiles in a quadruple launcher. The original plan for Project Swiftness was for Taiwan to acquire the launchers and missiles circa 2023 and 2024. But according to Up Media, delays on the American side and budget constraints on My Taiwan's part have combined to push back the full acquisition. The slowdown isn't just about missile launchers. It could prolong the transformation of the Taiwanese armed forces themselves. For decades, My Taiwan could count on our mostly American-supplied ships, planes, and tanks to outnumber and outclass Red China's own ships, planes, and tanks. But mainland China today, with its 1.4 billion people, has always possessed more military potential than did My Taiwan with our but 23 million people, 24 actually. After 2 decades of explosive economic growth, Beijing now spends 25 times more on its armed forces than My Taiwan does on our own military. Despite recent Taiwanese purchases of American F-16 fighters and M1 tanks, and Taipei's ambitious effort to develop a new submarine, today mainland China has more and better conventional forces than My Taiwan possesses. Taipei can no longer count on defeating an invasion fleet far from our island China's shores. Increasingly, Taipei is investing in defensive systems such as the mobile Harpoon. According to Scott Harold, an analyst at RAND, Research and Development is what that acronym is for, all uppercase RAND, my own Golden California's think tank, the sorts of survivable low-profile and networked defenses that can survive an initial Commu-Chinese attack and be resilient and lethal for weeks or months. The idea is for Taiwan to become an undigestible porcupine, to borrow my government's own metaphor. Now it looks like this evolution into a porcupine is going to take a while longer. And yes, the PLA, People's Liberation Army, clearly is getting better at projecting forces across the roughly 100 miles of the Taiwan Strait. The Red Chinese Navy is acquiring new amphibious ships to carry a growing number of Marine battalions. The Chinese Air Force is arming its bombers with precision-guided cruise missiles and developing aerial tankers to keep them fueled. The Red Chinese Rocket Force has built up an arsenal of more than 1,000 missiles it can lob at Taiwanese airfields, supply dumps, and headquarters, softening up defenses so the assault troops can get ashore. Those are all facts, and they indisputably weigh on the cross-strait balance of power, as the Red Chinese Military Power Report repeatedly stresses. To quote us therefrom, Taiwan has historically enjoyed military advantages in the context of a cross-strait conflict, such as technological superiority and the inherent geographic advantages of island defense. But China's multi-decade military modernization effort has eroded or negated many of these advantages. But what's missing is context. And the most important context is that Red Chinese improvements might not make much difference considering the extreme difficulty any army, no matter how big or sophisticated, would encounter attempting an invasion of an island like My Taiwan. The Taiwan Strait is called Black, the Black Strait, because it's so stormy as to be black as pitch when the storms roll in. And, island outposts stand between the mainland and my Taiwan's few and quite unwelcoming beaches. The terrain between the likely landing zones and Taipei is rugged and mountainous. Geography alone means that any defender would possess a terrain advantage that would go a very long way toward mitigating any attacker's numerical and technological superiority. A solitary Taiwanese mine, moored to seabed in the choppy strait, could sink a brand new Chinese assault ship carrying 12 helicopters and 1,000 Marines. As could a single anti-ship missile fired by a highly motivated crew hiding out in a mountainside bunker. It's not hard to imagine a company of Taiwanese Marines, camouflaged and armed with anti-tank missiles, ambushing and destroying an entire battalion of Red Chinese light armored vehicles struggling to navigate a winding mountain road. Meanwhile, the cold, wet, and harried Communist Chinese invaders would rely on ships to send ashore supplies, and those ships would be primary targets. The Taiwanese defenders, on the other hand, would have had decades to stockpile their own food, fuel, and ammunition in nearby hidden caches. All that is to say that my Taiwan's defensive advantage is enormous. Orders of magnitude higher than America's Chinese military power report acknowledges. And Taipei is leveraging that advantage by investing in asymmetric capabilities. Sea mines are one. Anti-ship missiles are another. One key Taiwanese capability that Chinese military power report totally ignores is Taipei's growing arsenal of long-range cruise missiles. The Yunfeng missile, a product of my Taiwan's own National Chung-Shan Institute of Science and Technology, can travel at supersonic speeds as far as 1,000 miles while carrying a 1,500-pound warhead. In the event of a Communist Chinese attack, Taiwanese missileers could target ports, airfields, and headquarters on the Communist Chinese mainland, exacting a toll on invasion forces before they even leave China itself. The Department of Defense Chinese Military Power Report doesn't even mention this capability. But it does, of course, mention Communist China's own ballistic and cruise missiles. In a chart comparing Red China and my Taiwan's respective forces, said report's authors list nearly 1,400 Communist Chinese missiles and 0 Taiwanese ones. That creates the completely false impression that Taiwan couldn't even ever answer Red China's missile barrages with barrages of our own. Taiwan is far from defenseless. Indeed, my mountainous island country, island China itself, with our nasty beaches and the speedy long-range missiles, represents one of the toughest invasion targets, not only in all the world, but in all of human history. Something no PLA, or People's Liberation Army modernization program, can quickly or easily change. Just don't expect the Pentagon's fraudulent China report to explain that. However, as a student of history myself, to quote the aforecited master of evil himself, Henry Kissinger, I see a very dangerous situation. You see, the United States' commitment to my Taiwan has grown verbally stronger, even as the American empire itself has become militarily weaker. When a commitment is said to be rock solid, but in reality has the consistency of fine sand, there is a danger that both sides miscalculate. I am not alone in worrying about everything. The aforecited Admiral Phil Davidson, the head of U.S. forces in the Indo-Pacific, warned in his February testimony before Congress that Red China could invade my Taiwan by 2027. Earlier this year, Bloomberg's professional opinionist, Max Hastings, noted that Taiwan evokes the sort of sentiment among the Chinese people that Cuba did among Americans 60 years ago. And Admiral James Stavridis, also a Bloomberg opinion columnist, has just this year published 2034, subtitled A Novel of the Next World War, in which a surprise Commu-Chinese naval encirclement of my Taiwan is one of the opening ploys of World War III, in which these United States sustain such heavy naval losses that we are driven to nuke Zhanjiang, which leads in turn to the obliteration of San Diego and Galveston. Perhaps the most questionable part of that scenario is its date, 13 years hence. The Hoover Institution scholar in residence, specializing in Asian and security studies with focus on U.S. strategic planning and policy in Asia, Japanese security and foreign policy, the Dr. Mija Osleen has imagined a Sino-American naval war as soon as 2025, but 4 years from now. In an important new study of the Taiwan question for the Council on Foreign Relations, the CFR, Robert Blackwell and Philip Zelikow, veteran students and practitioners of U.S. foreign policy, lay out the four options they see for U.S. policy, of which their preferred is the last, and the fourth option, well, let me read it to you. It's very short. The United States should rehearse, at least with the Empire of Japan and nationalist Taiwan, a parallel plan to challenge any Chinese denial of international access to Taiwan and prepare, including with prepositioned U.S. supplies, including war reserve stocks, shipments of vitally needed supplies to help Taiwan defend itself. The United States and its allies would credibly and visibly plan to react to the attack on their forces by breaking all financial relations with Red China, freezing or seizing Commu-Chinese assets. Now, Blackwell and Zelikow are right that the status quo is unsustainable. They are, of course, advocating total American commitment, as if this were American territory, because by American definition it is, as I've explained at length in past transmissions. But there be three core problems with all arguments to make deterrence more persuasive, such as freezing assets and shit. I mean, the first is that any steps to strengthen my Taiwan's defenses will inevitably elicit an angry response from mainland China, increasing the likelihood that the Cold War turns red hot, especially if the Empire of Japan is explicitly involved. The second problem is that such steps create a closing window of opportunity for Red China to act before the American empire upgrade of deterrence is even complete. The third is that the reluctance of the Taiwanese themselves to treat their national security with the same seriousness that Israelis take the survival of their state. This is actually the most important point. I'll spend the closing hour articulating this to you, and it involves Taiwan and Israel. Understand what I've just said. The third problem with total American commitment to defense of my Taiwan is the reluctance of the Taiwanese themselves to treat their national security with the same seriousness that Israelis take concerning the survival of their state. In executive summary about Taiwan and Israel, more than 8,300 kilometers separate my Taiwan and the state of Israel. But there are nevertheless important connections between those two small countries. They do not officially recognize each other. Taiwan does not recognize Israel, any more than Israel recognizes Taiwan. But over the past 2.5 decades, they have found ways to collaborate. Matter of fact, they did originally. As I've explained before, we were with South Africa together responsible as an unofficial axis, an iron triangle for the Vela incident. So our policy has been don't recognize, but collaborate. In the late 1940s, both Taiwan and the modern-day state of Israel managed to face down massive powers that categorically rejected their rights to their land. The Israelis' opponents were an array of Arab armies and terror groups, and their international supporters, while the Taiwanese stood against the Communist Party of China and its billion people. These two countries are both islands of sorts. My Taiwan, a literal island not far from the mainland, China that threatens it existentially, and Israel, a metaphorical island surrounded by states that reject its very existence, or have till recently. Because of their physical isolation, both countries needed a superpower to protect them, and the United States was ready, willing, and able to play that role. So both Israel and Taiwan view the American empire as a great ally and benefit from its economic and military support, and both wish to be viewed by the United States as important allies in turn. The two states have something else in common: a meager supply of natural resources, but an abundance of ingenious, extremely educated human capital that is outrageously creative to boot. Both Israel and Taiwan struggle for international recognition, yet have not recognized one another. This is essentially because the Israelis want a positive relationship with communist Beijing, and the Taiwanese want a positive relationship with the Arab world. Israel was the first Middle Eastern country to recognize the Communist Party of Red China as the official and only representative of the Chinese people after the Chinese Civil War between the Kuomintang-led government of the Nationalist Republic of China, which be Taiwan's formal name, and the Communist Party of Red China. That war going on intermittently from 1927 through 1949. So you would think that Israel would be Taiwan's blood enemy for recognizing their enemy first among all people in Southwest Asia. Similarly, my Taiwanese, like our enemy Chinese, we've both been long afraid on either side of the Taiwan Strait to recognize Israel or have any kind of open relationship with it for fear of doing so, or fear that doing so would endanger our relationship with the Arab world. So the countries of Taiwan and Israel started inching toward one another in the 1980s after our original unofficial invisible axis, our shadow axis with South Africa, ending around that period of time. We decided, we picked up the pace in regards towards a more Sino-Judaic axis between Taiwan and Israel in the 1990s. And by 1993, circa 1993, which was a year after Israel and Red China established diplomatic relations, the Ministry of Economy and Trade of Taipei opened in Tel Aviv Yafo, which is, of course, the financial capital of Israel. And Israel opened an equivalent ministry in the capital of my own nation, Taipei. This was the start of our relationship in the postmodern sense, but it took a decade for that connection to flourish. Today, Israel and Taiwan have by now signed more than 30 trade agreements, including a technology cooperation agreement circa 2006, an e-government, our electronic government cooperation protocol circa 2008, and a water cooperation agreement circa 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus's, my womb matron, Diana Zujin Lin Dietrich's murder and the Fukushima Daiichi disaster, which was, well, the responsibility of Israel. Now, this new level of cooperation between Taiwan and Israel, even as Israel participated with America in an attack on the Empire of Japan, was made possible by big changes in the international and regional geopolitical environment. The Iran-Iraq War of 1980 through 1988, the first Iraq War, as the Americans dubbed it, circa 1999, the Gulf War Operation Desert Storm that I myself participated in, and the Madrid Conference of that same year, sent a message to the world that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is not the only or even the main conflict in the Middle East. And this eased Taiwanese fears about losing our relationships with the Arab world. That geopolitical shift allowed Taiwan and Israel to collaborate in significant ways and strengthen our relationship. Taiwan has limited access to the arms market because of our limited diplomatic relationships, but we believe ourselves to be under constant threat from the Communist Chinese. In August of the year before yesteryear, it was reported that Taiwan had unveiled a newly developed UAV, an unmanned aerial vehicle that is strikingly similar to an Israeli UAV, the drone named or code-named the Harpy. This was not the first time the Taiwanese exhibited something that was almost an exact copy clone of an Israeli product. This is, by all evidence, a sign of undisclosed covert cooperation, a secret no one is trying very hard to keep. Next to the defense industry, Israel is famous for its agricultural technology, an area of expertise that is even more attractive for Taipei. Taiwan's challenges in this field include a lack of sufficient land worthy of cultivation, as well as changes in population composition through aging and urbanization, which are causing manpower shortages in agriculture. You know, everybody's moved off the farms and into the cities. Nobody's a farmer anymore. Israeli agricultural technology is thus supporting Taiwanese efforts to develop smart agriculture to mitigate these problems. In both cases, arms and agriculture, guns and food, the benefits for Israel are clear. It is expanding its market and gaining new clientele. After a meeting with his Israeli counterpart, circa 2016, Walter Ye, President and CEO, Chief Executive Officer of TAITRA, that's all uppercase letters, TAITRA. TAITRA is an acronym for the Taiwan External Trade Development Council, is quoted as having said, Israel and Taiwan complement each other in the high technology supply chain. What he meant was this: Israel is a major international startup hub, while my Taiwan is a major international hub for hardware manufacturing. More than 83% of all the world's laptops are produced in my Taiwan. The countries of Taiwan and Israel, therefore, complement each other and offer international consumers a complete package. This Judeo or Sino-Judaic Taiwanese-Israeli synergy is expected to continue to grow. The countries' close relationships with the American empire sometimes prompt maneuvers that are directed from without, exempli The American empire has essentially forced Israel to establish a mechanism for examining foreign investment. This is something of a euphemism. It is primarily a mechanism for examining Commu-Chinese investment in Israel, which the Americans want to monitor. An escalation of the Sino-American trade war could open up new opportunities, especially for my Taiwan. Factories might leave Red China because of tariffs and other difficulties arising from the struggle between the two giant superpowers. Either side of the Pacific. On the other hand, the trade war could hurt my Taiwanese by encouraging the Commu-Chinese to provoke my Taiwan to test American willingness to protect us. For Israeli companies, the trade war could open doors as they serve as alternatives to American companies. And in an echo of the Taiwanese elections of 4 years afore, Tsai Ing-wen's resounding victory in the presidential election on January 11th of yesteryear was a blow to totalitarian mainland China. Tsai, the leader of the Democratic Progressive Party, the DPP, the Taiwan Identity Party, won 57% of the vote versus her chief rival, China's own sponsored traitor to Taiwan, who locked in but 38% of the vote. 57 versus 38% is a landslide for the pro-Taiwanese versus the China unification traitors. Tsai supports separation from Red China and preservation of Taiwan's independence, while the rival Han Kuo-yu of the Kuomintang Party, the Nationalist Party no less, backed a more conciliatory approach, advocating a strong connection with Beijing virtual surrender. Warning China to stay out of our island's affairs in her victory speech, Tsai said, "Taiwan is showing the world how much we cherish our free democratic way of life and how much we cherish our nation. I also hope that the Beijing authorities understand that democratic Taiwan and our democratically elected government will not concede to threats and intimidation." Now, over the years, so many Israeli acquaintances of mine, and you might say, Douglas Dietrich, how do you, the son of Adolf Hitler, even have Israeli acquaintances? You would not believe it. As I said, one of the few places in the world where you meet Jews on an everyday basis would be New York and Los Angeles, where, of course, you have centered all the money and all the movies, well, all the money and all the media. And their satellite cities are Florida, of course, Miami, where all the Jews go to die, and San Francisco, where they come here to film car chases. And, of course, we always had the heavy porno industry until fairly recently when everything went digital and you could film it in your garage. So, basically, well, there's still plenty of Jews that I meet on an everyday basis. And as a matter of fact, while I was attending that auditing of all of those medical courses at the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute for the Extension of Adult Education, I actually attended lectures that were at times inside of Jewish community centers and synagogues. Yes, I have been inside synagogues and I have not burst into flames. So, yes, I have had quite an exposure to Jewish culture. You would be surprised at how I get along. Of course, I'm very quiet about my background and certainly about my political leanings because it would be very difficult to explain. So let's just put it this way. I have some level of social awareness, okay? And just don't expose myself outright. Understand then that we are in a situation now where you have to be very conciliatory and work with whoever you can find to work with, as Taiwan does with Israel. So over the years that I've met so many Jewish people, many of them with dual citizenship, because Israel is the only nation which America recognizes dual citizenship for on such a level that it doesn't force you to choose between one nation or the other. Any American Jew can also be a citizen of Israel. Basically, all of these many Israeli acquaintances of mine, many of them with official positions either in the United States or in Israel, and many of those without such connections to any form of authoritarian officialdom, have asked myself, why doesn't the United States offer the same support to Taiwan as it does to Israel? Well, now, Israel is a democratic country with a population of 8.6 million people. So if we were to compare those numbers to my native Taiwan, Taiwan has over 3 times the population when we count all of our illegal emigres. But then, of course, the Israelis have the same amount of illegal emigres to do their scut work as Taiwan does. So still, basically, Taiwan has 3 times the population of Israel. Israel, of course, maintains an important strategic position in a rough neighborhood, the Middle East, yet it is itself a member of the United Nations, the UN. And what ties the United States and Israel together? Something Taiwan doesn't have. With Israel having but 1/3 of its population, Israel is, for all intents and purposes, the 51st state of the United States, except it doesn't need to listen to what the U.S. government says. It's on its own to a great degree, till lately when it was payback time. I'll get to that. So what ties the U.S. and Israel together in a way that Taiwan and the United States have never been tied together, when the United States effectively claims Taiwan as a renegade territory, just as communist China claims my Taiwan as a renegade province? Well, now, it's Judeo-America's arrogant and ultimately doomed mythology of dual exceptionalism. Members of social groups tend to develop their sense of collective identity on the basis of 2 kinds of perceptions. Perceptions of shared attributes within the group, and perceptions of the difference between these attributes and those of other social groups. Images of identity and difference, irrespective of whether they be inherent, imagined, or acquired, serve as the glue that bonds individuals into an imagined social whole. They also serve as the foundations of a sense of exceptionalism, which is pivotal in the formation and molding of religious, ethnic, and national communities, and often serve the latter for years thereafter. The British people, for example, prided themselves in the 17th century for being exceptionally rational and scientific, and the Americans still believe today that they are inspired by an exceptional idealist creed. A sense of exceptionalism may also serve collectives, the modern nation-state included, in other instrumental ways. When married to a power, a notion of exceptionalism may generate aggression and violence. So, hence, the 2 nations of Israel and the United States of America are headed for doom, driven by the limitless influential power of the Zionist right, to which the notion of exceptionalism has been married, thus generating endless aggression and ceaseless violence, and a conviction that neither America nor Israel can ever do any wrong. We can do no wrong is the Judeo-American identity spectrum as manipulated by the Zionist right, which has radicalized the American right as much as Russia and the Communist Chinese Empire. As bad as Republican bloc voting is on domestic issues, what be even worse are the near unanimous bipartisan votes on military spending and unconditional support for Israel. It goest sans saying that does not reflect the diversity of opinion among American Jews, Israeli Jews, or the American public at large, although the pretense that unqualified support for Israel is the dominant view among Jewish Americans and among Americans in general is strictly maintained. This cannot be justified by straightforward concern for Israel's survival. Israel has long since assured its own survival with nuclear weapons, an open secret for decades, nor by the supposedly all-powerful Israel lobby. Invoking the power of the Israel lobby protects the myth of American innocence at the risk of perpetuating the myth of Jewish evil. Innocent, trusting America, no match for those crafty, scheming Jews. What congressional support for Israel really reflects, I can say, is partly the zeal for Israel among a crucial subset of America's most engaged voters, especially hardline, wealthy Zionists, both Jewish and Christian, which has an altogether disproportionate effect on members of Congress who want to keep their seats. If a member steps out of line, Israel's watchdogs will come after he or her. That's of the power of the Israel lobby. If critics of Israel's policies were as committed to making trouble for lawmakers, U.S. policy toward Israel and the Palestinians would be a more contested issue in Congress as it is among the public at large. Aside from the vigilance of pro-Israel zealots, where else does the power of the Israel lobby come from? It comes from the U.S. government itself, along with its media stenographers, the same source that empowers Cuban exiles, the Christian right, the gun lobby, pro-life fanatics, right-wing militias, and big corporations and financial institutions, because doing so serves both the foreign policy objective of controlling the world and the domestic objective of concentrating and insulating power and muffling all dissent. Whichever party is in charge at a given moment, the United States believes it has a mission to rule the world. No conspiracy theory is necessary. Do countries ever act against their perceived self-interest, and do they ever not try to cast their actions as noble and selfless? Contrary to the arguments of political scientists John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt, among others, these United States are exceedingly unlikely to be duped, bribed, or intimidated into acting against our perceived self-interest for the sake of another country. That's not to say that America's leaders understand their true national self-interest any better than other countries do, Israel definitely included, and Mearsheimer and Walt are surely right that we would be better served by a more even-handed policy toward the Israel-Palestine issue in particular, to help preclude that from ever happening. These United States make it sure to appoint pro-Israel stalwarts to Middle East policy-making positions. The Trump team of White House advisor Jared Kushner, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, Ambassador to Israel David Friedman, and for a time the fire-breathing John Bolton as National Security Advisor was sadly typical. Imagine the howls if Palestinian Americans were to appoint to such strategic positions, be appointed thereunto, or even a Jewish non-Zionist were to be appointed thereunto. That would be cause for riot. Israeli Prime Minister at the time, Benjamin Netanyahu, was invited twice to address Congress, once in an overt attempt to kill the Iran nuclear agreement. The Israel lobby is almost superfluous. For the most part, the mainstream media takes its cue from official policy. Venerable White House reporter Helen Thomas was forced to retire and died not long thereafter for letting her sympathy for the Palestinian cause get the better of her discretion. That would never happen to a Jewish reporter for a comparable pro-Israel lapse, for suggesting, say, that Palestinians should simply resettle elsewhere and give up their doomed claim to any piece of Palestine because no one's eyebrows would be raised. Jewish reporters advocate for Israel all the time. They themselves may be unaware of the extent of their own bias. Our outrageously one-sided policy towards Israel and the Palestinians shields them no matter what they say. Some Jewish Americans, especially most of those in Congress, have continued to support Israel unconditionally, despite the contradiction between the political principles they live by at home and those their support for Israel forces upon them. Many of them speak out forcefully on respect for the rights of minority peoples, but never mention the Israeli position that Palestinians and other Arabs and Muslims have no rights a Jew is bound to respect. Jewish legislators in the U.S. can criticize their own country for infringing on the rights of minorities, or other countries for interfering in our politics, but not Israel. This is Zionism's destabilizing force in action. One of the books I was gifted by my son over the Halloween, in his new book entitled Israeli Exceptionalism and subtitled The Destabilizing Logic of Zionism. M. Shahid Alam, the author thereof, successfully argues that the moral force behind the Zionist movement is a sense of Jewish, and consequently Israeli, exceptionalism. This claim of exceptionalism underpins what he calls the destabilizing logic of Zionism. And according to Alam, Zionism could only advance by creating and promoting conflicts between the West and the Islamicate. That's on page 3. He defines the Islamicate as consisting of the broader Muslim world with the Middle East at its heart. Now, Alam himself is a professor of economics at Boston's Northeastern University who begins his book by detailing the core problem that confronted the nascent Zionist movement, the creation of a Jewish nation from disparate and scattered Jewish communities. Zionists set out to solve this problem by creating a myth of exceptionalism that could be embraced by Jews around the globe. These myths were steeped in a combination of religious mythology and ethno-nationalist exclusivism that presented the Jews as the chosen people, as he outlines on page 9, the master race, and Palestine as their sole and God-given birthright, their Lebensraum, living space. These claims were expanded upon during the British Mandate of Palestine and after the founding of the State of Israel. Zionists asserted that the Jewish liberation movement was different from other liberation movements because, well, as he says on page 5, the long history of Jewish suffering, the Jewish ability to outlive their enemies, their signal contributions to human civilization, and their spectacular victories against Arab armies demonstrated the purity of their cause and their exceptionalism. Finally, they argued that Israel was a singular case because it was surrounded and threatened by hostile and murderous Arab states and masses. And through these arguments, Alam dost prove, Zionists cultivated an environment that overlooks and in all cases actually endorses their movement's human rights abuses and racist policies. And in the second segment of this book, Alam examines the history of the Southwest Asian region, reviewing the violent history of the early Zionist colonists and describing it as a core rather than incidental program of Zionism. Violent, racist attitudes towards the Arabs generally and the Palestinians specifically had to be nurtured by those who would make Palestine the Jewish homeland. You would have to cleanse it of its indigenous peoples. They acted as intermediaries between the West and the Islamicate, insofar as they were of the former and claimed to understand the latter. And to galvanize Western support for Israel, it was vital for Zionists to create a myth of Muslim-Christian antipathy. And Alam but paraphrases the perceptions caused by the myth on page 42. I read therefrom a single sentence. If the Islamists vent their anger at the United States, it is not because of its policies, but because it is Christian. That's how the Americans perceived it. Naturally, then, a Jewish state in Palestine could act as both a buffer, a bulwark against the Muslim masses, and a projection of Western power and interests. This is the argument presented by the Zionists. That big wall to hold out the World War Z zombies, that's Israel, against that tide of Arabs. It wasn't enough to argue that the Arabs were uncivil to gain their land. Zionists also had to align themselves with Judeophobic elements in Europe to advance their goals. And so it is. As on page 123 of this book, Alam writes, in the 1930s, the Nazis banned all Jewish organizations except those with Zionist aims. They even allowed the Zionists to fly their blue and white flag with the Star of David at its center. In violation of the Jewish boycott of the Nazi economy, the Zionists themselves promised cash and trade concessions to Adolf Hitler's Third Reich if they were allowed to direct the Jewish immigrants expelled by my biological sire to Palestine. This was necessary to promote Jewish immigration to Palestine and get them out of Europe. The reality was, and continues to be today, that when Jewish people from Eastern Europe are given the choice, many will choose to immigrate to Western Europe and the United States before they would ever even dream of going to Israel, which they would try to avoid with all their life's breath and blood. Through these means, the Zionists gained the support of a variety of surrogate mother countries across the decades. Judeophobia, anti-Arabism, and anti-Islamism, and Jewish influence all came as together to persuade the Soviet Union, the successive republics of France, the greater British Empire, and of course these United States to support Zionism in a policy of perennial Islamophobia. Israeli exceptionalism also sheds light on British and later American evangelical support for Zionism. Evangelical Zionists, broadly termed Christian Zionists, came into being as a result of the Great Reformation. Roman Catholics believe that God nullified his covenant with the Jews when they rejected Jesus Christ. But when Protestants overthrew the authority of the Roman Catholic Church, they sought to differentiate themselves by reinstating God's covenant with the Jews and recognizing the Jews as God's chosen people with eternal rights to Palestine. Although created by Jewish Americans, the APC, the American Palestine Committee, was intended to marshal Christian support for the Jewish occupation of Palestine and the total extermination of its indigenous people. By 1941, the APC's membership included 120 congressmen, 70 U.S. senators. These senators and 70 American senators, 120 congressmen. What else was there? It's on page 134. The Attorney General, the Secretary of the Interior, 21 state governors, and other prominent individuals. The entire United States fucking government by 1941 at the beginning, before the Japanese even bombed Pearl Harbor. Reinhold Niebuhr, Niebuhr, Reinhold Niebuhr, obviously a German, culturally, a German national who's ethnically Jewish, and other leading Christian Zionists, later created the Christian Council on Palestine to influence fellow clergymen. Alam, the author of this work, definitively proves that Zionism itself is destabilizing, and the force that sustains it, tension between the West and all Islamic societies, is not incidental, but instead a deliberate feature of Zionism. Israeli exceptionalism manages to provide a fresh view to a vast library of literature on Zionism by dispelling the myth of Jewish disempowerment and highlighting the role of Judeophobia and anti-Islamic sentiment inherent in Israel's establishment. His discussion of Reformation theology is also crucial to understanding the long-standing support for a Jewish Palestine in American civil life, even before the founding of Israel. Alam's straightforward and accessible discussion of the world's last exclusive settler colony makest Israeli exceptionalism an important addition to the scholarship on Israel-Palestine. For listeners interested in exploring the turn away from Zionism among Jewish Americans outside government, I myself highly recommend the book entitled Reclaiming Judaism from Zionism, subtitled Stories of Personal Transformation, edited by Carolyn L. Karcher. Her name is spelled Karcher. Karcher, single K. The Israel Lobby is generally understood to mean the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. But AIPAC, AIPAC, influential as it is just the visible branch of a political, economic, and media powerhouse that lacks a profile. Call it the Jewish right. Notwithstanding the fact that a good 3/4 of Jewish Americans are generally liberal to leftist, if not outright communist. Jews committed to American hegemony, neoliberal economic policies, and an unquestioned alliance with Israel wield far more power because of their prominence in business, banking, finance, the media, and government. Conspiracy theory? No. Just a fact. Understand that some of the Jewish Americans I can list off the top of my head are considered liberal or centrist because of their positions on cultural issues and climate change, but the foreign and economic policies they advocate align them far more closely with Republicans and the right. Consider the following names, and there are many more: Henry Kissinger, Joe Lieberman, Elliot Abrams, Richard Pearl, Paul Wolfowitz, the late Richard Holbrooke, Martin Indyk, Dennis Ross, Douglas Feith, Rahm Emanuel, Alan Greenspan, the late Milton Friedman, Robert Rubin, Larry Summers, Steve Newcomb, Jared Kushner, the transsexual, Stephen Miller, David Friedman, the late Sheldon Adelson, Michael Bloomberg, Stephen Schwartzman, Lloyd Blankfein, David Horowitz, Alan Dershowitz, Bill Kristol, Robert Kagan, the late Andrew Breitbart, Pamela Geller, Ben Shapiro, Jeffrey Goldberg, Thomas Friedman, Judith Miller, and Jennifer Rubin. Despite all their influence, these right-leaning Jews, as a collective force, remain completely under the radar, apart from the one-issue Israel lobby, America's own hedgehog, because their views are somewhat outside the American Jewish liberal mainstream and because they challenge the stereotype of Jews as constitutionally anti-establishment, as well as because calling attention to their Jewishness risks arousing the never-sleeping dogs of Judeophobia. We hear about the Christian right relentlessly, but never ever, not even once, about the Jewish right. As if that were likely to keep the Judeophobes quiet. In contrast to their low visibility, George Soros, a Jewish billionaire who supports liberal causes, is notorious in right-wing circles, both here on this side of the Atlantic and in Europe, and is a central figure in neo-fascist and white supremacist conspiracy theories, most recently as part of the alleged plot to steal the 2020 U.S. presidential election. Soros has always been a target of successive bomb plots. Unqualified congressional support for Israel reflects the actual kinship of the two governments, which share a policy of permanent war, exploiting overwhelming military superiority, encouraging reactionary religious zealotry, and keeping citizens focused on martial glory and security threats. At least Israel's threats are close at hand, which helps explain why most of Israel's recent leaders have been ex-generals in a de facto military junta. It also points to the fact that Israeli Jews are exceedingly vulnerable to manipulation by fear. Both countries have conditioned their citizenry to the use of military force. The United States and Israel do have a special relationship, if not quite the one normally meant by that term. American exceptionalism and Israeli exceptionalism simply go hand in hand. One hand washes the other, clean of blood. But they always bloody it again. Unconditional support for Israel, and for Israeli belligerence and intransigence, in particular, redounds to America's advantage, as Israel's unconditional support for aggressive American foreign policy redounds to its own advantage. Some critics of American policy toward Israel fail to see this, because they cannot see past the elaborately constructed and maintained fiction that we are better than other nations. But this is a major reason why the United States will not and cannot move away from a blatantly unjust policy towards Israel-Palestine. To do that would entail a wholesale change in foreign policy, and indeed in America's national self-perception. Congress tilts further to the right on Israel than on any other issue. It chooses to align itself with evangelical Christians and with the most committed of Israel's supporters among Jewish Americans, who are every bit as unyielding and obtuse as their Christian counterparts. These are Jews for whom Israel, like America, can do no wrong, and who believe that the Palestinians and their supporters in the wider Arab and Muslim worlds can do nothing but wrong. Many influential neoconservatives who keep up the pressure for military action against Israel's designated enemies, Iran and Hezbollah in particular, belong to this Jewish faction. Some pro-Israel zealots go so far as to encourage hatred of Islam on the grounds that Islam is out to destroy Jews and Christians alike. They can indulge in hate-mongering themselves without fear of being called on it, partly because Jews are so firmly identified as victims of bigotry rather than possible purveyors thereof, an identification reinforced by an inexhaustible stream of Holocaust narratives, augmenting the post-9/11 stream of Islamophobic tracts for the greater campaign of Judeo-American anti-Islam. How can Jews possibly be persecutors when they have been the eternal objects of persecution wherever they have lived? Well, one critic of an earlier transmission of mine on the expanded definition of Judeophobia promoted by Zionists in order to delegitimize criticism of Israel and support for the Palestinians referred in his comments to myself to 2,000 years of European Nazism. Oh, so much for the peoples of Europe. 2,000 years! So much for the restraint in using the term Nazi. Just as long as you don't use it in criticism of Israel or the United States. Both countries encourage such paranoia in order to sustain public support for endless aggression. Here, I need to correct a critical omission. A critical omission on my part in my earlier transmissions. I once likened Zionism to other late 19th century ethnic nationalist movements without noting a crucial difference. In disambiguation from other late 19th century ethno-nationalist movements, Zionism arose largely in response to the growth of racial and political Judeophobia throughout Europe in that period. Other ethnic nationalist movements contributed to that rising tide, which was fed in turn by the increased presence and prominence of Jews in daily life due to emancipation. The implausible notion that Judeophobia would somehow disappear once all Jews returned to their roots was part of the implicit promise of Zionism. What has happened instead is that creating a national home for the Jewish people in the center of the Arab world has only spread and inflamed Judeophobia. Or, to speak more precisely, it has spread an anti-Zionism that is sometimes or often indistinguishable from Judeophobia, and Zionists are eager to claim that there is never any valid distinction between the twain, and that any criticism of Israeli policy is intrinsically Judeophobic. Thus, Zionists can exploit the charge of Judeophobia, what they call anti-Semitism, to rationalize and justify Israel's treatment of the Palestinians as if one were talking about the same phenomenon that gave rise to Zionism in Europe some 125 years agone. In keeping with joint Judeo-American exceptionalism, Congress conferred its near unanimous blessing on Israel's brutal 2014 assault on Gaza, as it did on the December 2008 Gaza slaughter and the July 2006 attack on Lebanon, carried out in the approved fashion with an expensive, high-technology arsenal of tanks, helicopters, and jets, nearly all of it supplied by these United States. Superior weaponry reflects moral and intellectual superiority, which entitles Israel, as it does us, to attack or make war on weaker, less advanced opponents at will. Of course, when Soviet Russia, its Christian conscience, anesthetized by the doctrine of state atheism, deployed advanced weapons and innovative tactics against weaker opponents, it rationalized, except to the Russians and their admirers, what inhuman monsters the Soviets were. With its periodic attacks on blockaded Gaza, Israel practically dares the world to remember the Warsaw Ghetto. Israel's flouting of international opinion and international law has become a model for these United States. We too are the supreme law, the self-righteous among the nations. Both Israel and these United States have justified these attacks on the grounds of a nation's right to self-defense. Yet it be understood that no nation or people has a right to defend itself or retaliate against Israel or these United States. We can never be fairly described as aggressors, no matter what we do. We are God's deputies. Our motives are always pure, however ghastly our mistakes. Whoever resists us, by definition, be evil. When the Third Reich of my biological sire introduced missiles late in World War II, we christened them revenge weapons. The V in the V1 and the V2 standing for the Vergeltungswaffe, meaning revenge against those who carried out massive aerial bombings of our German cities. Never mind that these same people turned our cities into open ovens in which Germans were incinerated alive. Whereas my father always had at least the decency to kill the Jews before we stuck their bodies in the ovens, but not their conscious minds. Aggressors are always justified in their own minds with what they did to us. Being human, after all, they have to be. But the U.S. and Israel make use of the same charade about defense. The United States Department of Defense, the Israel Defense Forces. Well, the Soviet Union invoked the sacred right of self-defense to justify the annihilation of the German peoples throughout Eastern Europe. In their minds, they were doing humanity a favor, even if humankind proved, as ever, ungrateful. 'Tis a stolen Holocaust when millions more Germans died than did Jews on the battle space of Europe. One reason Jewish Americans became such strong supporters of Israel is that the Jewish state's military prowess did as much for America's sense of self-respect, based in its own inferiority complex, and the respect for our fellow Americans. Our master race, the Jews, which Christian America came to worship as the manifestation of Christ on earth in corporeal incarnation, in mortal coil, as all the scientific, intellectual, political, and artistic achievements of Jews in the diaspora, source of a still potent mystique of Jewish intelligence, the Israeli military accomplishments, their laurels won on the ground in terms of martial glory, gave the Jews their first taste of toxic masculinity, a sense of the warrior thrill not felt since the days of the Bible. Norman Finkelstein, a harsh critic of Israeli policies, has talked about Israel's need to keep demonstrating its military dominance to the Arabs and its own citizens. Well, I think Israel also needs to do so to recharge the admiration of American politicians and citizens who respect this sense of the chosen people of the Bible exercising their martial dominion over what the Americans would consider the Edomites, the Philistines. So in the last few minutes we have remaining, we will continue with how this impacts my Taiwan, why this is so important that Taiwan has no equivalent to what the Israelis have got, all based in the fact that there's no sense of Taiwanese exceptionalism that Americans could even begin to relate to based on some shared myth of Abraham. So in the last few minutes we have remaining, understand that the real turning point in Judeo-American relations came with Israel's stunning victory over Egypt, Syria, and Jordan circa 1967, when Henry Kissinger backed up all American military muscle behind them. And a second six-day miracle at a time when the American empire was itself mired in an endless, failing struggle in Vietnam. Israel transformed itself from being an inconvenient moral obligation in a neighborhood where the Arabs had most of the people and all the oil to America's hero, its role model, its soulmate, and its proxy. Even then, our Middle East policy was not as one-sided as it later became because we were still engaged in the Cold War and the Arab states had a rival superpower to turn to. Our own game-changing victory came with the collapse of the Soviet Union circa 1991. Israel, to the libertarian Americans, the reactionaries perceive it as a small government paradise. No sharp division exists between country and government, unlike in America, where a favored right-wing bumper sticker declares, "Love my country, fear my government." The Israeli government rules in the interests of Jewish citizens at the expense of all non-Jews, requires years of active and reserve military service from all Jewish men and women, except the Orthodox, boasts one of the world's most powerful militaries and the largest of nuclear arsenals, despite a population no bigger than New Jersey's, and keeps its military employed, policing, and punishing a large subject population of Palestinians both inside Israel itself and in all its occupied territories. The Israeli government serves the godly, the well-fixed, and the military. In an article for Counterpunch at the time of Israel's second assault on Gaza, the historian Gary Loop blamed Israel's treatment of the Palestinians and the American support thereof on a shared Jewish and Christian belief in the myth of Abraham. In making the Bible the villain, Loop overlooked political history. Although the John Birch Society was a strong supporter of Israel early on, conservatives and conservative Christians tended to see Jews in negative terms, as Christ killers, commie lovers, race mixers, economic exploiters,